this were happening in reality, if this was actually happening, you could detect this, evidence of this, with an accelerometer. To the best of my knowledge, all accelerometers all measure 0 when left untouched on the ground all over the world. My question to you is, do you have any evidence to the contrary?
I mean, what makes you think that an accelerometer would detect that?
Okay, listen carefully. There's two vectors in the heliocentric model. There's the Earth rotating, all right, 900 miles per hour at the equator. That's one direction and one speed, one vector, okay? The other vector would be the Earth itself orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. This means that a piece of land at the equator is not moving the same speed around the sun all throughout the day. It means that it's going faster. It's going with the speed of the Earth rotating and the speed of the Earth orbiting the sun, which would be about 67,000 miles per hour, because that's the rotation and the speed of the orbit combined together. And then later on, at another point in time in the day, that same piece of land would be decelerating, going slower than 66,000 miles per hour. It would be going about 65,000 miles per hour, because it would be the rotation of the Earth would be going the other direction. That patch of dirt would have that vector going in the other direction. All right. Anyway, the point is that piece of land would be accelerating and decelerating because of those two vectors, the orbit and the rotation. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I listen to everything. I'm just saying that, like, what makes you think that an accelerometer would actually be able to measure that? Like, how does an accelerometer work? What is it?
Because accelerometers are made to do exactly that. That's what they are made to do. And yes, they are sensitive enough to detect that kind of acceleration and deceleration over a 24-hour period of time. Yes, they are that advanced. Yes, here in the year 2021, we can build accelerometers that can do that. Yes, they all measure 0 to the best of my knowledge. Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
No, I don't. Why would they not measure? Yeah, I get it. The cricket noise. You guys are really funny with that. Look.
All right, so just welcome to stationary Earth, not welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to flat and stationary Earth.
Can I just
All right,
quickly
yeah,
ask
just
this
pointing to a
gentleman
sensor
something?
not being able to pick up the rotation of the Earth as proof of it. I mean,
Well, show us something that did pick up any rotation. We're waiting.
Can I ask you something, sir?
Yeah,
Quickly.
go ahead. You can ask me
if
anything.
you could bring us something to prove to us what you're claiming, we would be willing to concede and go, okay, we were wrong. If we're presenting something to you that's proving to you that what you thought isn't correct, are you willing to say, you know what? I think you guys might be onto something here. Or are you going to be stuck with what you think you know forever?
I mean, why would I change my mind based off of things that aren't provable?
I just explained it to you. If you came here and proved to me that we're moving and that we're in space flying on a ball, I would concede and go, you're right, I was wrong. I thought it was this, but it's not. You showed me something to verify what I thought was wrong, and I'm wrong. I'm asking you, if we show you something to prove what you thought was right is wrong, are you willing to concede that, or are you just going to continue believing what you thought was right?
I mean, like I said, you guys can't prove anything yourselves.
Just try answering the question.
No, I'm not going to believe what you're saying.
We've proved it to ourselves.
It's not what he asked. It's not what he asked. He didn't ask to blindly believe him.
Okay, let me try.
He gave you. No, but we need to. All right. So one thing that we've been doing a lot of in this chat is we ask a question, it doesn't get answered, and we move on. That's not good enough, right? Okay. When a question is asked, the question must be answered. Otherwise, there's no point in moving on, because you're not having a conversation at that point, right? If no questions get answered, there is no conversation. So I would like this guy to actually answer that question.
You guys like to ask a lot of yes or no questions, but go ahead. Okay, so
that's what we do.
No.
That's not a yes or no question.
Yeah, he said no.
Example.
So just to answer then. So was it Flatman Can ask the question?
My answer is no.
Okay, so Flatman Can. His answer is no. Even if you disprove him, he will not change his mind.
Nope.
Yeah. That's the short answer, but the long answer is I'm not going to believe it because you can't prove what you're saying. You're just saying that you can, but you can't.
No. What we're pointing out to you is that what you believe has not been proven in the first place.
Well, what you believe hasn't been proven.
Okay,
don't
so
believe-
even if I wasn't alive, no, you need to understand this. Even if I wasn't here, I don't exist, I wasn't alive. What I just said is still true. So saying a "nah" to quoque fallacy is irrelevant. What you should be doing is asking yourself why you believe something that hasn't been proven.
Yeah, you're wanting us to do what you should have done in the first place, is prove the ball. That hasn't been proven, man.
I mean,
Jester, there is a line of Crypto's questioning that I'm not satisfied with your answer yet. There was a part where he said, if you were in the car, would your senses not tell you that you were moving?
If the windows are rolled down,
Even if the
globe
windows
not
are
an
rolled down,
enclosed-
even if
the
you're in the back
globe-
of a semi-truck, even if in the back of a semi-truck,
see,
you would be able to tell that the car is moving or the truck
the
is moving.
thing is the globe is not a closed system. It's an open system. So you'd have to have a convertible or you'd have to be on top of the vehicle.
I can answer
Yeah,
that.
traveling in multiple vectors.
Let's just say you're going 100 miles an hour in a straight line, right? You may not feel the movement in a straight line. Now, let's say you're going around a racetrack, right? At 100 miles an hour, you're going to feel that, right? Because you're going in a circle, correct?
yeah.
Okay, now let's say you want to keep it 100 miles an hour, but you want it to take longer to go around the track, right? You'd have to make the track a lot bigger, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So let's say the track was the circumference of the Earth, 24,000 miles, right? Let's say that. And you're going around that. Why would you not feel that going around at 24,000 mile an hour at 100 miles an hour?
I mean, like I said, it would be impossible to recreate the scenario. So, I mean, I don't understand how you would.
Taking a small example of
That's an
it.
unknown.
Now you're going 1,000 miles an hour around that track. You would still feel it, bro. It doesn't matter. The trick is they've got you thinking because it's so big you wouldn't feel it. It's not true.
But all you're telling us is that the claim is unfalsifiable, which makes it pseudoscience.
The only way I guess you could recreate this is to be born in a car with blacked out windows, driving at the same speed constant, but it's impossible.
Bruh.
Like, there's no way to recreate this.
If you went to a doctor and he told you you're dizzy, right? You're really dizzy. You need to take these pills. But you knew you weren't dizzy. Would you take the pills?
I don't take pills from doctors, but no. So
well, let's say he told you.
He can't answer a question, guys.
Would you believe him? Would you believe him if you knew you weren't dizzy?
No.
You're dizzy.
No.
Why? Well, let's say the reason that you don't feel it, he tells you don't feel it because you were born dizzy and you just gotten used to it. Would you believe him then?
I mean, no.
Well, that's kind of what they're saying. Like, oh, you can't feel the Earth spinning because you were born on the Earth that was spinning, and you just can't feel it because it's spinning in all these different directions, and you've gotten used to it. It's the same thing.
No, they say we evolved to be dizzy or not be dizzy.
We just have to get used to it.
Well, I mean, I don't know why we're going through all this. Because Aries' failure disproves the motion of the Earth. No, Eric, listen, I'm going to explain Aries' failure to you. Right? I'm going to just explain what it is that he did. Right? When there's a medium in motion and light passes through it, it gets deflected into the direction of the motion. Right? If you were looking at a light through running water, that light would appear deflected into the direction of the motion of the water. So what Airy did is he took a telescope, looked at it with just through air, and then he looked at it through water, and there was no deflection because of the motion of the Earth to deflect the light by some amount. There was no deflection. Okay, this proves that the Earth is not in motion. The effect that he's trying to observe is called the Foucault effect. Right? It's well documented. It's experimentally verified. You can do it yourself. Proves the Earth is not in motion. Proves it. Unequivocally. So I don't even know why we're having this conversation. Disproven in the 40s or 20s or whenever he did it. Posted it, by the way.
Textbooks.
I posted a link to the experiment.
How do you explain this? If the Earth moves, right, in one direction 1,000 miles an hour, let's say you take off in a plane, right? Now, your plane's moving with the Earth, correct? Is that what you believe? So that's the reason that it doesn't matter?
No, I don't believe it moves with the Earth, no.
Well, no, I'm talking to the guy that we're trying to...
What did you ask?
So if you take off in a plane, right, and the Earth is moving in one direction at 1,000 miles an hour, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you're moving with the Earth. Is that correct? At 1,000 miles an hour automatically. So conservation of momentum. You know about that?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on which way you're going, I guess, right?
Yeah. So depending on which way you're landing, let's say you're going to land at like a north-northwest runway or a south-southwest runway. If the Earth is only moving in one direction at 1,000 miles an hour, how does it not make any difference which way you land the plane on the Earth?
This is my question.
Well, it's a good question.
It's being asked again.
He stole it.
You would have to hit a moving runway no matter what, bro.
You would have to hit a moving runway.
You can't say that the plane would treat the Earth as stationary no matter which direction it's trying to land, because it's moving independently of the Earth.
Like, as an example, I jump out of airplanes. We have contests where we can land on a dime or a beer cap. If the ground was moving as we were trying to land on that, it might make it a little more difficult.
Yeah, you would tumble. The plane would be trying to hit. It would have to have Dyson ball wheels, and it would still tumble because it would be trying to hit a moving runway. That ends the argument. Ends it. You can't get out of that one. Explain it. Explain how a plane treats the Earth as stationary. You see the runway up ahead, and it's just right there, and you're just aiming at it, and then you land safely on the runway. How can you explain that if Earth is moving only in one direction, that the plane treats the runway the same way no matter which direction, which angle the runway's at? Please walk us through the logic of that. Go ahead, go.
I mean, isn't the movement so small from like what you're observing?
1,000 miles an hour. That's a literal speed.
Yeah, but you have to think about the size of the Earth, like something moving at
1,000 miles an hour.
You're talking about a moving plane. You're talking about a moving plane trying to hit a runway in any which direction, right? Independently of the Earth's spin. You get that the size doesn't matter anymore because now the Earth is literally spinning 1,000 miles an hour below you.
Yeah, but I mean, it takes the Earth. So 1 point on the Earth, I mean, is technically taking like 24 hours to rotate.
Yeah,
so I mean,
but
you're
that's
talking
the
about a
trick, bro.
movement that is so
That's the
minimal
trick. It doesn't
that.
matter about that. Doesn't apply to the situation.
Why would you
doesn't apply
compare
to the
like,
situation? It doesn't apply anyway because one rotation, thinking about it as one rotation does not make the speed less.
It's like over 1,000 feet per second moves, dude.
15,000 feet per second.
Say this new perspective. That's like saying I'm driving down the road and I hit the wall at 50 miles an hour, but I should be fine because there were no rotations per minute. Genius, thanks.
You're talking about a small scale observable thing, though.
Unbelievable.
Like,
I just
no.
That
way. That's how they've tricked you. They've tricked you into thinking it would be less than the hour hand. It'd be moving slower than the hour hand of a clock. But bro, if that clock was as big as the circumference of the Earth, the hour hand would be moving at 1,000 miles an hour. They've tricked you into thinking because it's one rotation over a period of time, it's a certain degrees or a certain amount of compared to the whole, it's less. That's how they tricked you into thinking it's less. It's not less. It's the same speed. It's a literal speed of 1,000 miles an hour that you'd be trying to land a plane on. You can't say
over 1,000
that no matter which direction you're landing, it'd be the same. You can't say it. It ends the argument right there. You can't get out of that logically. Think about it.
A marble moving at 1,000 miles per hour, it's small, and a aeroplane moving at 1,000 miles per hour is a large aeroplane, still the same speed. 1,000 miles per hour is 1,000 miles per hour. It doesn't matter the size of the Earth. It's trying to land on a runway moving 1,000 miles per hour. How does that happen? That was from north to south.
Let me just say this for the record. Hold on. It's 1,500 feet per second. 118 grain round traveling at 1,500 feet per second is over 600 pounds of energy, and I can put it in my pocket. Thanks.
Yeah, you can't get out of this one, bro. This one ends it. It ends it. Sorry.
I don't think it does because I mean, pilots are constantly.
How it makes no difference.
Pilots are constantly.
How it makes no difference.
Are you a pilot?
No, I'm not a pilot, but I mean, a plane isn't just going to hover in the same spot. They're constantly making corrections to like move around. Like, I don't.
Do you think that they account for the spin of the Earth when they land? Do you think they do that?
Go ahead. Let Jenny talk real quick.
Oh, I was just kind of wondering if he was also possibly maybe an engineer, because I really don't think he can explain this one. I
mean, are you an
don't-
engineer?
I mean, unless I don't
Regardless,
think he can
dude,
top.
Walk us through the logic of
Wow,
it. Walk
this
us
guy.
through why a north-northwest runway and a south-southeast runway would be exactly the same no matter what if the Earth is spinning in one direction.
How do you know it's exactly the same? Have you flown a plane?
No, I'm saying, well, that's the thing. Do you ever get in a plane and then see the runway up ahead and see that the plane is trying to hit a moving runway?
Have you ever?
No, we don't see that.
We don't see it.
You would see the runway approaching the plane.
Exactly, we don't see it.
You would see
Yeah, we don't see
the
it.
pilot would have to time it. The pilot would
Which
have to
one of
time
you
it.
is a pilot? I want to hear from a pilot. A
Bro,
first-hand.
we've all
We got
been
a
in
guy who jumps
planes.
out of planes.
Oh,
We got a
yeah,
guy
I've been
who
on
jumps
a
out of
plane.
planes on the panel right now, right? He
Yeah,
would
but you
have
haven't been in the
he would have to
cockpit.
see
You're not
he
flying
would
the
see
plane.
the Earth moving below him and have to jump out of a plane, and he would never jump out of a plane because he would see the Earth moving below him. Because you don't jump into something that's
The
moving.
guy already says
A
1,000
plane is
miles an
moving.
hour. You're talking to someone that thinks 1,000 miles an hour isn't fast. Good
No,
luck,
it's
guys.
fast. I'm just saying that the Earth is so big
No,
that it's
that's
so
so
like it takes
stupid.
24
Yeah,
hours
it's
to move.
Psychotic. I'm not making
From
any
one side to the
rotations
other.
over the
Doesn't
Earth.
matter.
At 200 miles an hour, at 200 miles an hour, how many rotations of the Earth am I doing? When I hit the wall, they had trouble finding my brains, but apparently I should have been fine because I was making no rotations of the Earth. Dude, you can't be this stupid. You got to be possessed. I'm getting my exorcism tech.
You have to literalize
This is
it.
like
You can't
fucking
think
funny.
of it as relative only. The reason that you think of it as less is because they've tricked you into thinking, oh, it's relative to the whole, it's small. But it doesn't matter. Locally, it's fast.
I'm not sure. I just hope he has remedial employment and not something super important.
This is the
'cause
trick
we'd be in
people can't
trouble.
get past. Once they get past this, they can't deny it.
Well, I mean, it was over with
Well,
Aries
if he's-
failure. Like, it was over
Yeah.
then. Like, all of these different
It was
things.
over.
We've
Now
got
it's to kill it.
experiments to
Do you
show.
know what the
Force.
Coriolis
I mean, we've
effect
got-
is? Have you heard of the Coriolis effect?
Yeah. Dude, can I just finish my sentence, please?
Sorry, go
We've got experiments. We've got tons of observations. No one's ever felt the Earth move. No one treats it like it moves. There's no experiment that shows that it moves. There's no reason to believe it moves. Like, that is it.
It's slow because it's big.
Well, if
Yeah.
So the reason you don't feel the spin is either A, because you're not spinning, which Occam's razor would tell you is the most likely answer. Or B, why? Why don't you feel it? Because relative to the whole, it's small. It's only 15 degrees, or it's only one rotation a day. Doesn't matter. It's still 1,000 miles an hour, literally.
And then I just had another thought here. It's small enough to see the boat go over the curve of the horizon of the water bending, but it's big enough that you can't feel 1,000 miles per hour spin. Like, how retarded are those two
Right, the
thoughts?
contradictions are crazy. Do you think boats go over the horizon? It's the same thing. You could see a 25-mile straight line of horizon, but then 4 miles out in front of you, there's a curve big enough to hide a boat. Does that make any sense to you at all? 4 miles out in front of you is going to hide a boat, but you can't see any curve in a 25-mile straight line of a horizon. How does that add up to you? Do you not see the contradiction?
Not even 4 miles.
Okay, well,
Not
I've got
even 4
another
miles.
one.
It's 3.25 miles.
I got another
What
one
height?
with the planes.
6
So
feet.
east to west. So west to east and east to west. Why is the plane duration when you fly the same time? Like if it takes 12 hours to fly from west to east and east to west, it's 12 hours either way. Why is that?
I mean, the plane is moving with the wind too. I mean, that's another. Like the plane is moving with the wind as well.
At 1,000 miles an hour, it doesn't make any difference.
Like you guys are, I mean, like the Earth is okay. So if the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, isn't all the wind right above like the Earth?
So
also
how can the wind
rotating
go?
at
Only
the
goes
same
in one direction? Do you think the wind only goes in one direction?
No,
Yeah,
it
he-
doesn't.
Wind go in every
It goes all over the
Doesn't.
place, dude.
So how is that possible? How is the wind and the
I mean,
earth and
you're
the
saying that it's
atmosphere
Okay,
all
but the wind's not
rotating-
going at 1,000 miles per hour. The wind's not
Yeah.
going at 1,000 miles
Yeah, but
per
he's
hour.
saying that it is. That's
No, I'm not
that's-
saying
my
it
God.
is. I'm saying that it's moving with
He-
Earth at the
with
same.
with
Okay,
Earth
This is
going
the-
1,000
wind
miles.
blows-
Like
direction
Guys,
then.
a speed that doesn't exist or matter is what the plane is moving with. You're talking
Yep.
to children of the corn, guys. I don't know. What do you want?
oh, I-
Children of
we
the
can't get
corn.
through.
This is like fighting against thunder.
Stuck, but he's getting
Okay,
it.
so let me bring
Now
my
he's
other
thinking.
let me
Now
bring
he's
my
thinking.
other
Why don't we
question.
move
Hold
on from this?
Hold on.
Hey, let's Let's move on to curvature or something because this is totally like. I mean, how many ways can we?
Yes.
There's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. This cat has been skinned.
I don't
like
think we're going to get to the bottom of it because none of us are pilots.
So that's
it
one
doesn't really
point that
matter.
he can't get past.
We already got to the bottom of it.
None of us are
I don't
pilots,
know
so
if we're
none
gonna
of us
get to the
know.
bottom of
You
whether
can't
he's
get
busy or
past
not,
it.
'cause
We've
you're
already
not a
been past
doctor.
it,
Look,
dude.
the other thing I wanted to know is what do you guys think is holding us to the ground of Earth? Like, what is it that's holding us down if
Here we
gravity
go.
doesn't exist?
Things that are less dense than the air
Why
go
does-
down. Things that are less dense than the air go up. Things that are more dense than the air go down.
Okay, so then why isn't everything in
if-
like the atmosphere organized
if you're-
according to density?
If you're less buoyant than the medium
are.
you're
Because it's
in, you
differential
will-
Everything in the
heating.
atmosphere is organized according to density.
if
But
you
is
are
it?
something
What are you talking
that
about?
if you or something is
Yeah,
less
it is.
buoyant than the medium it's in, it will float above that medium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
don't
Why
forget-
do helium balloons go up?
Why do we have a gradient, a density gradient to the atmosphere?
Yeah, and with the globe, you're supposed to have it completely open, right? You know, for space, but yet we
I mean, don't
have
different
the
gases
pressure,
different
have this
densities?
gas pressure that you cannot have, you know, without a container. I mean, like that's the whole thing.
Gases
We
that
have
are
a
more
container.
dense are definitely lower than the gases that are less.
What is our
Yeah.
container made of?
You
Who
may
knows?
want to
Who
research
cares?
that.
That'd be something to find out, wouldn't it? It'd be nice to find
What's
that out.
containing it all?
We only know what we know. We don't know everything.
Yeah, that's something that you can research.
What color is
But
gravity?
if you eat a
Yeah,
steak,
what color's gravity,
you know-
please?
Yeah. What color? What does it smell like?
I mean, what is
What does it taste like?
what does the container of the Earth smell or look like? What color is
Yeah,
the container of the Earth?
Exactly, yeah. I don't know.
Gravity just be like, how can gravity just act like a force but not actually be a force?
How
Show me
how is it
gravity.
not a force? Is that what you said?
Because it says it's not, because your side says it's not a force. It just acts like a force. What's that mean?
It's not a force, but I've never seen that anywhere.
Well,
I've
you
always
haven't,
seen
you
that
haven't
it is a
studied your
force.
side of the argument well enough to know that they will admit it's not a force. It just acts like a force. Because they're describing density's movement towards its equilibrium as that force. But density has movement because it's moving through a less dense medium. That creates a force. If you lift up your leg, you don't feel a force pulling your leg down. You just feel the weight of your leg. You think that it would be like you would have to have like a suction cup type effect for it to really work the way they want it to work. Because people upside down in Australia relative to where you are in America is not possible otherwise, bro. There would have to be a major force felt for that to be possible.
Yeah, well, gravity does not meet the requirements to make up a force nor a field where a force can manifest within.
So let me throw my 2 cents in here. We're sitting here talking about phenomena like this phenomena or that phenomena. It's nothing to do with the shape of something. Absolutely zero. So do you have any? So I'm going to ask you a question. Do you know of now, either in or in the past, at any time, that curvature of the surface of the Earth has been directly measured? It's a simple question.
Has the
You know of it.
curvature of the
You know
Earth
when it happened, who did it, or anything. Yeah, curvature of the surface of the Earth been measured.
No, I don't know
Not-
off
we're
the
not-
top of my head who measured the Earth, but I'm assuming you do. So let's go ahead and hear it.
Well, yeah, it's never been measured. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
deal.
Well, how do you
Which is why we're here.
all these phenomena have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, but you guys deny all of them?
Because listen, deny. We don't deny it. We just proved that they exist. Okay,
No, but
we're
it
just
just so
denying
happens
it. We're
that
not
all
sitting
of the
here saying
things
nah.
that globe earthers
We
believe
presented
you also
experiments.
deny.
You're presenting blind faith. You're like, that's the difference. You're just blind faith. Someone said it, I believe it, and there's your argument. That's your argument. Our argument is, look at this experiment, look at this test, look at this
But
test.
your experiments are the same way. If I just looked up random experiments of scientists that I agree with and said, "Oh, look at what this experiment that this scientist did," wouldn't that just be
Okay,
the
we
same
asked
thing?
you for that.
Do it yourself.
But we asked you for that. right?
But the
but I
thing
mean, like,
is,
why?
And you haven't provided
That's
it.
that's the
okay,
same thing that you guys are doing, though. You're just looking up. You haven't done. Have you done the experiment yourself? Like, have you personally done an
we
experiment?
did
Have I done
we
areas
did
failure? No,
things
but you
simple,
can.
more
It's not
simple.
hard.
the
We
thing is,
did
it's been
things more simple
replicated.
than experiments. We
Yeah,
did
but also
measurements.
everything dealing with gravity and the Earth's rotation and all that stuff has been
No,
replicated.
no, 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 no,
If it
no.
hasn't been replicated, then why are
Laser
there
measurements. Laser
laser measurements?
instruments are the most precise measuring tools used in constructions today, in modern mankind construction. The laser is a very reliable tool.
Mm-hmm. And what laser
Yeah.
measurement are you referencing that you are going to use?
These measurements we have done, they have been investigated and approved by the Hungarian government, by the experts, not by random guy on the street. Experts working in the government that deal with topography,
Okay.
the measuring of land and waters. Yeah.
I mean,
So let me explain something to you real quick, right? Phenomenon doesn't mean anything because phenomenon don't prove the shape of something. Can you think of a single experiment that can prove the shape of something? Any type, anything, rack your brain, think of anything that'll prove the shape of something.
any kind of experiment that proves the shape
can
of the
prove
Earth,
the shape of something, the shape of anything, any
shape of
object in
anything.
existence.
Looking at that object and seeing the shape of it.
That's not true. That's not true.
How is that not true?
Because
What are
if
you
I look at,
talking about?
because I can look at a table, if I look at one angle, it looks different from another angle.
That doesn't
So
make any sense.
that doesn't.
If you take
So if you look at a table and you're standing on top of it, it looks like a square. But if you get a 45-degree angle, it'll look like a trapezoid. So that
if I
is not.
put a soccer ball out in a field and take a glance at it, I can see that it's a ball.
But it could be an egg, right? It could be elongated on the side that you can't
crazy.
see, right? No, it could be elongated on the side you can't see.
That does.
Yes or no? It could be elongated on the side you can't see.
Has anyone ever
yes
taken
or
a
no?
step?
Yes or no? Just
No,
answer the
you would
question.
not
Yes
see
or
an
no?
elongated shape of a sphere in a field.
If you were listen, you said if you looked at a soccer ball, you would see a circle, right? Right?
No,
You'd see a
sphere.
circle,
You
and
would
you
see
would
a sphere shape.
You can't see the other side of it. It could be full of freaking. It could be spiked. It could be pretzeled. It could be divoted. It could be anything. Can't prove a shape just by looking at it. You have to measure it, right? You have to actually measure it. The same way carpenters measure things, right? And people that build houses and buildings and railroads and all that stuff, they measure things when they want to know the absolute dimensions of something.
Go ahead and just take a look at any door in your house right now. Is it rectangular shaped, or do you have to measure it to figure it out that it's a fucking rectangle?
I play VR games and shit looks 3D.
Depends
to
on
me.
what angle I'm looking at the door from. It
God,
depends on what
dude,
angle I'm
that's
looking
so
at the door
crazy.
from. So if
That's
I get
insane.
dude, that's not insane. Dude, have you just taken like an entry level art class?
Have you opened your eyes and looked at anything in your entire life? Because I'm pretty sure you have. If you were saying I was lying
So
earlier,
if I look
how
at
are
a
you
door
not lying?
if I look at a door at a 10-degree angle, if I look at a door at a 10-degree angle from the surface, it's going to look like a
taking a step
rectangle.
back from it and looking at the whole thing.
Oh, so you have to be in the correct position. Right?
No, you don't have to be in the correct position. It's just looking at the whole object. You're talking about putting your eyes right up against the object and saying, "Oh, look, see."
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm talking about just offsetting to the surface.
My
right?
point is
So think
that
of
has
it.
anyone
Think
ever
of it.
gone off of
Listen,
the Earth?
think of a checkerboard. Listen, dude. I'm gonna just prove you wrong, real simply. Say you're on an infinitely large checkerboard. Okay, the squares of that checkerboard are going to look like squares at your feet, but off in the distance, they're not going to look like squares, are they? Are they going to look square? The checkers that are off in the distance, say a half a mile away?
Let me go get a checkerboard and throw it out a half a mile away and look at it with a telescope then, or fucking binoculars.
You're being obtuse now, okay?
No, it's not obtuse. You're just talking like
yes,
ridiculous.
you are dishonest.
Nah, it's not
A
dishonest.
child can visualize that concept.
If you
But
take
you are incapable.
No, you're
Round of
asking me.
applause.
You're
Round of
insinuating.
applause for the clown.
No, you're insinuating that no one's taken a step back from the Earth and looked at the shape of it
You're
because it's impossible to
insinuating that
prove the shape of it
nobody.
by looking at it.
What you're insinuating is that nobody in this world ever sit on a railway track and looked all the length of that railway track and see it converge in the distance.
I mean, I'm just saying,
That's
like
what you're
this
saying.
picture, like
You
look in the
deny
live
that.
stream voice text.
You
This is
deny
exactly what you
reality
guys
that you see.
believe. No, I'm not denying anything that I see. I'm just saying that,
Well, when you sit on a railway track, do you see it converge in the distance?
Like at a focal or like a focus point, or what is it?
Converging, not focal, not bullshit lensing. I said
The same random
converging.
words
Do
at
you
this
understand the word?
Converging. You're talking about it looks
Yeah.
like it's coming together at a point in the distance. Is that what
Yes,
you
are they
mean?
coming together? Are they coming together in reality?
I've never looked at a railway like that. Like, I don't understand.
You've never been on a railroad track and looked down it.
No, I've never been on a railroad track.
Okay.
Yeah, what is your most obvious thing that can point us to a globe Earth? Dude, I'm new to this. I want to know as well. What is the most obvious thing? Like, what is the got you moment? If that makes sense. I've seen in debates they say this is the got you moment. What is the most obvious thing that says this is a globe? Because everything that I've seen that I've started looking at this says it's not a globe. So what is this is a globe?
The most obvious thing that I have
Yeah.
seen in my life that shows that this is a globe is a long exposure video of the stars moving through the sky.
Wow, look at
How
the sky.
could you say we're not on the globe
dude. Looking
rotating?
at the sky.
That's pathetic.
Yeah, that
you are seeing the
bad.
sky. Don't you understand that? You're looking at the sky, not the ground.
The stars are moving.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
prove me wrong.
You are not proving
crazy.
anything by looking at the sky. You're not getting.
Do you
understand how dumb this is?
This guy doesn't even know what constitutes proof. He doesn't even know what proof is. He doesn't even know, like, he doesn't even.
What's your most? Okay? So what's your guys' most?
We have three best ones.
I want to ask this guy a really serious question. So listen, if I have a table and I measure its dimensions, right? So say it's a 6 foot by 6 foot table, and I took a tape measure and I measured it 6 feet by 6 feet, right? And the lights above it are doing some weird shit. Does that mean that the table is not 6 feet by 6 feet anymore because the way the lights above the table are moving? Does that magically make the table like morph into a different shape? Because that's what you're telling us. You're telling us, despite the fact that the Earth has no measurable curvature, because the lights above it are doing some certain thing, it must be a ball, which is ridiculous.
Okay, so what do you have that shows that it has no measurable curvature?
Laser tests, long distance observations, 10,000 mile radio transmissions. So listen, I'll ask you a question. What is the longest you think? Okay, the globe is supposed to have a circumference of 24,000 miles. Okay, longest that you think that you can send a radio communication to someone else and talk to them.
The longest?
The furthest, without a satellite. Without a satellite. Yes, without a satellite. The furthest. On the globe, 24,000 mile circumference.
I have no idea because I'm not a radio tower operator.
So the distance, say you're in the north. So if you're in the North Pole, the distance to the equator is quick math, 6,000 miles, right? 6,000 miles to the equator. So I'm on the North Pole. I got a radio transmitter. Someone's on the equator with a receiver. Can I send that person a radio signal and can they pick it up?
If you're on the North Pole, can you send something to somebody?
I'm on the North Pole. They're on the. Yes, a radio signal. Yes, like a walkie-talkie.
Why would you not be able to?
Yeah, how would it occur? Because the Earth is in the way, right? It's a ball. You're on top of the ball. They're on the side of the ball. The radio signal would have to go through the ball.
Radio towers everywhere, right? They relay
no
signals
repeaters,
between
dude.
each other.
No repeaters. No repeaters. No repeaters. No satellites. No repeaters. Direct to point communication. What is the furthest you think it can happen?
Not that far without repeaters and stuff. How would You wouldn't be able to.
So in 1980, they talked from UK to Australia, which is 10,000 miles. There were no repeaters. It was 1918. It was the dawn of radio. Okay. There was no radio repeaters in Africa. There was no radio repeaters in the Indian Ocean. There's no radio repeaters in Southern Europe. Right. So they talked. They did official government communications using a Marconi system 10,000 miles away. Now, how did they do this on a ball of 24,000 mile radius? This is almost like being on the North Pole and sending a radio signal to the South Pole. With no satellites. Remember, I said it's 1918. This is World War I.
I mean, you're pointing to something that I have no idea about. I mean, I am not familiar
You
with
have no idea
Marconi
about many
electronic
things.
systems. I know you maybe have sat here researching it all
Marconi
day
radio.
for many days, but like I don't know about it. So I
Oh, he also did
answer
other
on
stuff. He sent radio transmissions from Newfoundland to England. Okay. They also there's something called the Knickerbein, which is a radar system that would track bombers. The Germans had it during World War II. The only way they could track bombers from that distance, 300 miles away, is if those bombers flew at 12 miles. Airplanes don't even fly at 12 miles now. You're going to fly a bomber that's driven by a propeller at 12 miles altitude. You can't. But this radar system guided targets to bomb England, no problem. Admiral Byrd sent radio signals 9,600 miles to the point where they had a weekly radio show. He sent it from what you call Antarctica all the way to New York City. How did this happen if the Earth's a ball? See, these things are impossible if the Earth's a ball. You ask us, what are our measurements? Those are our measurements. We've directly measured the curvature of the Earth with lasers. We have long distance observations from sea level to shit 300 miles away. When you heard the other guy say the horizon is supposed to be 3 miles away. Okay, at 3 miles, where you see the horizon, and you go to the ocean, you see the horizon. That horizon is only supposed to be 3 miles away. And you know, if you've ever been to the ocean, that the horizon is not 3 miles away. It is much further than that. This is what the globe Earth the radius 3,959 miles predicts, dude. There's no way around it. They have made claims. Using those claims, we can make predictions and we can test them. You can test them. Listen, a lot of people say, why should I believe you? I don't want you to believe me. I want you to go out there and do a test for yourself, right? Test the globe. You believe it. You said that there's nothing that we could show you that would change your mind. Well, change your own mind.
Prove us wrong. He doesn't want to let it go. He's in love with the ball.
I'm not in love with the ball. I'm just saying that you guys just point to a lot of experiments that you just research for like a day and then say, oh, look.
I just pointed to you. Pointed my finger at you. Okay. Pointed my finger at you.
Research for years on the internet, right? What experiments have you guys done yourselves?
I just posted
me to one of your papers.
30 mile an hour. Listen, 30 miles away. That's what I did.
Yeah. I have a boat and a lake.
30 miles an hour away from 15 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
that boat is supposed to be 470 feet below the horizon.
Yeah.
But
I've also been on a ship in the middle of the ocean near Hawaii, and I worked on a ship, and I'll tell you that I've seen ships disappear in the distance, all right?
Oh, that's right. But then if you zoom back in, they actually are being pulled over the curve, right?
Zoom back in.
You're a moron.
Yeah.
I can't zoom my eyes.
You can zoom right back in with standing still right there and make that boat come back from disappearing.
Yeah, show me that then.
We just did in the chat, but you don't even look at the chat.
Where? I've been looking at the chat this whole time. Which one? You sent it so many
Wow, this guy.
Livestream voice text.
Yeah, he should be making a list.
This guy
checking it twice.
has not been looking at anything.
No, I hope he's been making a list at least.
Black Swan.
Yeah, that he needs to go and research.
Boats being disappearing and coming back over the edge. Everything that we show is something that you can prove to yourself. But you cannot go to space and prove space exists. You have to believe it exists. In your model,
blind belief is called fanaticism.
Blinded. Yep.
See, there's a fundamental difference between our position and the globe Earth position. You can yourself test and validate all our claims. You don't have to believe anything we say. Not a word of it. You can test it yourself. We can demonstrate every claim, period. We don't say it. It's that simple.
And you can't demonstrate one of your claims. Not a single one.
I mean, all you're doing is just sending GIFs of this, but how do you know the actual distance between the
The
ships?
Google map, and of course you can go there and test it yourself. Stop saying that.
But
Stop
what have
saying
you
it.
done? Did you do
We
it?
have tested it ourselves.
You have.
This is a flat earther that has tested it.
Okay, and I can point to a globe earther
Oh my God,
scientist.
this
that
guy
has
is not
seen
real. He is not real.
Point to him. What's his name?
I think it's an
Hold on,
AI.
point to
I
him.
think
What's
we
his
should
name?
get AI.
Listen, if
He
you don't
truly-
produce, hey, Justin, hold on. If you don't produce, you're being muted. Okay, it's that simple. Produce. You said you can point to a scientist. Point to him. Point to him.
Point to your flat earther.
Dude, we've been doing it the whole time. Oh my God. Please just mute
muting this guy.
We have proved to you
You
this
guys
whole
can't
time
handle,
in the
like-
chat, talking to you,
Hey, man,
and you
somebody
have
else
done
muted.
nothing to us. You have not proved anything to us at all. Nothing.
He said not quite a dozen, 5 dozen times.
I never said
He said there's
nuh-uh.
somebody I don't know,
We've
but they must have
answered
done it.
every single question of yours as well. Every single one. And anything that we ask,
And showed the
you just
evidence.
obfuscate and ask another fucking question. This whole time.
Look,
You don't even
guys
listen to
get
yourself.
really
Guess what?
heated.
You can go and record. You can go back and listen to yourself because it's all live recorded. Thank you. On YouTube, 24/7. Oh, 2 different channels too, because we're that live.
Well,
And
if
you
you
are
went back and
now-
listened to yourself, you would see that you're like getting heated over like somebody
You're
just
a
having a different
fucking
position.
moron.
than
That's
you.
why I'm getting heated.
He's heated over your attitude.
You're
I
now
have
Heated
no
over your
attitude.
attitude and your dishonesty. Okay,
You
we
have
don't
been
like dishonest
exposed, my
people.
friend. You have been exposed as
Exposed
a
as
complete
what?
moron.
As dishonest.
Complete moron that will just laugh at anything that he just thinks is laughable.
Waiting for that scientist that you're going to show that contradicts what we did. So let's see it, dude. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, let me
I
spend
asked
a
you
day
already,
researching into
where
this
are the
so we can get
global,
back
where
to
are
you,
the
but-
measurements of curvature?
Obfuscating
You already
again.
admitted that you already admitted that you don't know of any measurements of curvature. We have measurements of curvature. And then you say, well, there must be some scientists that already did it. There isn't. We've been doing this for a long time. I remember 4 years ago, someone came in here with 3 PhDs and said, well, there must be a laser test that proves curvature to debunk yours. I'll be back. He's never been back.
Mm-hmm.
It was 4 years ago. We're still waiting. Dan, if you're out there, anytime now.
He thought he was the Terminator.
He was like, well, if flat earthers did all these laser tests and there's more globe earthers, it's safe to say there must be more globe earth laser tests. So yeah, okay, go find them.
I
He's
just
like,
gotta
yeah,
ask.
I'll be right back. He still hasn't been
I don't
back.
think
We're
we've
still
ever
waiting
done
for
a
Dan.
Hentai, is it
one.
not that? Is it just not that obvious that it's not a globe? Is it really not that obvious that it's not a globe? That's a legitimate question.
No, it's
Listen,
not obvious
there
at
is
all.
not a single
Oh
globe
my
earther.
god!
There is not a single laser measurement demonstrating the surface of the Earth of water is curving, right? And you know damn well they've gone out and done them. They're just never going to release the result because the result shows that water is flat and it's not curving anywhere. And if water's not curving, it's not a ball because the Earth is supposed to be 72% water. And you're not going to have a 72% flat ball.
It's really not that obvious to you. Are you being honest when you say that? It's really not that obvious to you.
I mean, obviously it's not obvious to me, or else I would be just agreeing with your echo chamber of everything being flat.
Okay.
Echo
like you are.
chamber.
Chamber.
Actually, can I pick up on that? Can I pick up on that for 2 minutes? Can I
That
pick
was
on
a
that?
real
Can I pick up on that for 2
legitimate
minutes?
question.
Come on, guys.
Can I pick up on that for 2 minutes? Can you define
Yeah.
echo chamber for me?
Crypto, take this, please.
Can you define echo
I
chamber?
would define echo chamber as a chamber where everything is just echoing your own thoughts around to where everything agrees with you.
No,
Okay,
it's
so
not
can you
that it's
tell me?
agreeing.
Am I good?
Yeah, go for it. Sorry, man.
Okay, so can you tell me any mainstream news media that will tell you anything other than the Earth is a ball?
No, I can't.
Okay, so are you in an echo chamber?
No, because I don't watch mainstream media.
Okay, can you think of any media, any school, anything at all, in fact, other than this and similar Discord channels that will tell you that the Earth isn't a ball?
They have conventions. You have flat Earth conventions, don't you? Something like
Oh,
that.
okay, so a random convention and a Discord channel. Anything else?
Don't you guys?
Anything else?
And the other guy just said
We
that
let crypto
Hungary.
finish this,
Hungary
please.
has
Anything
some
else?
laser. The other guy just said that Hungary has some laser tests that.
Okay,
the
that's
scientists have verified.
amazing. I'm talking about your environment.
My environment. Well, in my
Yeah.
environment, no one even talks about the shape of the Earth. So I mean.
Yeah. So, are you in an echo
That's
chamber?
a lie.
Yeah.
And no, I wouldn't say that I am.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, you.
Okay, you are by definition of echo
I'm
chamber
literally
in an
in a
echo
place.
chamber.
I'm literally in a place right now where everyone
He is.
disagrees with me. How am in an?
Okay,
How am I in an echo
okay.
chamber?
What
Again,
the hell are you?
Again, Justin, 1 second, please. Again, we're not talking about this place. We're talking
Okay.
about your day-to-day environment.
Yeah, my day-to-day environment doesn't really involve the shape of the Earth, so.
Actually, every single news station that you can possibly imagine has a
Don't
globe on
watch
the front.
news.
People talk about space. That's like, okay, but you think you live on a ball, so clearly it's gone in somewhere.
Why?
The point.
Hold on a second. Let me say. You said that people went to space. How did you find that out?
Reading it online.
Oh, okay. In the echo chamber. That's
You're
online.
lying.
Yeah.
How am I lying? Like that's how I found out about
Because
it
you
online.
you watch TV. You watch
I
news
don't watch
channels.
TV. I don't.
Yes, you did.
I literally do.
Guys, am I going to be cool to finish this, or shall I just not bother?
Please
you
bother.
can finish. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. But I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to everyone else.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because I won't bother, or I can bother, but I need people to shut up. Okay, cool. So, you live in an environment where every single place that you go to online, other than this place, says that the Earth's a ball.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, okay. How does that not qualify as an echo chamber?
I mean, no one's discussing it, right? I mean, it's not even being brought into question or being discussed. So, I mean, like,
People
how
talk
is
about
that really...
space. People talk about the globe constantly.
I mean, yeah, I guess I'm in an echo chamber in that sense. Sure, why not?
Well, in the objective sense, you are in an echo chamber, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we can move on.
I'll give you that.
Cool.
Fine.
You still don't get it anyway.
Why don't you complain about that?
Wait. I need to make a very important point here. If he wasn't in a chamber at all, he wouldn't have gas pressure. You know, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is an echo chamber.
Do you realize how important that makes you be when you're just in echo chamber? When we don't need you at all we can do is just get an echo chamber and get the same response. It's like talking to a wall, dude. You're absolutely presenting nothing. An echo chamber, which could be an inanimate object. You qualify for that, bro. Great job.
Science and natural sciences are also an echo chamber. Science itself.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily all an echo chamber because there are scientists that disagree on many things.
No, science does not work with belief.
That's the whole reason why there's like
make
the
belief.
whole,
No, science does not work with make believe. I believe. I want to believe. It doesn't work with that.
He has no idea
beliefs
what real
have
science
no
is. He
ground.
does not know what real science
Here's a good
is.
one.
It's obvious. Does not know.
Here's a good one. Are there any scientists who are flat earthers?
I'm pretty sure there's a couple.
Okay. What do you think their reasoning is for thinking the Earth's flat?
I have no idea. It probably just comes down to the individual. I'm pretty sure some people have done experiments that have led them to believe certain ways, and then others are probably just contrarians that want to believe something taboo, and then some others, I mean, it just really depends on the person.
Do you think maybe experiments that proved the Earth wasn't moving would be one of them?
Yeah, that could be one of them, but I'm just saying that couldn't you also have scientists that are doing experiments to prove the exact opposite? I mean, you have scientists trying to disprove each other all the time.
Yeah,
about all kinds
fantastic.
of stuff.
So then what scientists' job is to do those experiments and then to present us their methodology and their data, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so George Airy has presented us Airy's failure. Correct?
Yeah, you're presenting only one guy. I mean, like,
Okay.
who
So
else is
I'm
citing
asking for, I mean, we can go into the Sagnac experiments, we can go into all sorts of other stuff. You're presented with Airy's failure, though. So,
Okay.
So then the question is who's countering that? Who's got an experiment that counters that?
I have no idea. I didn't even know about the Aries failure experiment until you guys brought it up. So I mean, how would I know who's countering it if I've never even
Fantastic.
looked?
So then the question is that if these experiments exist that prove the Earth isn't moving, and there's no experiment that proves it is moving, then there's no reason to believe that it's moving.
I mean, I would have to look into it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You mean you haven't? You came here unprepared? With no
Well,
evidence?
I mean, you guys I didn't even come in here to start arguments with you. I just asked a simple question and then went into a whole like, oh, you're wrong. Prove that you're right. It's like, dude, I
What
was
question
just
did you
asking
ask?
you a question. I can't even remember now because it's gotten so off track.
No. You didn't ask a question. I asked you a question.
We want people to challenge what is going on in their heads. That is a major part of this. You have to be able to suspend your incredulity and just, engage with the topic just at face value. And then, by logic and using your grey matter, you will come to a point with all these gentlemen having made very credible arguments that there is something here that needs further investigation. If you have not come to that point until now, you may never get there. You sound pretty defeated to me, dude.
No, I'm not defeated. I mean, I still don't believe you guys. So, I mean, how am I defeated?
Because you've presented nothing.
Well, all you have is a religion because you mention every phrase the word believe. What you believe. That means that you do not know. Yeah, that means that you don't know real science and natural sciences. You don't know physics. You don't know what gravity is and where it belongs, actually.
Well, we have laser tests and infrared, which appears to show up to 1,000 miles of flat level land. Is there anything that shows the ball that isn't like a curved lens adding curvature to the horizon or whatever?
No, I have no idea.
Because I think a lot of this stuff is, from the curved lenses and the CGI of NASA. I think that a big misunderstanding about perspective has made us think that it's a ball when it's not a ball at all.
Look, you guys can go ahead and discuss upon yourselves. I'm reading this FE Core Aries failure thing right now, so trying to read
that's a good PDF to start with. Yeah, it is a very good start.
Well, Aries failure basically tries to see if the Earth is moving by saying that either we're moving and or the surface, the sun, moon, and stars are moving. Now, if we're moving, it would be like moving through some sort of substance like, say, an ether. It would be like going through the rain. The rain in this case would be the ether, the substance of space that you'd have to be moving through. And notice how the rain appears to come straight down, but if you move through the rain, you have to kind of tilt your umbrella forward a little bit because you're moving through the rain. That's what they basically said is happening with Aries failure. They knew that through the telescopes, they were trying to look at the stars, and they had to tip them like that umbrella. They had to tip them to get the light to come in at the right angle. So something was moving, making you have to tip the telescope a certain angle. But the question is the Earth moving? So Airy reasoned that if we are moving, I'm going to fill this telescope with water, and I'll have to tip the telescope even more to get the right angle. But he noticed something. This is where the failure comes in. He didn't have to tip the telescope anymore. because the light was already coming in at the right angle, probably by implication because the Earth is not moving. Otherwise, he'd have to tip that telescope more after it was filled with water to get the light to come in at the right angle if the Earth was moving.
Even Einstein admitted there's no optical experiment that can prove the Earth is rotating.
So,
all right. Well, I got all these links here. I have it all opened up in my internet browser. I'll take a look through them. I got to run, but I have it all open. I'll read. I got to go talk to one of my other friends.
Take your time.
Enjoy.
Take your time.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Come back.
I'll look through all of this stuff.
Do it.
I'll do my homework.
Do it.
Sounds like a smart guy.
Thank
you. Well, I mean, you must have just got here.
Oh my god, dude! I'm still new to this.
You missed the 1 hour
I
train
can
wreck.
debunk that guy so quick.
If you think about this, you know, you don't have to do any tests. Just search your memory. Where did you ever stand on this flat Earth and say to yourself, wow, look at the ball? You've never done that. Because it should be so apparent that you can see it with your naked eye. You don't need a telescope. You don't need a camera. You don't need anything.
The first video I ever watched of Flat Earth already said to me, whoa, question this. The second video made me realize we don't live on a ball. Then I mentioned it to a friend, which told me, which I lost because I mentioned it to him, which told me, keep your mouth shut. Then I thought, fuck that, and I'm going to get it out again. And it's just so damn obvious.
What? I thought you had to be there tomorrow. We can do it next day. Tuesday?
God Rock in your hot mic.
Yeah, there we go.
He always
Fucking
does.
hot mic.
Oh, sorry. I thought he was fucking
When did
responding
that
to me.
happen?
Not you. It's God Rock.
No,
He
does this all the time.
It was just so
pattern with him.
It was so weird for me. Like, it was so easy for me to realize. And this guy was like, no. He loves his little ball. Come on, shame. It's his little hot water bottle in winter. Shame. Keep him happy.
I think we all know how it feels to be in that space where you start thinking, it's flat. So,
no, to be honest, it was too easy for me.
Cut the guy some slack. I know I was in a state of confusion for absolutely months, because I didn't know that there were other people that I could talk to. So, and I'm not the world's most smart woman. I'm not. My God. What I knew about science when I got here was like dangerous.
For me now, it's just I want to know what we live on now. For me, it was easy to debunk the ball.
I wait for that moment when I can hear people, something has clicked in their heads. I mean, people's ego get in the way. They want to appear smart. You know, it's not easy to convince people. It's not.
I think it's fascinating when it's not that they want to look smart, but that they're terrified, that they're actually scared.
Yes.
I find that very fascinating. I feel like somebody should write a book about that or something.
Well, it's hard to come to grips with your own ignorance. I mean, for me, plowing into scientific topics and stuff, oh my God, it was like, but I had to do that work. I didn't enjoy it. It's not my usual thing. But I felt that it pressed on me to such a degree. You know, I'm a human. I want to know what the hell is going on around me. And if someone is trying to sell me a bridge, you know, I want to go and check it out first.
Yeah, I have a question. If you were on a superfluid liquid helium lake on a boat, and let's say the helium doesn't climb the boat and fill it, so you can float, and you need to row to get to the shore, from the middle of the lake, how long will it take you to get to the shore?
How would you propel yourself in the first instance if you're stationary?
Yeah.
Like,
well, when you row with your...
oh, okay, with the oar.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're gonna have to do some calculations because
Like
if
on
you
a
have,
boat. Yeah, let's
okay,
say on a normal lake.
so you're gonna have no friction
the same size.
and
It
so
will take you. It will take you like 1 hour to get to the shore when you row from the middle of the lake. But now you're on this other lake, which is with superfluid helium.
well, I guess you can just put your little pinky in the water and just row with that, and you'll get there super fast.
No, actually, you can row forever. You will not move 1 millimeter.
Oh yes,
At
that's
all,
true
yeah.
because you need something to push off of. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
It is liquid, but it's actually, you see, the current, it flows in both directions without any drag or restriction. So you cannot, you are in a frictionless environment. Yeah, so you cannot push yourself off it.
God, I've learned so much since I've been here.
Yeah.
The thing is, you have to make people stretch their. I mean, I had to make huge stretches, you know, in my knowledge to get to the point where I wanted to be on this Discord and have people, you know, say to me, "Yeah, what are you doing here?" You know.
Yeah.
I want to get to the point where when someone asks me a question, I can answer them. And that's basically why I also joined this Discord, is because, yeah, I'm obviously learning as well. And I want to be able to answer people. And I think I got a lot of the answers already, but I learn every day. I learn today as well. I binge watch and I learn and I learn and I learn. And it's not that I believe everything that I say. Everything makes logical sense. I will only answer something that makes logical sense. I will not answer something that I do not understand myself.
Me neither. I will not propose something if it's not cannot be proven in a lab, you know, demonstrated by an experiment. I will not propose something, you know. And about gravity, for example, they make all these magical claims and supernatural powers and stuff like that, or the vacuum, but they are actually not there. You cannot manipulate gravity because it doesn't exist. But if you look to liquid helium, there is the place where you find all the supernatural powers of this world. That's where the secrets are.
Yeah, that's like when Kiwi was here and he was talking about if you had to try and prove that evolution could have worked. If you go right back, all the way back to that first moment, it's not feasible. It couldn't have happened. But I don't think, you know, people just don't think.
I've never believed in evolution.
They don't follow a train of thought. And that does take some discipline. I mean, if you ever want to learn anything, you have to put in the work.
You see, the probability of Big Bang was such a high probability. I mean, it had all the chances. It's not possible to happen. And only one chance in trillions of chances to happen. And it did happen. but evolution is trillion times worse.
Now, why the hell would people find comfort in the thought that that was like the event? That was what actually happened. Is it nihilism?
No,
What makes people so accepting of that idea?
because they don't have to obey the rules of the Bible. Okay, yeah, let's not go into the Bible. I think all the religions point to the same thing, but I think it's all got to do with they don't want to feel that someone else is in control. They don't want to have a boss above them. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
So they don't want to. Yeah, I think that's what it's all
Be
down to.
accountable.
They want to be their own boss. That's what it is.
The gods.
Yeah. And evolution gives it to them. They own. And yeah.
That
No, I
image
think
of globe Earth, I see it as a church, which you pray to it, you look at it, you adore it, you worship it. Go ahead, Ariel.
I think honestly that people are browbeaten, people are downtrodden. You know, for someone to be presented with, you come from nothing. You know, it's all a big cosmic. It's a joke, really. You know, none of this could have existed. And then the whole vacuum of space. You know, so many galaxies. You know, it's just a vast space of nothing. It makes you feel so inconsequential. And I mean, that's the way the world wants you to feel. So you're already feeling defeated, you know, by having to take these ideas on board. I think it's damaging.
Well,
If you look to
I don't know if it's the vacuum space so much as it's the backwards engineering from radius of 3,959 miles. Because this like determines where things are in relation to this ball Earth. And this is where these astronomical numbers come from. And so the how is the frictionless environment that is the space, but the distances and the ridiculous that things that are ridiculous in that way come from the presupposition that Earth is a sphere in the first place.
When I look at all of this, Elijah, I think, you know, I think these people who are presenting all of these lies and putting them at our feet as if they are pearls, I think these people are extraordinarily inventive, and the way they have backwards engineered things, and the way they have, you know, okay, then you can have special relativity. You know, they are really, oh my God, they really are a formidable foe if you think about it, because they can make things seem plausible in a sort of a passing. If you don't hunker down and you really take a hard look at something, you know, you can just accept it. It's very sort of persuasive in a, I don't know in what way, but I mean that's the knack that they have.
In a collective kind of way, because I guess they're playing on some of weaknesses by putting the numbers against us, which again is why they have all these statistics and all of these numbers based on just models. Nobody even knows how many people are on the earth. They use these, you know, vast numbers to say, oh, this amount of people think this amount of people think that. That's, you know, it's all ridiculous.
Doctors used to believe or used to say that cigarettes used to help asthma. I'm an asthmatic. I vape. I used to smoke cigarettes. I stopped smoking in 2012. I just vape now. I'm addicted to nicotine. But doctors used to say that smoking helps asthma. And everyone believed it. So, and now they're proven wrong. It doesn't help
I was
how many people
feeling
believe
better
whatever.
when I was young, like 7 years years old. I had problems with asthma, and it would help me if I was sitting next to smoke, inhale the smoke.
Yeah,
So
I've
I
heard
became
that
a
before.
smoker. But since I smoke weed, I completely forgot about asthma.
Oh wow, yeah, but it's obviously now known as a non-thing that smoking is not good for asthma. But I do know of a few people like yourself that smoke and it helps the asthma. For me, it does the complete opposite. It closes my chest like really badly. Vaping's help, but even vaping closes my chest. So I'm
Well,
just what I'm trying to
vaping
get
is
is
not. I don't recommend vaping because it's most likely you're using glycerin, and
yeah.
that can condensate into your lungs. It will condensate into your lungs, and it's not a.
Nah,
Yeah.
you're just gonna develop pneumonia from vaping. That's what.
Yeah, yeah. So, but let's not get to the point of what that is. What I'm trying to get at is that the doctors were saying that it is a remedy for asthma, and it's actually not a remedy for asthma. But everyone believed it. That's what I was trying to get at.
What's the remedy for asthma? I didn't hear.
Smoking. The doctors used to recommend smoking for asthma.
Are you serious? Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, back in the
Google
days,
it. Yeah, Google
it
it.
was so. Yeah.
That was recommended by doctors.
I think asthma was a side effect of being vaccinated. I'm not sure, but I think that's what it was. All those vaccination they gave you as a newborn, I think one of the side effects was that shit.
Oh, I never knew that.
Because that's something that only happens in first world countries. Think about that. You don't hear about asthma being something in a third world country. They don't go through all that shit.
That's actually true, eh? And yeah, okay, I'm in South Africa. We were at that time when I was born a first world country. We're no longer a first world country for known reasons, but we'll not get into those politics. But yeah, it does make sense.
But don't they have the V word in the third world countries too?
Oh yeah, we do. It's absolutely retarded, and I'm completely against it.
By V word, do you mean very stupid people?
No, the Van
the
Scene V word.
The vaccination.
Right, I see.
But somebody just said that they don't have asthma in third world countries, but they do here. And I was just making that point, like,
Oh yeah, but
vaccination
is prevalent everywhere. I mean, you're not gonna find it unless you go into like the woods where people live in trees.
I know, but you guys were just trying to correlate asthma being caused by that.
But there's differences, right?
It's one of the side effects of being vaccinated.
But there's differences, right? Like for instance, I'm not sure we all get vaccinated for the same things. Like in different countries, like you get vaccinated for the thing that's prevalent over there. Funny enough, because for some reason, the mosquitoes in South America and abroad, they're just like ultimate, like they're ultimate disease carriers or something, right?
Yeah,
No,
what
that's
the
not
fuck's
true.
up with that? That old
They blame the
malaria shit.
mosquitoes.
Look. What's the
Yeah.
difference between that and me saying, yeah, some dude ate some bat in China, and now there's this whole thing that we got to shut
Yeah.
the earth down for? It kind of sounds like that, doesn't it? These mosquitoes flying
Oh
around
yeah.
is giving.
Actually, I got to point out a very big difference between those two. When you're eating something, it passes through your digestive system, and your digestive system has the potential to destroy things. But when a mosquito bites you, or a syringe pricks you, or you get your blood directly contaminated by something else, whether it's blood or something that's not blood, there's no. It affects your body in a very different way. It's not like eating something.
Is that true? Because let's take the AIDS virus, for example. There's a lot of things going on. So is it the gay sex? Is it the syringes?
or is it the substance that you're putting in your body that's killing your immune system? Which one is it?
It is the vaccines and the sex.
I've got a question. Why do they call it a damn? Why do they call
Number 3
COVID?
option.
Why do they call COVID a disease? That's what annoys the shit out of me. It's not a disease; it's a virus.
They should call it something else.
It's neither. It's a problem with their
Yeah,
imagination.
yeah. So it's neither. But you know what I mean. You know what I'm getting at. It's not a disease.
Yeah, the virus is the television.
Yeah.
But they should stop calling it a disease because it's not a disease. The flu is not a disease. Apparently, it's a.
Think about what that word means. It just means dis-ease, as in your body is in dis-ease.
Correct.
Well, they said it was sexually transmittable, so.
Oh my god.
Everything's on the table now.
Dude, I got the flu twice now. I haven't been sick in 3 years. I got the flu twice this year. My wife got it from her work. They wear masks and shit. I work from home. I got my own business. She got it from work. And if COVID is so damn contagious, why did she get the flu and not COVID? No, man, that's a bunch of nonsense.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous because, all right, I'm thinking about this today, and I'm like, if people are so afraid of this and if people are dying in such numbers, why hasn't traffic died down? You know, I noticed that the fucking traffic is still the fucking same, if not worse.
Oh yeah.
I was arguing with somebody the other day, and I said, right, we're going to get in my car, and we're going to go to every freaking graveyard, and you show me where all these people have been buried. I got so upset.
It's crazy because like, you know, this is like the reason that the question why would they lie kind of irks me, because I'm like, you don't even understand what you've been manipulated to accept. Because for instance, with this whole thing, it was like, okay, they're talking about COVID. Okay, that's cool. You know, I don't really give a shit. People believe what they want.
432.
And now it wasn't until God rocking your hot mic again. It wasn't until they started saying, "Hey, your family member died of this thing," and now there are friends of mine that are emotionally attached to this thing because they think that this thing took their relatives out.
Yeah.
And that's what makes me upset, because I'm like, well, now I can't freely say what is true because people are emotionally invested, and you can't just go around saying shit's not true. You know what I mean? Because that would be irresponsible. Simply because they're taking. Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Yeah. So my best mate's father-in-law got this whole inverted commas COVID virus, and he was in ICU for a month. He's got diabetes or some shit. Granted, yes, he was in ICU, but it was just, for me, it's just a flu. It could be flu, it could be anything, because there's people that die of flu. There's more people that die of flu. It could just be a bad case of flu.
Whatsoever. By the way, we usually use the Mexican beer term here.
Don't say the word.
Yours? Okay. Oops.
May I just point something out to everybody? Just when these people talk, you have to listen to them, because they'll call it the novel, Mexican beer.
Yes.
With the 19. Then they'll call it just the Mexican beer, or they'll call it Mexican beer 19, which are three separate subject matters. Because they can say Mexican beer 10 times, which means common cold, and you're just hearing what you want to hear and what you perceive to be whatever coming from this person's mouth. And then the one time they'll throw in that novel CV, it means something else, completely different. It's that foreign thing that's going to be, punched into you.
True.
So they don't use these when these people speak. That they speak very specifically. Most of the time, they've got a weird way of speaking, and certain words don't mean certain things, and the language is different. And I keep on saying to people, doesn't matter which country you're from. If you're from Germany, ask your government if they speak German. Just ask them a simple question. You will be very surprised at what answer you will get back. Not might get back, will get back. If you're in an English-speaking country, ask them, do you speak English? Are you speaking to me in English now? It might sound very dumb, but I'm telling you, you'll be surprised. And that's it. I'm going to be quiet because if lunatics are listening, I don't want to commit suicide or anything. It's good luck.
I did a funny experiment today. I did a funny experiment today. When I was at the traffic lights waiting to cross the street, there were people around me, and I faked myself like sneezing, and all the people, all of the sudden, they took distance away from me. They moved like I was having black plague,
Man,
Did
It was
you
very funny. Yeah.
unzip your jacket and say some weird word?
Look, right from the start, what did they do? They got that Neil Ferguson guy to punch some dodgy numbers into his special software that he'd been using for the past 15 years. He came up with all these like ghastly scenarios where absolutely millions of people were going to topple over the next day. And then immediately they had this lovely CGI image of a virus. And if you saw an actual slide, which I saw very, very quickly, of an actual slide under a microscope, the contrast in and I'm just looking at stuff on the internet now, and the CGI is phenomenal. And when they said it was something brand new, it wasn't one or the other. It didn't fall into the SARS or into the corona part of when they said they had mapped the genome. They only actually found very few base pairs that they could present, and then they had a computer fill in the rest of the information. And if you ask anybody, the CDC, the World Health Organization, anyone, they can't give you a sample of it. They can't present you with proof that it exists.
Yeah, how it looks
Because
under the
it's
microscope,
new.
a photograph.
Just
Yeah.
comment on something you said. They can't see it with an actual microscope or anything that's actually seeing, like in the way we would define seeing. They don't.
Say electron microscope.
Yeah.
There's a new microscope now. I heard about it today.
Yeah, electron telescope or electron microscope or something like that.
Electron microscopy. Yeah.
Hey, get. I think those people were stepping away from you because they saw your teeth.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I didn't have the diaper on,
No, that's literally what people do.
Sorry.
You go in the underground and you just cough, and people are literally like so paranoid.
You look at these waves. They're all symmetrical. I'm actually having a look at it now. I'm thinking to myself, "Oh my god, this is so fake." Come on.
Hey, what you said about going to the underground and coughing and people step away from you, that sounds like a great way to get a seat on a train.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got us with the CGI.
Yeah, they
They
just
got
show
you
us
with a
cartoons.
word, a
They got
word,
us with
and numbers.
the CGI. Look at the virus.
So now we're scared of cartoons. When Mickey and Minnie Mouse come out, do we like jump underneath our beds, or what do we do now? So I need to know the game plan. If we're going to be scared of cartoons, I need to be prepared. Imagine that you see a cartoon and you just like start freaking out. Just
They
yell
just
and
saying,
run and
be
scream.
fearful, don't worry, guys, we will protect you. We are the government, we are the ultimate, we'll protect you. Get your vaccine.
We will make another cartoon.
Yeah,
we'll
not
make
just
another
that.
cartoon to kill the cartoon.
Yeah, and some of them they give away for free or next to nothing, but they won't cure cancer and they won't cure AIDS, or they won't give free cancer medication and shit like that. I'm sorry, no, it's a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, they can't cure it. To cure means to preserve it. People use that word, and it means the opposite of what you think it
Yeah,
means.
yeah, true.
It means to preserve something.
Here's the ironic thing. Because I got so confused when I was looking at the Mexican beer, I started down this path of listening to scientists and stuff, and the law of unintended consequences. I ended up realizing the world is flat. I did. That's where it all started.
Oh, so you're very new into it.
Yeah, broer.
Wow.
Last year, when this thing started to become a trend in March or April here in Europe, I search for, because I've seen the CGI picture, and I search for bacteria, and I found a faction bacteria which had the exact image shape, a sphere with trumpets, and on this website they were showing this as a putrefaction bacteria. But I did search now for that website article and stuff, and I can't find it. All those images are now related to this. Yeah. To the new one.
I'm just sitting here thinking with all these new variants, how in the labs, because people went to these labs and they said what's going on there is just like beyond the pale. The safety protocols and how people should be using like the equipment and like discarding gloves and foot coverings and they said what was going on there, because they had so many people that they took to go and perform these tests, and they said it's not up to scratch. It's not credible. It's not the right environment. And now for every new variant, they must be finding a different result. I don't believe any of that. I don't believe any of it.
I know I've seen that picture because a few years after 2015, I decided to search for all the demon names, to make a list with all the demonic names, but their Latin name. And that's how I got to that bacteria. I found also that many bacteria and this stuff, they have demonic names.
Oh, the genus
bad
names.
ones. Yeah.
Really?
The bad bacteria, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. They have demon names. Yeah.
What got me into all of this flat Earth and all that is when we had that with Jupiter in the womb, in the stars recently. I don't know if you guys remember. I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago.
The what now?
With Jupiter that was circling in the Virgin Mary's womb, with the stars. Do you not remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was in the Virgo constellation, and it was passing like
Correct. Yeah,
she was
that's
giving
what got
birth.
me into
Yeah.
this. Yeah, and that was spot on, and that was in Revelation, the book of Revelation,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's what got me into the whole
Yes.
thing, because after looking at that or hearing about that, flat Earth popped up, and that's how I got into it.
Yeah.
And I think that was about 2 or 3 years ago.
I
Do you
heard
not know about
something.
that?
I heard something really weird today. Really weird.
What's that?
I'll DM you. It's a guy talking about the cycle of things. What is happening right now?
All right.
You know, the 21st of June is the summer solstice, and
Yeah.
we're supposed to be having our freedoms back and going back to normal. And then there's going to be plus or minus 70 days of rest. So the American dollar has to fall in that time. He the guy that I watched on YouTube, he's actually the guy that I credit with me even looking into flat Earth. And what he was talking about, just as something on the side, it wasn't even the main topic. He said, as if everybody knew, that satellites are not what you think they are. And so there I was sitting, like where I'm sitting now, and I thought, so what's up with satellites? I'm interested in computers. I build my own. I'm vaguely sort of competent when it comes to fixing my PC. I install my own operating system. I've got a few skills, and so it's this guy, and I've been following him for ever since he got on the scene, which was probably like late 2019. And he was talking about the Notre Dame. It had to burn. Yeah, he's a bit special. Look, I'll DM both of you.
Yeah.
You can make of it what you will.
Sure, please do.
Yeah, he's got a point. It depends
Do you
how hard he
want
hits
to
on
see
the point.
eggs?
Yeah, I'd like to see. So I know what Notre Dame was about.
Do you know that when the Notre Dame was burning, that George Clooney, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, and various other people were on a barge in a canal, and when Michelle Obama was sipping her big goblet wine glass, they were all in a celebratory mood on this barge, and you could see in the reflection of her wine glass, you could actually see the smoke on the Notre Dame. Like, I think that was they had to take the roof off. Basically, the floor has to be open to the constellations. Yeah, yeah.
It's a bit more simple. There's some like that, but it's a bit more different. As in Notre Dame. What else would you say about the place that is, something special? Except for that he, tries to post-dict things and he gets half his things right and half not. What would you say?
I don't know much
Especially
about the
about that.
Notre Dame, to be honest.
I just realized
What'd
I've
you
been
say?
into flat Earth for 5 years. No, for 4 years, not 2 years. Sorry, I just realized I had to mention that because I see that this biblical sign comes from 2017 when I started watching it. So it's 4 years I've been in flat Earth, not 2 years.
Well, if you look at it, it's Notre Dame is filled with a lot of it's merchandise inside. It's got like paintings, gold, and you had the so-called, Shroud of Turin and all this other yippity yappity stuff, and it was worth a lot of money. So these people have their banks not in banks like we have them, because that's not a bank what we use. They call it a bank, but it's something else. That is the place where they store stuff. And when they want to take the stuff out and they want to, rig the system, you pull a stunt like that, and you take all your stuff out. That's it. Like they did in New York. People don't realize how much gold was underneath there. As with all those places. So
I got a call question Ariel's use of pronoun on Michael Obama. Y'all continue.
Michael. So have a think about it. That might make sense to you. You can throw it out if you don't think that's valid what I say. I'm just telling you what it is. Because this seems to happen at these particular spots for some reason. Sorry.
She's a bigger man than he is.
So what Ariel was saying earlier, like the curiosity of it all, right? It only takes but so much questioning, and that's one part that I like kind of leave out when I talk about my journey, because I'll say, yeah, I was listening to what's his name, Joe Rogan, and Eddie Bravo was on there, and he'll say there's no pictures from space, but I'll leave out how many searches I did for satellites too, because that was my second question. So what's up with satellites? Like, I had the same question. And I was like, holy shit, right. How the fuck could a satellite take a picture of, who's taking pictures of all these satellites? So it's like, but now the thing is that they might say, obviously, we never said that was a real picture. The point is, most people never think about it, and they assume that they're real pictures. Like because they never question. They're just like, whatever.
Yeah, exactly, bro. And what you just said applies across the board with these people, and it's beautiful the way that you said it. Because as with the Mexican beer, as I said, they'll use that word and whatever, and they'll leave it up to you to use your imagination to make yourself, sick, and then, have to reboot yourself, or maybe, I don't know, have a computer crash inside your brain. And it's just the way that they operate. But what Elijah just said, what he did, have a look at those supposed pictures, or the, mishmash of gobbledygook. Finds out. Beautiful. Have a look at other places that do the same thing. So you'd say it's a bit of a trend with these guys. Just like they like to repeat their stuff because they're not really too smart. They like people like us here to join their side because they're not too bright. Is when you keep on marrying your cousin over and over and over again, you kind of lose the bits that make you click over.
I was talking to a friend of mine tonight, just like 10 minutes before I came to the server. And then his sister called him and said that their mom's not well. And she had the Fauci ouchie. So did his brother, his sister-in-law, and his other sister. And he's absolutely horrified. So he said, oh, my God, I have to go to my mom. And he's just messaged me now and said that she's really not well. And he wants to call the hospital, but she doesn't want him to do that.
Yeah, it's a balls up. My mother got the V as well, because her other half is a lung doctor, works at a hospital. He's a a specialist as a lung doctor, and he got the V. They're both fine at the moment, but I said, you guys are both fucking insane. Sorry for my language. I'm a bit of a foul mouth. Sorry, guys.
You said that softly in your head, I presume.
Yeah. No. I told them both. I said to them straight out exactly those words, and I swore like I'm a foul mouth. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna say it again. I told them they're fucking out of their mind.
I feel as if I've spent the last 8 months just talking about the Mexican beer nonstop to people, trying to get it into their skulls that they cannot trust. They mustn't, authority figures. Who are these people? Why must we listen to them? Why must we obey them? Why must we take them at their word? People have such short memories.
It sucks.
You need to, if I put something to people another way, if McDonald's came up to you and said, "Hey, listen, you do this and this because I'm telling you," you would tell said McDonald's to get stuffed. Or if Nike came up to you and said, "Hey, I'm telling you to do this, this, and this," I'm an authority company. I've got a logo. It is the same with your so-called government. It's just another name to describe another company. But people stop being scared of. Yeah, need to stop being scared.
This is all part of a
go
great.
ahead, Liza.
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
Sorry, X. I just want to say I heard a thing today that makes a lot of sense to me. A doctor said that you cannot have two people standing in front of you, and so this guy, there's something wrong with him, and then you tell the other guy, I'm going to medicate you for his sake. You can only you can only tell somebody to take something, medicament, a concoction, an elixir, call it whatever you want to call it, when they are perfectly well and fine. You cannot make this appeal for, what was the catchphrase? To save Granny.
But is this all coincidental that every 100 years something like this happens? For instance, I think it was in 17. I know it was 1720 according to history, but I think it was called cholera in 1720. The French French plague in 1720. 1820 was cholera, and 1920 was the Spanish flu, and now in 2020 is the beer, the Spanish beer. I mean, come on! Every 100 years on the dot, something's amiss.
Yeah, but if you think about it, the original Spanish fucking Mexican beer, it's no longer here. That's not how viruses work. Therefore, now we have to have like every variant under the sun.
Of course, because it evolved.
There'll be a NASA variant soon. You can bank on it.
But it's been every 100 years on the T, which is very, very alarming. Or what's the word I'm looking for?
Isn't this the first time we've ever seen what's called a variant? I mean, I don't recall that ever being said before.
Yeah, this is actually the first time they call it a variant. That's true.
Yeah, but again, apparently what does that effing mean? What?
No,
they can say it's a bear.
No, there are a lot of variants, but this is now this variant of that other variant, apparently.
But hold on. There's always been a variant of something. I mean, that's why people get the flu shot every year. That's why, that's always been the case.
Yep.
So anyway, to something I was mentioning earlier. So Ariel, did you know that I've heard that I can't be, these people. I've even spoken to someone who kind of confirmed it for themselves as well. Like,
But I heard that for some people, when people speak, images aren't like there isn't a motion picture or images aren't popping into their mind as the person is talking. And if that's true,
I heard you when you said that. Yeah.
I don't know what you would be doing if that's not thinking, because I take that for granted. It's just like, well, that's just how my brain works. It's like, what do you mean when someone's talking, you don't have this linear kind of movie playing in your mind to like
That's
a simulator
interesting.
to make sense of what's being said? How does if that's not happening, how are you communicating? What are you doing? If that's, you know what I mean?
But isn't it true
Oh,
that
like,
people
are
learn?
you an NPC? Like, you know what I mean? What the fuck?
But Elijah, isn't it true that people learn in different ways? Some learn by the sound of words, and some people learn better when they have images. Some people are more tactile, they want to touch things. What I do know about this is that in the Montessori method, you must know what the Montessori method is. I'll tell you what it is. There was an Italian woman in the turn of the 20th century. She was the first woman in Italy to qualify as a doctor, a physician, and she was She was an embarrassment to the medical fraternity because they didn't want women to be doctors. So they gave her a job because she needed to be put somewhere, and where they sent her was to like an asylum or a place where they put orphans, and these children were extremely in a bad state. They were developmentally retarded because they had had no stimulation in their lives. So when she went there, she did miracles with these children simply by taking them and attending to them and looking out for their needs. So when it was the Great Exhibition in London, I think that was I'm sure Iggs is going to correct me. Was it in 1923 or something? Or was it later? Anyway, they gave her a spot in the Great Exhibition of London. And she had a glass classroom and she took these children there. So she developed a method of educating children. And it was groundbreaking at the time. And I mean, even today, her schools are everywhere in the world. They are for rich people, but it is a complete 180-degree sort of different approach from mainstream state-sponsored education, where children learn, they have to become self-driven to learn. So you put all the tools in front of them and they can explore and learn. And the teacher is not an authority figure that stands in the front and people sit passively and listen and take in stuff. The teacher is there to guide. So she stands behind the pupil and she will offer a suggestion and then she moves away. So there's, the Waldorf method as well. And these children are bright, man. They are miles ahead of anything that, the state education can achieve, honestly. It's very, very interesting. I would suggest anybody who the Montessori things on Amazon and everywhere, like things that you can buy for when your children are small. They actually say that children in the Montessori schools, they can grasp like Pythagoras' theorem at the age of 7. By the age of 3, they're all reading. They are just miles ahead. So that is what humanity is capable of if you apply the right method.
There's Down syndromes that work perfectly in normal society as well. My wife's uncle's a Down syndrome. He's almost, I'm going to put it bluntly, he's useless to society. But you get Down syndromes that go to school and were treated normally, and they are fully functional in society, can hold a normal job. So yeah, it's the way you've been brought up, taught, and integrated.
Yeah, years ago I wanted to be a Montessori teacher, so I researched all of that. I didn't actually go for the qualification in the end. And all Montessori children are economically active by the age of 12, 13. They have to do practical in real life commerce. They have to learn how the financial system works. They have to have their own little businesses. They have to generate money for themselves, basically. That's a huge thing. And, sort of when they're going into their teens, when they're going to like face the adult world.
That's awesome.
Yeah, her name's Maria Montessori.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Did they prove it yet?
No, they tried early on.
Oh, okay. It's still flat, right?
Yeah.
It's still not moving?
Dude, I'm the one that's I'm probably the one that's the most skeptical out of all you guys here. And I had questions and the guy couldn't answer, so yeah, it's still flat.
Yeah. What was your question? What was the main question that he couldn't answer?
Oh my god, so many. I can't even remember what was my first question, guys? Who was
I usually ask him what's the or I say if the Earth is not moving, but lately I've been thinking I should just ask him where's the tilt, because that's kind of like interesting to me. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great question, bro. I asked that when I was 13. I go, how the F did you measure something that's a tilt at 66.6 degrees? And I go, how do you know what's north and south on a ball? I go, if I flip the ball over, I go, what's north and south? And I made the teacher go bananas.
Yeah.
What do
I
you
just
mean?
like
I
that
go,
one
who got?
because that one doesn't bore, like after talking about curve and flat and the other topics, like that one's kind of still new to me, so I'm still kind of research. Well, not new, but like it's just
interesting.
not talked about.
Oh yeah, I remember. I asked him, "What is the thing that makes him think that he believes that he's on a ball?" And then he couldn't answer it. Dude, that went on for like an hour and a half, and he couldn't answer. And then I asked him, or I wanted to ask, and then someone else went in, and I said, "That was my question: is how do you land on a landing strip, airplane, fucking airport?"
Wait, he didn't even talk about like pictures or anything?
No, he mentioned it. No. He said that. Don't worry. They all say that.
Okay, he did say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. But that was like over my head. Then it was about how do you land on an airport or a landing strip, north-south landing strip. And yeah, that also went for a few hours, and he just couldn't answer it. And then he left eventually after about 4 hours.
It would be funny if he was just honest and he said, "Oh yeah, you just crash. That's it. That's how you land."
This dude, that was his hot water bottle. I would think you guys in the US are going into winter now because this was his baby, dude. This kept him so warm. I swear you guys are going into winter. This kept him so warm. He wouldn't let go.
If he said you just crash it, then the plane, even though you crash the plane, it's still on the Earth landed. So at least in that case, if he's not willing to say that a plane could not land on a moving runway. Oh, you actually okay. Here's what he could say. Okay. Okay, like on the ocean when you have, well, actually this is a false equivalence. because that runway is supposed to be moving at thousands of miles per hour. But anyways, okay. Let's say instead of an aircraft carrier, but it's a false equivalence, right? Because that aircraft carrier is not moving at 1,000 miles per hour, right? So it's not gonna work, but that would be really funny if you tried to say that, because that would be a moving runway.
Yeah.
Wow, it was a good try. I don't know what else you could
Yeah.
say.
So, like, dude, I'm still new to this. I'm still trying to learn. I got a lot of questions, but I've already heard so much that there's little. I need to be told proof of the globe side now, to be shown like, dude, this is why you're wrong. And at the moment, I believe in flat Earth. I cannot say I know flat Earth because I haven't tested it myself. I still want to buy myself a super zoom camera now to test myself, which I'm going to do in the next few months. But at the moment, I will be honest and I'll say I believe the flat Earth. And
It's your
the questions,
experience, right? Like, do you ever
yeah,
see curvature? No, right?
no,
Yeah.
exactly.
So
Well,
yes. Okay. Where
so
do you see it?
that's what I've seen now. I've never seen it myself, but that's why I say I believe because I haven't tested it myself. But I'm totally on the flat Earth side. But I've got
Oh,
questions.
I
For
think you
instance,
mean measure, because you experience it anyway, so you don't have to believe. I think you're talking about like actually measuring it and testing it,
yeah,
not believing it, because
yeah,
your experience is like not a globe, so
yeah,
it's
yeah,
not like you have to
yeah,
believe.
100%
But I
correct.
get what you're saying.
Yeah, and
So
don't forget there's two other claims that you would prove different ways. So there's axial rotation, and they also claim that gas pressure can exist without a container.
yeah, yeah. So
Next
those
to
are
a
things that
vacuum.
I cannot prove. So that's why I say I believe it because I cannot prove it, but it doesn't make sense. So I'm on the flat Earth side. So that's why I'm saying I'm flat Earth, dude. Like 100%. Oh, at the moment, 100% flat Earth because the ball
Because you
Earth is just
experience it.
absolutely retarded. It doesn't make sense. It's just stupid. But I have got questions for flat Earth. But however, the flat Earth evidence is just way more. So, for instance, I would ask you guys like, why in the northern hemisphere does it spin when you flush it? When you not flush a toilet, when you drain a plug or hurricanes? But for me, it makes sense because the way the sun rotates around the Earth. So it's a right to, or how do I say, left to right push on the, I'd say the ether, and then other side it's going to be left to right. So
Wait, you're asking what causes the what?
Hold on.
the
Hold on.
hurricanes
It's just a
to turn
mechanical
different
device,
directions.
bro.
Oh, you need to
It,
experiment. I'd
it,
say.
Yeah. No. So
listen.
okay, cool.
Listen. It's also just demonstrably false what you just said. It's not actually.
Okay, cool.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, people in Australia is like, no, my shit flushes the same way your shit flushes.
No, not flashing, not flashing. I that's why I quickly correct myself.
Storm systems, yeah, they go in both directions and both.
Okay, cool. I thought they do. That's my logical thought. Why would it only go in one direction? My thought said,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
cool. This is their claim. So if it is their claim, it would also make sense on a flat Earth.
I don't know if anyone other than globe enthusiasts have made that up. Like this whole refraction argument, like Snell's law is real. Them applying it terrestrially, that's not real. Like even if you get an Andrew Thomas Young's paper, even what that proposes is nothing like what the globe earthers are saying action is. So they use terms that they redefine, and it's not actually true. In the same sense, there's probably some Wikipedia or some non-edu where they're saying, oh yeah, this happens. Or some blog from some student at some edu, but it's not really the source itself. You get what I'm like? No one. I challenge you to find a credible source that actually says it, other than some
Okay, sweet.
mainstream news station or shit like that.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. So yeah, like I said, I'm still learning, but I'm full on flat Earth side.
Yeah, but The way I would phrase it is a little different. I think you're realizing what your senses are actually telling you, and not believing whether or not it's flat. It's almost like your senses are not telling you beliefs. It's just you're realizing what they've been trying to tell you your whole life, basically.
Yeah.
So you don't have to rely on beliefs for it. Even if it was a globe, you would not have to rely on your beliefs.
100%. And like I said earlier on, I thought I was only 2 years into this. It's now the 4th year into it. But only the past month I've really been into it. And I joined the Discord 3 or 4 days ago. So yeah, I'm new to your guys' community on this Discord. But yeah, been quite a bit into Flat Earth.
That gas pressure one is a big
Oh, that's the
one.
biggest one.
I don't know why it took me so long to like get rid of that vacuum or like if I just told someone on the street, hey, by the way, we're not in a vacuum of outer space, they would probably freak. I don't know what they would react. They'd probably be like, oh, they don't even pay attention to it. But, it's just funny.
I did that exact thing. I did that exact thing several times yesterday, and none of those people freaked out.
Did they even like
some
react?
people that you're implying that we're in a contained, created system. They're like contained. You're trying to tell me that the outside that I experience every day is the same as my iguana's tank? Fuck out of here. It's like what people's idea is, but you can't even get a vacuum without a chamber.
That's it. Yeah, that's a funny one too.
For me, the flight routes on the southern hemisphere doesn't make sense at all.
Do you know any that go over
and then
Antarctica?
The fact that they're like non-existent, basically.
Yeah.
Like it's like, what the fuck is going on down there?
But they always got an excuse. They always try to explain to me, and it's like, oh my god, dude, that's shush, stop, you've had enough.
Yeah. To answer your question, Zodiark, yeah, they did react, and some with curiosity in one kind of way and curiosity in another kind of way. A few people reacted very politely, but as globers, but ultimately, yeah, I mean, nobody really looked, for the most part, even the globers didn't even look at me like I was crazy. Like they were just, some of them were reacting out of force of habit. But it was actually two of them reacting as globers and one of them not. One of them agreeing with me, at least three friends.
They agreed?
Well, no, I just mean like I was, going around handing out flyers and talking to people about the Earth being flat. And for the most part, as far as I can remember, I only really ran into two people that were really like, no, it must be a ball, it must be a ball. No, it must be a globe. You can't be right, But of those people, it was a group of friends hanging out at the waterfront, and it was two guys and one girl, and the girl was agreeing with me. She was like, no, this guy's making sense. I agree with him. It's flat. And they were like, no, it must be a globe. It must be a globe. But in a very polite way, like, we were like shaking hands and smiling at each other as we were parting ways,
What did they say in terms of like space, like that gas pressure thing? Would they react the same way as flat Earth?
I only talked with that part briefly with them, but yeah, they didn't react.
Okay.
And like they weren't like, oh, that sounds crazy or whatever. But I said that to a whole bunch of other people right before I got to them, and none of those people reacted in any way. We're like, no, gravity must be doing it, or no, it's like you can have gas pressure without a container. Like, no, people don't think that's crazy. Like, at least those people didn't.
Because okay, so if you told them like we're not in space right now, or we're not, at least not in a vacuum of space right now, they wouldn't react to that. Because I don't know, it just seems like a big jump.
it's much better if you very carefully and clearly explain to them the second law of thermodynamics, and then say to them, space, the vacuum of space is fake.
Oh yeah, that takes probably the edge off.
I'm lazy. I don't
Or
read.
you don't.
Could
Or
you
you
guys
don't.
explain? Could you guys
Or you
explain to
don't
me what
tell
the second?
them. Hold on.
Oh,
Or you
go.
don't tell them, because that's often the tack that I take with people. I always say, stop trying to educate people when you don't even know that that's what they're looking for. Especially when someone's like having an opposing view or whatever. Like, they're not here to listen to what you have to say. You're wasting too much energy. But if you ask them questions that they've never thought of, that they weren't prepared to think about, they're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll just Google it. Like, and well, I already know it's a dead end. But go ahead, Google it, figure it out, work it out with your own brain. And it's a lot easier when you allow people to come to their own conclusion. And then you flip it on them when you're like, with pressure, you talk about pressure and you're like, how do you get this? Okay, let's walk through it, blah, 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 blah. And after they've agreed, how you can have pressure and how it's defined, then you go, what's up with space then? They might be confused at first, but there might be like this epiphany moment for them. That's usually
That's a big moment, I think.
So, what is the second law of thermodynamics?
Entropy in an isolated system never decreases over time, right? That's what I
So
thought.
everything. Yeah. So as I understand it, everything degrades. Basically, is that correct?
Degrades. I thought it.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like
No, it doesn't.
entropy increasing is causing everything to degrade? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm doing the most basic layman's term.
I don't know. I can't remember. It's like been a while. Sorry. But I know what it means. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, I don't think you're using the right term. Maybe dissipate. Otherwise, the system would fall apart. Yeah.
I know there's definitely a citation for the second law applying to gas expansion into a vacuum. From what I remember, according to what I read from QE's citations. I don't know if you guys have seen that one. Do you guys remember QE talking about gas expansion into a vacuum? There was like
how it has to fill up the space, yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys remember if that was for second law of thermodynamics? That's the one that I'm pretty sure you said.
Yeah, that will violate it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to give it to you. I can give that one to you guys if you want. I'll just have to look for it.
Just fucking Google. What the hell's wrong with
Yeah, I want to Google it, but I'm fucking lazy, dude. I'm very lazy.
I found it.
I'll do it.
I found
Googling
right
it
there.
is not that useful.
Like
Give you all the incorrect ways of describing entropy. It's kind of hard. Like, you got to really. It's more complicated than.
But do you see how how everything's reverse engineered, right? Because if you understand that law, they had to create gravity. Do you understand? They had to. That was the only way, because they were thinking, well, how do we break this freaking law? That's the only way, because it does. Why would that law even exist if gravity already existed, right? It'd be impossible for that law to exist. That would be a paradox. You would have fucking blown that shit out of the sky. That can't be a law anymore if gravity is real. It would have to be BS.
Yeah. Because it would defy, especially when you're talking about gases specific. Oh, by the way, I found the citation. It's in the chat. You can read it. It's from oxford.edu or something, oxy.edu. So yeah, it is related according to that citation. I should say.
No, I always go to the first law. I'm like the Earth itself is all the matter that when you think of the sun and you think of Jupiter and you think of all of the planets and the Earth itself, within their creation story, gravity is just an ad hoc explanation or the reason that the first law is violated. Because if you're not getting any energy loss because it's everything is expanding into the frictionless environment, where's the energy coming from for it to come back in on itself and form spheres of any kind?
Are you talking about create matter cannot be created nor destroyed? That one?
Energy.
No, he's just talking about the how matter is forming into solids in an environment that's has no friction, that's ever expanding, and no one knows what it's expanding in. So what is the universe expanding in? You know what I'm saying? So like, what's outside of the known? You said universe, because if it's a big bang, it's an explosion, right? You ever seen an explosion has to collapse or it just dissipates, right? But there's nothing to create. It's like a continuous wave, basically, is what the universe is. It's like you throw a ball, you throw a rock into a lake. Eventually, the wave dissipates, right? But with the Big Bang, it's never contracted, right? It's just continuously expanding. So it's just all kinds of fucked up, silly questions, man.
I'll believe in the tooth fairy before I believe in the Big Bang.
But it's just crazy. It's like an explosion, and it's just continuing to expand. But in this explosion, you've had planets created, solar systems, galaxies.
It makes so much sense.
It's all this shit's happening.
Yeah, dude.
Inside
It's
of an
so
explosion.
obvious.
Because when I heard him talking about the first law, I thought he was talking about the idea that matter cannot be created nor destroyed. But if that's not what you're talking about, then I thought, because that's how I thought first law.
Yeah, I said energy. Energy can't be created and destroyed, right? Like so.
Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Yeah.
So you have to think about it in terms of the creation story, right? If we're all just a part of a whole that once was, that is now fractioned off and expanding in all directions. Well, actually, they say it expanded so fast, faster than the speed of light, which is why the universe is flat. But I digress from that point. The point is, if everything is moving away from each other in a frictionless environment, then there is no energy loss. There's no reason for any of these vectors to change and create planets, stars, any of it.
Can I interject?
Nope.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Helio.
Check this out. The first, second, and third law of thermodynamics have to exist at the same time. To understand the second law, you have to understand the first law and the third law. So, yeah, we bring up the second law a lot, but to really holistically understand this, you have to see this for what it is. Now, they brought up the idea of the isolated system as a function to kind of like there's no such thing as an isolated system. It's just for the math to work, they had to create this idea of the isolated system. We don't live in a isolated system. We actually live in an open system.
No. According to the third law, it's like the entropy will decrease according to the temperature when it reaches absolute zero. So as long as
there's no such thing as absolute zero either. That's a mathematical concept.
So these laws are just concepts.
If you don't have anything, so think about it like this: if you don't have anything for the energy to radiate off of, right, or exchange with, right, then how is the story the story?
I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Why would anything cool off?
Wait, let me just read it
Yeah,
again.
there's constantly energy being introduced into the system that we live in.
The entropy.
Yeah, but Helio, you're kind of like, I mean,
What I'm doing? What am I doing?
saying something else. That's like kind of. I think he's trying to hone in on what I'm saying, and you're kind of not.
What would you say again, Elijah? One more time.
You're talking about temperatures and this and that, right? Like, well, that's the thing. Like, if something is moving in a particular direction and it's moving through a frictionless environment where there is no energy loss, there is nowhere for the energy to radiate off, right? That's going to continue perpetuity.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
I
like
don't
if
want
you're in
to.
a vacuum.
I want to correct myself. I think we're in a closed system, but there's
right,
energy.
Helio.
What? Yeah,
Exactly.
okay, but I was wrong.
Zodiac. Exactly.
Yeah.
If you're in a vacuum.
Yeah, if only there was. Well, you might need a container for that. Just letting you know.
That's what I was going to say. I was wrong about the open system thing. I just wanted to correct myself on that. Yeah, it's a closed system, but there's still energy being introduced into the system.
Which system are you referring to? The flat Earth system or the heliocentric system?
No, hold on. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter when it comes to the laws of thermodynamics, really.
Yeah,
But
it does.
it matters
It
when
does
it
matter.
comes
No, it
to
doesn't.
being sequitur to what we're talking about, though, Helio. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes
That's
you
why I
just-
wanted to correct myself. I said open, but I meant closed. I said it wrong.
Everything goes out the window when you close the system. Everything.
No,
Yes,
that's an
it's a whole
isolated
different
system. That's an
It's
isolated
it's
system.
a different system. Now you have to figure out how this system works. No one knows. You have ideas. You know what I'm saying? You can't. I mean, everyone wants to talk about magnetics and electricity and all. None of this shit you can prove. It's still all theoretical, right? I mean, because none of it's been proven. You don't know.
Yeah. Hey, I want to add onto what you just said. You make a very good point, and I'll push that point even further. So we would know that there's a container, but then the question is not only like what it would be made of and the size of it. Like, let's pretend for a second that we somehow knew it was a globe, but we still needed gas pressure, so there has to be a container, kind of like that silly movie Spaceballs, where they had the glass sphere around the planet. So then the question would be, what the hell put the container there and is holding the container in place? It just all falls apart. The heliocentric model just falls apart at every angle. Is the point?
Like it's almost like you needed some kind of intelligent design. No, I'm just kidding. It couldn't have been that.
Well, that's what they claim. They claim that gravity or whatever they're claiming about the atmosphere is that would be I guess an open system, but that's not even really. It's the way that it doesn't actually line up with the laws of thermodynamics. With these spheres spinning around everywhere, and the first, second, and third laws don't even really relate to their idea of the Big Bang and everything. So I just wanted to. That's why I jumped in and wanted to make that point.
What gas pressure? I mean, when you have you're saying the Big Bang does not have anything to do with the laws of thermodynamics. Are you sure about that? Well, it does.
I didn't say gas pressure. I was talking about the their idea of the creation of the universe and everything. It really doesn't line up with the natural laws.
Oh yeah, well because
do
there's.
you agree or disagree with this statement that in the Big Bang evolutionary tale, the Earth is a first law of thermodynamics violation, and gravity is the necessity for it all, aka an ad hoc explanation?
Helio, you can respond.
Are you asking me? I thought you were asking someone else.
I mean, I know you heard me say your name. I mean, because you talk all over me when I'm not talking to you. So
Can you repeat the question? I
no,
thought
no.
For you said first law, if the Big Bang violates the first law, right, or something?
Don't worry about it.
Okay,
Don't worry
okay.
Listen, the first law of thermodynamics. I mean, it's and it's not simple, but at the same time, it's like matter cannot be created or destroyed, right? It's the basics of the first law.
Yeah, but who knows what the hell does that fucking mean? I don't even know what the fuck that means. You know what I'm saying? That's just some dude who said
What it means is that matter cannot be created
how the
or
fuck do they know
destroyed.
that? How do they know that?
They don't, because they're not God.
I mean, it's such a bold statement from some fucking dude hanging out in some lab.
Have you ever experienced matter? Have you ever experienced matter being created or destroyed?
Exactly.
No.
Okay, so that's the first law. I
He-
mean, that's
he
why
got
it's a
He
law.
got a point. How
is it a law?
No. But
how is it a law?
Think about it. Think about it this way. Like, I've never seen anything pop into existence from nothing. Everything that I've ever seen has been a conversion of some kind. Whether it be something burning to ashes to the ground,
Sure,
whether
with
it be
fire,
plant life, whether it doesn't. Whether
yeah,
it
or
be,
through chemistry, you can manipulate everything
but
that already exists,
according
but
to
you can never create something that doesn't already exist.
Right,
unless
that's
you're
according
God.
to man. A man can't do it.
When my wife walks into my room, there's things that pop up that never existed before.
Oh, that's emotions and everything. That goes into somewhere.
See, that's what makes laws laws. These laws are true irrespective of any man's opinion. It's things
Right.
that it's just something we notice in this reality that we have been given.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, go ahead.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
By the way, I really think that I think everyone should understand the first, second, and third laws, because we bring up the second law a lot, but a lot of
That's
people don't
why I'm
understand
trying to
the
bring up
first.
the first law.
Yeah,
more.
yeah. I've been trying to do this
But
for a
what is
while. So
what is the third law though? I have no idea, to be honest.
well, the third law is very similar to the second law. Hold on, let me pull it up real quick.
The third law, you said? It has to
Yeah,
do with
third law.
temperature reaching absolute zero.
Sure, exactly. Yeah, but
I can articulate. Let me just
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well,
I was going to look it up. If you're going to take your time, I can look it up too.
Yeah, I gotta get going soon as well. But yeah, I'm interested to hear what's going on here now.
Wait. I just misclicked. You guys still hear me?
Yeah, we're still here.
A system's entropy approaches a constant value as the temperature approaches absolute zero. Oh, sorry, I misread that. System's entropy approaches a constant value as its temperature approaches absolute zero. That was the third.
It doesn't necessarily have to do with temperature. I mean, and just like second law doesn't necessarily apply to temperature either, and the first law, that is one aspect of it.
Well, because temperature is like the sum of it's like because it boils down to energy, right? Like temperature is just like a sum of the things that are causing what we experience as temperature.
Right, because I
confuse myself. I don't know.
No. Dude, these laws of thermodynamics, when you put the first, second, and third law together, of course we couldn't exist without them all existing at the same time. So you can't have one without the other. And so
exactly.
So we that's why that's a point I've been trying to make for a long time. And if you concentrate on the second law, which is the most active, part of it, because you don't know where the beginning and the end is.
But what
right?
system does this represent? Can this law, can
The
these
law
laws
of
exist in both?
thermodynamics. So what we
Can it
exist,
exist?
what
Right?
we
Can it exist?
experience in the natural world, we
Right, but can it
experience it.
exist in both systems? Is the question, Julio.
Can
Okay,
exist
'cause
in the
if these laws are
no.
real, can it exist in an open system?
No.
It
No,
cannot
yeah,
because
well,
of gravity, right?
right.
That's what's holding everything together in an open system. It's gravity. It has nothing
Exactly.
to do with,
Yeah.
it has nothing to do with
The idea of gravity violates natural law.
But that's why I say it's an ad hoc explanation, because without it, then the law would be quote unquote violated. And
Yep.
if it's violated, it's not actually a law.
Yeah, and if you go into any definition of thermodynamics, first, second, or third law, gravity's never mentioned at all. So gravity doesn't even work with those.
No, it's impossible to. It's
I was going to say you can't keep on. It's not a constant, as in energy just gets produced
Those laws
forever
were
without
developed
stopping.
by very smart men that figured out natural law, and they didn't include gravity in any of their calculations and all that kind of shit. They were just talking about natural laws and how as they happen on Earth. When it comes to first, second, and third law of thermodynamics, universe, ball spinning around the universe was never involved. This is Earth. We all live here. This is the way everything works on Earth. Go ahead. Sorry, somebody was that you, Elijah? I'm sorry, brother, if I was talking over you.
Right, I see it's gone a bit quiet now. Okay, guys, I'm going to call it a night. I've learned a lot today. I've been with you guys for the past 5-6 hours. I'll definitely join again. I'm absolutely loving this. So yeah,
it's always a good time.
Sure, if I'm wrong about this, anybody just say that. Come in.
No one knows. No one
no,
knows.
no. That's not what I'm leaving. If you're thinking that's why I'm leaving, it's not.
No,
why
no,
I'm
no,
leaving.
no. I get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm from South Africa, dude. It's 1:43 a.m. my side on a Sunday evening. I got to work in the morning. But yeah, I've had a absolute great time again and learned a lot and super excited.
Good stuff. I learn something every day from everybody here. Awesome.
Oh yeah. So great stuff. I'll see you guys. I'll probably hear from you guys again maybe tomorrow. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, 100%. I'm with you guys on that one.
I'm just kidding. Stay objective is the more probably best way.
Man,
I'm with you guys on the FE side, so don't you worry.
All right, Beer Man, come back.
Yeah.
If you stick around, we'll give you the FE role. It sounds like you're a flat earther.
Oh yeah, dude. It's been. I thought it was 2 years, but according to my calculations, it was now 4 years. So yeah. But I've only recently been back into it. So yeah, I realized that in 2017 with the whole Jupiter, with the Revelation sign, Jupiter in the Virgin Mary, that's when I heard about flat Earth, and I immediately realized we don't live on a ball. I mentioned it to a friend, and I lost that good friend of mine. He was my best friend. I lost him. And I said, I'm not looking at this, or I'm not going to be speaking about this again. And then about a month ago, I got back into it, and I'm full on, yeah,
Yeah.
back
Hey,
into it.
since you're in South Africa, man, it'd be really cool if you could get a hold of a good camera or whatever and take some
Yeah,
sunset
I'm
observations and stuff like that.
yeah, definitely. I'm looking at getting myself a Nikon P900 or P1000. I just started a business in February, which is doing very well. So I'm a little bit stingy on my money, though. You never know what's going to happen. But at the moment, I'm putting every cent into my business. And but as soon as everything stabilizes, I want to get myself a nice super zoom camera and do some observations for myself. Like I said to the guys before, is at the moment I believe I live on a flat Earth. I want to know I live on a flat Earth, so I want to prove it to myself.
Awesome, bro.
Yeah.
Good on you, bro.
So yeah. But on the golf course and that, I took some video the other day with the half crescent moon with the sun full out. So that was already like, okay, what the fuck's going on? Yeah. So yeah, I'm
It's
getting
about
myself.
to be winter. It's about to be winter time for you, right?
Yeah, it's winter, but you know what's crazy? Today we were 28 degrees Celsius. It was a awesome winter's day today. It was super hot, but yeah,
it was
we got
nice
snow.
here today. It was nice here. You got snow today?
No. So we had snow on the mountains about 100 kilometers from where I live on the coast
okay.
in Blobergstrand in Cape Town. We have snow about 130 kilometers from us. So we had that about 2 weeks ago, and it's predicted again now the next 2 weeks. So yeah, we're gonna get some nice cold winter soon.
Cool. Usually it's pretty hot right here where I am in central U.S. But it was a beautiful day today. We had some rain, but it's been sunshine. It's been pretty good.
Nice.
It's usually pretty hot about this time of year. So
yeah, well, it's normally a bit chillier outside, but because I live on the coast, we don't really get much colder than say 9 degrees Celsius. But other than that, yeah, it does get pretty cold. But today was beautiful, 28 degrees Celsius, like a normal summer's day. It was a bit weird, but yeah, I think it's the last one until our summer coming.
Yeah, it's about to get cold. That's what I'm saying. I hate the summertime here.
Oh no, I love summer. Dude. I'm not a winter baby. I'm a summer. I surf and all that. So yeah, I'm a summer baby.
Hey, you know what I just read was really weird about the third law? The way that some people are saying it is like has to do with like a crystal versus just saying a system. Like some of the people who are saying the third law, like the premise of it has to do with the system's entropy, and then other people are saying it has to do with the entropy of a pure crystal or something. It's like really weird. I don't know if have you guys ever heard of that? They say it's like there's something to do with a pure crystal. It makes no.
I'd be working backwards from my own conclusions on that one. Because as it relates to crystals, rubies, whatever the case, and how energy is harnessed, or how like for instance how you use crystals to do certain things, like make holograms, for example, or energy, for example, like, because it always comes back to what the hell is energy.
Yeah, and if they can define it without saying an ability, then I believe it. Well, actually, you don't even have to believe it. If you can define it without saying an ability to do work, because abilities are concepts, as long as there's a way to quantify it.
Well, we're talking about natural states of matter. This is that's why you have to understand the first, second, and third law to understand the entire reason why that what they say about the vacuum of space cannot be possible.
I'm just gonna say one thing, and I'm gonna mic drop. Dark crystal.
Dark crystal?
Disgusting.
Mic drop? That's like saying what's that, black matter or some shit that they say?
No,
can you say that again?
It's a
Like-
movie and a series.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Like that reminds me of like a. Wait, I don't even get the reference there. A dark crystal, like.
So Elijah, you can make
No,
Powerpuffs.
he's talking about a movie and a series they put on.
Oh,
Okay. I was about to say because I think Elijah can make Powerpuffs and.
He's talking about the Skeksis, man.
Because the crystal, they were taking the crystal's energy for themselves, but the crystal is what powered Thra. In other words, it was what distributed the energy for their system to exist. Sort of like something else we know.
Oh,
I don't know.
Shit, if they would actually, they.
Well,
we're
just
not
look
gonna
at
get into
look at Superman.
I'm not going to get
Kal-El. He goes into the cave of crystal.
No, just look at the heliocentric model. All fairy tales, man.
All right.
Sure, I mean, yeah, everything about the heliocentric model
That's such a
defies
fairy tale.
every aspect of the first, second, and third law of thermodynamics. All of
Oh
it.
man, it's so funny actually. And if I'm proven wrong, I'll feel dumb. But at the moment, oh man, it's such a fairy tale.
Yeah, I mean the biggest one for me, besides like curve and gas pressure, the Earth not moving, like the Earth not moving almost immediately, like it immediately resonates with my mind more than, I don't know why, but like gas pressure and curvature, it took me a while, but then with the Earth not moving, it's like it was like an instant, you know? It's almost like you instantly already know it, you know?
Yeah, once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's just there. Like
1.3 million miles per hour. I mean, hello.
They told
Welcome.
me, yeah, they told me this is what Earth is doing, and then
I was
when
like,
you
I know.
actually see it, you just can't. And it's like, okay, Earth is not moving, and these guys are lying
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
Like the first time someone told me that the Earth is not moving, it took me like a split second to be like, wait a second. And then I was like, oh, wait. Because I got to stop thinking and just looking. I got to start looking
Yeah.
before I start just thinking about the idea of the Earth not moving. I got to start like looking around.
Because
You
your
know?
mind is simulating what you've been told, and you're juxtaposing that with what you're experiencing. So at that moment, your simulator is working, and you're like, oh, wait a minute. What I'm experiencing is different from what I originally believed to be true. And that's the thing, like you keep saying, the other guy, you know, if I'm proven wrong, I'll feel dumb. And that's okay to say, that's okay to think. I thought that at some point too, but ultimately, there's only three questions on the table because there are three claims made. One, that the Earth is curving at a rate of curvature that a ball with a circumference of, what is it, 24,000 miles would have, right? And so there would be that. You would need proof in the affirmative for that. It's moving. You would need proof that goes against your experience for that as well. The third would be the vacuum of space being a medium that we can travel to, or that it even exists in the first place. These three things would have to be proven positive for you to say, okay, well, now I believe something opposite from what I experienced. That is what you should be thinking.
Yeah, no. So yeah, I think you misunderstood me there. But yeah, no, 100% agree with you there. But not just that. If we can zoom into stars, and they say what the closest star that we have is what 405 fucking thousand or million light years. Even if it's one fucking light year away, it's just
They can't say that because the only reason they're saying that is it's tabulated from the necessity that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,000.
Yeah, but it's so stupid for them to say that. Like for instance, the sun is, they say 93 million miles away. The closest star is 405 400,000 or 405 million light years after that. It just doesn't make
They're in an
sense.
unknown medium.
All,
You got to take
all
into
of it,
account they're an unknown medium too.
all
Yeah,
of it,
it's just
all of it comes from the 3959.
nah.
Like
They just smoke too much weed, in my opinion. They fucking live in Neverland, and yeah, they probably
It'd
with
be
my
funny. It'd
What's
be
up?
really funny if they measured it and just added a bunch of zeros instead of telling us.
That's all they've done. Yeah, that's all they've done. They like our ex-president Jacob Zuma. They cannot do numbers. I'm sorry.
It'd be
They cannot.
funny if like the sun was instead of 93. Let's just say it was just 93, not 93 million. That would be hilarious. Or if like
Yeah,
the moon was
Hey,
like
check
200,
this
not
out. I
20,000
know
or
a lot of
20
people.
into
A lot of
20,000.
people get a lot of shit by drinking or smoking too much or whatever. Most of the people that I won't say most or whatever. You can't judge someone's idea about Earth.
Oh yeah.
By whether they drink or smoke.
It's just the
Or
same.
drugs or whatever. Because hey, man, most people that we know, when we try to reach out to them and say, hey, you're being faked out about this globe, or whatever's going on with the government, all that kind of stuff, really doesn't necessarily have to do with whether they use a certain substance or whatever. I mean, unless they're most of them are actually going to doctors and taking multiple substances. They have a schedule that they're going, here's my pills I take in the morning, and here's the ones I take at night, and so I don't go to doctors and take pills. So yeah, I just resemble and resent that.
No. So it's just the saying. It's just the saying. Don't get me wrong. I drink a lot of beer. That's how I got my name, Beer Man.
I thought you were going to sleep, Beer Man.
I thought so as well.
I'm a beer man too. That's what I'm saying.
I'm considering getting another beer.
I used to take a lot of pills from doctors when I had insurance, and I went to doctors, and they gave me pain meds and got me hooked on pain meds and shit. But then I stopped that shit, and now I just drink beer and stuff.
Yeah, I enjoy my beer, man. I love my beer. I've already had how many have I had now? 1, 2, 3. It's about fucking 16 beers, and yeah, I'm still going strong.
I don't keep count, but
yeah, it's just on the floor. Yeah, but yeah, I love my beer.
Either way, I'm just saying. I mean, a lot of people say, "Oh, somebody was, high when they came up with this." Well,
oh, dude, a lot of people that are high.
The reason I think I did used to do a lot of drugs back in the day, but I don't do them anymore. But I'll tell you what, I know a lot of people that did drugs with me that are freaking liberal idiots running down the street, with the Black Lives Matter shit, like banners and shit, and it's just like,
here's the thing,
don't you
right?
see how they're freaking manipulating you?
Yeah.
Here's the thing, right? We didn't come up with this. We found ourselves in this situation because we've discovered some things. Now,
I tell you what, I'm gonna get another beer. Hold on. Hold that thought. I'll get another beer. Fuck that. I'm not gonna go yet.
You didn't have to say that. You just go do it, Elijah.
All right, cool.
Right. Like we like you have to be high to make this shit up, right? No, we didn't make this up. We just realized, oh, this is just something we experienced.
Elijah, he doesn't want to miss a beat. That's why you say.
Can you guys not interrupt Elijah?
Helio, did you not listen what the old man said? He said, "Hold on," because he wasn't want to miss a beat.
Elbow, come on! Why are you guys interrupting Elijah? God damn! What the fuck?
Are you not hearing what I said?
That's me.
I'm back.
It's a black thing, Hilo. You wouldn't understand.
The black thing. Yeah, but it must be because there was like 3 or 4 black guys trying to interrupt Elijah, and I was trying to say, shut the fuck up.
All right, Elijah, resume.
No, I was just saying it's crazy how they say you had to be high to make this shit up. Well, we're not really making anything up. If anything, since there's a belief in the globe, like that's the thing that's made up. Because all we've come across is some information that made us think, oh yeah, well, I do experience not that. So we're moving. Don't experience that. So it's curving. Don't experience that.
Elijah, were you in the conversation early on
So it's
with the guy with
tilting.
the
Don't
aeroplanes?
experience that.
And the guy couldn't explain anything?
What?
Well, were you in the conversation with us about 2 hours ago with that guy? We were explaining plane flights and landing on the runway, and he's like, he doesn't know how it works, but it just has to work. Were you in that conversation?
I wasn't.
Oh, you weren't? Who was here?
The runway, right? You're talking about the guy.
Yeah, the runway guy.
Okay, yeah, basically
You were with.
He couldn't admit, like, I think he was starting to not.
He
He
just
wasn't
left.
saying it out loud. He was not going to admit it out loud, but like I
Yeah.
think he realized like there's going to be some really hard questions to answer, because when you have a object traveling 1,000 miles per hour and the plane is traveling in the opposite direction or at a diagonal angle to that runway that's moving at 1,000 miles per hour, there's going to be some crashing happening. Otherwise,
Yeah.
some crazy accounting is going to happen.
And then his excuses, no, but it doesn't matter because it's big. We don't feel it because it's big, but it's still 1,000 miles per hour. No, but it doesn't matter. It's big.
So I have a baseball.
I'm gonna introduce something to you that that no one really talks about. Like I know I feel like I'm being honest in saying that, like either Sleeping Warrior heard what I was saying that day, or we woke up on the same shit. Like, cause I feel like we get like, what is it, downloads or uploads? I don't know. We get like downloads from the creator. That's what I think. Which is like, just seemed like one day the Black Swan was there, even though it always existed. But it's like, the creator's like, come on, you guys are moving too fucking slow. Here you go. Here's a bone. Like, so in the same sense, like nobody's thinking about the Doppler effect, right? Like they're thinking about it in terms of like redshift, blue shift, and all that. And I'm like, yeah, but if the Earth is moving and sound isn't connected to the movement of Earth, then shouldn't there be a Doppler effect, like when something is coming to and moving away from me?
Let me
Like
ask.
then
How would
a moving rotating platform affect sound?
Well, let me ask you. I mean, I'm maybe a little bit ignorant about the red shift, blue shift. Are they attributing?
Are you going to entertain the premise, Helio?
I'm asking you if they actually say that that red shift, blue shift is similar to the Doppler effect. I'm not sure. I haven't actually looked into it that much. So is that what they're saying?
Well, what is the
Mic check, mic check. What's going on?
Hold on, I'm asking Elijah a question. I want him to answer it. Go ahead, everybody, or just Elijah, please.
If something is in the red, it's denoting that it's moving away. And if it's in the blue, it's coming toward, right?
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so what's so hard about that?
All right. So, but
because everything
light is not
frequency,
sound.
so,
light is not sound.
But light is a frequency, and so is sound.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Me either.
But it's how we.
Exactly.
Yo,
Elijah.
I mean, how did they come up with the Doppler effect of that the red shift is when it's leaving and blue is when it's coming? How do they determine how? Did they test that, or is this something that actually happened?
Well, wavelengths, like we know the longest wavelength is red. I mean, and then there's some. I mean, like if you look at a sunset, I mean, if we think it's moving away, which we do, then it's like when it's as far as it can possibly go, that's when you get that red ass sun. That's when you get the red ass moon if you ever capture it near the horizon.
Well,
Yeah,
but
but
they don't even talk about that
But
way.
when,
They
hold on,
don't attribute.
but when
I'll shut up.
the sun is coming
Continue.
towards us, when the sun is coming towards us, it doesn't look blue.
No, it's always
No,
what I'm
no,
gonna
but
do is
That was funny.
I will film
But
film a sunset in Cape
that's the
Town from
thing.
Table Mountain one day when I get my P900 or P1000. I'll film a sunset from Cape Town on Table Mountain. I promise you guys.
Right now, but I understand.
Yeah,
I mean,
the part that's fallacious is what they're saying is happening.
right.
These stars are moving. That's fallacious. What we experience is the Doppler effect here on Earth, sound wise, is when like you've heard a siren getting closer and moving away from you. It's like you
Slow
can
down.
hear it.
Yeah, like a train. When the train's coming towards you, the sound gets shorter and shorter, so it gets higher in amplitude and louder. But as soon as it goes away from you, it gets longer and drawn out. The sounds take longer for it to reach your ear. So it's on a red shift as to a blue shift when it's coming towards you. Like as soon as it goes past you, or even a car.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, on the basis of light, how are they actually testing this?
Did I
Nobody
fuck
knows.
this
Light
up?
is a
Hold
vibration.
on. Did I fuck this up the way I set it up? We're
No.
supposed to be talking about how the Earth is supposed to be rotating from the west to the east, and how that there is no effect whatsoever, not with the semicircular canals in your ear, the vestibular system, not with the Doppler effect, and not with Coriolis effect. None of these things, which denotes movement, is actually happening.
Right. Yeah, I understand that part. We just got on the weeds with the particulars on like, okay, how did it determine this part? But yeah, you're okay. Continue.
I would like to ask Elijah a question whenever I can.
Go ahead.
Hey, Elijah, I heard I was watching on my TV and I heard you say the comment about the downloads. If you would believe me, bro, it's just not even the first time I've thought about that same thing. Ever since I started this freaking movement, bro, these ideas have been popping up, and most of the time, as soon as I log into any one of these chats, somebody's usually talking about the same shit I was thinking about. I find myself having a lot of these ideas, and I find myself having a lot of deja vus as well. I don't know if you guys are experiencing the same things.
If you listen, if you ever find yourself on Stacy B server, or if you're talking to MJ from this server, me breaking down the wall of lies, even crypto on occasion, like there have been, we spent a large amount of time talking together, separate from the live stream and what is now called the learning curve, before it was speculation chat. And this would happen every morning. We would come in and we would be on the same wavelength. We'd be talking about the same shit we would have thought about the night before or that morning. Somebody will ask a question, hey, isn't it odd that XYZ? And then it's like, oh shit, I was thinking the same thing. Well, the day that I don't know what made me think about it, but I just thought about the Doppler effect. That next morning, Tony posted in a Skype chat that that sleeping warrior, he's like, I was looking up the Doppler effect, and he basically was thinking along the same lines as I was thinking. I was like, what the fuck are the odds? Nobody's talking about the Doppler effect, and then all of a sudden, me and Sleeper Warrior is talking about it.
This does seem like the awakening, right? Like if the awakening were to be a real thing, like these kind of things that are happening, that seems to be more than coincidences, right? These kind of things do seem to line up.
Dang,
Back to the Doppler effect. We up in the weeds right now, talking about other stuff. The question is this, man, because I still have an issue with it because they're thinking of light as a wave, right? But isn't light of a particle, or is it,
I don't know. I think you guys are thinking about it like I think they're the same thing. They're the different versions of the same thing, sort of like the north and south of the magnet.
You have to ask QE. He knows what light is.
Well, light's not a wave because it doesn't have any force behind it.
Right. So then that's what I mean. Because the Doppler
I don't think
effect
anything is a wave.
Hold on. Holy shit, man. You're loud.
There's a possibility that anything is a wave.
Damn.
It just might behave differently towards the medium.
You keep talking over me, bro.
Matrix.
Oh man, I'm just having some lagging problems, man. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So damn, I lost my train of thought now. So because if they're saying the light is a wave, because we right, because what Fraud said that there is no force behind it. So how are they saying that the stars and the stars are the red shift and blue shift doing what they're saying they're doing?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's not true. Like that's the first thing I said.
You said what?
Gotcha.
Wait, what?
The people didn't get you, bro.
But at the same time, I did also say, like as the moon and the sun both move away, like the spectrum that is still reaching you from the illumination of these whatever they are, you can still see the red spectrum. That's why it's red.
What was not true? One more time, just to be clear.
Like when they're looking at certain stars, they're saying, well, that's because it's moving away. But at the same, think about the sunset, for example. If the sun just stayed there or was always at that proximity from us, then we would always just see it as red. So how do we know that the stars that are red just aren't so far in proximity? Also, it would have to do with, what they're emitting.
And the medium, right?
Frequencies and the medium.
Yeah,
yes.
That's a huge one. Yeah.
That's the biggest. Yeah, especially the medium. I don't know, man. All I'm saying is it doesn't have to mean that it's moving away from you. Like expanding like the universe, like it's straight up just it's a snapshot of the whole universe, and the ones that are red are just moving farther away from you, as the ones that are blue are actually moving. Am I even?
Do they look like they're in water, or do they look like they're in something else?
I gotta look this shit up because
okay.
There's a lot of people in the past that have talked about redshift, blue shift, the cosmic background medium microwave thingy thing.
Is it just
Are you
like
talking about the expanding? Are you talking about the expanding space and what is countering the matter?
He's talking about Doppler.
Supposedly, where all the matter comes from. You're trying to say, supposedly.
Well, I made that same example once in one of these chats about where is it taking the medium, the matter, when it's expanding, right? Because a big bang is like a bomb, so it expands.
There's one problem, guys. Is that since the 1960s, when they look at these, there are so-called red shift and so-called blue shift that are connected by filaments. How can they be connected if one is moving away at a different rate?
Wait, what's the filament?
Yeah, that's correct.
It completely invalidates the entire idea that it's the Doppler effect you're looking at.
Is a filament like a little line of light that makes it seem like it's attached?
Yes.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. Like when I talk about the Doppler effect, I'm describing something we actually experience. That's why I was saying, no, what they're saying is the Doppler effect is not. That's what I was trying to say.
Right. Yeah, you're right. I agree with you on that.
The same as Coriolis. There is a Coriolis effect. What they're saying it's not. It's all that kind of shit.
Actually, the Coriolis effect is a completely artificial effect, right? Because without the little turnaround, the little you couldn't explain it in nature. Like people from tribes and shit, they wouldn't have any kind of idea of what the Coriolis is because they would never experience that in natural nature.
Coriolis doesn't happen in reality. It works in math on their ball Earth, but it doesn't work in reality.
Well, sure, and also with the Doppler. Hold on, I was gonna say, hold on, Doppler. Like I was saying in chat.
Why? But you're about to just let that slip by and say something else. without correcting what was just said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do we do that?
No. Go ahead.
What do you mean Coriolis only exists in math? It's not
Because
what exactly do you mean?
the reason why I say that is because
What-
I used to hunt, and I've never had to correct for Coriolis, whatever you want to fucking call it. Anyway, so
Oh, you mean
but
Earth-based Coriolis isn't real?
yeah, that
Because
whole
Coriolis effect is a thing.
Actually, I was the one that was talking about that. Who was he talking to? Did Elijah?
I think hold on. I want Elijah and this guy to work this out really quick.
Yeah. Cool. So as I understand it, they say the Coriolis effect happens on Earth because of the rotation and blah blah blah. So yes, to their mathematics it works 100%. I understand it, but we've never needed to account for it. So when I go hunt, I don't aim it at the buck or at whatever I'm shooting at and say, okay, I got to aim another, say, 10 centimeters or whatever you want to call it, in inches, 3 inches to the left, because of the Earth's rotation. So it doesn't work in reality, but it does work in maths. That's how I understand it.
Hold on, Beer Man.
Yo.
I'm sorry, Elijah, to jump over you. Beer Man, do you know what the Coriolis effect is?
So I've seen the animations and the videos of it with the merry-go-rounds where they throw a ball when it's spinning, and it looks
the ball is moving straight, but when you're spinning, once it leaves that reference frame, it looks like it's curving.
It looks like it's curving, but it's not curving.
Okay, so now we both understand what the Coriolis effect is. Continue, gentlemen.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. I understand that, but it's always it's not going to land up in a different point.
Yeah,
and that's why I said it works in math, but it doesn't work in reality.
But it's
without
not
Earth-based.
really no. It does. What do you mean it works in math?
If you had to put a math,
it's no, because they're wrong. Because they're redefining something that's already defined, and this is what they do all the time.
Yeah,
like when
it doesn't
they talk
apply
about,
to Earth because it never happens on Earth.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If you had to, their Earth model has got a whole bunch of math in it, and they got their little calculations,
but
and
the
they say
math
this is
has
why.
nothing to do with the Coriolis effect. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay, no, okay, yeah, I understand where you're getting
Like
at.
it's
Okay,
not, it's
cool.
not even defined correctly. Like they don't
Okay, yeah.
have.
So if I were to ask you to explain the Coriolis, use an example.
Matrix, wait.
Well, boys, relax.
Elijah finish this one.
I see where Elijah's getting at.
Yeah, please let Elijah finish his point.
No, because I'm only at like what math? What did it? What math? Something. Physically, what is physics like? Because it's not a force. It's not an actual thing. Like it's not an actual spin of a storm system. That's not what it is. It's none of that.
Okay, elaborate.
It's an apparent deflection when you're on the non-inertial reference frame. That's all it is. So if you're looking at a storm from above, you're not in the non-inertial reference frame. You're not even talking about the same thing.
Well, that's what I asked. How would you explain the Coriolis effect?
I just did.
How would you explain it? No. What I'm saying is, without some sort of artificial thing like a merry-go-round, how would you be able to even visualize it? Is what I'm asking.
Hold on. How many
walking.
people have already done this right now? Like within the past 5 minutes, we've explained that if you're on
you are walking.
Go ahead. So simple.
Like these, yeah, it is. It can be simple when you're walking. I'm walking right now, and the poles that I'm passing appear to be moving, but that's not what's actually happening. I'm moving. It's as simple as that. And that's linear movement versus angular.
Let's go to the merry-go-round, right? Say you're holding a ball on a merry-go-round.
Versus the added issue which would be angular movement.
You're holding a ball and you're on a merry-go-round. Your friend is spinning you around on the merry-go-round, right? And you're like, "Whee, this is fun."
But he
You're holding a
specifically
ball
said,
and you throw it.
Hilio,
You throw
Hilio,
the
you're
ball
almost not
and it
in the
looks like it's
conversation.
curving.
It's almost like you're not in the conversation because he said, not on a merry-go-round, where would you experience it? And I just told him. What?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay,
Matrix did
well,
say that.
Earth, they claim the Earth is the merry-go-round, right? So
But you're
this is
not,
where they apply
I
the
get it,
Coriolis.
but you're not actually addressing like what people are talking about. You're correct. You're just inserting things where they don't belong.
No, they just make shit up. So
Yeah, but he didn't.
that's on them. That's on them.
limited his
He
question.
said specifically, "Don't give me that," and you cut me off to give exactly what he didn't want. Why do we
I don't
do
give
that?
a shit what he wants or not. I don't really care.
Well, then how can you have a conversation with anyone then?
Well, if you
that's the
talk
whole
about
point.
Coriolis, that's just it's one argument is non-rotating
We're not having an argument. We're
and
having a
rotating reference frame.
conversation.
There's only two
We're not
reference
having
frames.
an argument. We're having a conversation, Billy. We're trying.
Well, you can keep trying, but it's very simple.
No, it's very hard when you do this.
Yeah, well, your mama. Just fucking. Anyway.
Okay, so the example.
I don't mean your mama. I mean the other guy's mama.
Okay, so Matrix, did you get what Elijah said about walking? You understand that example because that one did not use the merry-go-round like you asked.
Wouldn't the Earth have to be the turning reference frame then, if that's in that hypothetical scenario?
The walking one didn't make sense to me.
No, well. Now you're asking for what you said you didn't want.
Well, isn't the Coriolis effect is observing it from a moving reference frame something else that looks like it's moving?
He's walking, I think, right?
Then what will be the other thing that's moving other than you?
He's not. The pole is not. Okay, the pole. Elijah, just say it one more time again when you're walking. That example again.
When I'm walking, the pole is not moving, but it appears that it is.
Exactly. You understand now?
Could I try to explain the visualization of this, guys, if you don't mind? Just
hold on. Just wait before you explain. Matrix. He just told you. Do you understand? The pole appears to move, but it's not moving because you're the one moving.
It just seems to explain movement to me.
Yeah, the pole's not moving. It's attached to the ground. He's walking, so it looks like it's going past him, but actually he's just moving. Like the Earth is not moving, the pole is not moving, but he's walking. So it looks like as he's walking, the pole is moving, but it's not.
But is that what Coriolis is? Just explaining regular moving?
It's
from one reference frame?
I believe that is what it appears. Like it's not an actual it's an apparent deflection. It's not an actual deflection. So it seems like it's moving, but you're the one moving or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Go ahead.
But in the situation, regardless of it being you or the pole moving, something is still being physically moved. That's not what's being described in the Coriolis effect, is it? It's the appearance of movement.
What? Go ahead.
Can I try to give my example? Okay, so like say you're going around a racetrack, right? And you're going around a circle and you're going 100 miles an hour, right? Now, if you wanted to go around the racetrack, but you wanted to take longer to go around the racetrack, you'd have to and still go 100 miles an hour, you'd have to make the racetrack bigger, right? The circle bigger, so it would take longer to get around because you're still going the same speed, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. You're talking about if you want to make it shorter, just take the inner route. If you want to take the longer, just take the outer right. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So that you know how racetrack works, right? How they have to make the starting line at a different point, so that because the outer circle is longer, they have to make it fair by making the inner circle start at a different point, right? Yeah, how that works, right? Well, the same thing works with the way that they described the ball Earth is. You have smaller circles and then bigger circles. So the smaller circles towards the North Pole, they say, would have to be moving slower because it's a shorter distance, but it still takes the same amount of time to get around to the starting point, right? So at the equator, it's moving 1,000 miles an hour, but then if you move towards north, then you say, well, now you're going around in a circle that's only moving 700 miles an hour because you're up further in a smaller circle on the ball. You understand?
I mean, sure, I'll follow.
The largest circle is the circumference because it's the widest point on the ball. Now, as you move up towards the north, you're going to have smaller and smaller circles, and then you'd have to be moving slower and slower to make it take the same time to get around to the starting point, right? So what they're saying is that because of that, you were to shoot a rifle and try to hit something, and you're shooting south from the south to the North Pole. Well, now you're going to have to account for the inner circles being at a slower rate than the circle that you're on. See what I'm saying? So if you're trying to shoot something at the 700 circle, the 700 mile per hour circle, and you're moving at 1,000 miles an hour, they're saying you would have to somehow calculate where that bullet's going to end up in relation to the different movement, the different speeds of those circles. You see how ridiculous that is?
Yeah, that shit sounds like a scene from Wanted.
Yeah, you'd have to, like, if you were trying to shoot a rabbit, and he was that far away, you'd have to calculate when the rabbit's going to be at the point that the bullet's going to reach the point he'll be at.
It sounds like some curve the bullet type shit.
Yeah, you would not even be aiming at the rabbit. You'd be aiming at the spot that you predict the rabbit's going to be by the time the spin gets him there.
And this isn't accounting for the angular change either, like at all.
Yeah, it's all.
I thought the Coriolis things. I thought the vectors, the different vectors and movements, was the thing that created the Coriolis.
Well, the thing is that you're moving in a different reference. They say that any projectile in the air that's off the Earth is in a different reference frame than the Earth. So anything on the Earth moving with the Earth, and it's just fine. It's moving 1,000 miles an hour. But now that you're shooting something, it's no longer attached to the Earth, so it has its own reference frame. So then you would have to calculate the difference between the projectile reaching its target and where the target will be by the time the projectile gets there. It doesn't work. And same thing if you're in a plane. If you're going in any other direction than with the speed, with the turn of the Earth, you would have to hit a moving runway because you would have to calculate when the runway is going to be to the point that the plane's going to be there by timing it. So you'd have to you'd have to aim for a runway that's not there and wait for the runway to time it so the runway hits the plane just at the same time that the plane's trying to land, and the plane would tumble every time.
Hey, how do they explain that away? They say conservation of momentum, right? Supposedly.
Yeah, they say conservation of momentum, and then I put it to Rumpus and I put it to Matthew, and they say it's just like being in a train. If you toss a ball to someone in a train, it doesn't matter which direction you toss the ball, and it's not the same.
That's where it's not sequitur, because
it's a non sequitur.
That's linear.
They don't have an answer to that. They don't
that's
have a good
linear momentum.
Yeah,
like
right.
when you're
It'd be like you were
conserving
trying to toss a ball
angular
to another
momentum.
Yeah.
When you're talking about angular momentum, the ball has to have a curved path, or the projectile has to have a curved path. And guess what you need in order to calculate that correctly? The radius.
You need a radius.
And so that's when the other guy said that math works for the Coriolis, it only works because they're assuming a radius and the spin and everything. It would only work in their imaginary spinning baller scenario with the radius.
Doesn't the conservation momentum make it even harder to land a plane?
No.
Because if you were going with it, you'd have to fight that, right?
Hold on. No. Well, not no to what you guys are saying, but I'm saying no to because we're talking about the conservation of angular momentum. If this was a thing, then there would be then what are we talking about Coriolis effect for? Ultimately, there would be none. And that's exactly what they're saying. They're saying there is no Coriolis effect because of the conservation of angular momentum. There is no Coriolis effect. But they also say
that's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up, because in itself it debunks their whole claim of having to account for all these movements.
Yep, it sure does.
Because it should be locked in, like magnetically locked or whatever to you know what I'm saying. So they're saying that it's accounting for some sort of movement that's not going on.
When he said even if it was working, it wouldn't work.
Speaking about locked in, right? This is a segue back to satellites. So, I hadn't thought about this. Actually, I totally forgot this term. Geosynchronous orbit, right? So basically, what that means is it's not like a whole bunch of satellites just flying around willy nilly. No, they're geostationary over a specific place of the Earth. Because it's geosynchronized with the rotation.
So that means it's locked into every movement?
It's locked into the movement of the rotation. That being said, it's in effect stationary, just like with the conservation of momentum. The reason that we don't feel 1,000-mile-an-hour winds at the equator is because we're locked in, or whatever, right? So that's exactly what a satellite is supposed to be. But you can't look up, point your binoculars to a specific direction and say, oh yeah, that's a satellite. They're above my head because I was told it was there, and there it is, because it's locked into the same rotation that the movement of the Earth is said to have. That's not happening.
Yeah, because then there would be no choreo. Well, actually, now that I think about it, okay, so let's say you have an airplane that's taking off, that's and you are allegedly conserving some type of speed, but then you're still gonna if you're because direction's not gonna be this like relative thing, right? So it's like you're as soon as you lift off in the opposite direction, it doesn't matter whether you're conserving momentum or not, because you're still gonna have to face the consequence of a runway moving 1,000 miles per hour in your direction, you know? The whole thing is just so ridiculous.
Oh, my bad. Why you didn't tell me that my mic was open? I know you heard that win. My bad. I'm sorry. But as far as conservation of momentum, listen, you're not concerned. Listen, it's not indefinite. That's another problem. It's not indefinite. Like, so, okay, you lift off of the moving surface. Well, how long do you expect to conserve that energy or that movement? How like if you were to jump up high off of a treadmill, like how far would it carry you in relation to the rotation of the moving platform underneath you? Indefinitely, or would it drop off, right? Obviously it would drop off. Like when you drop a ball out of the window of a car, it doesn't just travel with you. At some point, it hits the ground.
When you drop a ball out of a moving car, it goes straight down, if I'm not mistaken.
Does it? I don't even.
I think it goes straight down.
It might
Oh,
go.
no.
It might go a little bit. It might move a little.
There's wind.
It might move a little bit.
No. I lie. Sorry, Elijah. I'm thinking you got to shoot at the same speed as what the vehicle's traveling to make it fall dead straight.
Yeah, so, because the wind is gonna block. It's gonna. Cause
sorry. Yeah, you got to shoot at the same speed out of the vehicle.
So think about this now. Think about traveling to the moon. It took 3 days, right, to get there. Like, never mind you dying and shit, because you have nothing for your vestibular system to equilibrate with. right? Because there's no up down in space. There's no gravity there. There's nothing for this system to be engaged. And you will go delirious and you will vomit. You'll probably vomit till you die. But my overall point is that once you leave the movement of the earth, think about in your mind the midpoint between the earth and the moon. Think about the spacecraft being that midpoint while the earth and the moon are both still traveling with the sun at whatever speed that the sun is moving through the universe. How are you going to conserve that kind of energy?
Magic.
Or maybe it's because there's no atmosphere that you wouldn't need the conservative. Never mind. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah. We definitely
Can I
lose
say
it.
something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, some just to think about. So you've got the bang that happened. You've got the so-called vacuum of space. So to go from one place to another or whatever, what they want to do, and what is happening constantly right now, an ever-expanding universe. How do you get an ever-expanding universe in a vacuum?
Without a container.
Yep. So you're outside the container, it's a vacuum. How does that so-called universe, whatever you want to call it, keep on expanding? It's a vacuum. It just keeps on going, and apparently everything goes with this vacuum that's
Even if
expanding. A vacuum that expands.
even if someone could explain it, they don't have they haven't actually traveled to the edge of the expanding universe if it existed or not. So they don't know. Because your question is how and what, right? So
No, I know I know the answer. I'm trying to put it to people so I can get feedback from you guys. You know, how do you?
I'd say you need to sign if you're.
What happened?
I'd say you need a scientific experiment because no one has ever actually traveled there, so nobody would know.
Oh, yep. So then nothing in space can be there. No planets or nothing, because the definition of space is it's void of any matter. So
How do you
it's void of any matter,
just ask them to
and it's a
demonstrate
vacuum.
vacuum without a container? You don't even have to go that far. You can container without a container using a gravity. They can't do it. It's impossible.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm just trying like a way of putting it to somebody, because some people have an allergic reaction to gas pressure without a container. They think it only applies to when you're having a barbecue or something or other.
Well, especially next to a vacuum. Like I love that, you know?
Yeah.
Like for
It's just another
example,
way to pose it.
if you ask them like, okay, say you have a vacuum chamber and instead of like the walls, you just have gravity and then ask them to demonstrate that, it's over. They can't. Like they can't you can't do that with gravity. You have to use this what do you call it? Electromagnetism. So they can't. There's no way. It'll be funny if they just said it would be so awesome if the Globers just one day said, "Oh, we're gonna just throw out gravity and say it's electromagnetism," because that would actually have some more backbone to stand on. You know?
Yeah, they probably will. It's just that I love it
I don't
when
think they will. They'll never do it.
it's
Trust
just
me.
something
They'll
to
never do
throw at
it.
these
Trust
people when they say
They'll never do it.
ever expanding universe in a vacuum. Again, I'll pose the question.
But relativity is already being questioned in the mainstream, aka, they're like, if you Google, I think CBS, there's a couple of publications and a couple of mainstream news channels that are talking about how scientists are saying that the Einstein's theory of relativity is incorrect. Like they're already I mean, but they've been saying that anyway. Like, so
yeah.
I
It's a
mean,
circus.
I don't know how electromagnetism. I'd still have the same questions. So
The only reason I think it's better than gravity is because I can see, like, when I put a little spark, like, I can see the spark, you know? I can't see a force, you know what I'm saying? Or a non-force. I can't see space-time, but I can see this, like, little spark. But it doesn't. Obviously, it's not gonna work because they'll never throw out gravity anyway. You know, that'd be funny if they threw gravity out. If they said it was like, it would be more if they just said it's Star Wars and there's some Jedi that's keeping everything together. That'd be more interesting.
Well, again, I'm going to go to my thing. Just to, I don't think I might need to maybe say it in a different way. If in a vacuum, how do you have gravity? If gravity, how in a vacuum?
You can't, because there's no mass. There's no mass.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then, how are we having anything in said vacuum? How
Yeah.
does it?
Yeah.
Do I make sense? Because apparently sometimes I kill people when I speak with my voice. I'm lethal.
I agree. If there's nothing there, then there's no gravity. Well, the gravity
So
wouldn't
we
exist
can't have
anyway.
spinning balls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but straight away shut them down.
Agree.
Even there, spinning whatever, There's nothing there. There's how do you have? You
can't.
Two nothings make something.
Yeah.
It's really funny to me. I don't know. I've thought about these things for a long time. It's just, the void of space, the vacuum, ever expanding.
What causes the expansion? That's what I want to know. But you'll never know because they never went there, and it might not even be expanding either. So
yeah, well, that's the thing. If you take their definition for a vacuum, it has to be pulling stuff in. It has to be doing the opposite motion. That's what I'm trying to get at, without saying it directly. Because
I think what would they? Because okay, wait. So before the Big Bang, was there a vacuum there, or was it just no space? Because that would be the only. It's not even an explanation because there's no evidence for it. But like, what do they think that there is room? And when I say space, I'm not talking about like vacuum, but do they think there's like room? Because if let's say you have a car in a prison, or no, let's say you have a person inside of a prison, they can't move because there's no room, right? So when it comes to the Big Bang, before it happened, do they think that there was no room, or do they think that there was room? You get what I'm saying?
So yeah, it depends which definition you go by. Usually, the most famous one is the matter and antimatter. It's the friction, and then the Big Bang, so called.
Does that require room though? I mean, does antimatter need room, or can it exist without room? You get what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, well, that's the thing. Void, something that's pulling something in. There is no room. You're getting sucked in. I don't know how you can do things in like.
Yeah.
It's in reverse. That's what I'm
You
trying
need
to.
something to create room, basically. It
Yeah,
has to
they
create
need to.
room.
Yeah, so you need
And
something
I've
to make
never
the energy.
yeah. It's almost like you need something that is superior to the physical reality in order to cause the physical reality to exist, almost like an intelligent design. No, it couldn't have been an intelligent designer, right, guys? No way, right?
That's the
Couldn't.
thing. You know, everybody's in the void. They've got a void stuck in their head, in their, in their soul, everywhere. This is the void thing. They're getting
The
like
void
sucked in from everywhere.
yeah, it represents the amount of evidence, the amount of truthfulness to the heliocentric model. That's what the void represents.
Dude, it's almost like you need a volume to calculate gas pressure. I mean, wow.
Yeah, how did something create volume for the Big Bang? Like before it happened, what created the
That's what
volume?
I'm saying.
Nothing created the volume. We all
In
know
a void, in a negative.
So nothing created the volume?
Yeah, we all know that. Remember, we were
That's what I'm
taught that.
saying. But in a negative, not just nothing. In a negative, nothing.
Oh man, it's
Do you get
comical.
Forgive me for interjecting.
No, I want to know this. Okay, so before the Big Bang happened, there was
There
there
was a
was there volume or
primordial.
was there
There
not
was a
volume?
primordial state. They'll say they don't know what happened prior to that, but it must have existed, and we just
Did,
exploded from that point. But they're not saying that it came from nothing. That's
did it
kind
did
of
the primordial state have a volume?
well, they would say it would have had to.
Because it has to be. So it did have a volume, right?
Isn't that funny? It's like
it's yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
I
great.
think
Like
it's
this.
funny. I think it's funny.
Oh yeah.
And I
Before
laugh about
This
this
is
shit all the time.
I
Wait,
believe
wait.
in God. They believe in nothing.
Okay, wait. Okay, here's another question. So now with the primordial state, it had a volume. Now, before the primordial state, how did the volume get there? Sorry, space, like the room, like if I'm in a jail cell
yeah,
and I can't move because there's no room, right? So you had the primordial state. How did the room get there? You get what I'm saying? What caused
yeah.
the room to
I get
How
that.
did you get to the room?
Yeah, how
This
did
is the
the
mega point.
No, how did
They
you
don't.
get to the room?
Yeah, they just say they don't know.
Okay, gotcha.
They leave it. They
Yeah,
give you the wiggle room to think about it yourself.
Yeah,
they don't know. Okay.
yeah. It's so
They
you
actually
entrap
say
yourself.
they don't
Truth.
know. Yeah, that's a moment of honesty.
Hey, and to be honest, right here we are at a state where it's like, how did God create this? I don't know. We're both at the same point.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what create yeah. I love when they ask what created God. That's the funnest, funniest one.
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, if that
It's like an
we're
infinite
at
regression
this
of
point of
dumbness.
speculation at that point. But when you observe Earth, we have actual science that can prove the first, second, and third laws of thermodynamics that we already went through. I think we did that, a couple hours ago. So, so where?
Yeah, we can talk about the Earth now instead.
So yeah, my whole point was to make so people get it. In a
No,
vacuum,
you're not
you
liking a little
cannot
bit.
have anything. Oh, sorry. Go, Elijah. Sorry, bro.
No, that was Noah, I think. It was just
Yeah, well, first, second, and third laws actually prove that you can't have something that comes from nothing. It actually, our existence is proof that something created this place. our existence, with whether or not, with physicality and spirituality, there is obviously a creator. So we can prove it through science and spirituality. So, the people that argue against this, they're lacking. They have nothing. And when they're trying to say that it just happened out of just like bullshit circumstance.
That's what I'm saying. So you're having everything happen in this void. So we're here, but in the void, there can't be any matter, and it's going into regression. All this stuff is happening. Like, to me, the mind boggles how people. It's like a simple thing. It destroys everything.
When you speak of the void, what do you mean by the void?
Space. Outer space. Yeah, before the Big Bang, before the primordial state, before the singularity, before the Big Bang, before all of that. But what's funny is if nothing, the reason it couldn't have been nothing, or at least if someone says there was nothing, then that means the lack of everything, and the lack of everything includes no God, right? Because God's something, right? Or so they're already, like, if anyone's saying nothing, then they're already ruling out God, basically.
Of course, they're ruling out someone else is in control or someone else is in charge.
I'll put it to you this way. This is how I used to flip it to them back in when I was 15. So if nothing created something, then that nothing is something.
That's funny.
Exactly. Nothing else. There's nothing else to be said. If they deny the
Simple.
first, second, and third laws that we explained earlier, and they say nothing created everything, then they agree with us. So where the fuck are we now? I mean, it's weird.
Have you ever met the people
there's
who think
there's
it's
a
always
funny
there?
little critique of, can't help it. The laws aren't explained. That's what science does. They're described, because that's all we can do is describe what just is. Just a small.
No, I agree with you. And it's good. It's good. It actually supports our side. So fucking we sit here and rest on that. So it's all good.
I find it easier to believe that God did this than nothing did that did this. I don't know how they.
Bro, you're not getting me. I'm not.
No. I get you. Sorry,
point,
I've just had a lot to drink and I'm tired. It's fucking 3 a.m.
Nah, yeah.
I'm just I'm
No, that's
just
all right. I'm
rambling.
just trying to say that these guys, if they say nothing created something, then whatever that nothing is, it cannot be nothing. It has to be something.
Yeah, I know.
Because something cannot create nothing.
I know.
They're just trying to play with your mind and
because nothing can create nothing cannot create something. It has to be something to create something. Yeah.
Wait.
Exactly.
Kiwi here. He can explain it better than anyone else. Oh wait, I don't know. He's muted right now. Never mind.
No. That is the most simplest explanation. Even a kindergarten person will be able to understand it.
I would like QE to come in on this, because
I think QE's an asshole.
I fully have faith. I'm saying faith. I fully have trust that he can talk about these things more confidently than especially me. I don't know shit about any of this stuff, but he's looked into all of these things. So if you were going to talk to anyone about these things on a scholarly level, he's the person you should probably talk to, because he can point you in the direction of where to read what he has read to know what he knows.
Who's this?
I agree. It's Quantum Eraser. I mean, he has a YouTube channel. Yeah, I agree. I called him an asshole because he is an asshole, and so am I. But doesn't matter.
We're all
Quantum
assholes.
Eraser, Quantum Eraser does
Takes one to
explain
know.
these concepts, and first, second, and third law. He can actually explain these things to you and how it relates to this realm that we live in. Better than we've explained it tonight, but I think we've gone through it pretty well. I mean, we've shared links and everything that have explained some of these concepts. I can. I mean, if you
Well, one of the first things I said was you can't Google it. Like these are a wrong interpretation of what these laws actually state.
Yeah, just sub to him now.
yeah, look through Quantum Eraser's
Yeah, I'll definitely be
videos.
watching him now. But
Yeah, he's got a lot of good videos. Go ahead.
Have you not? Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
You're in for a treat. If you were confused or you was like maybe there is some sort of way that I can crawl my way back to the heliocentric model
No.
somehow. If there's
Nope.
like a small slim chance, like QE will crush it. Like it's
All right, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've been binge watching David Wise like crazy, and I've
Yeah,
just
and
been
David.
watching Rose. And
Yeah, and David
Crow.
Wise is good stuff. Yeah, I like David
Yeah,
Wise.
and
Videos.
the reason why
Matter of fact, I mirrored a David Wise video on my other channel the other night. So
yeah, but
Yeah,
as it relates to natural science and
No,
what
no,
they're
so-
I'm just in the middle of it. As it relates to natural science and as it relates to all of the contradictions that the model actually has directly, and what science or natural science is versus what pseudoscience is. This is something you're not going to get from anyone you've ever mentioned.
all right,
This
yeah, I'm
is
looking
your
forward
guy.
to that. That's awesome. Yeah, I dig that. Like that. Like I was saying that. I was going to say I watched David Wise. I've been binge watching him, for instance, this past 2 weeks. Not just because of what he's saying, but I some of these interviews he says something extra, even though it's the same thing over and over and over. There's something that's extra that I pick up, and it's like, okay, cool, that. So this guy, dude, I'm going to be binge watching him for the next few weeks. So thank you so much. This is why I actually joined this channel, is to get stuff like this. Google this stuff, you don't find this stuff. You only get this sort of information from chats like this.
what did you get? Simon Dan and
Oh my god,
Professor
no, that
Phil,
guy's a no,
those
that guy.
idiots.
Yeah.
When you Google flat Earth.
Oh, dude, I don't even bother with that shit. I remember, like, when I was originally searching this in 2015, you used to get decent content. You don't get it anymore. So yeah, but Simon Dan, he's just he's another joke on his own. I'm quite
Yeah,
a
we
Ken
don't bother with those guys.
Yeah.
Here on this server, actually, what we do is we meet new people. We live stream 24 hours a day. We try to meet new people coming from other Discord servers, gamer servers. Maybe sometimes they'll join, like 20 at a time, and then we'll check them in, just make sure they're cool, and then talk to them about flat Earth. That's what we do.
This video right here, the creator versus atheism by Quantum Eraser. Definitely check this one out. This one's probably the most.
Let me add this to my play. Thanks, man.
That's the one that goes more in depth for debunking the Big Bang, whatever. Well, you don't even have to debunk it, but yeah.
You know what's so funny? It's almost like you guys don't have to convince me. I'm from South Africa. We are very humble, religious people. This side, I've always believed in what I believe. The ball Earth. I believed it in the sense of just being a ball and spinning. I never even realized what I believed in until I really looked into flat Earth. And that's when I realized, fuck, I don't live on a ball that spins, because I never understood what I lived on. And now I understand what I live on. And it's a flat stationary Earth.
Well, I mean, good for you. I don't know what this place is, but you know, at the very least, it's not what they told us it is.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. That's what I mean. At the very least, not what they say. So yeah.
So, QE.
I think he muted himself. Is he there? I think
He unmuted himself a few seconds ago.
Oh, is QE in here?
Oh yeah, I see his username, but he's on local mute right now.
Yeah, he unmuted himself just a few seconds
Yeah.
ago, and then he muted himself
I'm
back.
sure he might be doing something else, but anyway. But yeah, man, that's
QE,
what,
yeah,
that's,
are you there, QE?
I could get him. I could get him. Well, you know, if we're gonna describe entropy correctly, we have to understand what it's describing is things going from order to disorder, right? QE.
Oh shit, he's about to bust you on because I think the last time I heard him say
He's really not available.
if he's available and he heard you say that, I think because I heard him say something about that the other night, and I think he's going to disagree with you on that.
It looks like he's still muted.
But anyway, but I've always, you know, for several months, you know, every once in a while, I would say to understand the second law, you have to understand the first and third. And it's like everybody look it up, understand it from front to back, right? And then, I mean, when you say, "Oh, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation," right? Or, you know, when we're talking about the vacuum of space and all that kind of stuff, which is true, but just to throw that at somebody when they don't understand the first and third law, it's kind of like, okay, I'll believe you because you sound smart. But I mean, they're really simple concepts, you know, to understand it. So anyway, that's all. I just want to throw that out there because I've said that several times in here. But if QE wants to jump in and expound upon that, if he can, that would be great. I'd love to hear what he has to say about that.
Oh shit! I see quantum rays is in here. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do that sub to you now as well. Obviously, you're not up to sub you after the truth, giving out the truth. So yeah. But anyways, dude, I've subbed to you. I'm definitely be watching your videos because I'm here to learn.
Until then, let's continue the conversation.
Yeah. I had a question. I did ask it 3 days ago. Is they always going to the south of what's that? Brazil? What's that fucking continent? South America. They're always going there to Antarctica. There's only one bit of research that I found. If you're looking at the flat Earth map, if you look on the right hand side, they're going that side to Antarctica. Why don't we hear of more people going to other places of Antarctica? Like, if you're looking at the flat Earth map on the top right, top left hand side, they're always going.
The airports are over there.
Wait, which map are you talking about? You're gonna have to.
So just the normal Gleason's map. Just give the Gleason's map as an
the
example.
Gleason's. Okay.
Is there any airfields near the other places besides?
No, so I'm not even thinking of airfields. I'm just thinking on ship sailboat. This is just a legitimate question. I'm not trying to disprove anything. I'm just asking a legitimate question.
I guess the only people who would know are the marine, like the laws. What do you call it? Maritime laws for the seas.
Yep. You know what's really curious?
I don't know. You could try. I mean, I'm not saying you could just
I'm
probably take a
curious,
boat and go straight. It would just be hard to
as
figure
someone,
out a
you
route.
know, he's South African, so I mean, have you flown anywhere from South Africa to say Europe or America? Have you ever flown?
My wife was in the UK for 2 years, but myself, no. I've just been on a cruise ship. I am planning on making a trip to the US soon.
Hey, wait!
And
you were on a cruise ship from where?
just from to Mozambique. We went up to Barrow Lodge.
And that was part of another part of Africa.
Yeah, still up Africa side. So I'm not trying to
So-
disprove anything. I just got questions.
No, that's why I had a question for you. So you
Cool,
haven't
cool.
flown from South Africa to anywhere?
No.
I've got an answer for you. They can, when they show you, apparently they fly here, they fly there on those radar things, and you see the dot and it fucking floats about, whatnot. They can
Yeah,
make
so
those
flight
dots
routes,
appear.
yeah. That I don't
They
believe
can
in.
make them
Those-
appear wherever they want.
Yeah, that I know, because the flight routes apparently are controlled by NASA. I haven't myself researched that. I'll believe it, not a problem. So yeah, I don't agree with the flight routes that they do. So it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth map. But my main question was just like, why is everyone or all the conversation, even on
We don't know
a
if they're
lot of
going there.
Probably dangerous, right?
Yeah,
I don't know. I've
just
never
even the-
been there though.
So
Dude,
what I understand,
flying across the South Pacific is dangerous.
Oh,
if,
yeah.
if you were to go from freaking Johannesburg to Perth in one flight, that's freaking dangerous. In one flight.
If it was by ship with are there
No,
any
I'm
dangers
talking
by?
about an airplane. I'm talking
Oh,
about an
okay.
airplane.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going across the South Pacific. There's no
Yeah.
supposedly there's no land out there. So it's just like you're gonna
No,
take
but-
one flight from Johannesburg to Perth.
on the globe, it's not that bad though, because you still at least have an emergency landing. But it makes more sense on the
Where are you
Gleason's
gonna have
map.
an emergency landing?
If you
in the
had to
South
fucking
Pacific?
yeah, because there's fucking no, they're in fucking Antarctica. Just land there. There are some people.
No,
Come on.
no. See, yeah. Anyway, go
But
ahead.
but these are all, aren't these all? Man, this is why. See, we all. I'm not even gonna put this on you. I need to know more because I don't want to speak from. I don't want to speak on shit that I don't know of. But correct me if I'm wrong. If anyone is here that can correct me. But maps are just projections of the celestial sphere. So it's just really the sky. Okay,
Exactly.
not actually the ground.
I've been saying
So-
that the whole time. So yeah.
So
go ahead.
Gleason's whatever map that you can think of is not a representation of the land regardless. So it's like, oh, this is easier on a flat earth. This is easier. And none of those things are correct ways to think about it.
Yeah,
It's not a
longitude
flat
and
earth map,
latitude.
it's not a
Longitude and
globe Earth map.
longitude and latitude are based on the path of the sun. As far as maps go.
By the way, I just want to say really quick.
Or
I think
as
that
far
someone-
as Gleason and several maps. I'm not going to say every map is based on the path of the sun, but Gleason's and the what was the other one? The AE map. They're all based on the path of the sun.
I think that someone might have done what that guy is asking, Beerman. I think someone might have done it, but I don't know that they're gonna tell us. So even if it was possible, I don't think they would tell us.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Traveling to okay, so his question was, how come instead of going down from certain places, why don't they do it from these other places? And I think maybe someone has done it, but I don't think they're going to tell us about it.
Yeah, like for instance, from Australia, why didn't they go to Antarctica from Australia? Why don't we know
instead-
about those
right,
trips?
right.
Well, I
Yeah.
thought
Well-
someone told you. I thought Jen told you that they have.
Are you talking about Captain Cook or what? Who, like, which person?
No, I'm saying that Jen has said that they have.
Oh,
which person? I mean, yeah, but who was like the captain?
What are you talking about captains for?
Yeah,
Someone
Captain Cook is a whole different story. Why are you bringing up Captain Cook?
Talking about Jen.
I'm asking who. Wait, what was his name again?
Who? Me?
No, the guy who traveled. The guy who actually traveled. What was his name?
Oh, that was Bird.
Time out.
Oh yeah, Bird. Yeah.
No.
Time out.
Go ahead, Elijah, please.
Time out. We're just talking about modern day travel, either by plane or by water, right?
Yeah.
This is what
To
we're
Antarctica.
talking. Right. Jin, I think it was, told him that they have traveled to Antarctica from various places.
But
One
who's
of them
they?
being from Australia.
She
Well,
hasn't
that's
sent
like
me
that's like
anything
me
yet, though.
saying they have flights to Paris, and you're like, who? That's how your question is
Like the
sounding to me
government,
right
you mean? The government traveled there? Is that what you're saying?
now. No, well, listen to what I'm saying. If I were to say, yeah, they have flights to Paris, and then you ask me who, that's
The
what
airline.
that's what you're doing right now.
Look, no, Elijah. I think you're misunderstanding. So yeah, so Jen did say that she's heard of a few or something. She did mention it 3 days ago, but I didn't get a DM from her. I said because I've only found one other article of someone that went to more on the right hand side.
She who?
So
She who?
Jen. I think it was Jen. Sorry, I'm still new here, guys. I'm still getting to get to know you guys. I think it was Jen or one of the ladies that were there on that
Not
night.
Jin, the
Jin.
Japanese guy.
Jin. Yeah, he's
Oh.
in Japan. He's in
Oh
Japan.
fuck no! There was one of the chicks that mentioned it on Thursday or Friday. They
Yeah, but
said
Jin
they might have
was
heard it.
there. Jin was there.
Either way. I mean, it's like you've been here for a couple of days. I mean, don't you understand what we're saying already?
Yeah. No, I do. I'm just saying I found one article, so I'm just trying to find. I'm just
About
asking
what?
questions.
What's the article
Like,
about?
So we always hearing about people going to the south of South America. We just don't have any reason.
Well,
Like any
you
info.
can actually book a thing to go to Antarctica from South America. Like there's
Yeah, but why there? Why can't we go somewhere else on Antarctica? That's my question. Like,
well, shit.
From
Where else
there,
the fuck
you
else are you gonna go? I mean, look. If you look at South Pacific, there's nothing there.
Listen.
Go ahead.
You don't really have an answer for him. Neither do I. The only answer that I have is someone says they do. So the only response that I guess is makes sense at this point is to say, oh, I'll get with Jin and see what he was talking about.
yeah, I want to find out what else they got to say about the place. That's basically what I'm trying to get at.
Hey,
well, I mean, your whole premise is that they don't do it from anywhere else. And
No. I didn't say they don't. I said I found.
All right, cool.
One,
but check this out. But you have Google like we do.
Helio. No, the premise is why there, aka why do they only? And then you said, well, you found
most of the time. Most of the time, basically what I'm trying to say.
Wait, time doesn't change, bro.
Helio.
Oh fuck, man, this guy's really getting this rolled up.
Guys, okay.
Elijah finish. Just let Elijah finish.
So if you're saying not all of the time, then what is the point? Who cares why they mostly travel there from South America? If they if they can travel from other points, what does it matter then?
Okay, so I think you're misunderstanding my point here. I'm really not trying to disprove anything. I'm basically asking, do you guys have any more articles for me to research? Because I'm trying to find out more. Do you guys know any more information? That's basically what I'm asking.
Yeah, there's a channel called Flight Paths here, and if you're talking about ships, do you see are you looking at live stream voice text?
No, I'm currently looking at the Gleason's map. Hold up.
All right, hold on,
wait. No one is prepared to give you the answer that you're asking for. The only one who piped up when you asked this question was Jin. My advice to you, and this is all that I'm saying, so don't get me misunderstood.
Cool.
Go to Jin and ask him because he's the only one that seems to be attempting to answer your question directly.
Sure. Yeah. How do I spell his name?
I can just ping him. Jin CBR, right? That's the guy, right? JIN CBR and then number 1, no spaces.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I was so overwhelmed that day. I think that's why I didn't even really concentrate. But yeah.
Do you see this channel called #Antar? Are you looking at the live?
I got you. I got you on live chat.
Yeah, there's one called #Antarctica, one called Flight Paths too. Both of those, you should check those out.
Sweet, thank you. Yeah, so this is what I meant. Is I'm not saying that you guys are lying because they only go there. What I'm trying to say is I'm looking for more articles because I'm trying to find out more information. So thank you. Oh yeah, this is awesome.
Testing. Okay. Yeah, sorry my mic was. Yeah, just all the channels below in the additional information are really good because they are hard to find like without, using a search engine and constantly
Yeah.
spending a million
So
hours.
So yeah, to give an example, I found one article on someone that went near to on the Indian side, India side of the map. There was some that went out that side. So what I was trying to get at is, do you guys have any more places that they landed? So yeah, this is perfect. Thank you.
Indian side. Oh, you mean Indian side of Antarctica?
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's the
yeah.
right hand side of the map.
Do you know who Charles Andahoy was?
No.
Okay, I don't know if he actually made it, but he tried to go. But you're only talking about people who made it on land, right?
Yeah, this is someone that wrote an article, and I found it about a month ago, and I cannot find it again. And I'm so pissed off with myself that I cannot find it again. I
Okay.
should have bookmarked it.
The
So
only
now I'm
two
bookmarking everything.
the only two people I could think of that went there were allegedly Admiral Byrd and Charles Andahoy and
No.
maybe some like other scientists. I don't even know who else.
No.
But, I don't
So
think he met the
this was searching deep into it. So for instance, Admiral Byrd, yeah, you'll always find someone going south of South America, and that's why I'm meaning Google censoring a lot of information, and that's why I'm here to get that information that I found before and I cannot find anymore.
You want a specific name of a person? I don't know, because those are the only two names I can think of right now.
Yeah, if I find it again, I'll definitely post it because I found it very, very interesting. And he saw shit that, yeah, when I read it, I was like, holy crap.
I used
So,
to
yeah.
have a well, let me just ask the question. Is there anyone right now that's listening? Does anyone know of any other names besides Admiral Byrd and Andahoy who went to Antarctica? Nobody. Okay, yeah, nobody knows then. Just ask Jin.
Yeah.
For Jin to
Okay,
come.
sure.
Maybe
Yeah.
Jin can give you some names of people who went
Yeah.
there.
And if I find the article, I'll definitely post it because, yeah, if you guys haven't seen this article, I don't know how I found it. I just found it, but I was searching and searching and searching. So, and I found it, and I thought it was incredible.
Oh, wait. Lemon, are you there? I think he might. This might be. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Okay. Do you know, Lemon, do you remember any other names of people besides Admiral Byrd and besides Charles Andahoy who went down there? Or allegedly went down there? Or tried to?
Captain Cook, I think, is the third one.
Captain Cook? Yeah, anyone else besides those three? Or is just those three, right?
There's a couple other people who said they circumnavigated by going across the tip or a limited area or going down and taking a V and turning around, but their circumnavigations aren't very convincing.
What were their names?
I forgot.
No, there was someone that didn't circumnavigate. They actually went to go explore, but they explored the Indian side, the India south of India of Antarctica.
Yeah, someone who you're talking about people who actually went there.
Yeah,
right?
and they went on top and they explored and they wrote it was about a seven and a half page report.
Yeah, there's only three names I can think of.
Yeah, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't want to hang on to this too much, guys. I will find it eventually again, hopefully, and I'll definitely post it because even you guys will enjoy reading this. It was really, really cool to read this.
Supposedly, there's like celebrities But
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. It's so
Jarl
weird.
Anderhoy, Laurel Anderhoy, he's from Norway. He tried to go to Antarctica, and his boat was arrested by the government, and he was charged with whatever. I mean,
But those are the
even
only
if
3 people, right? There's no one
yeah,
else.
there's only a few. I mean, who has? I mean, you have to have some guts to go,
Oh, yeah.
especially in the South Pacific. I mean, are you fucking
No,
serious?
but it's an old thing, man. It's really, really old. This is why I'm
Well,
so.
sure, we have Captain Cook. We've talked about that before, and supposedly he went over 60,000 miles.
Magellan, right?
No, well, I
I don't know.
I don't
I think
remember
it was
anything about Magellan going in the south, but Captain Cook, as far as I know, I mean,
Cook
this is
did
what
the circumnavigation.
yeah, it was like
Yeah.
60,000 miles.
Yeah.
He was trying to find an opening in Antarctica, whatever. I mean, these are stories, but check this out. No one in modern history has actually touched Antarctica. Even if you got there, I mean, have you heard stories about what happens when you get there?
Yeah.
I
heard about
mean,
the guy
what?
got
No,
arrested.
you're going to have, if you want to continue south on Antarctica, you're going to have millions of dollars worth of supplies and everything to continue from that point, even if you hit the ice wall.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like I'm a sailor and I found the ice wall. Well, congratulations. I can just post some pictures of the ice wall right now.
Yeah.
And but it's like who wants to go there? It's like fuck, it doesn't look like a fun place to me.
I used to think that allegedly Amelia Earhart, I used to think she went, but she probably went to the North Pole, allegedly.
Well, I mean, I guess I haven't heard that story, but I think that the story
Or
is
like
that she
other.
crossed the Atlantic, from
Yeah.
North America to Europe. I
Yeah.
think that's the story, right? With Amelia Earhart.
Did she go over the Bermuda Triangle? Or no?
I don't know. But
Okay.
the
It's
story
okay.
is that she traveled from Europe to North America.
Yeah, she probably didn't go there then.
Probably not.
Is there anyone else who? Well, probably the governments. We're not going to find out because Admiral Byrd was in the military, so we know the government was there. So maybe they probably just know already. I don't know who else would know.
Well, it's like, hey, why don't you guys go find the edge? It's just like, you first, motherfucker. I've seen Antarctica. I don't want to fucking go.
Yeah. Another thing is like if you tried to fly, if someone took a flight, it would be not just dangerous because of running out of supplies. It would be dangerous because you might crash into the container. That's
Well,
just it touches the ground,
I
though.
mean, it's like someone brought up Admiral Byrd earlier, right? Admiral Byrd, when he was on that TV show, said, "Hey, I did this, and what I found was another land as large as the United States, and uninhabited with resources that could." Which, I mean, how could they have actually known that there's that many resources? So it's just like where does the bullshit start and stop, right? So, but dude, if you're gonna go to Antarctica and do some research and traverse Antarctica, if there are other lands on the other side of Antarctica, you're gonna have to have the resources to do it. I mean, if you just try to do it yourself without knowing what's there, you're just gonna die.
They spoke of when they were flying planes. It was just, didn't Admiral Byrd also say they were flying plane? There was planes flying and they crashed into like a invisible force field, and then they
Well,
thought it was the
yeah,
Germans.
I've
Like
heard
a
some of
container,
that,
you
but
mean?
for the most part, what I've seen from Admiral Byrd's videos, I haven't seen him say that. So somebody
Oh
else
no,
said
no,
that.
yeah. So I'm saying, was it him or was it someone else? I remember they're
Yeah,
saying
somebody else
something.
said that.
Okay,
But
yeah,
that
somebody else said that, eh? I remember
yeah,
reading something like that.
I've watched a lot of Admiral Byrd's testimony, and he never said that.
Okay, so it was someone else. So I'm just saying this is now old stuff that I remember reading as well. But I just didn't know who it was from. But they mentioned they thought it was the
Oh,
Germans that had some sort of. This is before World War II, if I'm not mistaken. And they said, or just off. No, I think it was just before World War II. And they said something like, yeah, they thought the Germans had this new technology and they were flying planes and they was just crashing into this visible force field. And
Well, sure.
yeah,
I mean, you can go
so it was
with the
military then.
no, you can go with the Operation Fishbowl, right, where they were shooting
yeah.
rockets and nuclear weapons up
So I
into.
think it was related to that. Yeah,
They said they were hitting the dome, but that
yeah.
wasn't what Admiral Byrd was doing.
No, no, yeah. So
Admiral
it wasn't
Byrd,
him. I
You
thought
mean
it
was
wasn't
on a
him.
different
deep
page.
freeze or high jump, maybe?
No, it wasn't even
I
one of those. No, it wasn't even one of those.
Admiral Byrd was Operation High Jump. That's what
Oh,
he
Yeah,
was
yeah.
doing.
No, no, this one I'm talking about something different because I don't remember Admiral Byrd saying that because I remember or what I saying is when every time I search Admiral Byrd this never ever found this article and I'm looking for that article as well again because I remember someone saying about flying into this invisible force
Yeah,
field
that's
and they thought it was
Fishbowl.
German.
That's Fishbowl, and
Well,
there's also a Russian program. What was it called? There was another Russian program. I think what they. This is what they say. I mean, we can't confirm any of this, but
yeah, of course.
But there was a similar Russian program where they're supposedly shooting nuclear weapons into the sky and hitting the dome or whatever. But no, there's no confirmation. We can't actually confirm any of it. So, and just like we can't confirm that Admiral Byrd found another land somewhere.
Yeah. And then, like I also mentioned on 3 days ago, there was this is also 2015 when I was still searching it in the beginning. I found an old encyclopedia, and it's not the one where they speak about the dome, but there's actually an image where someone sent out a balloon up, and they took the first image from the inverted commas space of Earth. It wasn't a full Earth; it was part of Earth, but they took multiple images of it, and it was raw images of it. And someone found this in an encyclopedia, and they measured it out. And I cannot. It's a woman that went through this encyclopedia, and I cannot find that anymore either. And that was very very interesting as well because it
Hey,
matched the
you know
flat
what's
Earth.
really interesting to me? Like I was saying earlier,
Is it gonna be another?
nobody. Go ahead, Elijah. Sorry, brother.
I mean, I because I'm still interested in what he's saying, and you're about to say something that's totally not related. I'm almost sure.
Sure, I probably am. Go ahead.
Be your
So
man.
you
Go ahead.
saying this information was scrubbed off of the internet like everything else?
Yeah, now that's what's bothering the shit out of me. And it was on my. I've only got one YouTube account, and everything. If I go to my history, I can search my history, and I searched old encyclopedia, and I cannot find this what I was looking for. The only one I find is this one that they're talking about the dome, and I was like, this is not the fucking video that I watched. I watched a video where a woman was going through an encyclopedia, and she's showing clearly a whole bunch of photos taken, the first photos taken of the Earth from above, and I cannot find this anymore. So it's just gone. And I was hoping that you guys could find this, and I mentioned this 3 days ago because I cannot find it.
No, trust me, I've lost so much stuff. And this is why I'm happy with making my own observations because a lot of things that I share, I've done myself. And that's the power in that. Like, because, people's channels get taken down. Now you don't know where they are, who they are, where their stuff is. And that's what they want. So they left the other guy out specifically because, well, they want people to walk into that trap so that they can then say, well, gotcha. Because when we mention domes, we're actually talking about the domes of the ice. in the mountain, like we're talking about mountain ranges when we're mentioning domes, and that's why they won't remove that, because anyone who wants to see it that way is just another mark where someone can say, "Oh, flat earthers are totally not credible because they thought one thing, but actually they were talking about this." That's why that video will stay up. But the ones with the
Yeah.
pictures and all this, that who knows? It's out in the ether now. It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, of course, I was about to go somewhere else, but going back to when we were talking about whether or not ships or airplanes travel across the South Pacific.
My bad.
What if
I did
there
say
was an
4K.
entire continent?
Okay, sorry.
No, it's not. No, dude. Fuck yeah. I
Oh,
didn't
no, my
interrupt
bad.
you.
Not me. I'm sorry, Helio, for interrupting. My bad. I was hot micing. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, yeah. What if there's an entire continent that no one travels over? This is if you look at shipping lanes and airplane lane, lines of travel. They go north, south. They avoid the South Pacific because if you look at the if you look at the globe map or the A map or whatever, it's very dangerous to try because there's nothing there, right? But what if there was another continent there?
That would be really
That could
big.
be Tupac Island, or could be Epstein Island, or whatever. An Epstein Island could be like a little. They can hide land anytime they want to.
Yeah.
They can show us any map that's here's your Earth, boom, and that's all we have to work with, right?
Yeah.
And
Before
so
go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm done with that. I mean, but yeah, there could be an entire continent in the South Pacific that no one knows about.
Really quickly before I forget. So, Beer Man, did you when that page or whatever, that video with the encyclopedia, when you go to your internet history, are you able to get the URL? Because then you could use Wayback Machine and take it back and get the video back. Otherwise, you might have to find it on an alternative
No, the
website.
reason why I know is because that was in 2015, and I found it while I was at work. As odd as it sounds, so it's before I had my own business. So I was obviously working for someone, and during the day, I just searched a lot of shit during work hours, and I was into flat Earth when I just found out about it, and I was busy on my laptop at that time. So I know it would be on my YouTube history because I can find all the other shit that I found on my YouTube history. Well, a lot of the stuff has been deleted, but that specific video, normally I would see either video deleted or video private. That specific video I cannot find in my history. There's a few
Yeah.
videos that I cannot find, but that specific one, I know what it
gone.
looked like.
It's gone. I can say that with 100% certainty. It's gone because I've been compiling playlists and things like for years, and it's only after Trump became president. I'm not saying it has anything to do with Trump. I'm just giving you a timeline because what was happening was the YouTube was still a place where I could find information the quickest because someone was talking about it.
Yes.
They were able to share certain information. There were certain things that weren't taken down for copyright infringement. It was a different time back then.
Correct.
So just like independent journalism got kind of squelched, everything else as far as topics that don't go along with the mainstream narrative, all of these topics across the board have been affected. And what I've noticed when I go to my playlist, I'll see 20 deleted videos at a time. Like when this first started happening, it was like one video here, one video there. And then it seemed like every time I brought attention to a video, it would just get taken down the following week. Like that video with Eratosthenes' presentation that was up for 2 years didn't get taken down until we started sharing it recently. So this video was a video about how there's a guy saying, yeah, mathematically speaking, from the ISS, you wouldn't see left to right curvature either. We've modeled it out. We have 3D models and all this. Like, this is what he's explaining in the video. And he's saying from the ISS, they're being deceptive because you wouldn't see a curve. You're only looking at about 3% of the entirety of the Earth. And so, what I'm saying is, we started bringing that up, and all of a sudden it's gone. That's happened so many times. As a matter of fact, the sun thing that Crow 777's talking about, the spiritual sun, like there's a guy on YouTube that MJ found. In one of his videos, he uses some sort of yellow lens as a filter, and he places it over his camera as he looks up at the sun, and it shows that there's this other, what seems to be another source of light at the 2 o'clock position of the sun. And I said, oh shit, because I had already been speculating what the sun could potentially be. And for me, that was the nail in the coffin at the time. But of course, I'll always be speculating. It's not like I'll ever be able to prove any of this because I'm not the creator. I can't go outside and go, okay, this is how things work. I see it. I see it. I've played with it. I rejiggered shit. I know what it's like now. The end, right? Like, can't do that. But as far as this video, after we started speaking about it, 2 days later, it was gone. Took me 6 months to get the observation myself to say, okay, I've actually seen it. Here it is. This is what I'm talking about. So unless we're actually out there doing our own thing, this is going to continue to occur. We have to be the ones to organize and save our data, because this is what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna once you.
Yeah,
I
that's what
mean,
happened.
even with me, I mean, a lot of times I'll say something, but I don't necessarily save it because, to be honest, I think you guys give me a lot of shit about a lot of shit that I say, but it doesn't matter. Most of it's it's archived anyway on several platforms because I'm live streaming it. But
Yeah, as long as you have a local copy saved or you have a hard copy on a different device, like
well,
if
if I want to make a statement that I think is profound, I can go ahead and record it. Wow.
Yeah.
Helio, what point are you trying to make right now that we can all get on the same page as you?
Oh, well, to be honest, I think that like some of the stuff you're saying, Elijah, I said like freaking a year ago. So you're just figuring out shit that I figured out like a year ago. So I don't know.
I've been saying this for more than a year. I've been saying this
Okay,
since
cool. Well, I mean, maybe we're saying it different ways then. I guess. I don't know.
But what is your point though?
Well, my
okay,
point
great.
is-
We're saying the same thing.
Okay, cool.
What's the point?
Well, the point is that yeah, I mean, when you see it, you can't unsee it. I think we all that was established like several hours ago, and when we're bringing out this flat Earth truth or whatever you want to call it, it's really about Earth. It's about man and woman at the same time, right? So it's like if you're gonna see it, you're gonna see it, or you're not gonna see it, So I don't know. I guess I there's not much we can do for people except for do the best we can to expose the fake reality they've been presented with.
I see what you're saying. So like, we've seen what we saw, but we can't. Other than describing what we saw, we can't. It's gone. But we
Yeah,
saw it.
we've opened our
But
we've opened our
they
heart.
can't see it
No,
because
on
it's
live
not
stream.
available.
Yeah, we've opened our heart on a live stream, and we're doing the best we can to present it to the world. And if they can't see it, or if they're not able to see it, I don't know why they can't see it and accept it. But other than that, there's almost nothing else we can do.
They need to be exposed to it. But the problem I think we're discussing is about having the ability to save it so right offhand you can just show it to them without relying on any person who might censor. So like if you have a bunch of pictures and you printed them out, like not save them, but actually printed out physical copies of the photographs, or like
No. That's not what I'm saying at all. Like
that would
people-
save the
I don't give a shit what people think about me, to be honest. What I'm saying is I'm seeking the seekers. I'm seeking the seekers. If you're seeking the
That's
truth,
why, Helio, that's why I asked you to make your point so that we can get on your page, because we were actually having a conversation, and here you come with the non sequitur again. And so it's like, well, instead of trying to have the conversation we're trying to have, why not just have the conversation that you're trying to have?
all right. I'm sorry, interrupted. Go ahead, continue. I'll
No,
shut up.
just be a part of the conversation. Man. Damn.
No, I just see it a different way. But go ahead, continue.
It's just about saving what you see instead of like making sure that nothing gets deleted. So, but that it takes more effort. So that's why people don't do it, because I'm just lazy.
Oh no! If I knew it's gonna go this way, I would have fucking downloaded that video. But dude, this one of the first few videos that I was watching when I was getting into it. It's 2015. Shit like this wasn't happening. There wasn't even that old thing where you had to have 1,000 subscribers to be able to monetize your videos. There was none of that shit where you swear in a video and your video gets demonetized. None of that crap. It's just free for all.
Down. Like
What's that?
Before they started taking everything down, you're saying?
Yeah.
Like what I would do after that happened is like everything that is like really important, try to like make a physical real life copy without a computer. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if you have multiple platforms, multiple safes, multiple you know what I'm saying? Like the most safe way to preserve the data.
The second alternative is to be your own life. So again, when I say be your own life, what I'm talking about is exactly what I was talking about when I said I have my own observations that I'm building, so that when I tell someone it's coming from my well, so I'll always have it because it's mine. But I don't need a whole bunch of me's out there just parroting what I've done. Everyone needs to go out there and do their own thing so that they can share their own thing. What lends it credibility? You and your experience. We don't need some entity, some source that's credible. We are the creditors.
Yeah. Everyone, I need to make my own archive. Everyone needs their own library, basically, to make their own, storage for their own observations and measurements.
Yeah, we're a little bit behind in South Africa, so we didn't even notice these things are happening until recent, where videos are getting taken down. We didn't even notice it. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of, like, when I was going through when I was looking for that video, when I started getting back into this now, because I said to my brother, because my brother said to me, we never used to speak. My brother and I, we only recently started speaking, and when we got back into communication, he said he mentioned the flat Earth to me, and I said, "Yeah, so I've been looking at it, and back in the day, and." He sort of convinced me to look back into it again, but I never did, and only recently now I have. And now that I've been looking back into it, I was looking for that video when my brother was speaking to me, and that's when I realized that video went missing. And if I'm not mistaken, it might be the same chick that does the one that she speaks about the dome in the encyclopedia. Sorry, in the encyclopedia. And it might be that same encyclopedia. So if I must just go back to that video and see if I can find a copy of it, because oh man, it was such an awesome video. What this woman found in the encyclopedia.
I was just speaking about Martin Kinney. Was it yesterday, Helio? We were talking about it, and we decided to go watch one of his older videos. But the point is, there was this one interview between him and a woman by the name of Offset, and I thought it was a very riveting interview. Like I was like, what? I never heard this information. I don't know how to verify it or validate anything in it or whatever, but I liked at the time what I was hearing. So the point that I'm trying to make is when I went back to look for it, guess what?
Gone.
Yep, it was made private by the user. So it's like her channel's still up, but for whatever reason, the thing that was related to Flat Earth on her channel gone. The one video that I would have went back and said, this is what got me into her videos in the first place, is gone.
Yeah.
And this is that, like, people are being incentivized to remove things or punished for not removing things. And I just can't, what I don't understand is how everyone is letting this happen. Like, what I mean by letting is everyone's outraged that this is happening. No one is saying, this is weird. Like, no one's forcing the mainstream to talk about it because of the real rumblings from the streets. Because that's the only time media comes out to talk about anything, is to spin it. But they're not even having to spin it because no one's talking about it. And it blows my fucking mind.
I just checked someone in. Sorry to interrupt. But Bulbster, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just making sure. All right, yeah, continue, Elijah. I didn't mean to interrupt. Just if you have any questions, you can ask. But yeah, go ahead.
No, that was all I wanted to say. We could talk to the new person if they want to talk or whatever.
Okay.
See, I can't see the live chat anymore.
The on YouTube or in Discord?
In Discord.
Do you see the right above the voice channel?
Yeah. Oh fuck! Sorry, my bad. See, I've had too much to drink, and it's really 4 a.m.
Okay, I just pinged you.
Yeah, I got you. No, sorry, my
Okay.
bad.
All right. Anyways, yeah, Blubster, are you still there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So, what do you think about flat Earth, or I guess do you think it's a spinning sphere? It's not flat, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And do you think it's moving or not moving?
Yeah, I think it's moving.
Okay. Now, is there any not reason? Is there any measurements specifically? I'll phrase it like that. Do you know of any measurements for the curve or the moving? I know it sounds like a weird question, but he left. Well, that was a good conversation. Anyways, back to
Yeah.
talking about censorship.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night, guys. I need to go head to the bed. My wife's gonna chop my balls off as well. But yeah.
Stay flat.
Yeah, no, of course. Have a good one, guys, and I'll definitely be in here again. I've learned so much, and if I do find anything, all these things that I've been talking about that I've lost, I'll definitely post it because it's very, very interesting.
Yeah. If you find the curve, let us know. Also, if you find the tilt.
Oh yeah, no. I could find the tits for you though, but not the tilt.
Yeah, the tits. It will literally never go tits up. You ever heard that
Yeah.
one? That's a fun one.
No, yeah, it's actually very comical. But yeah, guys, you guys have been awesome, very welcoming, and answering all the questions, which is awesome. So yeah,
Catch you on the flat side.
cool, man. Have a good one, guys. Cheers.
All right, later. All right, so, all right, he's back. Buster, welcome back. Oh wait, no, that's a different guy. Never mind. Is Noah there? Noah, you there? Okay, he's not there. Oh, Lunatic's here. Whoa, Lou, what's up, Lou? All right, no one's, yeah. Everybody here is FB. No one's, no, there's no Glovers in here. Yes, Noah is, not able to talk. Noah, are you there? Hot miking. Struggle.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
If let's say if someone else asks you to use Discord and you do want to join with them, but you don't want them to see that you're like a flat earther, like it's not that it's like a business thing. Can they tell if I'm a part of like a flat earth thing, and if I have a flat earth tag, do they care? Or like, can they see it?
You can, I can remove the tag if you want.
No. Like basically, like say you have a business or something, or there is a business and they're looking you up or whatever, right?
No, let's say I
Like-
have a student. Like I have like someone I meet with someone and I like tutor them. Right?
Yeah.
And this person was like, "Hey, you should join. Can I do it on Discord? It's a lot easier for me." And I told them yes, and I joined with them. But I don't know if they saw that I'm a flat earther and I'm trying to tutor them. So
No,
I'm just trying to keep it secret.
They can't see it. The only people who can see your tags are in this room because the tags are specific to this room. Like if I go
Okay.
to a different, this server, if I go to a different server, these tags don't exist there. I'm just Elijah in any other server. You get what I'm saying?
Understood.
I don't have any
understood.
tags. Yeah.
And
So if
yeah,
you're
'cause I
talking to
also
someone personally, also like there are no tags because the tags are just something to help you identify with others in the community, aka the specific server that you're in at any given time.
okay, cool. Because what happened is I also had some people reach out and they told me they're like, "Oh, I have a Discord, and do you want to join it?" And they are trying to do like a Mars project, and I'm like, dude, if they find out that I'm a flat earther, they're all talking about space, and I'm just trying to sit in the back, listen to what they're saying. But yeah, they want to use
Yeah.
Discord, and I'm trying not to link them.
You can make them all
kinda funny.
really paranoid about it, but I don't think you need to. You just need another email. It's free. But yeah.
Awesome.
By the way, for any trolls, don't take that advice. I know you already know how because you probably got banned 400,000 times. But just so you know, because I know people already know
They
that.
can't see what server you're in either. They can only see if they're friends with you. The only time they'll see a server that you're in is if they share the same server in common with you, meaning they're also on the same server.
Cool. And so what happened to me is I joined Facebook and I do design stuff, and people started hitting me up and they wanted me to join their groups, and they said, "Hey, want to become a part of this international group of designers? And I was like, yes. And I joined their group, and I was like, sweet, I have a way to connect with designers. And all of a sudden, the guy's like, yeah, I have this really good idea. We should work on a Mars project for 2025. And I'm just like, what? Like, what the heck? Like, I'm all trying to find a way to like put out my work.
What
and,
about
like,
Mars
connect with people.
specifically?
No, what they do is there's a bunch of competitions in architecture and design that they put out, and they say, okay, the next competition is going to be deploy a unique structure in Mars. And so they put all of these people to work into putting all their energy into these conceptual things that are never going to happen. And so I get stuck there because I want to design stuff, but I don't want to. It's like I want an outlet. I want to talk to designers. I don't want to think about space. Like, what the heck?
Did you notice that the idea of space is once again popular? Because nobody was wearing NASA shirts and NASA hoodies and this and that and the third. So people that are like designing things, like they're going to be like, for instance, my friend, she did like some sort of like online show, and the online show consisted of certain artists and their music, and it was like a visual kind of video. It was a video thing, and it was all put together as one kind of. I'm so fucking this up. The point is, right, that the theme for this whole thing was like outer space, and going from different like astrologies, right? Like it's like, oh, we're entering the house of Capricorn, and the point is, I realized, damn, if I was a part of this, I would have cringed the entire way, because it's like, oh man, they're putting me like on some spherical object, and I'm sitting around like, stars and all this other shit. Like, what I'm saying is, I don't think you're going to be able to get away from that, because they're in super hyper promotion mode. So
yeah,
I mean,
no, it's
if
true.
you want to make money, that's where you're going.
Just ask
but
them.
It's just funny though. Like, it's just how life happens, right? Like you try to carve your own path to do design and stuff, and then you join a group and you're thinking, oh, these people are gonna, help you get jobs or promote your work or teach you things, and all of a sudden you're stuck right back at this place where it's like, dang it, you can never get away from that.
Ask them how do you demonstrate a vacuum without a container?
Oh, dude, I wish I could do that. But honestly, this is what I did in the meeting. I literally told them, I was like, honestly, if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to design anything for Earth. And if you guys want to deploy it anywhere else, you guys could do that. But
wait. Is this reliant on your being able to feed yourself? Because otherwise, don't bring it up.
No. Here's the thing. I got my own business and I got everything. I don't care.
Then ask them. Yeah, how do you have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
Here's the thing. I'm not gonna change anyone's mind. For me, I just like sharing. The only reason I'm on Facebook is because I do like teaching and stuff like that. So I share my information there, and I just want to share it with people. And they wanted me to join their group, and I joined it just because it's kind of a cool thing to do. Just join a group of international people. But all of a sudden, now they want to work on a project together that it's going to be in like 2025, and I'm just like, this is lame.
Wait, in the future? You're not working on it right now?
No, here's the thing. It's
what
a group.
What kind of project?
Okay, here's the thing. I joined a group, like in Facebook, you can join a bunch of different groups. I joined the specific group of designers, right? And I started posting my stuff there. And all of a sudden they're like, hey, do you want to be a part of our international group? And I said, yes. And they just they created an international designers group, and I was like, okay, I'll be a part of it, just because sometimes there's ways to like, they even told me, hey, you want to go to
what
India,
are you
so you
designing?
can teach some of this stuff. I do
story.
architecture. I do architecture and design, and I do 3D printing, and I do a bunch of different things.
Architecture and 3D printing?
No, a bunch of different things.
Well, think about it. Like, there is no such thing as Like the people that we think we're talking about, like they don't exist. People like you and I perpetuate this narrative. That's the bottom line. And
Yep.
so ultimately, men, I would say you're in a little bit of a pickle. On one hand,
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, go make your money, bro.
Here's
But
the
on
thing.
a
It's not.
moral standpoint, it's like, well, what am I contributing to?
You
'Cause
know,
you
you
would,
know what?
you know,
We actually kind of stand out. Let me say this: that we know both. Whether Earth is a globe or flat, which is obviously a low stationary plane, but we know the globe better
Yep.
than the globers know the globe, right? So where do you go with that? I mean, of course, you can make money off of it by teaching the globe, but when it comes to engineering, you're not going to use the globe at all. So where are you going to go with that?
No, let me explain myself. I'm probably not going to do anything with that group. The only reason why I was a part of that group is because I just share my knowledge there, and I just got stuck now with that where that group wants to do this project, which I'm not obviously not going to do. But I just like kind of being the fly on the wall, listening to these people talk about these things that are never going to happen. And honestly, it just kind of discourages me because I when I went to design school, we were never thinking about space. Now, if you take a look at like thesis and all of those things, now they're like pushing this agenda of space, and it's literally they put it in the curriculums. they screw everyone up by making people think about all these arbitrary
Well,
things. What I like to focus on
there's this really cool project. It's called FE Core. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. I didn't mean that was a joke. Go ahead.
No, I think that architecture could change the world. I can design really cool structures that are really inexpensive to make, and you can make them anywhere. And that's kind of what I want to share with the flat Earth world is how architecture and design can be like
Does
super
the Earth
amazing,
need to be a globe? Does the Earth need to be a globe for you to design it?
Have you ever heard of that project though? FE Core.
FE Core, yeah, for sure. Dude, I've
Yeah.
been into
Would you
this
rather
for
would
a
you
long
rather be
time.
designing with those people, right?
Oh, dude, heck yes! And I got some ideas too of like a
I'm
phone
just
app that
messing
you
with
can.
yeah. That's a
I got
good.
ideas for like phone apps that can debunk the globe, but like I'm not gonna
Rather
put
be
the energy.
designing architecture with those guys for sure, 100%.
no, but listen, this see, people like you are exactly what this place, this sphere of influence, if you will. Like that's what the conversation needs. It needs to not just be a conversation. It needs to be people like you and I doing what we already know how to do. To basically just point obvious truths out. There are
Yep.
many ways to do that. For me, it's through music and
Yep.
through my way of articulating things from on a emotional standpoint and a melodical standpoint. For you, it's all the shit that I can't do, drawing from images in my head. I can't do that for shit. Like other people, it's like web design or I guess you're a designer, so it's like
Well,
that would
even
kind of fall under your.
physical Earth design. I mean, engineering. Do you know an engineer that actually uses the globe Earth while they're
Right,
engineering
right,
something?
right. But are we? But are they active in the conversation? Meaning, like,
Oh,
where
I
the
used. I
normal
actually.
people,
Yeah, I used
where
to
the
actually work
normal
with
people,
engineers that
yeah, where the normal
wouldn't consider
people
the globe.
putting their hat into the ring, like just to not really to make this their whole life, but just to say, wait, hold on, there's this whole community of people that say flat earthers are dumb. Where are the engineers? Where are the this? Where are the that? Well, I'm an engineer.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know
Are
what the
you?
hell they're
What
talking
kind of
about.
engineer?
You know what I'm not. No, not me. I'm saying where the people that are like, I'm an engineer.
Yeah.
I
I
totally understand what the flat
I
earthers are
worked
saying.
for. I'll tell you
I don't
this.
work on an earth where I'm considering the curvature. I'm not doing any of this stuff. That's the main.
Exactly. Where is the engineers on Earth that are considering curvature? Where do they exist?
That's funny. And where? Yeah. Do they
Are
consider
there
the
any?
show?
Think a
Because
certain way.
I worked
I'm
with
not
the engineers. I
Helio,
worked for 9
Helio,
years.
Helio, Helio,
I worked for 9 years.
Wait,
Helio.
what's that, Elijah?
Elijah, just go ahead. Oh, yeah, okay, go ahead.
I mean, you're
Tell
the
me to shut up.
person that when a nice song is on and it's just getting to the crescendo, you turn it down to say some shit about the song or something else. Like that's what it's
That's
like.
funny.
It's like I'm building up to make a point,
My
and
bad.
you're just bulldozing. It's not.
Elijah, if I
That's
can
funny.
pick
I'm
up on
sorry. That was funny. Go
I
ahead.
wanted to pick up on what you said, and I think it's true. One of the things that we have here is people
That's
that are really
funny.
self-motivated, right? That we are here like out of our own time, like self-motivated to talk about things that are interesting, right? And I do the same thing with design. And I hear like Mimas talk about concrete work, and I go, dude, I can design, he can do concrete work. And then I hear Lou talk about construction, and I
Yeah.
hear Helio talk about cabinet work, and I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah, you should
if
work
we
for a
could
meme.
put if we could
Yeah.
put our work together, because we're self-motivated, we're here doing this stuff. If we can find a way to put our, I mean, we do it here, but I don't know. I think we need to put it out in the real world, and I don't know how to do
Would
it.
you
but
would you
I can
rather
design
be would you rather be in a design group with Meme War Vet than the one that you got assigned to work on with
Dude, I'd rather
Mars?
be here all day. I'd rather talk about flat Earth than even talking to them, spending 1 second with them, talking about any conceptual thing.
No, I mean like if you actually were gonna design something, would you rather design it with Meme or Vet on your project team than one of the people who was talking about designing something for Mars?
Wait, who's that? Me?
Mars.
Meme or Vet, you know? Or sorry, Memulus Aurelius Maximus. I don't know what his name is.
Oh,
There's an
I would love to work
admin
with
in
any
here.
flat earther.
Yeah, there's an admin in here who he does this kind of stuff. Is what he's saying, Zodiac is saying. But I'm feeling away right now because I don't like that you have to be, and this is like the point, because ultimately we're trying to live our lives, and here you are saying that you have to tiptoe because, well, the world is one way, and you don't want to you don't want to let
Ruffle some
people know.
feathers.
Yeah, you don't want to ruffle any feathers, and it's like, why the fuck do we have to live this way?
Yeah.
It's like it's fucked up.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I had
Who told
I had
you
a friend
that?
in high school. I had a friend in high school that later on came out and he was gay. And when he came up to me and he was going to share that he was gay, he was so scared. And he was like, really, and I was like, dude, I don't care. And I honestly, like, it's like, that's how we are. It's like, we are so scared to tell people about what we really think because we don't want to be thought as crazy. And so that's the analogy that I can come up with, is how scared he was to come out to say something that is true to him. You know what I mean? So I don't know if
It's gotta be brave.
Yeah, it's honestly, it takes a lot to, tell my parents, tell my family, you know what? I think that, this is how I feel. And if you guys don't share it, that's fine. But they leave me alone because they see that I'm doing fine. So, and that I got
Shit.
my own thing going.
I've been
so
a
they can't mess with
conspirator
you.
for a very long time, and everybody knows it. So it's like, when I came across flat Earth, I actually rejected it for a while, and then I looked at it, and then I was like, "Oh,
You have
I see it." But so I was always like, "Oh, this guy's a tinfoil hatter." I mean, all of my friends and family already knew I was a tinfoil hatter.
The way I see it is everyone has a choice on whether they will not like until someone asks them about it versus saying it unprompted. And either way, if you're trying to spread the truth, it's gonna be out anyway. But I don't know if like you want to just wait until someone asks you, or you could just be like, I'm not gonna tell anyone and I'll just be like, oh, I don't have an opinion about it. You know,
Hey,
it's up.
people have asked me. I've had family in like a dinner ask me like, "So are you?" Because I was hinting around it all the way because I didn't want to say it. I wanted someone to say it to me. She's like, "So you're like a flat earther?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther." And to them, it was kind of weird, and I know that people around it heard. But you know, if they ask me straight up, I'm not gonna lie. I'm the kind of guy that I'm gonna be like the straight shooter. But
Hell yeah.
if it's not in the conversation, like I'm not gonna be like, "Hey, I'm a flat earther. Like, what are you guys thinking?" I'm just gonna be like, "Hey, if you guys need help with anything, I'm here to help." But I'm not gonna be like, "Yeah, in 2025, we're gonna be doing this project, and this is what we're gonna be designing." You know, I'm not gonna be the lead designer on the thing. I'll be like, "Hey, if you want me to create this specific portion of it, you know, I'll subdivide it and do this and that." You know,
You could say it like I don't like I see a level plane, but as far as like what the overall shape is, I haven't explored it, so I don't know what shape the whole thing is. But obviously, no curve. But you know, saying that it has no saying what I just said is more complicated and takes a lot more effort than just saying it's flat. So it's just easier to say it's flat, even though they're gonna react weirdly. Because you could say, oh, well, there's mountains, but that doesn't really, you know, no curve. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's just easier to say it's flat. I mean, because if I had just said, okay, well, sometimes it's flat, sometimes it has bumps because there's mountains, sometimes, you know, there's like dips and valleys and, you know, I would call it I'm a bumpy, stationary, non-moving Earth with no vacuum unless there's a container earther.
Here's the thing, though. I've already had so many issues where when you try to like some people just will never change their mind. I think that's one of the conclusions that I've reached. Is like when you try to even bring it up, people, I don't know, man. I just can't sometimes with some people. Like with family, like they'll understand you 100%. With random people, there is no way of telling how they're going to react. And for the most part, I can almost gauge that they're gonna throw a fit, and I just rather like almost tiptoe and close the door and not even talk to them again, rather than even say anything, right? Because then I could.
Usually,
know.
the
I'm
ones
getting
that
into
get the
like
most
people's free
triggered,
will.
the
Some
only
people have
ones.
free will,
Go
and
ahead.
they have their free will to choose to believe in the ball, and some people have chosen that, and I don't know. I can't push it on them, and I'm sorry to
If
interrupt.
someone, okay, let me put it this way. The only people who I think would be triggered, um, would be people who want to only live as an astronaut if the world is actually heliocentric, but they'll never say, "Oh, I want to be a flat Earth astronaut." You know, they'll never say that because obviously the whole gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. So, like, I think they're like the implication is like, okay, so if they just actually the best way there's like so many different ways you could approach it, but the best way I would say is start off with like, okay, do you know of what's the biggest lie that you've ever heard? Or do you think the moon landings were real? You know, you could start like easy baby steps like that. But that doesn't even work sometimes because people will be like, "Oh yeah, they were real." And I'm like, "Okay, we're not going to go anywhere with this."
I
You know.
tend to just walk away from people. Like
Yeah.
if I honestly, this is what I would do with the group, and probably what I'll end up doing is I'm just gonna not be a part of the group anymore, right? Why? Because if I feel negativity and I feel all these things, I'd rather just not be a part of it. Rather just walk away and be surrounded with people that actually have something to share, something to offer, like people here. So
As
that's what
long as
I'd
they
rather
can
do.
consider it without having a reaction, that shouldn't prevent
Honestly,
you from
dude.
having a relationship with them. But yeah, I
And it
agree.
was just a random
But
thing
can
that I
you
went to say.
imagine them like casually bringing up flat earthers and how dumb they are?
Oh,
Like that would
dude.
be an epic moment.
Oh man. Oh man. If they did that, I would definitely bring it up. Like that at that point, I'd be like, "Hey, I'm a flat earther." I would definitely do it.
but they won't even touch it. These people, like, the thing is, I don't think you guys understand. Some people are just
Are they like
so
paid
asleep.
to?
Nah, dude, these people are so asleep. They're like university people, and that's fine. Like, some university
Yeah.
people are really awake, but there's some that are so asleep and they're so into their little indoctrination thing, into their like
Yeah,
getting
some people
awards
can't
for
be saved.
doing things. And so yeah, some people can't be saved, and I'm not gonna like dig myself into a fight. I'd rather just be like, hey, I'm gonna walk away slowly, okay, and let these people carve their own path. They got their own free will. I got my own free will. Like,
Yeah.
let's walk
Yeah,
away.
it's same thing with like, because it's ancestor. Like people go through their whole lives thinking that the Earth is spinning, right? So there's no way that unless like it would take a lot to actually bring them to realize the Earth is not
It's
spinning,
it's
even if I
impossible.
showed them.
It's
Yeah.
impossible, dude. I tried it with my dad. I try to talk to him so many times, and you know what he does now? Like, I catch him like watching on his phone like globe Earth propaganda stuff, and it's like I feel like I pushed him further the opposite way because I try to convince him so hard. So it's like, are you sometimes even doing a worse thing by trying to push it so hard? Because then they're going to be like, no, I gotta be right. So at
Yeah,
some
or
point, isn't it just
usually
better
the
just to leave it
reaction.
alone and let them figure it out on their own?
Usually the reaction I get is, well, someone must have figured out an answer. Like usually the answer you get is, well, someone must have done it, right? Because there's no way someone would not have had an answer to this question. It's like almost like they can't. It's normal to think it, right? Because you have billions of dollars of, institutions, and you get asked simple questions, nobody can answer them.
Dude, but here's the thing.
You know.
I even watch some of the video, like the propaganda videos, and I watch and I'm like, dude, honestly, like, I can put myself in the mindset that I was before. And I'm like, dude, I totally can see why people believe this guy. Like, this guy sounds legit. This guy has been on TV. This guy is everything that they want. And like, I
Yeah.
know that he's lying, right? But I can totally see exactly why they buy it. And I could totally, I'm like, dude, this is it's like the
easier.
perfect theater. It's a perfect theater, right? It's like truth is stranger than fiction. They could never believe that these people are actually bad people because the
I think
truth would blow their mind.
Sometimes I think valuing logical consistency is different than valuing the truth, because you can make a story, you can write Harry Potter and have everything be logically consistent, and it's totally completely imaginary. Like you can make a coherent lie sound logical and sophisticated, but but it's still a lie. But usually the reaction I get is like, oh, someone must have figured it out. Like there's no way someone never measured Earth spin or never measured Earth curve or, all that kind of stuff. It's
Yeah.
almost it's like too much. It's like I don't need they're not ready until they have some kind of crazy experience, maybe not a crazy experience, until they really desire to know the truth, or they have,
It takes work.
if they've
That's
never
the
been
thing. It
lied
takes
to. Yeah.
work to create change. And so people think that by doing the same thing over and over, like staying in front of the TV, they're going to create change. Like, how? If you're doing the same thing over and over, you got to actually change something. So yeah, I think that's what it comes down to, is we actually have to put in the work to change, and people don't want to do that. It's a lot easier to just have it fed to you without actually, all you have to do is literally open your eyes and
If
to watch
they
TV, and that's how they get all the information.
if they actually said what the model really predicts, like let's say, how people say 8 inches per mile or 1.22 or the Sagitta, whatever the formulas. If those formulas were actually taught in school and the teacher said, okay, in 10 miles, how much drop is there? Should you be able to see this? Should you not be able to see this? no one, I was never taught any of that in school, you know, like oh, entire model, because if you actually looked around and you tested that formula, you'd realize it's flat. So mainly, I think most of it is just like understanding the globe. Like once you understand the globe model, you see how ridiculous it is, you know?
Yep, it's all the inconsistencies and all the
Yeah.
contradictions. And that's for me one of the things that I learned early on, like when I first started kind of waking up, is for me the definition of truth is something that doesn't have contradictions, right? So it's really, really simple to find the truth. Is if it doesn't have contradictions, it's most likely true. And therefore the opposite being the same, if there are contradictions, therefore it's not true. So for the most part, they don't teach those values and those things in math, because when you go out there and try to test it, you're going to find inconsistencies, therefore leading you to that those things are not true. What is consistent? Water's always level. That's like super consistent and true. So when they tell you that's not true, like that's inconsistent, because there's never a way for you to show that it curves unless you show me a cartoon. So that for me, it's as simple as knowing the definition of truth is not having contradictions and seeing that the globe Earth has contradictions like everywhere you turn.
It's impossible to that like the claims. Okay, so if you walked, let's say there's like a new person, if I ask them, do you see the Earth not moving or do you see it moving? And they're
Hey, you're cutting out, kind of weird.
Zodiac, you're
hold on.
dropping off.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you're
you
there
cut out a
now,
little
bro.
bit.
Okay, basically what I was saying is I started out without even mentioning curve or flat. I started out with if the Earth is not moving or is the Earth moving? And it's pretty much like an intuitive, like it's almost like it hits you instantly because moving for like
It's happening again, bro.
20 years, maybe. Oh, am I cutting out again?
Yeah, it's got this like noise that happens.
Sorry, is that better?
And yes, and I think you're right. People say that, but the thing is they overlay this programming on top of the fact that they don't feel anything, right? This programming of like, oh, you don't feel anything because you're moving with it and it's so big, and all of these overlays of programming that they put on like reality, and they can't get out of those. Like you can't get them back to the basics. It's like they've gone too far ahead for them to go back to nothing. You need to get them back down to like give them like a tab or something. Or, I don't know. Like you got to wake
They
them
just
up.
got to
with
make them have no assumptions. That's the starting point. Don't assume Earth is moving. Don't assume it's not moving, and then then you go from there and you say, okay, how do we know Earth is moving? Because everything that my senses are telling me is that it's not moving. And here's where it gets interesting, because so the first excuse of like it's too big, well, that's very specific, because you're not just saying that it's big, you're saying it's too big. So now you have to prove that it meets a certain threshold, and beyond that threshold it's too big. So they have to have very specific measurements for those values. Like they can't just say it's too big versus just saying it's big. You know what I'm saying? They're very
Yes.
different. So they have to
Here's the
prove
thing.
their excuses.
I've already cornered my father with that one. And it's funny, they'll just go back to their programming. I've asked them like, okay, so when you go to the beach, does it look like it's curving? He'll be like, it's too big for you to see that it's curving. It looks flat. I'm like, okay, so you're saying that it's flat, but it's so big that it's curving. I'm like, okay, so you're saying that it's really big? How big? He's like, really big. I was like, no, specific dimensions. Do you have specific dimensions? He's like, I don't know them. I was like, well, You can't tell me that it's really big when you don't know the specific dimensions. He just goes, "Oh, duh," and he just doesn't want to talk about it
Really?
anymore.
No, there's a difference. If he said the phrase too big to see it, that's very different than just saying it's really big. So he has to make that claim of saying it's too big. That's where you can say, okay, where is the threshold, and prove that threshold that you measured those numeric values in physical reality and you didn't rely on someone else's words,
They won't
right?
even go there, dude. Like they
Yeah.
for me, my dad stopped there, and honestly, that's where I want to stop because I like I said, I push him the other way around, and I just want someone else to eventually reach him that is not me, and I think that's when he will realize there's something
Yeah.
to it. Is when it's not me, when it's like his friend in another place saying, "Hey, have you heard
Yeah, you could
about
bring
this?"
him
You know what I
here.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, bring him here, right?
That would be intense. Another thing would be like, okay, if it's too big, you just debunked. So everyone who saw the boats go over it were lying because it's too big, right? So you don't see curve. That means when people say boats go over the curve, they're lying, they're wrong. They don't see boats going over curvature. In other words, boats are not going over the curve according to him because it's too big. So thank you for refuting everyone who believes that the earth is a sphere. Congratulations. Now, we're going to get into another model, which no one ever, now we're talking about a model that is like not the heliocentric model, right? Because you don't see boats going over the curve because it's too big. So you're literally talking about you're not even talking about the heliocentric model at that
Dude,
point.
that's what I'm saying. They can't. I don't know, man. I feel like people don't have like the.
Yeah.
I think we have pretty good stamina, like with debating and just listening to people debate. Some people like they have like this. I don't know, like very
Hey,
short
check
span
this
of
out.
attention.
If I may interject, please, just for a second. There was a guy I was talking to last night about this very topic. He said, if I had a telescope with a 12-inch lens, right, and I tried to explain to him that when you're using a lens like that, it works similar to a microscope, right? You're not seeing further. You're just actually focusing in on something that you can't resolve with your eyes, right? Does everyone understand this?
Yeah, enlarging the object. Yep.
I want a confirmation from everybody. But anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So just because you have a large lens, it just really means you're focusing in closer to something that is already there. You're not seeing over the curve with this. And he would not say that the horizon. I asked him if he thinks the horizon is the curvature of the earth, and he would never answer it. So it's just like, well, you're a dumbass. You don't even know how a freaking telescope works, and you don't even know what the horizon is. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. I don't even think
People are.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the problem is my thoughts, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong.
What did you say?
People
What
aren't.
did you say the problem was, Iggs? Say it again.
I was going to say these are my thoughts, and you can tell me what you guys think. Is
Okay,
people aren't taught the proper way to think, as in you get given something, they tell you just what it is, but they don't show you a method. The method or the principle should apply across the whole spectrum. So when you do something, it applies across the board, but they don't do that. And it's up to, like, me, you, and other people to come to that conclusion, on how to, be able to think, to process, to put principles in place that would apply in everyday life, in situations. Doesn't matter if it's flat Earth, whether it's if you want to go into
Well,
other rabbit holes,
it really
money,
kind
this,
of
that.
wraps up in ideology more than it's like you can convince yourself of a truth that is not true, but it's true to you, right? It really is kind of wrapped up in ideology.
Yep, that's because you're not taught the proper way to think, bro. If you were taught a correct way of thinking to when you're given something, not just to regurgitate something,
Yeah, so you're talking about
to
like
unpack
philosophy,
it.
right? Kind of like philosophy, right? In a way, like they don't really teach
Yeah,
philosophy of like how
ideology,
to think and ask
philosophy,
questions.
they're related. Yes, of course. Continue.
Well,
Sorry.
they've from what I know, they've perverted philosophy. Everything comes from philosophy. Science comes from philosophy. Philosophy, and this is, you can read it in papers, what they've done is they've given people, it's like they've become the, what you call it, the advertisers. So they've given a model for people who are, materialists, and they had a model for people who are spiritualists, and they have a model for, people who are in between, and all the rest of it. But you have natural science and natural law, which you can't escape here right now in this realm, which everybody should have a basic and minimum understanding of how to operate in this realm, in this reality. Like how to measure something, how to unpack, deconstruct something, and put it back together. Because when you deconstruct it and it doesn't fit back together, then something's off. Whoever does anything, it doesn't matter what job you're in, if you have a problem or whatever you're working on, you truly don't know it till you take it apart and put it back together.
Yeah,
Well,
until you
that's,
start questioning it and then dismantle, rearrange it.
yeah.
Basically, if you can build it yourself, then you can really understand it. Yeah.
And starting from the beginning, from the basics, I think that's where it's at. Like that happened to me when I started like college and university. Like in high school, I was not that good at math, and then when I went into college, I started from the crappiest low bottom level. And when I really paid attention and I actually started putting work into it, just by starting from the bottom, I was able to build up to a point where like it all made sense. But if I wouldn't have started from the beginning, I think it would have been really hard. And I think that's what some people struggle with, is that they see people already like at an end point and they want to be there, but you have to kind of start at the beginning. And it's the same thing with kind of flat earth. You have to start from scratch.
Yeah. You have to start from no assumptions and only relying on. Well, first you have to start actually trusting your own senses. That's the funniest one, because you'll have these hilarious conversations that never go anywhere, where people say, "Well, if you can't trust your senses," and then you'll notice that they would never be able to tell you that you can't trust your senses without trusting their own senses. So it's like direct. It's basically they refuted themselves as soon as they say that you can't trust your senses, because you would never be able to tell me that I can't trust my senses unless you relied
Yeah.
on your senses. And in order for me to hear that you are telling me that, then I have to trust my senses. So it's just like so stupid. But that I love those conversations. That you can go even more basic than that, because you could be like, how do you know anything? And then that leads to a never-ending conversation, because ultimately we all rely on our senses.
Yeah, and that's a more spiritual conversation to have with people that can operate on this level, and then
Yeah.
sort of go outside it. But you have these people that are so-called, in love with materialism or whatever. They have their, occupation, which they're occupied by, which I don't know how that occupation actually works. And loving sensory things, but they can't trust their senses, which is
Yeah.
a contradiction in its own self. I love this and I love her and she's good looking and I love this
Because
food and I love that, but I can't tell if something's flat or not.
yeah, because that beginning part is so crucial also because it also has to do with creation or materialism as well. Because if you break it down to the very very start of everything, then you got to decide, okay, so either it was intelligent design or it was nature. There's no third option as far as anyone is concerned because that would be what is it called? Appeal to. There's a word for it. Special pleading, I think it's called. But yeah. Anyways, those are that's there's two beginnings, right? Well, sorry. That's one argument that gets into how the very basics, and then the other argument is your own perception of the surroundings from the very beginning, right? Just your local environment, just what you see around you. That's where you start. You know? You just ask
How
yourself,
is that correct?
do you see Earth curvature? If the answer is no, then you can say, okay, maybe that's not true, or at least I haven't seen it, so I don't know if it's true. But what I do see is that there is no curvature. So you definitely can see the surface of the Earth and you can see that there is no curve, right? So it's not like you don't know what the Earth looks like. You do know what it looks like. You were outside, you know that there's no curve. You saw it, right? Because you were there in real life, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but they will ignore that and they will again they go into this. It's like a mental gymnastics to avoid what is actually hurting them, and it's pain that they're feeling. It's that
Yes,
void.
I agree.
It's a void.
But here's the thing: they think that they could ignore it and it's never going to come back. But here's the thing: we have faced it, and now we're here. They're going to have a harder time, because they want to ignore it and they think that it'll go away, but it's never going to go away. So I think it's best just to face it. But how can they know that, right? It's I don't know.
Another good question that they always ask is why did they do it or why are they hiding it? And then I ask them, what do you think would happen if they came out and said, "Oh, psych, it's actually flat and there's no vacuum of outer space. In fact, space travel is completely fake. You're welcome." And then they just went back to their normal jobs. That would be the most hilarious reaction. The way that the public would react would be so funny. It'd be
Yeah,
hilarious.
yeah, no, I don't know. I think they'll be like, for maybe a little bit, and then they'll go
Yeah,
about
they'd get
the
on.
normal thing. It's like, yeah, but me personally, I'll take them to task because even in their own system, man-made, I tell everybody, these guys are
Go ahead.
allowed to lie by law. It's not against the law to lie.
Yeah, wait,
It's
I got a
against the law to
question.
perjure yourself. Go.
Yeah, so faking the moon landing is not illegal, right?
No.
Okay. So that means you could probably include everything. Well, would it be illegal to have a continent where that surrounds every continent and you're keeping them from traveling by not telling them what's actually there or for some other reason? Like I wonder if Antarctica is you're legally if Is there a law that says the government can't prevent people from traveling based on
There,
what they're hiding? I don't know how to
so
explain it.
yeah, I get what you mean. So with the Greenland first, that is not illegal, but if they admit it, then they've perjured themselves. Or if somebody has evidence on the contrary, hence we lost the data, because you are then allowed to ask for the data if you know how to. Same with traveling. You
Destroyed it.
Nobody can stop you going from here to there to anywhere if you know how to do it. But 99.9% of people don't know how to do that unhindered. Nobody can stop you going. Me to go to America, to go to wherever I want. I don't need to ask anybody and get visas or none of that garbage. But people have been conditioned for that. If a bird can fly, you just have to. I'll go back to natural law. Natural science. If a bird can fly and a deer can go wherever it wants, or any single animal, then man or woman can do that too. And this is the thing.
Yeah.
If we were to come across that information and them proving that it's been purposely done, is it's a law in there, in man-made law. It's one of the highest laws. It's called fit for purpose. They have to be fit for purpose. So that means fit for purpose for their job. They cannot do their job at the highest level with the integrity. They cannot be there. They can be accountable, but in their private capacity, this thing where people want to, I want to get the government. That's an
Is it
idea. You
illegal
can't
to
get the
hide?
government.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So I was going to say, you can't get the government. You can go after the president or the attorney general or whoever you have the appeal to authority to.
Well, okay, here's another question. If someone was caught lying, but they said, oh, instead of lying, they just said, oh, we were wrong about it. So you could be like, for example, if someone was doing was if there was actually everyone knew that they were hiding flat Earth or whatever, hiding whatever they're hiding, right? They would not be liable unless they, I don't know how to describe, unless they admitted that they intentionally were hiding something, or would they, because they could just be like, yeah, it's flat, but we were just wrong about it being the globe. Even though we sent all these images of a magical spinning sphere, all those are fake, but we're just gonna say, "Oh, oops, we made a mistake, so therefore we can't hold them accountable or whatever," So
Yeah, I get you 100%. But
Yeah.
here's the thing: these guys know the system. So when you look at the so-called pictures, they tell you that it's not a photograph, that it's a composite image. So then it's back on you. And then with the so-called feeds from the ISS, they tell you that that is not live footage. It's up.
They tell you it's
These
not a model.
people.
I mean, they tell you it's a model, right?
So they admitted it's
Yeah.
imaginary.
Yeah. So this is the thing: how these people, and I try to convey this in like the best way I can when I'm on here. These people know how to manipulate the human psyche, the mind, because the mind is prevailing over all things.
Fine print. They just have to read what's under the fine print,
Yep. Exactly.
And
Like
then there
say
might
when
be
you buy a
told the
phone,
truth. Yeah.
yeah, you buy a phone. It says there if you hold it to your head like an idiot, you can get damaged. But on TV they'll say blah 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 blah. It doesn't, it doesn't do nothing, whatever. But on the product, it says what it is. That's why now with the thing that's happening, they've given people enough time to click on to actually wake up.
Yeah,
And
it's almost
and
like
start
it's almost
thinking.
yeah, they want to keep the choice on the people.
Well, I keep on saying to people, at the moment there is no government anywhere around the world. The only thing that's actually keeping this whole thing going is people themselves. People
Yeah,
policing people and people policing themselves.
exactly. It's
Because
their
there
own
is no,
families. It's their own families.
yep, and their own minds. But in the legal aspect,
I think the
they've all-
people, the sheep do, well, I shouldn't call it sheep, but like the citizens do a better job of brainwashing people than the government sometimes. Like they're better at shilling. Like some of the people that like the Glovers that I talk to are actually they're better shills than like like the NASA website who actually tells you that they're, all that kind of stuff. I feel like they're better at it.
yeah, yeah. And this is the thing.
Yeah.
There was this young kid. He was from Australia too, and he was just going off on tangents. And I said to him, "I go, listen, you're trying to protect something that you have no clue about." I go, "I'll pose you just. I want to see his logic." I go, "If your friend lies and does something bad, and you don't know about it," I go, "would you then stand up for him, as in like tell
Tell the truth.
tell what he's done?" Yeah, apparently tell what he's done. He goes, "What do you mean?" I go, "Your mate's done all that." I go, "Now you're gonna stick up for him to save him, yeah?" He go, and it took him a bit, and he goes, "No, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't know, what he's done and how he's done
Oh,
it
yeah,
and
that's
what's happened."
bravery.
Yeah, but I go, "Well,
Yeah.
there you go." I go, "That's with the globe." I go, "You don't know it. You don't know who's done it. You don't know if they've done it. So you're sticking up for something, and for people that you don't know nothing about, that you
Yeah.
don't have any benefit from. All you have is you actually have loss, but you're sticking up for it."
A bunch
So
of
it goes into the
strangers in
point, as
lab
you're
coats.
saying. Yeah. So we're kind of putting iron bars around ourselves.
Mhm. It's a prison for
And
your mind.
yeah,
But it's so weird. It's like
always.
some of them will even tell you that they don't see any curvature, and it's like at what point do you know, it's like they're there, but they're not there. Because they can say, "Oh yeah, I see the Earth not moving." Because when I look at the ground, you can see that it's not moving unless there's like an earthquake. But if there's no earthquakes happening, then you can see that it's not moving. And they'll even tell me to my face, "Yeah, I can see that the surface of the Earth is not moving in real life."
They're
And then they
NPCs.
still what?
Non-playable characters, bro.
Yeah.
Nobody's home.
Like, your mic is a bit laggy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, is
You
that
cut
my
out a
mic?
bit. No. I think I was saying cut out a bit. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't. I'm trying to understand the psychology of. I know how other people up there operate. I just cannot comprehend how
Took
the
a long
people down
time.
here operate. Yeah, they just, it's like, oh, if it doesn't affect me now, who cares? Like, don't worry about, Bob Beal or brother or cousin, this, that. But that has gotten us to the point where we are right now because you did not care for Bob, Bill, Ted, your cousin, your brother, whatever. And they know that. Love and putting care into action brings love. And without that principle, then you can't have a good society with knowledge and wisdom and people having stuff. Somebody might have a bit more, a bit less, but the knowledge is there. It's freely given, and like it can be. I'm not like some. Don't take me as communist, whatever. That I'm just saying it can be done. It's this idea that people put in. Everybody said that to slap a label: communism, socialism, thisism, anyism. But I don't think if we just cooperated and did stuff together, we would be,
I
only the
also
Creator
think
knows what.
that some people could not imagine a lie that lasts for thousands or hundreds, not even thousands, just hundreds of years. Like if I was told a lie and my ancestors were told a lie and then their ancestors were told a lie and it's almost like so intense that it would take a lot of what would you call it? A lot of proof to be like, okay, not only was I lied to, but the entire family tree was lied to, and only like
Can you name
way.
Can you name a
Go ahead.
person in your family that wasn't told about Santa Claus?
There we
This
go.
globe Earth thing, it's Santa Claus for adults, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't exist, right?
Facts.
Just like Santa Claus doesn't exist, right? You don't prove a negative, right? But after a while, you should just be able to
Hank,
figure it out, right?
Hank, did you hear what
I'm sorry
Kiwi
for interrupting
said
you.
about-
No,
Go
I
ahead.
like it.
I was just gonna say, Hank, do you remember what Kiwi said about proving a negative?
Yeah, you don't have to prove a negative. You don't prove a negative. So it's just if there's
I thought he said that statement in and of itself was like proving it. Like that claim in and of itself is negative. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, it's a contradiction in itself, so it can't exist.
You never heard him react like that?
yeah,
You
I
never
know what that's what I was referring to. If I said it incorrectly, I apologize. I didn't convey the
Oh,
correct
you said it
meaning.
right. You said it right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but yeah, when they just go on and on like all these people in your generation, all these people would have to be
Yeah, they all
lying.
lied. Yeah, all of them. Or they just believed it. Yeah. They all believed Santa Claus was real, just like Big.
Yep. Well, that's the thing, and how much of they lied and what have they lied about is up to it's the lies are very, very big and deep, and people
It's pretty
say this
big,
is
yeah.
people say this is the end thing. Once you know this, da 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 da. I say this is just, for me, is ground level to go on further. If you can't accept what's in front of you, then there's no chance you're going to accept, figuring out other things. That's me personally.
Does anyone have a ancestor that did not think knew that the Earth is not spinning?
Yep.
Because the only ones, I don't even think anyone in my tree actually questioned it, or my family questions it. Besides,
I know that
I
my
was never.
Sorry,
Okay.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
No,
Bruce.
no, you're right. You're right. I was going to say, like, my parents never, forced me to any sort of thing which was of a benefit. My grandparents 100% don't believe it. I know that because I asked them, and they laughed.
Do they say
But,
the Earth
yeah.
is not spinning?
Yeah, they go, no way. They go,
Nice. I think your mic cut out.
Can you hear
they
me?
said to me, how can you go
Yeah,
on
go
the
ahead.
long? Go ahead.
Yeah, I know that my grandmother and my great grandmother, for a fact, like read the Bible every night before they went to bed. And if they were presented with the scientific juxtaposition that that's the exact opposite of the Bible, cosmology, I know that they would have sided with the Bible. But I don't know if they were ever presented with that until I presented it to my grandmother a few years back, and she automatically went with the Bible.
Okay, so she said it wasn't spinning.
Right, but it was after I presented to her that this is the exact opposite of what the Bible says. This is what
Right.
NASA says, and she automatically sided with the Bible.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. You have to get them while they're young. They say that at the church as well. Give me a child up to 7 years old, and he'll never relinquish his faith. So it doesn't matter if it's government or church. It's been gone off as one and the same. It's just different forms of marketing or whatever, and they abuse it. They distort the proper message that they're meant to be teaching and giving freely, if you get what I mean. They're not fit for the world, fit for the purpose. So then once you get children young, you can mold them.
Test 1 2. We got a new person. Actually, he might not be new. Is nonconformist radio here?
Yeah, I am. I just joined just to listen to what you guys were saying. I'm not going to be able to talk for too long because I'm at work. Sometimes I just like to drop in, see what the heck's going on, because this is pretty entertaining to listen to. But yeah, what's up?
Good to see you, bro. Enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, my mic is. I don't know what's wrong with my mic right now.
I'd recommend going to his channel, guys. If you haven't listened to what he had to say on his Nonconformist Radio 2 or whatever his channel is, I would recommend going to his channel and listen to what he's got to say.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have a YouTube channel. The first one got taken down, and hopefully we can keep the second one up as long as I can.
Dang, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big part of the reason why I'm here. I'm trying to, better educate myself in the whole flat Earth thing, because
Is there any?
Yeah, I've only been looking into it for about probably 3.5-4 months at this point, and I'm taking a lot of notes, and I'm trying to process it all, and I want to maybe make a manuscript and make some quality content, just going over everything, kind of similar to what Eric Dubay did, and 20 proofs that Earth isn't a spinning ball, something like that. Just go fact number 1, fact number 2, fact number 3, and just stick with the science and just.
Is there anything specific that you have on your mind right now that you want to ask?
No, to be honest with you,
okay.
It's all pretty simple and self-explanatory.
Yeah, it's almost like our senses were perfectly designed for us to know that it's not a spinning globe.
No, it's definitely not. I learn very fascinating things every time I watch a documentary. There's just a plethora of data out there to support the science behind it. It couldn't be any more obvious.
All right. Well, I guess we gotta keep waiting. I don't know where the globies are today, but I think didn't we have I don't know who was the last globie we talked to. It's been like 4 hours. I don't even know.
Yeah, man, it can be pretty hilarious. Sometimes I'll just that's kind of what I was doing right now. I literally just drop in just to see what's going on, and some of those conversations when it comes to the debates between the flat and the globe, it's freaking hilarious.
Yeah. Have you ever met the ones who don't trust their own senses? Have you met those guys? Those are the funniest ones.
Oh, every single day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's less and less. Like every month or so, there's less and less globetards. It's like they used to come in here so confident, and now that so many of them have been like wrecked, they come here and they leave with their tail between their legs because they don't even know the globe model, and they're like, wait a minute, they keep getting wrecked and they have no evidence. So there's less and less. They tell their friends, "Nah, don't go there, don't whatever," because they just got wrecked. But
Yeah.
maybe they wake up after they come here and get wrecked. They might chew on it. Let me study up, and I'll go back and I'll destroy those flat earthers. And they study up and like, oh shit, they're right. They're right. Oh my God, they're right. And it takes a minute to come to grips with reality. You know what I mean? It took me a while to come to grips with it.
Yes.
It was a big pill to swallow.
The funny thing about the flat earth pill is it's both the easiest pill to swallow, yet the hardest pill to swallow at the same time. That's how it was for me. I denied it.
That's what I say. It's the
yeah.
easiest thing to prove, but the hardest one to convince. That's what I always say. I'm like, dude, it's so easy to prove it's flat. It's almost impossible to convince someone that it's flat. It's almost impossible. You could we have mountains of evidence, but it's nearly impossible. You have to be the right type of personality to even look at it. You have to have you have to be a free thinker. And some people say they're a free thinker, but they're not. You have to absolutely disregard everything you were taught. Most people are not capable of doing that. That's why it's so difficult to convince them.
Disregard only the lies, not everything.
I don't know. I said nearly everything.
Nearly everything. Yeah, nearly.
Yeah, you hold on to like a small percentage. There's a small percentage of truth we're fed, right?
Yeah.
You can hold on, but nearly everything gets disregarded, and that's almost impossible to do.
It just
The number one.
Go ahead.
Thanks. The number one problem I find is when people are so highly educated, their cup is full, right? And at this point, they become stupid again, right? Like an uneducated person who has such a low IQ in the 80s that they're not capable of learning anything new, right? So it's like if you got a really sorry?
Go ahead.
Exactly, Dunning-Kruger, right? They become so smart on one end of the spectrum that they can't learn anything new because they're so highly educated. Well, they say smart. It's actually foolishness, right? But it's just like the person on the other end of the spectrum, the Dunning-Kruger spectrum, that they can't learn anything new because they're slow, right? And I often point that out to them, right? Like you can't learn anything new because you think you know everything already. So if you can't learn anything new, you're the very definition of a stupid person.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because of course there's a pandemic going on right now. I mean, don't you see everybody wearing their masks? Don't you see all the experts and the authorities on the news telling you to stay at home and save lives and you got to get this vaccine? You know, of course everybody already knows everything. You just got to take the world at face value. Then, oh, I'm so informed because I read an article on Wikipedia, you know, or I learned this at school.
Yeah, the best not conspiracies. The best mysteries are the ones who are just right, that you don't even need to look into the documentation and you don't need to go searching for anything. Like the mass thing is it's in plain sight. You can see it. And the other thing is is the earth not moving? Is the earth moving? That one, I don't even think you need to read any documents. It's almost like it's self-evident pretty much. You know, but everyone thinks it's spinning. It's like you don't even need to read the documents at all. It's so obvious. I don't know. It took so long.
It's the thinking mechanism. So people wear masks, yeah. But if I was to come up from behind on the gateway and put my hand, over your face, you can't do that. Or you can't, you know what I mean? That would be wrong. But somebody else is telling you, is forcing their hand on your face, not literally, but with another object. What is the difference? between somebody putting their hand over your face and somebody making you put something over your face? Is there a difference?
I don't see a difference.
Everyone's got a choice.
It's a muzzle. They want to muzzle you.
It's symbolic too, I think, because there's like free mate. I don't even know if it's ritualistic.
So it is.
Yeah, so it has a
They
symbolic.
did it before, like early 1900s. They did it before. They had another plague, and they had people getting vaccinated back then, even. So it's like, I think
History
they do it
repeats
every
itself.
so often.
Wait, when was this?
It's like early 1900s. There was another.
Isn't that when all the children were on the trains and writing all the stories about the orphans in London?
Could
I
have
just
been.
watched the
Could
Flat
have
Earth
been.
history thing.
It could have been then, and maybe that's how they do their resets every periodically when people get kind of put pieces together and they're like, well, it's time to reset because these people are getting too damn smart. They're figuring out how we run shit. We got to do a reset. There's too many people smart because if enough people wake up, their power evaporates. This is like the only ticket to evaporate the New World Order is this. When enough people wake up, it's like, it's a velvet revolution. It doesn't need to have any violence. It's just like, no, you guys got to go. You're illegitimate. You're all lying to us. You're all committing treason against us by colluding with all these other countries to deceive us and use propaganda. You guys got to go. The whole system's got
Well,
to
there
be
you go.
reversed.
You know,
Yeah, it can happen.
fraud vitiates, mitigates any form of agreement, contract, whatever you want to call it.
So it
So
all gets nullified. It all gets nullified. Like this whole shit's
Yeah.
got to be gone. Like all of it.
And I've even heard of Seinfeld. He said that he was one of those babies that was like an incubator baby.
No, his dad
So-
was. His dad was an incubator
Yeah.
baby. I did
Yeah.
see that. Jerry
I know,
Seinfeld. And you know what? They spoke about that, like orphans back then. It's like there was so many of them. It's like, why was there so many? They said, oh,
Yes,
people
and if
died
you-
young. They
and if
died
you look
young.
at
How
it-
did they die?
in movies and like Disney movies, there's a lot of that orphans that get turned into famous people.
Well, I don't know if somebody can actually tell me if they personally know somebody. I don't know anybody that's, you know, or a group. Not that I don't know anybody, but I don't know large groups of people that have said, you know, I don't know, my parents or grandparents or something. This is another one of those. I think personally,
Well, because they'd be 120 years old by now. So it's like most of those people are dead by now. So it would be like great grandparents. Like, oh yeah, great grandpa was an orphan or something.
yeah, but you'd know if there's, you know, the children would know. Like, I don't know what my grandparents are.
They do. I mean, you just got to ask the right people. You can maybe no one you know, but over here it is more common. If you could trace your
Well,
ancestry back a couple generations, it's not as
Yeah.
uncommon as you think.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If there is people, they'll be good to actually know get some facts on it, you know, because
Oh, for sure. Yeah, sure. I think my
Hey, you want
grandma
some
was.
facts on it? I just watched all of it. I'll go ahead and LHFE EWAR. I'll go ahead and share that.
I think
I
my
just
great
watched
grandmother.
all those, and it was really interesting. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think my great grandmother was a reset person. I was looking at some old pictures we had, and it was a black and white picture, right? And she had an ID card from like, I don't know when it was, early 1900s in Detroit to sell flowers. I'm like, why does she need a fucking license 100 years ago? People didn't give a fuck if you're selling flowers on the street. And I think it was an ID card. You know, like they said, those World Fair cards, that was the new people arriving. I think they were new arrivals because they immigrated here, and it's like, I think that was their ID. Like the card I was looking at, nobody gets a license with a photo ID to sell flowers. Are you fucking kidding me? and it was taken from like high above street level downward. She was looking upward, and someone's taking a picture downward. She's standing in the street, and that's her ID on the picture. Like, what the fuck is this? It didn't make sense to me. You don't even do that today? You get a hot dog vendor, maybe a hot dog vendor because he's selling food, but someone selling flowers. People sell flowers, they don't fucking get an ID card. Not even today when people creep up your ass with government. They want you to have a fucking license for everything, but 100+ years ago, come on. That's what makes me think. It's like, you know what? That's probably what this is. John Levy did something like that.
Yeah, but that was during what time? Because
Like
around World War One.
maybe 1900.
Yeah.
It was about 110, 120 years ago. I'm not sure exactly. I got to check it again.
That's when they started doing that. Like, I know my great granddad. He went to the US. My great granddad.
Yeah, this was my great grandmother. This is my grandma's. I think it was my grandma's mom, or maybe even her grandmother. I'm not sure because they had her when she was young, so it might have been even her grandmother. Not
I
sure.
misspoke. He was my great granddad. So not my granddad. My great granddad. So he went to the US. No papers, no nothing. He went there. He worked. You know,
Well,
got
that's
some
why,
money.
you
Went
know
back.
what? That's why they had immigrants from all different places. They didn't speak the language. They just resettled the vacant land. This country was not, the cities were already built out. Like the timeline doesn't match up. It's like, wait a minute, these buildings are old. Who built these? People on a wagon train built these, right? The settlers built these from just with a 2-bit axe and horses. They built buildings out of stone. How do you transition from log cabins to stone skyscraper? That's a long transition. No
Yeah,
electricity. Yeah, I just
something.
don't see it.
Yeah, something's up. Like even when you just look at like the tram lines, you know, the tram lines now have got that thing up over the top. How the tram apparently connects to the source of the, you know, electricity up the top and down the bottom.
You know what else? The infrastructure. They
Before
had sewer
there was
systems.
nothing.
They had sewers. You know how much work that is to put a sewer system? How much engineering that is? They're like brick tunnels underground. Check this out. This is Chicago in the United States. Can you see it? And look at those
Oh yeah.
buildings. Who did that? Right? That's like early 1900-ish. Look at that. And a lot of that shit's gone. But you can see the age on those buildings. See the age, the staining? Those look like they belong in a sci-fi movie. So it looks like something from Zelda, the new that one building looks like something from Zelda, the on Nintendo Switch. They have buildings
Bro,
that look like.
how did they get rid of them? This is the other question. Or this would
They
take as much
demolished them.
effort to.
They demolished these buildings. They're like, oh, we need to renovate. There was one in Philadelphia, right? The City Hall building in Philadelphia. It's massive. It was the tallest building in the world. It's all brick and stone. It's like 650 feet tall, all handmade brick and stone. And they wanted to demolish it. It's a beautiful building. I think it's called the Balboa building, like Rocky Balboa. And they wanted
Yeah.
to, they said it would cost too much money to demolish. Why would you demolish a beautiful building like that? Makes no sense.
Yeah, no, true. But then, as you said, it would cost so much money because this is not like normal concrete and steel. This is like, and don't anybody get up my ass when I say this. It's proper masonry work. Like this is
But look at the
stone
work it
working.
took to build it. Imagine how much hard work went into engineering and building that. That's a huge
Yeah,
feat
bro.
of engineering. And there's not just one. Look at all of them. Look at all the background. This was not done with pioneers with wagons and horses. You know what I mean? Where did they quarry the stone? It's just there's too many like what's going on? This does not match up with our history book. So we thought Christopher Columbus came here and then the people migrated because Chicago first they're on the East Coast and then by the time they get to Chicago, all these timelines don't make sense, especially the one out West Coast like San Francisco. San Francisco was built out like this. It was massively built out. And you think just a couple ragtag miners are going to build a giant city like that? No way. There's no way in hell. You don't go from a little outpost like a tar paper shack to building cities like this. You know what I mean? And then you have no
Yep.
electricity on top of it, no power tools. How do you build stuff like this with no electricity? Doesn't match
See,
up. I think that's why they
yeah,
destroyed the history. This and some
that's
of
one
this looks like
thing. So sorry, brother.
no, I was gonna say some of this looks like you would see in Europe. A lot of stuff in Europe is the same age as the stuff we had here in America. Like here's a church. Look at the church survived, but all the buildings were destroyed. Like Hiroshima. It looks like Hiroshima, the surroundings. And I think this was directed energy. If you look at the fires in California, you see the street. The streets in this picture are clean. There's no debris on the streets. But all the surrounding buildings, you see they're peppered. There's a few stragglers that survive, like a few buildings spattered about that survive, but the rest are just pummeled. They're just pulverized. And that's what
Wait,
Hiroshima looks like.
you're saying they had that kind of technology in World War II?
And before, yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, what else could do that? I don't know anything else that could do that to a building.
Well,
That could selectively destroy buildings. Yeah. You look at
weren't,
Hiroshima. Guess what
weren't
the only
most
building was?
buildings? But
Guess
like in
which building?
Hiroshima, they had a lot of like wood buildings and like very poorly built buildings.
You want to
But
know what survived in Hiroshima? A Jesuit building. The only one of the only buildings. It was 8 blocks from ground zero, and it was a Jesuit building, and it was one of the only buildings, like the Jesuit building and maybe the Catholic Church, whatever. Those are the only things to survive except for some stragglers. It's too convenient. Here, don't wreck our
yeah,
shit. The
yeah,
bomb
that
is
is.
gonna go. Yeah, don't wreck. Can you believe it, man? It's so obvious when you look at it from hindsight. And he said he was praying. He said he was praying to Mary. He said, "Oh, I was praying to Mary." That's blasphemy. You don't idol worship, right? They're worshiping Mary. That's, and they worship the sun. The Jesuits are sun worshipers, but he said he was praying to Mary. That's why he survived. He survived the nuclear blast and everyone else got wrecked. That's why, there's a good documentary about nuclear weapons being fake. That's what they used. They legit. It looks just like the photograph there, and just like in Paradise, California, where you see destroyed buildings, but the streets are clean. You could eat off the streets. They're that clean. There's no debris on the streets. But yet we think some raging fire swept through here and destroyed everything, except for the trees. You see all these trees that are not burned, but the houses are obliterated. They're gone. And I had a video from 1967 in California, and it was the same. One house would be pummeled, just destroyed. The next house would be perfect. Trees in between. Another house flat. I'm like, holy shit, 1960. That's when I kept digging down this rabbit hole. I'm like, okay, let me check out this. And I watched the fake nuclear weapons. I'm like, holy shit, look at Hiroshima. The Jesuit building survives. All this shit. They're showing the streets. It's really low quality video footage. I think they purposely degraded it. They didn't want to show us no high res shit. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, this looks just like the stuff I've seen. Where have I seen this before? Paradise, California, Fort McMurray, Canada. I've seen this many, many times because I've been researching this a long time. The DEW weapons.
Well, I became aware of it from Dr. Judy Wood and her book about 9/11, because she was talking about a lot of stuff that indicates a directed weapon.
That's who I learned it from. My neighbor put me onto it, and yeah, I was like, I thought I knew my shit, and I'm like, what is this? And this is about maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I learned about it, and it was after I learned about flat Earth. Then I learned about the DEW weapons. Like, holy shit! And I thought I knew it all. I'm like, yeah, I know. You ain't gonna teach me anything. She's not a flat earther, but this blew my mind. I'm like, oh my god, this is crazy. They're using it
So,
everywhere.
so it was the Allies that had it, or the Germans had it too.
They're all on the same team. It's not us and them. It's basically them versus all of us. It's not, they don't play sides like that. They'll have both, let's say the Germans and the Russians, the people at the top are all in on it. You know what I mean? They'll have their populations kill each other, and they'll be safe behind the scenes because they got their man running the show. Like I just saw this today, right? I think someone posted it earlier today in the mod room. Let's share it with you. It's a picture of all these scumbags, right? From World War II. They're doing the Freemason handshake. See the Freemason handshake, hidden hand, all of them. It's okay. Stalin, Roosevelt, Churchill, and who's that guy? Was that not? Is that Truman?
Yeah, they're all cryptos.
You see?
Maybe not Truman.
Well,
Oh, I
Truman is a
can't
33rd
stand
degree
it.
Freemason.
Wow.
I think they all are. I think they're all 33rd degree Freemasons.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not a Mason, but I'm saying definitely Stalin.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
You know, they're Bitcoins.
Right. Here's that fake nuke video. If you guys want to watch it, I'll
What are
share it.
cryptos? What are you saying? Stalin's a crypto.
He's
A crypto
Jew.
Yeah.
In hiding.
So it's like Superman, right? Superman is alien to the land. He goes into the land and he tries to like fit in, right? He tries to blend in. So he doesn't go by his, kryptonite name, right? He tries to get like a normal name. So he changes his name, right? And he, you know, puts on a disguise, right? He wears glasses, right? And he tries to act like everybody else.
Right. Say his
You ever
name was
heard that?
Joseph Leibowitz. You're like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound Russian to me. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, Stalin, Man of Steel. He's a Georgian. So basically, they've infiltrated all of the governments, and they're playing the goys against each other. And it's like, here, you kill. What better way to decimate a population than to have your entire population go kill their entire population, and it's mutually assured destruction. Like Stalingrad was just the biggest waste of manpower. Like there was 1 million people lost on each side. The Germans lost about 1 million. The Russians lost about 1 million. For what? Pointless city?
Yeah, I don't know why. Hitler should have ordered a retreat. There's no way that they should have did that. There was no point. It would have saved.
They were working for the same team, though. They were working. They were both.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, if he legit.
I'm saying strategically because
Yeah.
I like play video games, real time strategy games, and there's no way why your home base is getting attacked that you're gonna go send all your men to a foreign base to all die. Like you have to protect the home base. He should have ordered a retreat.
Right. Here, I'll waste. You're a landlocked country. You're surrounded, and you're fighting a two-front battle, and I'll waste 1 million men that I can't replace. Like that's the stupidest shit. For Stalingrad would had no strategic value. That's how I know that it was when you get the leaders of each country and they're traitors to the people. Look what they can do, and that's how they decimated all of Europe. They had people killing each other for no reason. The whole war was pointless.
Well,
Right.
the beef with Hitler and Stalin was personal. Like they
That's what they
really
lead you to believe, though. That's what they lead you to
Just-
believe.
That's the narrative, right? But the real history is that the Great War, World War II, they were misnamed, right? They should have been called White War I and White War II because all the white people were at war with each other.
Mutually assured destruction. They say that for nukes, but they mutually destroyed both their populations. And that's where Tartaria was too. All of Tartaria, those old buildings, those the old architecture, a lot of that was destroyed. Like Dresden was a beautiful city. They just completely destroyed Dresden for no reason. And actually, Dresden looks like it was hit with dew weapons. A lot of the stuff, the damage from the top down. I'm looking at the stuff. I'm like, where's all the bomb craters? And you see shit like it looks very similar. The Great Fire of Chicago from 1860s. Oh yeah, here's another one. I think it was 1861. There was 5 cities that burned. Here, I had it on my clipboard. Let me post it. 1871, I think it was.
Bro, you're correct. I've got, it's like documented the fact that since it's been going on for at least like 5,000 to 6,000 years, the same people, yeah, in America you call them chiefs, in Europe, clansmen or whatever, the elders of, the village, whatnot. They are actually the people who sell out, their own people who they're meant to protect and guide over and give, wisdom and all the rest of it. So just say the chieftains from Australia send their minions to America, and then the chieftains from America send their minions here. So what they do is just exchange minions, and they say, "Oh, we're here to, government, which is just a corporation to do infrastructure, blah blah blah," and they rape and pillage the people, and they go back to the ranks.
We've always had these puppet governments. They're all Freemasons. So it's like once they design a system that's top-down control, right? Design a system, and you let the people think that they're going to vote for self-determination. So you say, hey, we'll let you vote. But in reality, it's a false choice. Do you want dog shit or cat shit? I don't want any shit. But those are your two choices. And they're both Freemasons. So they're both going to fuck you over. So you're never going to you can't vote yourself out of this system. There's no way to fix it through voting. It just has to go.
Right, exactly right. Just like when it was Bush versus Kerry, right? What was that, 2004? Either way, however the election went, you got a bondsman, right?
Yes,
and those colleges like Yale, they're known for like pulling the pranks. And it's my contention that that was the biggest prank ever pulled on the American people was 9/11. It was a college sorority prank, and they ripped you off for billions. Trillions.
Trillions.
Remember when what's his name? Was it Tim Russert? He asked him about the skull and bones, right? He asked Bush, and then he asked Kerry. And then he died suspiciously after that. Shortly after that, he died of a heart attack. And I'm thinking they might have offed him. They might have offed him like they did to what's his name, Andrew Breitbart.
Well, that's speculation.
It's speculation.
They don't off each other, bro.
The deal is that he asked them, and they said, "Well, the only thing I can say is that it's so secret that we can't talk about it."
No, I know.
So they acknowledge that they were bondsmen.
I'm
they're in the
saying,
private.
Tim Russert was known as a tough interviewer, and then suddenly he dies just shortly after that. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but it just seems convenient that after those interviews, like shortly after, maybe 6 months after, he dies of suspiciously of a heart attack.
The thing is, we try to stick to what we can prove here. It's not what you know,
No,
but it's what you can prove.
This is not flat Earth. I'm just saying.
I know, but that's what we try to do here as much as possible. And
I always
you know what?
do when it comes to that.
Right. And what I'm trying to
That's
say is that if someone in the audience is listening, right, and they're a coincidence theorist, right, rather than a conspiracy theorist, they're going to be like, oh, they don't know what they're talking about, and they
This
might
is
like
my
log off.
personal beliefs that Wolfgang Goyam thinks Tim Russert was murdered. My personal belief doesn't represent the views of the panel.
That's all right, bro. You're right, brother. The thing is,
you're good. We're allowed to speculate. We just try to say that we're speculating.
I don't speak for the crowd. I speak for myself.
I would say, bro, they get pulled off because the guy that's on the TV is a part of the system.
That's what I think. Yeah, but I'm saying maybe they step out of line from time to time. He wants to get some notoriety. I'll ask him a tough question, and he doesn't know who he's dealing with, and maybe they shut him up. Maybe he did. Maybe he died of natural causes. Maybe Andrew Breitbart did too. I don't know.
They sent him on vacation, bro. He's on some island with another passport, another ID.
No,
You're not
it
going to
could
see him
be.
again.
Like even
You
Andrew
know,
Breitbart could have been a fake. Like, and then we think he was some hero. He's like, "What's in your closet, George Soros and John Podesta?" And then we find out about Pizzagate. That was in 2012 when Andrew Breitbart said that, and then he died suspiciously of a heart attack. And then the guy that did his autopsy died, and his assistant died. Okay, that could happen, right? But he was exposing some heavy hitters, and all of a sudden he dies suspiciously, and that was in 2012. And then in 2016, Pizzagate comes out, and it's like, holy shit, John Podesta, whoa, Tony Podesta, what's in your closet? Oh my God, he was trying to reveal something, but he didn't do it. He didn't drop the goods, and he died anyway, or he didn't die. I don't know.
this is the thing. These guys are masters at like manipulation, and to claim that whether it's a Masons, I don't put faith in none of them. Masons, like any religions, none of them, because they're all the same. They stem from the same thing. And
But
this is just
when they speak out of line, there is a death sentence. You swear an oath to your secrecy, and they will kill you. So even
okay.
like Admiral Byrd, after he spoke out about some shit, he died kind of suspiciously, right? I'm saying, I think maybe someone might have the right intentions, maybe, and they reveal shit like, I don't know, the guy's working for NASA. He says this lemon will never go to the moon, and he put a lem on the lem land or whatever the fuck, and then he dies suspiciously, or maybe he didn't. I think they never put those, obviously never put them in a rocket. They were never going to be in that fucking rocket. Like the Challenger astronauts, they were never on that shit because it's a bomb. You know what I mean? It's a firework. It's not meant to put humans on there. And the people, they have an escape hatch with a slide, right? And they don't show you
Yeah.
that. They were never getting on a bomb like that.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me? Who would sign up for that job?
Oh.
Yeah, let me get in this bomb. Sounds legit.
That's what I'm saying. In this society, they don't sign up to get killed. They sign up to lie, deceive, and then retire. So what I was going to say is, just say you're a part of, whatever religion, denomination, doesn't matter, whatever it is. You are an external part of that religion. You are not in the inner sanctum. So you don't know that.
Right.
Do you get what I'm trying to say? I'm not trying
like
to diss.
my grandma and my mom are Catholic, but they don't know what the Pope is up to. He's doing his shady shit, right? They don't know that the Catholic Church is evil. They don't know that shit.
And they're good people. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, it's your grandparents are great people. Was say by you that you've turned out right, so they have to have done something right. So most of the people, that's why I'm not a fan of institutionalized things, because these people don't do what they're meant to do. They straight people, they steal from them, they make them feel it's dogmatic, they're so offline. Like it actually like hurts me to speak about it. It's frustrating.
Well, the organized religions, like on the face of it, they say the Catholic Church was opposed to abortion, and you're like, oh well, that's a good thing. But it's pure evil. The whole institution is the most evil institution behind the scenes. The Catholic Church, the Jesuits, they're like one and the same. It's the same entity, and they're evil. They're the most evil entity, but they put that out that no, we care about the unborn. We think abortion is evil. No one should do abortion. It's like it's weird, man. They put out a front like they're good people, but yet they're doing the most heinous things behind the scene. It's and they have the people convinced that it's a good organization. You know what I mean? Like people like my grandparents and stuff. It's like they have them convinced that they have good hearts. They're trying to help the needy. They help the poor. They're against abortion because it's murder. They're murdering the unborn. It's very sneaky, man. They're so sneaky like that.
Yeah,
And
and
they
that's the thing,
brainwash.
bro. It's not just them. It's every single institution. Well, not every single. Don't say that, but most institutions, brother, are like that. And these guys up at the top, they're just, and it's not even them. Somebody smart, like, somebody from the server will have an idea. These guys come along, yeah, we'll give you some money or whatever, you think money is, and you'll get all this toilet paper and you think you're rich. You'll invent something and all these people will flock to it. And then they'll either tear it down or pervert it and just make it into something. And it's been like this, done like this for so long.
Hey, did you hear about the Russian Orthodox priest? I don't know what he's called, but the leader of the Russian Orthodox and the Pope, they got together and they sent something to Antarctica. Did you hear about that story? And
yeah,
there was
I
also
know what happened. Yeah.
something else in Mecca. Something happened there, like a crane fell over. It says like they unveiled. Somebody dug something up. They were renovating and they found something, an artifact, and it knocked
Yep.
over a crane. It killed a bunch of people. And it was sounded like something from Raiders of the Lost Ark when they opened the Ark of the Covenant or something. And then they got together and a Russian fleet took it to Antarctica and the Pope got together with a book that he got from the Vatican. It sounds like some kind of bullshit to me, but it's like, I think the Vatican, I think they all work together. Just like you see that picture, they're all shaking hands with the Freemason handshake. I think the leaders of all these religions are all on the same team, and they pretend to be at odds with each other or whatever, but they're all working for the devil. All of them. They're on the same
Yep.
home team.
That's the thing, bro. I've got documents to back this up, and this is what hurts me. And I don't want to be always, whatever Christian means to anybody. It used to be called people of the way. So whatever. I was born, Christians and whatnot, but all these dudes, they are all the same. They've signed documents that they are all one entity and that they work together. There's no telling them apart. Religion or Mason, whatever. Masonry is a religion, and they use the same books, and it's just hurtful. And I don't want to hurt anybody and what they believe and whatnot. It's up to everybody and to follow their own heart and mind. I would like the people to have the actual proper information. That's what
Yeah.
upsets me, bro.
There could be like a lot of the low level Freemasons. They don't really know what the whole organization's up to. Kind of like the Catholic, people that attend Catholic Church, they don't know what the Pope is up to. So like somebody, a low level guy, he's just doing it to get a promotion at work. Say you're a cop. Oh yeah, I got to join the Freemasons if I want a promotion. Okay, whatever. He doesn't know he thinks it's a drinking club or whatever. He doesn't. But and that's kind of like the Catholics, people who are born Catholic, they go to Catholic church. Oh, well, we're against abortion. This is what religion grandma had, and we're, born into it, whatever. They seem to have good moral character. They stand for morality and protecting the unborn. And that's what they think. That's what they think they stand for. But just like the low level Freemasons, they're reeled in. So you reel in these people that have a genuine good heart. They want to help people. And that's how the system maintains itself. They don't want to sell each other out. You can't sell out a Freemason because they're all brothers, right? And then that's why the world is so fucked up because no one can snitch on the fucking. You know what I mean? They're all the bad club. They're in on it. Like all the good people join the bad club.
Yeah, bro. But even the people that are just normal people, they're like, "Oh, look, if the government's doing this, then we're gonna do this." So they become perverted. Do you get what I mean? Then the normal people even become more perverted. They're like, "Oh, I'm gonna steal and lie to do this," but they're not gaining much, and they're really not helping, their fellow men instead of coming together to fix the problem or to get rid of the problem.
People got to dig down.
The people
and
punch
do
on
what's
against
right.
each other. Yeah, exactly.
You can't keep selling out your country, man. They're selling it out for their Freemasons. You gotta decide. You can't play on both sides. You got to pick the right side, and it's not their team. You know what I mean? Their team is the bad guys. You're working for the bad guys that's destroying the world. If you're on that team, then you're one of them. You're scum. You know, it's time to man up, and it's going to take some people are going to have to man up and do what's right.
Yep, I said that too. I'm doing some things in the background, but it's and I keep on saying it to people on here. If things start like manning up, like start using your brain, because it's kind of the good that is trying to be done is being undone by, I don't know if it's ignorance or selfishness. I'm trying to pinpoint it, and
It's
I still
both.
my head in.
It's both. They want a promotion. Like if you join the Freemasons, they're doing that as selfish. They want more. They want more. A better job or whatever, and they all do it. So they're willing to sell out their country. They'll sell out their whole country, and they've created this world. And when they see how fucked up it is this this what you really want? Is it worth it to sell it out for a few bucks, make a few $1,000 more a year? Is it worth selling out your whole country, selling out the future of the whole, your children, maybe your grandchildren? They're going to be born into a despotic government, even more despotic than this one world government that's coming. It's going to be absolute despot communism worldwide.
I need to. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we can organize one day, like people. We talk about this one world government. Do people know where it actually is? And this comes on with what you guys were talking about, the crypto. You know, the crypto dudes, the jaywalkers. So if I was to tell you that, to say America, what they renamed the New World, instead of putting the proper term that was meant to be on there, was Scion. So the New World was meant to be Scion. America is Scion. So the New World order, where do you think it will be situated? Because it has to be somewhere.
It's everywhere. Like I said, it's not even that new. The New World Order, what they've done, I think, remember the buildings I showed you, like from Chicago? That was the old world order. The old world order was like Tartaria, and the New World Order is like a sellout, a bunch of cutthroats who colluded together, and they're everywhere. It's not just one location. They're all throughout the United States, Europe, China. They're everywhere.
Yeah, I get that, but there has to be like a central hub, as in
Switzerland. There's one in Denver, Davos. They're everywhere. I mean, Club of Rome. They're in Rome. They're in Malta. The Knights of Malta.
Yeah. But as in, you know what I mean, bro? Like, even though there's religions everywhere around the world, there's the Roman Church in Rome. That's the main hub for it. That's it. Even though there's the Orthodox Church, the Muslims, still the main point is Rome, because they, you know, all these other offshoots come from there. I don't care what, you know, Buddhism, whatever it is, they're all signed up over there. I was just trying to say, like, if I know that it's, you know, it's not really the New World Order, but people are clicking onto it now, so I'm just saying the terms that everybody uses. So, I would say that it's in the US.
I think it's bigger than that. The U.S. is a puppet government. Like, our government is not running shit. The people in our government are just all puppets. That's why everything is stacked in a pyramid structure of power. You have a president, a vice president, everything like that. A Department of Homeland Security, this FBI. Like, you have the James Comey. What's he called? The leader of the FBI. Forget what they call him. Whatever. Everything
I guess so.
is a pyramid structure. You answer to the person above you, just like the military, and it's all top-down control. That's the way. That's how they do it, man. Like you see their Freemason pyramid, they structured all of our governments like that, so that you can control entire countries with just a handful of people at top position. You run it all. So
Okay.
you can have 90% of them as good people, but if the top 10% or 5% is rotten, doesn't matter. They control the whole shit. You can't. How do you get rid of your commanding officer? Oh, the general's corrupt. Yeah, you can't do a damn thing about it.
Yeah, I get you, bro. Okay, so I'll just elaborate what I wanted to say. So, if you look at the International Monetary Fund, yeah, and the Bank of International Settlements,
yeah,
and the UN, that's in the US, and this is not having a dig at the US people. I'm just saying.
It's the Rothschilds. We know who it's the Rothschilds.
It's but I'm just trying to paint a picture. So you've got them that are on. It's meant to be U.S. soil, but it's under the UN, which is just another organization, another corporate entity. And then you have your White House here. 13 streets away from the White House, 13 streets away, you have all your intelligence agencies. Science and civil rule the world. People don't know how to read them and what's going on. You'll see your CIA, your Pentagon, and all the rest of it, and all these other ones. They're all right there. Right now, why is the White House occupied? Nobody's in there.
They just do what they're told anyway. It doesn't matter who's in the White House. It could be Trump or Biden. They're just gonna play their role in a game.
No, you missed my point, bro. That is true, but there is a punch on. I'm just trying to convey something.
Well, spit it out. What's your point? The White House is vacant, and
okay. So if it's vacant, how do you have a government? First and foremost, and why is it occupied? It's military occupied.
we have a shadow government, and we always had one, and it's not going to be a shadow government. It's going to be an upfront government. It's going to transition from this. They already have the secret control of all these countries. They're just going to do it out in our face. They're going to do it in our face with the Project Bluebeam, and it'll be normalized.
They've been doing it in our face, bro. The problem is, not everybody up the top is an a-hole and wants to, do all this dumb shit. So there is a, kerfuffle going on and a conundrum.
How do you change it? You need like a military. You need a military mutiny or something.
We just need the people to stand up, bro.
Yeah, I know, but that has the death sentence applied to it, so it's not easy. You're not going to just get people. No one's doing shit because no one wants the firing squad.
You don't solve war with more war. The only solution to war is peace. They have chosen to declare war on everyone, period. That is Babylon. That is their way. It is what they do.
Well, that's what Babylon is. It's a script, and they're trying to follow a script. So the point is, if the people actually stand up and do something, we'll get through it. If people sit back on their ass and don't do nothing, it's gonna get a lot worse.
Well, people try to do stuff, but they get censored. Censorship. You got to not, and then once they silence our voice, you don't have a platform to get your message out to the people because they are weak. They are very weak. Once they're exposed, their whole charade falls apart. right? It's the Wizard of Oz. When we see the man behind the curtain is really some pitiful little man, right? He's pulling all the levers of the puppets, all the puppets in our government, like Biden and his ilk. He's just a puppet. When people wake up and see the man behind the curtain is weak, then it's a velvet revolution. It doesn't require warfare, and that's not what we're saying. We're not saying that we need warfare to solve this problem.
Yeah, we
That's
just
what
need people
they
to
want.
actually get up
They
and do
want
something,
us
bro.
they want us killing each other. No, the New World Order, they want us to resort to it, and they try to antagonize us. They try to entice people. That's what they do with their propaganda media. They want us at war with each other. And a lot of people are not taking the bait.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're not gonna do what people are imagining in their heads. They're gonna make us do it to each other. But if we actually get up and put our goodwill out there, things will change. Am I like conveying this properly? Maybe I'm not conveying it properly, bro. I don't know how else to put it. If we don't put in and in energy or emotion into it, not as in bad, but actually get out and do something and stick together, then it can't be changed. And if we do that, there's not going to be these people running around like, military shooting other militaries, because the only ones that do that are the private ones. Your normal military will not shoot upon you.
No, the militaries were used to kill other military people, like in other countries, like we talked about earlier, World War II,
Yep.
Vietnam, all that shit. They'll have us kill each other. They'll send our men to kill their men, like the Russians and Germans. They were killing each other in Stalingrad. It didn't benefit either country. It didn't benefit Russia. It didn't benefit Germany. That's what they do. They send each other to kill their men, and that was their reset. They reset the population. A lot of people, if they didn't have World War II, a lot of people of that generation, they knew the earth was flat. They purged all those people that knew this. They were so traumatized. There was so much lost information in terms of books and things like that. When you lose like someone like that, the women lost their husband. They're not thinking about things like the earth being flat. They're traumatized, right? So they're gonna. And then there was the Great Depression, like all that shit. It kept people in a state of fear and trauma. They don't know like what the future, fear of the unknown. So they look to the government to help them. Like FDR comes on and reassures them everything's gonna be good. You could trust me. Send me all your gold. You got to send all your gold to the government or else. And they confiscated all the gold in 1933, and they gave people paper. Here,
They gave it up, but
we'll keep it safe for you. Give it to us.
yeah, okay, I'm gonna propose like a little, it's like a little thought thing. How can you have a depression?
Government caused it. The government caused it all.
No, but how can that? To me, that is not conceivable in my mind that you can have a depression, as in how they made it and how the people followed. To me, that's very idiotic and stupid.
I have
There's-
I have an idea
go for it.
on that, Iggs.
go
I
for
think those things happen. It's a way for them, meaning like if we're going to use the separation of people, the haves and have-nots, keeping it that way. Every time there's a so-called depression, the have-nots suck it up, and the haves don't really lose nothing.
Yep.
Oh, they
Because
gain more.
because they know
buy
there's
it up
not
for cheap.
Yeah,
They buy up
but
all
they
the
know there's
land
not a
for
real
cheap.
depression, bro. Is there still food? Yes. Is there still material? Yes. are people still able to use their skill sets? Yes. So how can there be a depression? This is what I'm trying to probe into something
it to
deeper.
you. The bankers loaned the money to the farmers, right? The farmers couldn't pay back the bankers during the Depression. The bankers took everything they had. They took their farms. So now you have nothing. You basically create homeless people that were once farm owners. That's what they did. And they did it on a massive level. They took the
Okay.
land from the people.
I think the example I was trying to give is if the haves start having too much and the have-nots want some of it, they pretend like, oh, the stock market just dropped and oh, now the rich don't have it to give no more. Oh, we're all equal now. We all got to start over. But the truth is, they still have it all and they're gaining more. And the poor smuck working guy is, okay, I'll pay more in taxes, I guess, to fix this loss.
Yep. And I'm going to be dead honest. They cannot take your property from you. This is a fact. This is not a matter of conjecture. You have to give it up, even if you don't have money to pay. Even by man's law, you cannot be homeless. If you're going through a struggle,
They did it to
people
millions
gave
of
it up,
people.
bro. But this is what I'm saying to you, bro. It's the human condition. For some reason, people said, yes, I'm going to give up my farm and take my family and be, without, and not, have nothing. And other people. This is what I'm trying to explain. Because of other people saying something, a word like depression, like everybody's in a psychotic mental state. Do you get what I'm trying to convey? It's not. That's what it is. These people play mind games. It's not anything to do with having or making up any sort of excuse.
Nobody volunteered. They send the cops there to repossess your stuff and throw you out. And everything, there, people were, I mean, you got to understand, they're militarized police. They throw you out at gunpoint, out of your house. It gets bank repossessed. And most people don't want to fight the system.
You can just tell them not to come on your property, brother. They can't take your property. I'm just telling you straight up.
Today
But
we learned from our history, but this is back a long time ago, right? They didn't have internet and whatever. And when the despotic police came there and did you in like that, they did you dirty. They were thugs. They're working for the bankster. They're basically a mafia.
You gotta take my land by force.
Right.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. There'll be a lot of dead bankers and a lot of dead cops. This here's my land. Three generations done lived here and died here. I claim hereditary title.
Bullets first, bitches. That's right, Mike.
Question, Battle Mod. Do you have the federal land patent pulled forward?
No, I don't. But guess what? I'm an accidental. I'm a First Nation person, so the land's on treaty for me anyway. Try and take it from me.
All of those things were absorbed by the beast.
Well, they're not absorbed. Hereditary claim to this land belongs to the First Nation peoples. Period.
Yes,
we own it.
I
Listen,
agree.
Listen, it wasn't absorbed by them. They never had it. They can't give it. They're the landlord. They're a rental company. They collect rent for land they have on trust. Know your law. I'll tell them, listen, you can die arguing that argument. That's all I'm going to say.
No, but I'm not trying to go off on monologuing. I got simple questions, simple answers. Can illegal fiction own land?
No.
Okay, so.
Peoples can, though. I'm part of that peoples.
Right. But then comes a follow-up question about legal fictions owning land. Who pays taxes according to the law? Not the stuff that you think you know, but actual law that's been around forever.
Oh, we pay taxes to the original trust holders or the original holders of the trust deed.
The
So,
conquered nation
yeah,
pays
America
taxes to the
pay-
conqueror.
You ever seen tax benefits for Ojibwa, Chippewa, Cree? I think you got that backwards. All the people that are in the land are tax slaves. If you're a citizen, you pay taxes. And then this government pays taxes to the people who hold the trust, kings and queens. They hold the trust. The trusts are theirs. We're fighting for our land back right now in court.
You know what? You know what a state citizen is, right?
I'm a
Like
man.
a
But yeah,
Michiganian, right?
Michigander, yeah.
Well, you could become a state citizen, basically. Not a citizen. I'm using the wrong thing. What I'm using. Having a brain fart.
You're
American
saying the right thing.
nationalist. Not a citizen.
State is a corporate fiction.
Yeah, I'm not a citizen. I'm not an asset of
Me neither.
a corporate
I'm not a
fiction.
citizen either.
I'm a
I'm
man.
renouncing my citizenship. I'm not a
I like
citizen.
I like when they put sovereign in front of citizen and they don't know the two. That's an oxymoron.
It is an oxymoron.
It
can't
is.
be
You can't be a slave to the corporate entity that rules over you with legal fiction and be sovereign. You have to be a man, born free.
The media
And-
was using that term. That's an asinine term. It's like, wait, how
Yeah,
could you be like a citizen and be sovereign? What the F is this? It's like,
Yeah, it's
was
trying
your
to mindfuck you.
You're still
Every-
under corporate law because you're just a nation within a nation.
Yep.
Right.
So
That's what people need to
you're
realize.
your own city state. So they would treat you the same way they treat the state of Michigan. Do what we say, bitch, or we're sending the National Guard.
Yeah. American
uh,
nationalist is what you want to be.
See,
American nationalist.
Again, America is a continent, and it's a
Owned by our hereditary peoples.
Yeah.
The land itself, it's ruled over by a legal fiction, which is a
Yeah.
government instilled to be corporate entity to collect taxes and rent on a trust, make money off the trust they got with the Indians.
Isn't it the National Guard that does cavity searches, Battle Mod?
I don't know. I've never had a National Guardsman try to stick his hand up my Marine Corps ass.
What the young man is talking about is 8 USC. It's either 8 USC or 12 USC. It's been
Who's
a
it?
couple of months
Hold
since
up.
I've even looked
Did
at
he,
it.
Did he call me a young man?
No, not you.
Oh, the cavity search guy. I was going to say, hold up, man. 8 USC.
Yeah, I'm gonna be 50 shortly.
The state national or the American national, the citizenship, the status change that everyone is abuzz about in the truther community, it's in the U.S. Code. There are two types of citizens. Two. They are separate. They have nothing to do with each other. They do not have the same obligations. They don't have the same duties. They don't have the same responsibilities. They're two totally different, completely different things.
Yeah, that's 8
Again, it's a corporate
USC
fiction.
14. It's 8 USC
Eggs,
14,
keep hitting on
1401.
this.
Nationals and citizens.
Again, it's a corporate structure. That's what people need to get.
8 USC is a big section. 1408 is nationals but not citizens. You should just read the entire 8 USC. US Code 8.
And,
From
and again,
beginning,
that's sorry.
I'm just meaning from beginning to end. Otherwise, you wouldn't know where you fit.
And again, it's a USC code.
Yeah.
codified. You don't have the proper. You don't have all the writing. If you were to rip out all the code, you probably have a book thicker than Black's Law
Yeah.
Dictionary. And this is
Well,
what people don't get.
you're going to need the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 to start. I know. Citizenship was manufactured, not created.
Yeah.
Men manufactured. God created peoples. Just be a person. Be a man.
My friend is doing that right now. He's in the process of he already renounced his citizenship and he's a nationalist. He's an American national. He's not a citizen.
It
So
just
you're
means he was
entitled
born. He was born here.
Yeah. So he's entitled to the laws of the Bill of Rights without the tax slave burden.
Right. So a hereditary claim as an original peoples gets me beyond that and above that. So puts me
And-
party to the other side when we're arguing rent with the renters.
I think they got us all as tax slaves by the deception. Most people are they
Oh, they
bought
are.
it. People's
AKA
Yes, sir.
Goyim. Preferred stock.
Goyim, tax slave.
AKA Goyim, AKA tax day.
Yep.
They just say
That was-
preferred your stock. You belong to a legal fiction. You can be a nationalist or a citizen, you still belong to a legal fiction.
We need to do something and present that thing that I gave you, bro. So
Yeah,
these
these
can
people
comprehend
still
it.
don't. Yeah, still don't know how to take back their right. You were born a free man on land created for you. Is it the land where your bloodline bled, sweat, and died for generation after generation? If so, then you're on your land, your hereditary claim land. It's universal law. These people go by universal law. That's why they wanted the Indians to sign their fucking treaties, because it was a contract. You can't separate a peoples from their land. Can't just go in and kill off all the people and take their land.
That's correct.
There's only one person told he could do that, right? Because it was the promised land, but it was already occupied.
Yep. That's what I tried to tell him before. Something that's a fucking secret that 33rd, even like you have to be like 113 degrees to know it. I said America was the Scion, not Zion, Scion. And they effed it up. And that's where they're trying to institute the New World Order. So I said, the BIS,
What is it? Obis Uplorum, one world.
Yeah,
Ubis,
and
Ubis.
Yep, that's it, Uncle.
Before it was.
Unum Sanctum is going to be instituted through there.
Yeah,
that's going to be the army.
Hey,
People-
IG, what
people
country
don't
are you
get-
in? No,
Me, I'm in Australia.
Australia? Yeah, so you live under
Yeah.
the Queen's jurisdiction. Canada's like that too.
we do
Canada-
too. You know,
I-
the
I-
United,
we-
United States the United States still pays taxes to the bloodlines of the king we left.
and to the Vatican. The Vatican and they're both
That's
under
because they're all named debitors on the treaties. The treaties were set in stone by cavalrymen and military men who reported to these people.
The patch on our shoulder said the Princess Patricia's infantry, the Queen's army. I'm in Canada.
And same with America. America never had so-called independence. They put a treaty on top of a treaty.
Yep.
And
the Declaration of Independence is your treaty.
Yep, and that's if you're signed into a people don't have to sign into a treaty. They're not a signatory to that. You can do it, but people don't know the mechanism. And
My grandfather was talking about that the tribal leaders could sign the treaty and the peoples of the nation could say, we're not party to that treaty. Because we're a peoples. They're not our leaders. There's no bloodline inherent leaders either. All mass.
That's what the Cherokee tried to do, but they were still marched at gunpoint.
Oh, they were. But, Cherokee still serving in the military now. Ojibwe were trained killers. Technology can bite you in the ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'll when next time I speak to your uncle, I'll tell you something. I'll give you some info about what you were saying and some other stuff too.
Yeah, my grandfather was telling me about that. Talks I've had with him further expanded his research. So he's been sending me tidbits just like you have. I've been working a lot lately, so I try to read them. I haven't got to research them yet, though.
No, I'll give you. I should have it somewhere. I can give it like straight up what to do, and then you can just take control. You can like stop the works in the process, and this is what I'm trying to explain to these people: how to stop them in their fictional process, and you can.
I know, owe no allegiance to dead men. Dead men's promises.
Your corporate identity, yeah. So that's what you need to get rid of. Your corporate identity.
Yeah, that's a dead entity, and I'm a living man.
Amen. That's right. If more people knew this, then we could get rid of this system we have, this bullshit system.
Was it not written, I have said ye are gods?
Didn't get it.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Getting rid of the system, you're back to war again already. It hadn't even been 15 minutes.
Look around, bro. You think you're not living in a state of war?
If you want peace, prepare for war.
It doesn't need to. It's a velvet revolution. The emperor has no clothes. The emperor needs to step down and get the F out. Right? It doesn't require.
Put some hats on that MFer.
Listen, he can wear whatever color he wants, but his authority is a fiction.
But
right, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
If you separate yourself from the puppet show, that's what me, Higgs, and I guess BattleBot are all saying in different.
Wait, you call me BattleBot?
BattleBot.
That's mod, bro. Say it right.
Well, I mean, you're repeating the same stuff. Bot fits.
Yeah. Get back to universal law. Take back your God-given authority. Yep. No man can.
That's the thing.
No man can serve two masters and remain happy.
Bingo. But the puppet show will continue even when you separate yourself from that master and go back to the creator.
Yeah, they're going to keep pulling strings, but all you got to do is nip each one of them strings and say, I'm a master, not a puppet.
Well, that's the thing. When you separate yourself, you don't have anything to do with that. You have moved on to something new.
Right. And we need to get the other 50, 60% of the people to opt out, and then the system falls apart. And then we have our own system. We don't need them.
Can I just say something? Do you know why this system is the way that it is? I'm going to be blunt, like honest.
Because people have sold out their countrymen for honey traps, underage honey traps. Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself.
Yep, that's the upper bullshit. But just the people, the people have become no good inside.
I agree. I think if we would go back to natural law, if we all did it, people wouldn't be killing people in the streets just because they have badges on. People wouldn't be rioting and burning down businesses, right? If everybody would just follow natural law, and if the cops could be held accountable, not just the cops, but the entire government, right? If people were held accountable for their actions, everything would go back to normal.
So if people actually cared for their neighbor, you wouldn't need all these so-called cops, because you would be the cop, because you would be looking at after your stuff and your neighbor's stuff, and so will your neighbor. And then, you work together to so-called protect, because most people go about their business, live their lives, and don't,
The true definition of anarchy: no ruling class. We all protect one another and look out for one another.
Exactly. And
it actually goes like my neighbors. I'm cool with my neighbors. Like it's the other people that are not my neighbors, right? Like mainly the government, right? The cops, the fucking road pirates. Those are the people you got to worry about, not your
Well, they
neighbor.
are.
They are pirates.
They are pirates.
You're lost
yeah.
at sea.
We do worry about them. I don't. No, none of us like it when they light us up. You know.
Hey,
bro,
come sail away with me, bro. Come sail away.
You're my brother, Mike. I'm saving, brother.
How can we
I'm cool.
enlarge? Maybe battle mod. He could expand his
I
kingdom.
can't lie. I just want to go to war and take the kingdom back. It's already built. We'll expand mine, expand ours, give
How
it
do we
back
get
to the
rid of
people.
it first?
How
We need
the biggest and best question I want to answer is: how does the minority rule the majority?
With consent.
Well, it's right
From the majority.
It's right there in their motto, right? United we stand, divided we fall. Bunch of divided motherfuckers.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know why everybody can't go back to like a semi-libertarian,
I don't want to give it. You get rid of all them isms.
Yeah.
We'll call it. It is what it is, and it now is what it was. That's what it be.
I meant semi-anarchy, semi-small government. Like, I don't want to go out in the middle of the night and chase down burglars, right? So I don't mind divvying that out to someone else. I don't want to put out fires, so I don't mind divvying that to someone else. But no one has to force farmers to farm. Nobody forces Mike to build roads. A lot of people just automatically do shit that needs to be done, right?
Yeah, people like doing jobs, and people can pick, and people sometimes like to protect other people or be there for fires, and the community chips in, bro.
Hey, my
know
dogs
that.
are good for sniffing out fires and security guard.
Yep.
My
There'll
dog
be a neighbor that will do it.
smells fire. He wakes you up. Yeah. The Amish people do. What you got to do is look at how the Amish live.
It's not that difficult, and this is I'm trying to approach it from so many different ways, and kind of I don't know if I'm not making sense to people, and if I'm not, please somebody say something.
Let's explain to Cuddle why we don't schedule events on this, and we just take what time we can get to have a good conversation on God's law, universal law, because we have too many doctrinal people that come in here and want to start screaming, "What God? Who's God? We're not under the law. And I'm saved by grace." And they just want to push their doctrine on people who want to take back the authority that Yeshua Messiah's entire life was a sermon on. The law.
Yep.
His entire life was a demonstration of precedence. Everything is precedence. It's all legal precedence. Go through and look at his life. What is he saying in legal terms?
Yeah, that's what I said last week.
Yeah. Well, the problem is we'll get beat with doctrinal zealots. You know, the zealots will be in here trying to beat us over the head with their doctrine, acting like we're acting like we're not being reasonable while they're condemning people to hell.
I wasn't trying to make it like a big blast thing. It's just, hey,
I know. I'm just
we could do a small chunk of people that are either already knowledgeable or want to learn, and do it kind of privately ish. Because that's the whole point of all of this stuff. Anything that me and Iggs want to talk about, we can't. Because this is on a public channel.
what? Where's you? We're in a private channel right now. What public channel?
I thought this was Livestream.
Oh, it is, but it's a private platform. This isn't public.
Right,
We're
right.
not-
But that's the thing, though. If it's going out to the public, we can't talk
I know that,
about.
bro. You didn't catch what I was saying. I want to have this conversation. I don't want a bunch of zealots making us look like religious zealots.
Yep.
They
Yeah,
wouldn't
so-
understand.
Let that sink in for a minute. I know they don't understand, bro, but their doctrine, grace, the law was done away with when he said, I didn't come to do away with the law or the works of the prophets before me. I don't want to argue that argument. I just want to talk about universal law or God's law. If you say what God, I'll say there is only one God, and I don't believe I know his name. Most of the words used to reference the Most High are a reference to, hey, you, I am that I am. I be what I be. I create what I create. That's not a name. That's a reference. You're referring to him. I don't believe I know the name of the Most High.
Yeah. I'm the same. I can't be.
Yeah, he must not have been in here before when we have people come in and interrupt us with that stuff. Come on now. Do you believe
who is your
this?
God?
Do you believe that? What God? What's his name?
Yeah. Satanists.
You're not saved by works. You're not saved by works, you Satanist. You're demonic.
Yeah.
You're demon possessed.
Yeah. We're all gonna die. It's the end times.
And then
I'm
Mike
like,
gets
what the-
triggered. Then Mike gets triggered, and I ban 4 people and tell them to beg to get their rolls back. Get tired of banning people. They don't get the point. They come back and they do the same dumb shit again. Bro, I'm not to be held down by the terms of your contract. That's your contract. You got blood on your hands. Be behind me. They don't even want to talk about that. Yeah, sacrifice was done away with. Blood sacrifice, but you want to accept somebody's blood on your hands. I don't want nobody's. How can I be innocent if I have somebody's blood on my hands?
Yep. And the people yelling it saying, let his blood be on our hands, on our heads. The
I want it
people
on my
that
head.
dislike him. I don't want that. What would I
The
claim that
people
for?
that I didn't hang them on the cross. I'm not signing that contract.
No way. And this is the inversion of the thing that I talk about. That, but it probes it. He hits where it hurts.
Hey,
you know
let's
what I mean?
let's get into the derivatives of it. So a contract, a covenant, is more or less swearing an oath, right?
Yep.
But we were warned not to make any oaths over anything above earth, below earth, or on earth. Swear no oaths. Swear no oaths in my name.
Correct.
Well, a doctrine, wouldn't that be a covenant, an oath, contract? You agree with the same thing I agree with. This is what I take from that, and you believe it. So we were also warned about doctrines of demons. Demons spit doctrines.
Yep. It's so simple.
It
An
is.
organization, a so-called church it's an actual corporation, and every single so-called religion is in a contract, in a pact with the Vatican, and this is all documented. This is not me making shit up, pulling it out of my ass. This is all fucking documented, and you can find it in the public too. You know,
Father contract with Israel, yeah, like that's like the duplicate, like the Hebrew word means duplicate. Like when you have a contract, you have to make a copy of it, right? So it's like, yeah, we're not supposed to make any other contract. We're supposed to be in the one contract.
What's it? Do they spit or spout doctrines?
Both.
I know exactly.
Yeah, there's doctrines that, I mean, Yeshua hated the doctrine.
Is that Winston?
Yeah, it's Winston.
Hey, what's up, Winston?
No.
Hey, good to see you, bro. We've been holding down the fort. Glad you made it back.
Good to hear. How's everyone doing?
It's been a hot week.
Yeah, dude, it's 90 degrees in Atlantic City and in DC last couple days.
Oh, you're still in Washington?
We left today, and now I'm in Atlantic City. We were in Washington D.C. for like.
What? You're in New Jersey?
Yep.
Oh wow. Yeah.
So Atlantic City Beach. I'm gonna flat smack
Crazy.
it with that infamous pier behind us, and then
You're
Philly, New York.
You're gonna flat smack in Atlantic City. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Videos. This could be good.
Yeah, the mic is awesome, bro. It changes the game.
Cool. Yeah,
I think chemtrails over there somewhere.
Well,
I mean, there have been chemtrails everywhere. Washington D.C.'s bad, bro, with the chemtrails.
No, bro. I meant the YouTuber, the flat smacker, the flat earther, chemtrails.
Oh, you're saying you think he's like over in this area?
Yeah, I think he's in New Jersey somewhere. I mean, New Jersey's pretty small, so anyway.
Interesting.
He used to live there. He moved down to Florida, but he used to go flat smack people on the boardwalk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he moved down to Florida to get away from all the tyranny from the governor. He just got sick of it.
Dude, I'm already sick of it. Dude, I don't like big cities, so.
Hey, people are weird, aren't they?
Yes.
People are fucking retarded.
People are strange.
You know what's crazy? I was through New Jersey. There was a lot of deer in New Jersey. So if you get outside the city, there's like farmland outside the city. New Jersey's a weird state. You know, you go from like the high population density, and then they got like farmlands and in the subdivisions. They don't hunt the deer, so there's shitloads of deer on the side of the road in New Jersey, of all places.
You know that streets are uneven.
When they're covered in mud? What's the rest of that sentence?
They do that to drain them, Helio. They do put a crown on the roadway. There's a slight crown, 2 inches.
No, of course. I mean, well, they have to because but that's engineering. That's what we were talking about earlier. But whatever.
The people who built the aqueducts knew this shit. They knew water would level itself. They couldn't build an aqueduct if they didn't know that shit.
Imagine them trying to build like miles and miles long of aqueduct, thinking that the Earth was a globe. They couldn't do that.
Work.
That's retarded.
Yeah. It's funny how recent it is. Like this whole phenomenon is not that old.
All right, Ron, you got my messages, right?
Yes. We need to do a show.
We're gonna start another show.
All right.
Yes, let's do it like Wednesday. Wednesday. Nobody does the live show on Wednesday, so we're gonna do it on Wednesday. Me and
all
Ron.
right.
If you're down, if you're down with it, Ron.
I'm down. Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's do it Wednesday around 7 p.m. Central Time, which would be 8 for you, right? All right.
8 o'clock my time. I'm down for that Wednesday.
All right, cool. Let's do it. Anyway, continue, everyone.
No, you're talking about the aqueducts. The people who constructed it obviously knew this shit. It's not something that ancient people didn't know. I think the more technology they give us, like iPhones and shit, the stupider. Like I can't remember phone numbers anymore. It's like I just rely.
Yeah, bro. I used to could remember like 60 phone numbers back in the day when 90s
I
you
had
had
all
like
that
three-way
shit
calling.
memorized too. Yeah, me too.
Helio, you can't even remember your name, bro. Come on.
My bad. I'll shut up. You guys
I'm just joking, bro.
Yo, look at that
I'm just
elk, bro. I was in the Gatlinburg Mountains, the Smoky Mountains, and I just got to pull right up on that elk, bro. Pretty cool.
In Jersey, where did you what mountain?
No. In the Smoky Mountains in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Yeah.
Oh, Gatlinburg.
Hey man, gotta give you props for that flat smacking at DC, bro. It took some balls. Good shit.
Jose,
Thank
where you been, dude? I haven't seen you forever, man.
Dude, I'm getting married.
You getting married? Congratulations, man.
Oh, congrats.
Jose,
You gonna make
I
babies?
can't wait for my I can't wait for my flat Earth wedding
He
cake.
already made a baby.
Make more babies.
Make more babies, Jose.
At least he's got his priorities right, man. He's having a family.
I'm just fucking with you, Jose. I'll shut up. Again, I'll shut up.
Yeah, shut up better next time.
Like, since you're not allowed to mess with the elk, obviously, they're really bold. Like, and some of them are really brave. They'll like let you be really close to them. It's insane. They're like super majestic, bro. That thing is badass.
I didn't know you guys had them in Tennessee. I thought like the game animals get smaller the further you go south.
Dude, you said there's elk in Tennessee?
Yeah,
Yeah, in East Tennessee
Dude,
by the mountains.
elk is on my top 10 list for meat I want to try.
Usually
I want
out
to eat elk
west,
so bad.
like Montana and Idaho, like places like that is where they have elk, big ass elk and shit. Like
Dude,
we
like
have
before I
one
was a
in
flat earther, I used to watch a lot of fucking Life Below Zero. You guys ever watch that shit?
What's it called?
Life Below Zero on National Geographic. It's like a show about like Alaska and how people survive in the wilderness and shit. Like not how they just live. You know, they live different from us. Like they actually hunt for their meat. They live off the grid. They have solar panels. Like that's like their lifestyle. They eat salmon. Like they're just hunting for their food every day. That's their job. They don't work for money. Like they work for, like if anything, they sell pelts and stuff like that to make a little bit of money to pay for shit. But like they're off grid, right? And like I've been watching that show like a while back before even Ancient Aliens and all that bullshit. I used to watch that shit. And dude, I swear to God, the way those motherfuckers would cook elk, I'm like, damn, that shit looks good.
You know, to them, like ammunition is currency because they can't really make their own. You can make your shells, but you still got to buy components. Like you got to buy the bullet, the projectile, the powder, the primer. But they buy their ammo, and that's really the only thing they need. If they get ammo is currency up there.
Dude, over there, they're still with their currency is anything that's in need. So like for example, like that show I'm talking about, like they sell like the fat, like when they kill a seal, like this, I guess like there's still indigenous people that live in Alaska that are allowed to hunt seal because that's their tradition. So like there's like a woman that's allowed to kill the seal, but the husband's white, so he can't do it. But the lady's like indigenous to Alaska. She's able, if she shoots the seal, they're allowed to eat it and use every part of it, right? And what she does is like the fat, they sell the fat, dude, because that's like fuel for people. Like they use that to like cook, they use it to like to light up, they use it for oil, they use it for a bunch of weird shit. It's pretty cool, man.
I heard they still use like whale oil for a lubricant, like in mechanical watches and things. It's almost like kerosene. Before kerosene, they would use whale oil, and it's such a good lubricant for like fine watches, like a Swiss watch. They use it for that still. It's about the same consistency as like a kerosene, but it has better lubricity.
You guys know how apparently the Globe Earth fairy tale, it says a story about how over the course of like a long period of time, like the Earth has been slowing down gradually. But they made a startling discovery in 2020 where they had the 20 shortest days ever recorded, and it must now be speeding up. Did you all know that?
Is it?
Yeah, I knew that they had to reverse their whole fucking their whole idea of like the Earth slowing down to speeding up because of shorter days. It's pretty much bullshit, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
dude. And what really gets crazy, dude, is Yeshua said, like, they were like, "How will we know we're in the end?" And one
when
of
the
the
days
things
got
he
shorter.
says, yeah, dude, he straight up
Yup.
said that.
Are
Crazy,
you
dude.
gonna be in New Jersey on the 10th? Because there's gonna be an eclipse.
But not for the elect's sake. Don't forget that part.
And the day shall be shortened for the elect's sake, for no flesh would survive.
Are you gonna be there for the eclipse up in New Jersey? You might be able to see it. I heard it's gonna be on the 10th. There's an eclipse.
I don't know. That'll be 3 days. I could be for sure. I mean, I guess it would just be in the Northeast region in general, right? Because I mean, Philadelphia. I guess this might be a good place to see it. But we're here, then Philly, then New York, then where Dave is over in Connecticut, deep inside the rabbit hole. So I don't know. I have to look and see like which one of those would be the best location to see it.
You know, Dave is gonna film that shit. He's always up for stuff like that.
What are we looking for?
There's an eclipse on the 10th. It's gonna be over Toronto. It's gonna start there. So,
Dude, Dave's fucking been doing good, man. I gotta give props to Dave, man. He's been doing really good. I've been watching a lot of podcasts where he hops on a bunch of like podcast shows and shit like that. He's been doing really good, man.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah,
it's effective,
Dave West
man.
has
He
been
goes-
doing great. Yeah.
Those talk radios, he
legend.
was flat smacking the shit out of them.
You're a legend, bro.
The 2 Bitcoins is a good fuck. That's genius, man. People like, what? 2 Bitcoins?
He's like, I'll
what?
give
What
you
did
a
he say?
Bitcoin if you can show me a proof of the globe Earth.
Well, now it's 2 Bitcoins because the price got cut in half.
Yeah,
So
but
they
it's
give
like
them
nobody can bring it anyway. You know,
He could give them 1,000 Bitcoin. They still wouldn't
they
pay
can't
$1.
find any proof.
But it would sound fishy. 1,000 Bitcoin, right? But 2
Well,
Bitcoins.
either way, but he always goes,
You might
it's
have
like
2
one or
Bitcoin. Let me
two.
see if
It's
I
just
can.
like, all right, I'll
If
give
someone's
you
giving you 2
two.
free Bitcoins, man, you might look into that shit a little
Fuck,
deeper.
that's $100,000. You know, at this
Not
point.
anymore. It's been cut in half.
Well,
It's like,
either way, I mean, well, it's close. I guess 2 Bitcoins is close to 100,000.
I think it's
But
about
whatever.
70,000. Yeah, but not
Yeah,
bad.
either way, it's still funny. It's like nobody's gonna.
But it doesn't
Take 'em.
sound fishy. If it sounded fishy, like I'll give you $10 million, it's like, yeah, right. You know what I mean? But 2 Bitcoin sounds doable.
I guess so.
I'm just
but
saying.
nobody,
like, if
but nobody
someone
can bring
this-
evidence for the globe.
Let's say Helioskeptic offers $1 billion if you could prove it, and it's like, okay, he don't have $1 billion, but he might have 1 Bitcoin. He might. I don't know.
I
He
think
might
Dave
bought
does have the money. You know, has the Bitcoins. So,
But I'm saying,
I
like,
actually
it's
think he
possible.
does. But
I'm
he
saying
does.
even someone like you could have had like 50 Bitcoins if you bought them years ago. You're like, you know what? I've got a few Bitcoins, bitch. I'll give you a Bitcoin if you can prove it's a globe. Someone like Helio, like you said, you could have bought it back in the day when it was cheap.
Sure, and I think maybe David did, but I actually think David probably does have the Bitcoin or 2 Bitcoins.
Oh, I guarantee he does, man. I guarantee it. He'll show.
So okay, so if it was that easy to prove the globe,
It's impossible.
why isn't he losing those Bitcoins?
It's impossible, man. You know that. That's why he can offer that. No one's gonna claim the prize.
Yeah, come get that 72,000, bro. Quit fucking
Hey,
around.
I think those Bitcoins and cash money rewards that they're offering are good little tips, because if you think about it, a lot of people, the way they prove the globe is like, we already know, right? Through pictures and all these means where we can't actually prove it. To them, it's proof, but not to us. So like the standards that we're putting for proof, they're just not reachable by them, because it's like
No,
that's,
you
where
could
that's where their shit
you
breaks
could take
down.
someone to court. You could take someone to court on the bet and let the court decide.
Oh,
right?
that would
It's
be
not that our
that would
standard
be
is too
even
high.
better. That would be even better, Hank, wouldn't it?
Is it
Yeah, for the Glober.
Didn't he do something
But
like that?
that's-
Zen Garcia took it to court,
That's already-
and then he won.
Yeah, he won.
Well, dude, how do you expect to win in court when you're saying you're setting the standards as for observational proof and actual evidence, and someone rolls up with a fucking model of the globe? Like, come on.
Yeah, but that's
a no-brainer.
that's the thing, though.
Was that our standard isn't too high or something? Like it's the same as
Just
if it were
imagine,
court,
imagine being a Globe Earth defender lawyer, like in a court of law.
Good luck, yeah.
Boy, shut up. You're losing the case for me.
This is already been done. Hey, this has already been done. Flat Earth's already won in court like 2 or 3 times.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. Like that, it's not like we have
That's the fun.
unreasonable standards of evidence.
Doesn't
It's
take
just
Matlock.
evidence.
Oh my goodness!
It says here that you could see like a partial solar eclipse in like the northern eastern part of the U.S. But to actually see the eclipse, you got to be maybe lucky in
Yes.
Ontario, and then north of that. So...
Who knows? Who knows who Matlock is?
Matlock.
Man, you gotta know who.
Well, are you trying to date
they-
all of us? Are you trying to
After
date
the
all of
90s.
us? Come on, man.
I'm married,
I
bro.
don't watch TV, dude. TV's gay.
Dude, Matlock
I
is
just know
one of
the
the,
rap-
I mean, it's one of my favorite shows when I was a kid, but damn, you're
It's
trying
old. Matlock is old. It's not new
Yeah,
crap.
but it was a good show. It was a good show.
No,
They
I'm
don't
talking to the other dude.
After the 90s.
He likes movies.
I do too.
Hey man, they say lie in the news and truth in TVs and movies. So if you have to pick one of them to watch, you know.
Dude, can you imagine like someone is challenging someone that says, "Hey, I'll give you $72,000 if you can prove the Earth is a globe," and it goes before a court of law.
Dude, $1 million or something like that for someone showing water bending back like
Dude.
on the outside of a ball, bro. It'll never happen. It'll never happen.
No, this is like you're standing before a court of law, and you have to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, they get so mad at me when I bring that up. They're like, well, you know we're on the Earth, that we have its gravity. You're asking for something that's impossible. They get so mad, triggered. I'm like, dude, do it in a vacuum, man. I don't know. Do something. Figure it out.
Why not somebody like QE follow suit though? That would be fun.
It's already been done. It's already been done, bro. I mean,
Right.
That's what we're
But
saying.
on topic, on like a specific thing, just one specific thing.
Who wants to be in
It's
court? though?
already
That's just
been done. I think that somebody mentioned, what was his name? The
Zen Garcia.
Zen Garcia has already done this. He's been to court.
Yeah, but that was like he offered a reward and they wanted to come get it. What if you actually like sued the state for public education information about sphericity that cannot be proven? You know, like
that'd be pretty tight, man.
you make the state come prove the ball, bro, in court.
You sue the government for
Straight up.
Right, but that's what I'm saying though. If you can't just set a precedent in one state. That's district court in California.
No, you can
actually you can set a precedent in one state, Woody. What?
Yeah, that's how that happens. Like Roe v. Wade happened in one place.
That's what fucking precedence is. This
That's
court
when they started
ruled this.
murdering babies. Yeah, exactly. Roe v. Wade, let's murder babies. That happened in one place.
Bad analogy, but yeah.
Yeah, because it is a little difference in states there.
Abortion's not murder.
Just kill it. Just slaughter.
There's so many ways that we can
Did
we
you-
can
did you see
we
the
can
way they
sue the
applauded
government
when they
for
legalized-
manipulation and mind
abortion?
control and shit. It doesn't even
I think
have
it
to
was
be
in New
flat
York. They all cheered. They're like, "Yay, we get to abort like
Oh,
full-term
they're a
babies."
fucking bunch of idiots, dude. You guys
Dude,
give
and
them too much credit. They're mind controlled. No, they're dumb. They've never thought for themselves once in life. They let somebody else
That's
tell
pretty
them.
funny. Yeah, they're mind controlled. No,
They're
they're
not-
dumb.
Yeah, they're just dumb, dude. They think the TV tells them the truth about reality, so they watch the news and they go out and repeat it and think they're rocket scientists all the fucking sudden. I know
Hey,
millions.
you guys know I've been playing a game where I offer $100 to anybody in earshot that can answer 3 basic questions. Yeah, like 3 basic questions about the globe, like not proof, not debates, none of that. Like, what size is the Earth? How
Just
far
like
is the sun?
measurements of the globe, what's the circumference, what's the rate of spin, like easy shit like that. That like they should know. I get it. I saw your last stream, bro. That's pretty dope. Nobody knew him, even though you gave all the fucking answers at some point, which is hilarious.
Yeah, you even gave him the fucking answer, right? So
Say the answers out there, but they don't retain it. They
That's
definitely
what's funny
don't know
with it is that like you give them the answers and they still don't collect those $100 right in front of you. Like it's awesome because it just shows them like even if they don't believe the Earth's flat and they have like some people don't have the mind to like research. They just don't have it. They don't have that fucking like that thing in them. That puts at least in their mind like fuck like this guy's offering $100 and I couldn't answer 3 simple questions. That like I could probably Google now, but I didn't know them on the top of my head. Like that's just something. Dude, like how does this guy? This is what it tells them, dude. How does this guy that's a flat earther know more about the fucking globe than me? Like that should
That's
tell
the
them.
only reason I do it, dude. Yeah, I swear. And I just like constantly say, I just do this just to give you a heads up. No one's gonna win the money. I just do this to make a point. You guys think I'm crazy for not believing in what you believe in, but you haven't even figured out what it is that you believe in yet. I went and studied it. I don't believe in it. You think I'm crazy because I don't believe in it, but you don't know what you believe in yet.
Dude, I did that. That's how I got my cousins, dude. All my cousins, I have a bunch of cousins. We had a funeral about 2 years ago, And we don't really get together because we're older now. Everyone's doing their own thing. But like one of my cousins' father passed away about 2 years ago, and we all showed up to the funeral, like all my cousins, and we were all on the table. We were getting drunk, because Mexicans have this weird thing where like when someone dies, like they fucking celebrate it. Like they get drunk. They have a taco person there. Like we went all out. We were drinking, having tacos. All my cousins were there, dude. Like in a long ass table. It was like the fucking like the Jesus table, bro. Like the Last Supper table. Like we were all on one table, all my cousins, right? And I told myself before I got there, I'm like, I'm not gonna talk about flat Earth. I'm just not gonna bring it up because it's not the time and place. Dude, one of my cousins called me out when we were getting a little tipsy. He's like, "Hey, you still think the Earth's flat?" And I was like, "Thank fucking God, you just fucking red lighted yourself." So I started fucking hitting him with shit, and I did the shit that you did. I'm like, man, you all believe in the fucking globe, but like none of you guys even know what the fuck the globe is. Like, can anyone in this table tell me what the circumference is? Nobody knew the answer. I was like, it's 24,901 miles circumference. My cousin had to pull out a phone to Google it to make sure I was right. He's like, fuck, he's right. He's like, all right, what's the radius? I'm like, 3,959. What's the diameter? 7,000 below. I told them everything they needed to know. And after that, I got their attention. So I started flat smacking them after that. And it got to a point where like, they just all got like awkward silence. And then they're like, dude, so what about the pictures? And I started slamming that shit, dude. It got to a point where like, I just flat smacked them to oblivion. And I've seen my cousins since then, and they haven't brought up flat Earth around me again, which is fucking hilarious. They're like, no, don't bring up flat Earth to that guy, right? He's gonna fucking destroy you.
So at that point, death was fun, right?
Oh yeah, it definitely was.
But then at the end, it was fun, right? I'm right. So anyway, go ahead. Death is fun,
dude. I even give them the first question, and it's just how many times does the globe spin in 24 hours? Like how many times does the globe Earth spin every day or every 24-hour period?
Dude, a fifth grader should be able to answer that one.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And then when the crowd answers it, I'm like, even though the crowd answered it, I'll still let you come up here and that be your first question. You just got to get two more. And it's like distance to the sun. It gets most people, dude.
Well, it's not about like twisting someone's mind around to our idea. It's actually about really understanding where we are coming from.
Dude, I'm thinking about changing the first one to occasionally be, so this is, is the globe, or okay, is the Earth supposedly, or like, is the Earth a sphere, or is it pear-shaped? And people would think, and people are gonna say sphere, bro. They think since the first one's easy, and it just sounds so stupid, it's like pear-shaped. They're gonna say sphere. We're like, wrong.
Well, sure, and it's like even when you're going across the nation, whatever, what you're doing, and what I have done, walking across, talking to people, saying, "Hey, do you understand anything about what they've told you about what you're experiencing as a human being? Is it some kind of twisted thing, or do you just see Earth as it presents itself?"
Hey, Witsit, have you ever taken one of those tests on Facebook? Because I know you got Facebook. You know how sometimes you'll be going through your news feed, and when you're in the realm of flat Earth, a lot of space shit always comes out. Like, I don't know if it's to troll us or whatever, but I've noticed, like, anytime I search flat Earth shit or I talk about flat Earth, I get all these fucking, like, take a test for, like, the globe Earth, or not the globe Earth exactly, but, like, it's more about space and shit like that. And I took it one time, dude. I got a 98% on it. Some of the questions were, like, not that hard, some were hard. I only missed one, and I remember the question I missed because I missed it. It was, what is the belt that is towards Jupiter? Like, which asteroid belt is it? I forgot what belt I put, but the correct belt was the Jupiter belt. And but dude, out of all the questions, like distance to the sun, how far is this, circumference of the Earth, like all that shit, 99, like I got 98% of it, dude. I think it's hilarious because like people are posting like their what they got on it. Everybody's getting like 40s, 30%, 50% at the most, 60%. Some people, dude, I was at 98% as a flat earther.
Yeah, it's hilarious. That's how it is, dude. And that's like I'll be debating like all those goons. Like all these people have like credentials in a specific field that's supposed to like a home run for the globe Earth. And dude, I know about each one of their professions. It's like they have to tag in and out for the next professional to come. I'm like, why do I know about all of your guys' profession? And you need like an actual quote unquote professional to come talk to me, and then next subject, tap someone else in. You know, like it's just clearly one side of this actually looked into everything.
That's because Flat Earth is a fucking buffet, bro.
It's
Flat
a
Earth is a
home Earth
buffet.
for a globe and flat at the same time because it's just a weird idea about the solar system, right? This is what we all were taught. And it's just like
Yeah, they taught us that it was a sphere,
third rock from
but
the
apparently it's not a sphere, right? And then you find out that Mother Earth is a fat bottom girl, right?
fat bottom girl. Damn it, Hank. I'm gonna fucking come to Texas and kick your ass.
It's just funny how like when I looked back, dude, the solar system never really stuck with me, bro. I don't know about you guys, but I was like very bored and something just didn't click with me. Like I was like, they're okay. Like I didn't want to memorize the planets and what I didn't care. So I don't know how that was for you
I'll
guys.
just
I
run,
actually didn't
Helio.
fall for it. Like I didn't think it was cool.
I know you're right, but actually, I mean,
I'll just run, Helio. You can't catch me.
No, I know, but Witsit fumbled, and so I was like trying to get back on track. But anyway, continue, gentlemen.
Yeah, whenever you guys were young and they told you about the solar system, like was it very like captivating for you and you really enjoyed it? Or does anyone remember?
Hey, for me, it was.
I enjoyed the
I'm not
fuck
gonna
out of it.
lie, dude. Like, this is why I understand the globe. I think very well, and like a bunch of the space shit was because before I was a flat earth dude, I was captivated by the solar system. I was captivated by the idea that like just next door to us there could be fucking life just different from us. I was captivated by the idea that fucking like the universe was endless and we're just like a little speck. And, dude, to me that was all captivating, dude. And that's what gets sold to a lot of people is the idea that there's like to them that's their hope. Is that there's more beyond us, you know? When in reality, there is more beyond us, but it's just not trillions of fucking light years away. It's just, you know, a couple ponds away, maybe a couple of kilometers away. Who fucking knows, you know? But everything is within this realm, you know, which is a lot more plausible to me than fucking these, like, you know, UFOs traveling. Think about it, dude. They tell you that there's people coming from Andromeda, like reptilians or all this fucking, you know, aliens coming from different galaxies and shit, trillions and trillions of light years away. That's just fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, there's no fucking way. You know, there's no fucking way that someone's coming from that distance. Like it's local, you know, just like our sun.
You know what's crazy? What's crazy, Jose, is most people think that sounds reasonable. Yeah, that sounds plausible. But you tell them the Earth is flat, you're fucking crazy. Like the craziest fucking thing. Yeah, aliens are coming from Mars or wherever the fuck they're coming from. They think that that's a plausible scenario. And I'm hearing them talk about UFOs like in passing. I don't watch the cable news, but I've heard it. I'm like, what? UFO? And I'm thinking Project Bluebeam, it's coming. They're prepping the groundwork. They're going to hit us with it. They hit us with the Corona. Now they're going to hit us with Project Bluebeam. Like we're right there.
Yeah, we're moving down the field, right, Ron? We're moving down the
I
field.
don't think it's long. It might be a year. It might be 2 years. I don't know. It might be sooner.
I agree with you, Ron. I think it's around the corner, man. It's definitely within our lifetime. The Project Bluebeam bullshit. And dude, to be honest, they don't even need Project Bluebeam. I think that's just like an extra. Here's my idea, dude. Project Bluebeam, they can do that, but I think that's like a kind of conspiracy theory, like to like get people to like disbelieve that aliens are gonna be Project Bluebeam because like it just sounds kind of dumb to people, you know. Like I really think that they do have that tech, bro. I honestly do think that tech of UFOs exists within the military, within Germany.
Sure.
I think all that shit. They're gonna whip them out. I guarantee you. Like if they whip them out, they'll probably fucking burn some cities down, fuck some shit up, and then we're all gonna have to get together and be like, you know what? Like, how do we combat these? You know, this UFO threat. You know, as a group. You know, the one world government bullshit. I think that's what's gonna happen. You know?
We go to Washington D.C. and expose it all. We know you motherfuckers did it. You have the TR-3B. You burned California. You burned Fort McMurray. We know all about your shit. We just got to call them out. We know what they're doing. You know, DEWING, doing.
Oh, we're the masters of the universe, right? I mean, we know that you fucked this shit up. We can expose you as the masters of the universe, but you're actually not the masters of the universe, right? Because you cannot be, because
Well, you're the
who
master.
who
You're the
are
universe.
yeah.
Your universe. Yeah, you're your own master. You're not the master of the universe. You're not the Most High.
Hell yeah.
Just think about this, guys. Like in the fucking 1900s, if we went back to the age of 1900s, like around Tesla's era, and we were like, let's say we never saw Tesla, we never saw his experiments, we just read about him. That shit was science fiction. Like whatever the fuck Tesla was doing was science fiction, dude. Right now, you read Tesla shit, it still sounds fucking science fiction. That's how fucking advanced they were in the 1900s. Just think about the technology that right now that just they kept it quiet, man. Like, just think about that, dude.
Dude, I think that we have crazy technology, and the Germans had this like a long time ago, like even in the 30s. And there's depictions from ancient civilizations with UFOs, though. You know, and I think that it's a form of transportation using electromagnetism, and it's not even that complicated. But I also think that there maybe is even more that goes on. You know, like this deception isn't just like some aircraft the governments have burning stuff up. Like I think it's a attempt to kind of replicate and imitate these maybe even entities or phenomena that's within this metaphysical realm around us. And we can do it, but it's I don't think it's just gonna be like people with aircrafts or unmanned aircrafts with military. I think that it may be a little more than that, right? Because they have to get the entity
All
part.
right. So how much more than that can it be besides a just so story?
Well, if UFOs just come and burn things, that's not like showing you aliens or something. I'm talking about like actual figures, like the entity themselves. Like that part of the deception comes too, in my opinion. And actually, of course, you know, relative to my worldview, I mean, I think it's happened before. It's happened again. There actually are
Probably
entities, and they're
leading
going to
up
resist
to
themselves.
like you know
A false messiah is going to come, dude. A false
Godzilla's
messiah.
and shit like we were talking about earlier. That Godzilla freaking frames, you know, of what we might or might not see with these
Galactic Federation of Light.
Whatever.
Yeah, dude, they're getting the world ready for
thing
like
that
a
goes,
messiah, dude.
Dude, another thing that goes beautiful with fucking Project Bluebeam, like for them to use, because I know they have this technology. Even I don't know if you guys heard of it, but some people call it the voice of God. Some people experience it as voice to skull, where through electromagnetic frequencies, you know, they can tune it to a certain frequency that your body's emitting. So that means that they transmit a sound through the, you know, that microwave background radiation type of shit. Like it could enter into you where like you hear it, but nobody else fucking hears it. Like that's a fucking other technology.
Yeah,
What
dude,
if-
same
what if
same
you-
type of
What
Project
if you
Bluebeam.
could
I
actually-
want to imitate.
do you guys think that? Hold on, let me ask you something really quick, and I'll let you guys continue. Do you think that you could actually experience something that is not actually there? You think it is there?
Yeah, it's called taking drugs.
Well, yeah, dude.
No,
Look, they
that's not-
proposed the
that's
idea
not-
of
no, no, no,
imitating.
That's not it. That's not it. Drugs have nothing to do with it, and I went over this with
I
several
got so
people
drunk
last
once
night.
I seen aliens.
Elio, what are you talking about? Like paranormal shit?
I seen fire in the sky too.
Oh, what the fuck? You guys were talking about all kinds of other shit. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
Check this, dude. So they did talk about they want to imitate like a messiah or something, right? Like that's how they'll get the religious fanaticals to submit. And then, yeah, you're right. Like they talk about that technology where you effectively can't tell the source of the audio, so you like assume it's God talking within you or to you.
Well,
on the
that's
inside.
what I said. Audio actually exposes itself as physical audio.
But what I'm saying is that I think there are actual metaphysical truths that have been hidden from the people. Like we don't see everything that exists. Like we can prove this because our eyes, the way they work, the little that we do understand about them, is that they perceive vibration in a certain spectrum of vibration, and we know that the spectrum of vibration is way more than the eye see. You know, like there's different spectrums of all kinds of
Oh my goodness! Thank you for saying that. Welcome to magic.
Well, no, I'm saying like there's
No,
you use
I'm not
infrared
saying.
to see part of
I'm
light,
saying
like
that's
right?
a good.
Type of
It's a
vibration
good thing
also.
that you found. It's a good thing that you found magic.
Hey, Witsit, can you take a look at the live stream voice text? This is what I'm talking about. This technology.
Yeah, that's MK Ultra, basically. and it'll be audible, not visual, not physical.
Yeah.
Audible. You'll hear it.
Yeah, audible. Yeah, and you won't know the source. You won't know the direction of
I
source.
found magic like 10 years ago, but anyway.
But it'll combine it with visuals, and I think that all I'm saying is there's two options. They use like holographic technology to represent some spiritual thing, or like there could be something real to it. And of course, the way I feel is that I that the scriptures are true, so that they're going to come true. And it's like whenever look over here, look over there, do not go listen to them. I think they're going to bring a fake Messiah, and then they're going to have these even if it's just leaders of alien civilizations, they're going to be like, look at this. This is the guy that we appoint to the world, to the earth, to save it.
Hey, Witsit, can I add a thought on top of that? So I agree with you, Witsit, that it's possible for they, in quotations, to try and deceive us like that. But I just occurred to me that maybe they could have like some kind of a person in a semi-realistic looking alien suit, and then point a camera at them and have it all over the televisions. And as long as they just keep them mostly in the lockdown and don't let anyone try to inspect them, people might just go along with it and believe it and be like, "Oh yeah, aliens are really here. It was on TV. What you do? The TV is lying to
I
me?"
just think that's too risky, and I think that kind of always assumes incompetence on
Oh,
their
they
behalf.
give you a man that looks like a man and say he's a man from another galaxy.
They
Fuck,
say they're
it's
gonna
not
roll
that
out
hard.
Lucifer.
We're the Galactic Federation of Light. My brother
Yeah.
came here thousands of years ago. His name was Jesus. I'm here to do the cleanup.
Yeah, or even claiming that is Jesus coming back, and they'll use the name Jesus too because they don't care to use that name. Just like Secret Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, like one of the most powerful, disgusting group of people. Yeah, they'll never use Yeshua, right? Like that's why they came up with the name Jesus, and I think that they have like this fake Jesus come. And I have a working theory right now. Some people think this is crazy, but it's like Washington D.C. is where I'm at, and that's where we run the government from, right? You got the Supreme Court there, you got all these different buildings from the Treasury there, and the White House. So D.C., what's it stand for? Well, like, what if they're trying to welcome in a divine council that used to reign? D.C. divine council could be a coincidence. Could be a coincidence, but dude, literally, it's
That's
nothing
Area
but Roman
51, bro.
pagan
Hey, it
statues
sounds
everywhere.
like Marvel meets DC.
Dude, they got us. Dude, they were conditioning us to accept these things with the superhero movies, in my opinion.
Thanos. Did
Like
Thanos
Superman.
look like an alien, or do you just look like a man with a big ass chin?
Yep.
Area 51, that's the code for us. So the 51st state. If they want to make the 50th.
Even with magic,
Fuck, man.
My bad. No, sorry. Go ahead.
Superman was named after a god, but finish what you're saying. Iggy.
Please.
Oh,
they got us ready to basically worship these things with superhero movies, and
Not
then if
about
you look into
worship.
like mud floods and you look into the architecture and how like it definitely when they say they built them, it doesn't look like they built them, and then they all have domes, they all have things for atmospheric energy, and they all built with certain
None of
geometry.
this is
Just
about
imagine that
worship,
this
it's
is going to
about
all
knowing.
connect. It's all going to connect again, like light back up the worldwide electrical energy system. And then they have a select group of places that are kind of like central hubs, and say DC is one of them, and they come in like rain. That's all I'm saying. And it's like it would work, like because they would come and say, "Look, the ancient civilizations were advanced. This is what you guys don't know about. Here's what the government's lied about. Here's this. Here's free energy. Like we can do things that you don't. If you follow us, we'll show you how to be immortal. Look, we can float up. You see no light there? Bam, there's light, and that would work. Something's got to deceive the whole world." Like even the flat
so
earthers.
is it going backward or forward? Is it going backward or forward?
The future's in the past, and we're going forward back to where we were.
Okay, so you're beginning to understand.
Yeah. So I was in DC, dude. If you look at them, like a lot of the bottom of the buildings are stained, like dark, like the mud theory isn't just terrible, and a bunch of the windows are underground or like halfway underground of the current street level, and they're all incredibly beautiful, and they have the sacred geometry all throughout it, which is perfect for resonance. It's very interesting, man. And then that's why there are bells everywhere, because that's how you could also harness a certain resonance. Like basically gigantic sound frequency energy machines. And Mercury, exactly.
Mercury generators.
Yes,
Work
Mercury
off.
generators.
The slightest vibration in the universe can get Mercury moving.
Yes, dude. And then I got a theory today that I think the reason they put thimerosal, which is an organic compound of mercury, right? I think they've been putting those in all of these vaccines so that like it's very energy efficient. And so the bioluminescence, like the luminescence in your body could be more efficiently tracked with this because of the energy efficiency. Like, like if you put mercury, a light bulb made with mercury is more energy efficient. And so they've been throwing those in there, and it's just
they work off our natural energy, so that they don't have to. They recharge off our body, our vibration, our frequency.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy.
Our
And
chi.
dude, inoculations are terrible across the board, and we all know that, right? The government's paid out $4 billion in damages. But one of the things that they kind of normalized was this small amount of mercury is not bad for you. And it's just a cheap preservative. So it's across the board, goes in all of them. So it was a foregone conclusion it would be in this next thing they rushed out. And dude, then you look at quantum dot tattoo technology, luciferase enzyme tracking the light activity in your body using nanoparticles. And so tracking the light, thimerosal would make it easier to track. And it says in the prediction, or I mean in the prophecy, well, the ones that take it, the light will no longer shine within them. I just know it's getting like really weird out here, And I think that the thimerosal wasn't put into the vaccines by accident. I think it's to track our light, and that's something I'm working on. I thought about today, but pretty interesting.
Yeah, but in the jab, today's jab, there's not even thimerosal in that. That's a.
Are you sure? Because I looked it up today, and I think there's a trace amount.
Okay. Well, there's a trace amount of thimerosal. What else is it?
Thimerosal, yeah. There's thimerosal in that.
Okay, what else is in that?
Oh, I don't know. A bunch of different random stuff. Like I actually got handed
Okay,
the
well
ingredients
then,
list.
fuck thimerosal. I mean, that shit was going on years ago. So anyway.
Yeah, but that was before
Is
the
this
quantum dot
Saturday Night
tattoo
Live?
technology.
And then, and
Right,
then,
I mean, like, hold on. He just,
and
he
then,
just,
and then see,
and
that,
then,
somebody knows already. And then
Dude,
that
I'm saying the reason that
is
it's
the broken.
Helio.
That's the broken.
you said there's that in the vaccine.
And
No,
then,
I don't think it's in that vaccine. And then he showed me, yeah, it is in the vaccine. And they're like, well, so fuck that. What else is in? What the fuck?
and then.
I ain't gonna say
the point I was making is, they've been in there for a long time, but now we have a quantum dot tattoo technology that's openly known about, right? And so that's what makes it different, because that's what's used to track the light. So the thimerosal that's been in them for a long time would help you track the light better because it'd be more fluorescent in your body because it's energy efficient. What the quantum dot is actually what tracks that light. And we now know, like, the rhymes with Heiser, like they have financial disclosures working on quantum dot tattoo as early as 2010. And that's a facility methodology. It's the facilitation of an inoculation. So it's just interesting. It's certainly very interesting to think about.
It doesn't meet the legal definition for a so-called vaccine, and plus you can shove a contract in front of them to make them sign that assures you of your safety, and they won't sign it. So all this like, oh, we're gonna die and this that. This is, again, like, I'm trying to comprehend this. If we don't stand up as a people, as people that care for each other, this is going to turn to crap.
Yeah, we have to go around and try to wake everyone up we can, and we've already lost half. We've already lost like just around 1 billion people, maybe. Like I look at it like, it sucks to say this, but the dream that we're all going to come together and take the power back from the system. I'm not saying it's impossible, and I'm the most like fight the system for the people person ever, bro. But it just looks like it's possible we're beyond that, and it's time that you get the word out there, and some people, they're going to call you and tell you that they went and took it. So, I don't know. This could be conditioning, but it also does check a lot of boxes of prophecy, and it's just kind of crazy time. So, yeah. I mean, get right with the Father, you're going to be screwed. So, that's my honestly.
Of course, you have to be right up there, with the Creator. It's just that you have to know the scriptures. That is a script that they want to follow.
Yeah, but the only problem with that theory, which I've entertained, is so the elite wrote the scriptures as a script that they were going to make happen in the end and make it look like Revelation was prophetically coming true. But that doesn't work because one of the examples is where we're told that the days will shorten. Well, they don't control literal nature. They didn't make the sun, go faster. So, like, nature's showing you that the prophecies are coming true. Like, not just geopolitical movements,
But people aren't paying attention to
They know
because they're looking at the timeline or the daylight savings time and all this bullshit. Like
Yeah,
they
the
don't
other
even
reason
know
that theory doesn't
law.
work is
they're
because the
magi.
scriptures tell you to buck the New World Order until the end and not comply at all. So if their entire script is to
Right.
get a whole New World Order, why would they make a script and give it out to people and say, like, buck the system till the end? They would want
And
you to be compliant.
Another reason it doesn't work, if they wrote it right and they're the ones that compiled it and everything and they want you to have it, why did they spend so much time waging war on the saints the past 2,000 years, burning them at the stake with their Bible? If they wrote it and wanted you to have it, they wouldn't have been burning the people that were translating it into their own languages. They would have been promoting it.
Do you know who translated it? I'm not trying to be mean. I know who translated it. I know who actually burnt at the stake. And it's what.
Another
he
problem
was-
with that theory, why it doesn't work at all, is because, why would, if they wrote the script to try to brainwash everybody and it's what they want, then why would they spend billions of dollars and hundreds of years to make all these different translations that change the meaning, change the context, mistranslated it, made denominations, absorbed it with the Roman Church, but changed all the rules under their quote unquote divine authority, changed the main character's name, changed his supposed birth date? Like, if this was the script they wrote from the beginning, why are they have such a concerted effort in changing it discreetly, trying to be subversive and lie about it? I thought it was their script.
It doesn't
They
make
didn't
any
do that with
sense.
Islam or Hinduism, or it's like they hone in on this one, and if this is their script, then why would they, subversively change it?
Hey, Woods, I find it very interesting that all the shit they changed, like, it makes it like for a person that would watch Zeitgeist, it would trick them into believing that Jesus was fake. Like, if you think about it, like, because of the shit they've changed. So just think about that. Like, why would they put Jesus' birthday, the 25th, and correlated with so many other things? Like, anyone that would watch Zeitgeist that isn't like that background research into that, all those religions, they would fall for it like right away. I don't know, dude. I think they're just trying to make it look like a false teachings, a false person. Make it look like it's like the story. It's like the same type of metaphor through life. Not make it so significant. That's what they're trying to do, in my opinion.
Yep. And like the scriptures tell you the whole story's about like the opposite of what they want to accomplish and how to stand up to them no matter what, even if it means you have to die to do it. So it's like, it just doesn't work. I mean, the big one though is that nature itself is confirming it. And so are you going to say that the elite are controlling the sun?
No, they know how the stars and all that moves. That's the problem.
They
We
know the
don't.
movements. It's a cycle.
Yep.
They're using the natural cycle and manipulating the natural energies to their own use. There's a lot more to astrology than people know.
Okay, so you think that
astrology led people to newborn the Messiah.
Yeah, toward
So
around
you can't
September
deny
11th.
this. Being a believer in Yeshua Messiah, you can't believe it. Can't deny it.
No, I know that there's a cycle to the
stars tell
sky.
you the past, present, and future.
Yeah, but
there's a cycle to the
the
sky.
creator's doing that.
There's also verses. I'm not that familiar with all of them, but I know there's verses where, like, even though there's cycles to the sun, he makes it so that day it's not on a cycle. Like how there's 3 days of darkness, or
Isaiah.
Or he stopped the sun. Like,
commanded the sun to stop over Gideon, and the moon, El Shor.
Yeah. My point is just that God's doing that, right? Like the creator's doing that. Like men aren't doing it.
No, it's 4 times in sacred times. They told you that's the truth. That's the truth in the Bible.
I mean, they've already told us they wanted to make they want to make the New World Order. Sorry for interrupting. They've already told us what their plan is, that you're not going to be able to buy and sell without this passport. You're not going to be able to move around, right? They're telling us what they're doing. It's just, are you going to be, practicing the genetic fallacy and not believing them just because they said it.
Yeah, like they wrote a script, but if they wrote a script to follow, then that has nothing to do with nature itself confirming it. Like they're not controlling the sun, the creator is, and that would lead towards the creator being behind it being written, right? That's my point. Like that's a big proof.
Nobody
You
said
can
that
just
they are
dismiss it.
controlling the sun or the moon. They know how.
Well, the sun has caused the days to be shorter. So what are you saying? That it's done that before?
They know how these cycles go, bro.
So
Am
it's
I
happened
not saying this
before, is your
correctly?
argument. So your argument is that it's
Yes,
happened
bro.
before. Okay. Can
Yes,
you
so
show some evidence for that?
if they have the knowledge and they're keeping it from you and from me and from everybody else.
That's a claim.
Yeah, we have it documented. We have this guy documented for a long time, though. I'm not saying forever or perfect, but I mean, I would need to see some evidence.
Yeah, there's sundials in India that are thousands of years old and are accurate down to the minute. So if that's changed before, right, and the days have changed, that still wouldn't be accurate to the minute.
Yeah.
Every time.
All right, it's all good. Whatever. If you want to believe it, man. Yeah.
It's not about believing. It's how it is, bro.
So you know
Well, I mean,
for a
why
fact.
would they give us a book that tells us all about the JQ, right, and tells us to be wise about the leaven of the Pharisees, if that's the very thing that they're trying to hide?
Yeah, and again, why would they lie?
What are they
Like
hiding,
they changed his birthday to the
What are they
supposed
hiding? I
25th.
don't get this.
You claim that it's a script they wrote, but what they did, the most powerful people ever that we know lied to us about everything else, the same groups of people, they took his birthday, they changed it to December 25th, which is actually about Nimrod, and it has to do with the solstice. And so they made it look like it was just like all the other beliefs that's based on the movement of the sun to make Jesus look fake, which it wasn't his name, and to make the scriptures look fake. So the question is, if that's the script they wrote, why such a concerted effort of time and money to make it look fake? Like this didn't happen to Islam or Hinduism or any other world major religions. So if they wrote the script, why are they trying to change it to make it look less credible? That's counterintuitive. That's contradictory.
It's the same. The same prophecies in the Islamic one and in the Judaic one.
I'm saying that's contradictory, right? Like if they're trying to write a script if they write a script and they want you to believe it so you'll follow it, then they want it to appear to be credible to you, then why would they be spending so much effort to make it look less credible?
What are you talking about, less credible?
Yeah, whenever they say things like his birthday was actually on the 25th, they changed it and changed what the scriptures say. So that way you can say, look, just like all the other beliefs and other religions that said that based on the solstice of the sun.
Yeah, to me, I follow the creator. I don't follow somebody's birthday, bro.
Brother, what I'm trying to say is, if the elite wrote a world script and they're trying to control and brainwash everyone with the script they wrote that they want to believe is actually truly from God or something, but they wrote it themselves to make it look like it's coming true, then why would they spend all their time and money for generations changing it, trying to make it look less credible of a source, when the truth is they would want you to think it's credible to fall for the trick? Why would they undermine their own trick?
Because they have to
I would
amend
imagine that they want to control what you are believing and what you don't believe, because the majority of people in the world, a majority of people in the world, don't believe religious ideologies and think it's ridiculous because it's wishy-washy and it changes all the time. They're not only controlling the narrative, they're controlling the counter narrative.
Well, my point is you can't claim the Bible is a script they wrote that they're fulfilling if they're trying to undermine it and change it. They're like that. Why would they change their
I
own
think, but
script?
it's also to keep everyone on
that a
edge and
historical
be debating with
document,
each
brother?
other. You know, I don't know.
Is that
I hear you, but
does that
I don't
have
know.
times and dates? Do you get what I mean? Does that have a time and a date when it's meant to happen?
Or it just says, "Oh, it's going to happen."
Oh no, it says that no man knows the day nor the hour, not even the angels, but will know the season. And Yeshua was asked, "Well, how will we know the season?" And he
So
explains it. He says
exactly,
that the moon will turn blood red. He says that the book says a lot of
exactly.
specific things, man. Yeah, it says it'll turn blood red, and that the days will shorten. The days will shorten. Well, they're literally shorting now. We had the 20 shortest day ever recorded last year. The same year the whole world shut down, and in the same year they told everyone that they had to
So you think
identify
they didn't
themselves.
know this?
Wait, just listen. In the same year, yeah, you're saying you're having to just baselessly assert that they knew the days would shorten for the first time in history, the same year that they shut
So
down
you think
everything.
it's the first time of history? So you're asserting that?
Well, it's
I'm
the
not
first time
assuming
we have
anything, bro.
recorded. It's the first time we have recorded. So, I mean, I'm saying
So
it's
just
possible, I
because
guess, but we don't have any evidence
we've
of it.
observed it, yeah, but that's what I'm saying, bro. Just because me and you haven't observed it doesn't mean these people that have been lording over us for minimum 6,000 years don't know this.
Yeah, I will say at least it's decently honest that you are admitting that it is clearly coming true, and you're just saying that, well, they're just doing it. Some people will say it's not even coming true, so at least you're admitting that. I mean, whatever, we can agree or disagree, but if you let me fully get it out, you'll understand why I'm saying it seems like a pipe dream to say that, because you got the same year the whole world shut down, the same year the whole world shut down, unprecedented, right? Is the same year we had the 20 shortest days ever. We are getting tons of blood moons back to back at a more frequent rate, right? We had an alignment of the planets the same year, and it also says in that same book that has prophecies of the end that you will have a mark to identify yourself to buy, sell, and trade, and that it has to do with your wrist and your forehead. Well, in the same year, we had the shortest days ever recorded, and all of these different, phenomena in the sky happen, and the entire world shut down on cue together. They told you to identify yourself to buy, sell, or trade things the same year that they started scanning everyone's wrist and forehead as they came into stores. So now they're used to just walking like a robot and getting scanned on their wrist and forehead. I mean, these are like a bunch of repetitive coincidences that really can't be dismissed. And
Is
I guess you're
there?
saying that they're
I'm not
there, they're just
dismissing it.
not. No, I know that's what I'm saying. You're saying something
They're
different than most
implementing them,
people.
bro. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
I hear you.
implementing it. They're
Yeah, I
they're
hear what you're saying.
forcing the hand, bro.
Yeah, I feel like I've
I'm
thought of
not
that, and it
dismissing it,
doesn't
brother. Yeah.
logically uphold. But agree or disagree. The reason I mean, write a script and then try to make everyone think it's not real. If you were going to use the script to brainwash everyone, you wouldn't spend billions of dollars to make everyone think it wasn't real and lie about what it really says. Because every time you look at what it really
What do
says,
you
it
mean they're
proves it more
spending
real. Yeah, like the
money
1909
from it?
Scope.
Wait, hold on. They've been making money from it.
No, 1909 Schofield Bible. They spent tons of money and infiltrated all the ministry schools to change the interpretation of the scriptures of what they really meant. So and then they changed the
I've
main
read the
character's
whole
name.
ones, bro. Yeah,
What?
I get that, bro. I get that. I get that. I'm not disagreeing.
I think the best argument you can make is that they did that so that I could make this argument. I think the best argument that could be made is, well, they attacked it some. So
What
if
kind of a
someone caught on to
logical
the
thing?
fact it was a script, they'd be like, no, it can't be a script because look, you would have to say they're a few steps ahead, and they manipulated the text and lied about what it really said. So someone would say, look at all this effort to manipulate the text. This
What
can't
have they
be a script.
manipulated, bro? What have they
They changed his
manipulated?
birthday
What
and
have they
his
manipulated?
name. They changed his birthday,
Yeah,
his
what's
name. They
that
took.
got to do with it? The main
You just
things,
asked
bro.
what they manipulated. They took the actual creator's name out
You
of the
said it
Bible
10 times, bro. Yes.
6,828 times.
The holy
And?
the holy Sabbath.
But what's that got to do with what's happening now, bro? Am I debating his name?
Hey,
If his
Well,
name
they
is
don't
the
want
same,
you to know
I
the
would say his
Bible's
name.
real right now because you'll
Eggs.
know there'll be a one world order. You know that there'll be an
Hold on.
Antichrist. You know there'll be a mark. You know that you
Wow.
should always stand up even if it means you get decapitated.
Cool. But Eggs, man, you're just jumping all over him.
How am I
And you
jumping
won't let
all
him
over, bro?
finish. Dude, I was listening.
What?
Don't.
I haven't said a fucking word. All right, go.
What you mean you
You're
haven't said a fucking word? You've been trying to
I was
Go.
I want to hear what he has to say.
They've been pretty cool so far. I disagree with you, Helio. I think they've both been cordial.
My bad then. My bad then.
No, I mean, it's all good, man. We can agree or disagree, man. I'm just saying, like, for me, it doesn't hold because, like, I would want them to like, the Bible says, the scriptures tell you, right? It's like, dude, there's going to be a one world order. There's going to be a Messiah that leads it. They're going to tell you to take a mark. They're going to try to put something in you. And then they're going to, like, make sure they identify you with your wrist and your forehead. and don't fall for it. Stand up to the system. Don't go with the New World Order. Don't go with the fake Messiah. Don't take the mark, and you fight the system until you die. Right, and that just doesn't seem like that's what they would want us to do. They'd rather us just be blind, watch the news, take the mark, take the experimental and and not stuff, and then just go on about our day like zombies. That's what they'd rather us
If
do.
anybody
Hey,
knows
let
me,
me
what
hold on.
I'm about, and what I've
In,
done,
in
and the
between,
information
hold
that
on,
I've given.
eggs, hold on just a second. Just in between, because I know you have a lot to say. And I like what you were saying, Witsit. And so I want to, you guys probably like, hey, shut up. That's okay. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. Anyway, so Iggs, you disagree with him. Why?
I'm saying that they know what they're doing. I don't know what I'm disagreeing
They who don't know what they're doing.
They
the
know what
hierarchy
they're
enslaving
doing.
you.
I'm asking Iggs.
The things that I've been saying since I've come here, and the documents that I've given out for a lot of things to get
I'm
people
saying,
trying to snap
but you
out of
agree
it.
that scriptures tell us to stand up to them.
Yeah, bro. That's what I've been saying the whole time. I've been begging people to come together to do something.
My brother,
Most
though, what I'm
people
saying
don't
is,
read
why would
scriptures.
they?
They watch the
Why would?
news. They're not
Yeah.
going to go do the research on their own.
Why
They
would they
could
write
say
the
whatever they
scriptures
want.
to say stand up to them though? Like, why would they say his argument is that it's just a trick?
They know that people aren't going to.
Dude, there are
They know
millions
that
of
the people
people
aren't
that
going
read
to.
the Bible, man. They just misunderstand it and don't really believe in it. It's the most popularly read book in the history of mankind.
Because they also control the mainstream narrative of the ideas coming from that book.
Exactly. So why would you have to do that?
Well,
Which
because they're
book is that? Which book are you talking about?
The scriptures.
It's also to create division between people who go to church and people who don't.
It tells you to stand up to the beast system.
Hold on, though.
Okay,
man.
hold on. Let me stop. Let me interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says that it causes division, but if Witsit came to Texas and he was like, Hank, I need some help, do you think that I would be divided against Witsit? No. I would get his back whatever he needed, right? Because he's my brother in Christ. So I don't know if that divide strategy thing really works, right? Because if you're truly down and you're down for whatever, then I don't think that's how it works.
No, I hear you.
Dude,
I hear
they're
you.
telling us to stand up.
I know, but I'm saying that there's a lot of people who are not from the church
Because
who
guess
don't
what?
have
If you went to a church,
Oh,
most
To add to
churches.
Hank's-
Hold on. If
I
you
remember
went
that.
to a church in America, most churches are globies. You know,
trash.
So
That's not the church. Witsit
not
is the
about
church.
Globy,
I'm
it's
the
about-
church. You're the church.
Yeah. Anyway,
After
go ahead.
Hank's
I just
early
wanted to make
statement
Have
about
I done anything wrong to anybody here?
But people who
Have I
are
given
going to
any
have
wrong
some
information?
time who've never been to church are not going to all of a sudden in their time
Not
of
about
need.
never being to church. I've been to churches. Whatever. That's why I know they're all globies. Doesn't matter.
The modern
Yes,
church
I
is
hear what
pretty
you're
trash.
saying, but it's not.
Check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Damn, I've been talking. Y'all just been talking over me like
Everyone's talking
crap.
over everyone.
Hey, look,
Man.
you have a little bit of a muffled part. Like, you should reconnect.
Yeah, it's Discord, man. I've been having issues all week. They don't know what they did with it.
Yeah, I can make out what you're saying. I'm just letting you know you sound a little robot-y, but I haven't been around, so just take it as it is. It's probably been fine.
Yeah, to add what Hank said, not only because he's a brother in Christ, the Bible also tells you to help even the stranger or the anybody, right? So you will help regardless if he's not your brother in Christ. Because
There's a lot of people who are atheists who could care less about church and anything the Bible has to say. There's so many people that think that religion is the stupidest thing in the world.
To you.
No, bro, you ain't done nothing wrong. I'm not even against you right now. We're just having a discussion. It's not even
Yeah, bro.
really
Yeah,
like
no one's mad at you,
it's
bro.
not
Let's
even
just
a
all
heated
let
debate.
Yeah, let's just try to not interrupt, and then we'll be good.
Yeah, cool.
Like I mean, it's all good. I'm gonna still listen to this. Well, we should at least agree on this. Then what the scriptures say to do, we should all agree with, which is stand up to the system, help out the everyday person,
I'm
and
not
fight
against
them
that,
till
bro.
the end. Right.
Of course.
That's all. There you go.
Yeah,
so
bro.
we can agree on that.
100%, brother. I'm, bro. I'm doing shit that.
No, I know. I'm just saying,
But
like, just to find a middle ground there.
Isn't this part of the whole thing of where the people who can control have to tell us the truth and then make us choose type of thing? Like where they're giving you the answer.
Hold on. People in control don't have to do anything.
Well, no, when they're their karma, right? There's it's like a long con man sale technique of like, I didn't take their money; they chose to give it to me, but you manipulated them in order to do that type of thing.
I thought you gave
Yeah,
it to
it's the
them.
revelation of the method, right? They have to tell us what they're doing. And they've been talking about a new world order, right? Not the law of the jungle, right? Which is natural law and God's law, but their new law is what they're trying to implement.
Yeah, I mean that's not quite the same. Like when you put a symbol out in front of everyone, or you show everyone what you're doing, like the revelation of the method isn't the same as telling people, like, look, here's a creator, here's his son, he's the Messiah. He told you that go down to death, swing against it. They want you to fall for the trick when they do the revelation of method. They show it to you, so it sits in you so deeply subconsciously that when you decide to fall for it, it's over because you knew the info. Right? But this is instructing you to do something supposedly on the behalf of the creator, and what it's instructing you to do is fight to the end, right? That's a little different than like they actually want you to not fight to the end. That
only slightly.
Yeah, but most people are passive aggressive, bro. Have you not realized that we have not come together? This is what I said before, and you said we are doomed. It looks like we can't come together, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. And I said, bro, we need to fight. Was that not
no, I think we need to fight. I'm saying I think we do come together. I just think they guide it, and I think that a lot of people get deceived, and it's sad. That's just my opinion. Like I think that they do come together.
Happened.
You stand up, man. You stand up.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying to you before, bro. Exactly.
They're going to come together, but they're going to be deceived, like with aliens. But it's not going to be from extraterrestrial. Maybe even from the oceans, like it was back in the day. You know.
Are they going to stand up, being deceived by
demigods?
Demigod. I was going to say Christianity or whatever.
Metaphysical entities that come out of the water.
You can't go to a Christian. I mean, when you go to a church or whatever, they're going to be like, "Oh, you flat earther, you're wrong about this," and you can't go to a pastor at a.
Dude, all the pastors are gonna take the mark, bro. You know, like the modern quote unquote church is so apostate. Yeshua would be rebuked. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's another example of how they just misrepresented the truth and they made it look like shit and it made it suck.
I mean, don't come to me because I'm kind of a piece of shit. Whatever. I'm doing my own thing, right? But I'm spreading truth as far as my truth goes. But I don't know the entire truth, but I'm doing the best I can.
None of us know all the truth.
Have you seen Aquaman at all? The new Aquaman movie?
Mm-mm.
He's definitely a demigod coming up from the water, and they even
That's
mentioned
interesting.
Earth being flat, or they mentioned, yeah.
Wow, that's crazy
They don't
because
mention that it's flat. They mention it's a ball. They say back when people believed it was flat.
Yeah,
it takes the edge, but they definitely a demigod from the water coming up. Oh yeah,
that's a trip. Yeah, dude. And then I was just
hybrid
now in
human
DC,
type of thing.
Yeah, Library of Congress, bro. It has like Neptune, right? It's got, by the fountain in front of it, and then it's got his council blowing these little horns, these shell horns, and then two females on the outside riding a horse that's like a hybrid animal with like a dolphin,
Hold
basically.
On. In our defense, of everything that we don't know what necessarily is going on. In our defense, people that might talk to us that are kind of like I always say, we're seeking the seekers, right? So we are seeking the seekers. We don't know, and once you're seeking these types of truths, you're going to find them for yourself. So it doesn't mean that that you have to believe the person you found this truth from. You can once you realize that you've been manipulated into a position where it's like, holy shit, my spiritual and my physical reality have been manipulated. You can actually find your own truth from there. Now,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, so from that point, you can find your own truth from there. No,
Sure, yeah. It's just like I think that if they absorb, all I'm saying is like in my opinion, like flat Earth won't ultimately save you, and I think that if these metaphysical entities come and they break us from those chains of enslavement of government, and they show us a bunch of technological advancements, and they absorb that the Earth is flat, a geocentric stationary plane that's contained, it's like, well, and they tell you that the governments were bad. Well, most flat earth say the flat earthers don't in any way think the scriptures could be true, right? Like, what contention do they have now? Because now, well, they told them that the earth was flat. Well, there goes that. They told them that the government's been lying to them about everything. Well, there goes that. And they're giving you advancements and free energy and stuff, and maybe even promise you immortality and reversing cell degradation and telepathic communication. If they give you all kinds of tips and tricks and advantages, and then they tell you that the government lied and that the Earth is flat, flat earthers would have no contention left, unless they're looking at it from a scriptural aspect, which is no, these things are just here to deceive me. And I like to plant those seeds so people at least have it in their mind, like when they say come over here and look, don't
How
do
much
it.
progress? Let me ask you this, Witsit. How much progress do you have going to Jim Panda server? I saw you in there yesterday. I just happened to look in there and I saw you in there. I'm just wondering how much progress do you have? Do you think you
Super hit or miss? It's hit or miss. Like there are times where I have really good conversations.
Do people actually just like say, "Hey, I want to go check out your Instagram or Facebook because these guys are a bunch of dicks"? I mean,
no, they all watch my YouTube streams, but they're clowns. But
I'm not talking about those guys. I'm talking about like new people. I mean, do you make progress?
Yeah, you'd be surprised. That's the only reason I
Cool.
do that.
Hey,
Yeah.
man, I appreciate you going over there and fucking with those assholes.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal. Sometimes I just want to see like, can I debate 5 PhDs at once about their religion, and just see if I want to hear all of the nonsense that the best they think they got, to sharpen the sword, kind of. And then there's always a few people that slip in there kind of new, and they're like, whoa. And then
They just
I either
happen to
guide
find
them
the
here
server
or
and they
they
jump in and they hear you talking, and then you're able to interact with them, personally.
Yeah, they'll jump in and ask a few questions, and then they'll actually be having a real convo, and then it'll get to where the rest of the room like starts latching onto them, trying to brainwash them, and I usually point them to this server.
Cool. Yeah, and that happens here as well. So yeah, cool. Appreciate you doing that, bro.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of exhausting. I should probably come in here more
I
often.
know.
The last few times I've tried, dude, it's like
hard.
precious metal
I will
takeover.
never jump in. I'm still a member there, but I never jump in there. It's just I can't. I just can't stand it.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
But I hear what you're saying about be on the lookout for deceivers. But I hear what you're saying, that also then doesn't necessarily mean that they can't teach something that we should be able to know, and then realize later that the teacher could have been lying about. It's in every movie, right? The trainer that trains the assassin or whatever, and then they have all these now skills newly acquired because now they've been trained in these skills to then use those skills or utilize them for whatever they deem, after they realize they've been lied to or tricked by whatever master or whatever, then you still have those skills, which is not inherently bad. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The only difference in this scenario is that like they come telling you have to take some type of like unifying identifier, and it's like a permanent decision. And that's where it gets real heavy.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of those like, really? You're gonna
That's
make
intense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just like, if things come out, if aliens come, quote unquote, because they're obviously getting us ready for it. But in that theory that they say, well, they actually came from the water, the 70% unexplored ocean, and we actually start seeing phenomena.
Yeah,
That's a crazy.
USOs are totally a thing. Underwater submerged, that's been a thing for decades where people have seen.
Yeah, absolutely. But what say it's not just a craft? That's where it gets crazy. Like if it's not just a craft, and then if they come from the oceans, there's no reason to lie about space. They can say the Earth is flat, and that's all I'm saying. Like if they come from the oceans, they can absorb the flat Earth.
I hear you.
Yeah, I just want everyone to know that like it's not the silver bullet necessarily. It could be absorbed. I just like to plant the seed.
It's
I
like
guess.
the counter. It's they have to have their like they knew that not everyone was going to fall for 9/11, so they had a counter. What's the fucking word? Counter.
Lead the opposition.
That's the one. Or like, but yeah, what's the
controlled op?
Architects and
Controlled
engineers for
opposition. That's
9/11.
it. That's what I'm looking
Yeah,
They had it
yeah,
up their
controlled op,
sleeve,
bro.
man. They had it up their sleeve from the get go. They
And
knew
dude,
that
think about
people would.
this. Sorry, bro. But it's
No,
like
it's all good.
like with the globe earthers, 99% of globe earthers, well, they just believe the globe like we did before we even heard people thought it was flat. Like you just don't think about it, you don't really care, you don't question it, you don't think there's a reason to question it, you think it's just a fact, and everyone else thinks that. And so if these things came and gave information and evidence, because you could give scientific evidence about a flat Earth, uh, everyone would just change back over. It's not like they even learned the globe Earth and chose to believe it. They just believe it. And so they'll believe what everyone thinks. You could never get the flat earthers to go back to the globe, though. You couldn't get all the real flat earthers to go back to the globe. So you would have to just exclude them from the final deceit of the New World Order unless you could intertwine those two groups. Well, the more malleable group that follows whatever's, the consensus at the time is the globe Earth. And so you would just bring them over to the flat Earth truth. That way you could get them both. Even though we're outnumbered, like they're much weaker. You see what I'm saying? They'll believe whatever, bro. Now there's a few exceptions.
If you think they're going to absorb the flat earthers, I mean, I think they've underestimated our tenacity. I don't see them like flat earthers being gullible and going along with shit. I don't know.
That is something that they're going to have to at least have thought about years ago. How to wrangle, and know that people are going to get loose at some point. Maybe you would think.
Like herding cats. It's like good luck.
Yeah, I mean the only way you could get the flat earthers is if you did away with the government, right? Like if you admitted they lied about everything, that's the only way you get the flat earthers. Is like it's not like the government could come tell you the earth was flat. Flat earthers still wouldn't trust anything else they said about it. But if someone comes and tells you the earth's flat and that everything the government's been saying is a lie, and here's the ancient forbidden, like the ancient sacred knowledge that's super advanced they hid from you. Well, now we got a different ballgame, like now we don't have that built up contention with the system anymore. Now it's a new source and it's new information and it's true. So
yeah, they hook you with a little bit of truth and then lead you down the next path of life.
Yep.
The thing is, you won't find one flat earther who trusts the government. I mean,
yeah, exactly. That's my point. Like it won't be the government telling you that the earth.
Some new power that says not to trust the government. Well, okay,
exactly.
These guys sound like I like what they're talking about. What else?
That's the only way they could get the flat earthers. Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, flat earthers, we're skeptical of everything. Like, I don't trust any official story. It's like, you know what? I don't trust any of this history book, the Civil War, all this shit.
Well, they're gonna come say all that's a lie. Like they're gonna come tell you the Civil War is a lie, that the media was controlled by your government this whole time, that they've been setting up all the wars, that they had this paper money scam, that they give you this primitive electricity when actually there's loss, but you could have endless energy for everyone all across the world. They told you that it was this little tiny speck of dust. That's a ball that spins. Actually, it's not. It's just the true nature of the Earth. They could even give you like an orthographic representation of it, answer a lot of your questions, tell you about how the metaphysical realm works around you, how free energy works. So by suppressing so much true knowledge, they have a whole lot of power of deception now, because whenever you come give someone the answers they've been looking for, there's like a psychological impact where they just want to trust you. When they can come tell you what the moon actually is, the mechanism the sun and moon actually use, what the firmament's actually made of, these are questions flat earthers have been dying to answer. And so if they can come give like evidence of the answers and explain it, the flat earthers aren't going to have anything in contention with them. They're going to want the answers.
But I would hope that by now most flat earthers or people who actually are seeking the truth in all these different ways would be aware enough that it's not about the answers, because every answer inevitably leads to more questions. And when you find the answers to those, there's going to be more questions. If you're the type that will just keep seeking questions, as opposed to just accept an answer at a certain point until, I don't know. It just, you either stop at that answer or you keep questioning. Always. That's always how this happens, right? And how we all got
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. Yeah, but the difference is, in my opinion, in that scenario, it's like we keep questioning the form of technology, information, the internet, stuff like that. But wait till there's like physical phenomena outside. You don't have to go watch Fox News and see what happened. Like you can
I
go
know,
out
but
and
it's just
see
a
it.
different illusion. I hear what you're saying totally, and I agree. I hear you, but I'm just saying, like, it's you still got to question the new thing that you're now witnessing, physically or unfamiliar. I mean, there's still going to be questions, I would think. I don't know, because
Yeah, for sure. I hope so. I just think that, like, dude, they lied about so much they can get us, bro. It's gonna be amazing. Like, think about when they tell you the truth about these advanced civilizations with architecture, and these architecture weren't building them as modern as they said they were, and it was a one world civilization of free energy and free resonance that's harnessing from the atmosphere, and it's just a huge electrical grid that connects, but it's just all self sustainable. They were super advanced. Here's the different types of transportation and communication that's been suppressed from you. It's just I can see where that is a slippery slope, and like before you know it, truthers, dude, we love when we hear a new conspiracy. For me, at least, like it's like I'm just surprised I hear one I haven't heard before now, and I'm like, let me go see. Like we love to find out new truths, and so when they start kind of they're gonna scratch that itch, basically. Like they're gonna give us the most potent dose of truth opium ever.
Yeah, my question is, what will people need to reject that though? Because they'll basically confirm everything we've already believed. How, like, where will we be able to disagree with them?
You need the spirit. You need the spirit of the. That's my answer. Is that you would have to have be right with the Father, bro, and not religion, nothing like that. Stupid. Just actually having a personal relationship and knowing He's real and not falling for the deception, even if it means going and growing food by yourself, not buying anymore. Whatever it is, you can't go buy a store anymore. But it's all good. That would be my answer. Is a spiritual protection. It actually says it's of course I say the scriptures are true, right? So you take it with that grain of salt already, but it says, Yeshua says the deception will be so great that if it were possible, even the very elect would be deceived, and that you need the spirit of the Creator to help guide you through the deception, or even the elect would fall for it.
Yeah,
so that's my answer.
I came to that conclusion as well because it was like a lot of New Agers, pantheists, they will agree with a lot of these things are saying. They believe that aliens aren't like demons and are in fact higher dimensional beings that have high knowledge to bestow people and help them tap into their true potential and shit like that. So it seems like although they're woke on the government, they're not really woke on aliens, and it seems Christians are the only ones who will bother defying these enlightened aliens who have come to supposedly save the human race.
Yeah, it's gonna.
No, I
in my opinion, it's
disagree.
gonna get crazy. It's gonna sci-fi. It's gonna happen.
I think most Christians would go right along with it. They've been so kind of prepared for what's coming, but they're prepared for the wrong thing. Like most Christians are waiting on the Messiah, right? They're literally waiting on Jesus to come back, right?
Yeah.
And these false doctrines that are in the Christian church, they would, halfway accept these so-called aliens, right, and the Antichrist because they're waiting on, the Messiah, and we're told that we're going to see the anti-Messiah first.
Yeah, and he says when they say, come look this way, we found him, do not listen to them. You don't have to go find him anywhere. When Yeshua comes back for real, the whole world sees them. So that's like the telltale card. But again, since the fake comes first and people want to see to believe, many will just go see then believe, as opposed to knowing. You know, when they say, come over here, we found him, people will go, as opposed to knowing we're not supposed to, because if it was really the Messiah, we'd see him all over the earth at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, and it says, be not deceived, for before that day must come a great falling away first. So the modern church, you know, it has fallen away and is apostate and will worship the Antichrist, and the pastor will take the mark, and they all believe false doctrine. Sun worship days, tax exempt. You're supposed to give your tithing to the less fortunate, the widows and the orphans, not some dude to get a McLaren. You know, like most of the modern church is far, far from the truth. And, well, the Torah got thrown out, so the law doesn't mean anything. Oh, wait, never mind. Let's flip back to the Torah so we can get the tithe money. That's the only part of the law that does still count. It's like they've fallen for some very, very rudimentary tricks. And I don't know. I mean, I think he's calling people out, and the people that don't come out and swallow their pride and realize they were wrong and got tricked into tradition and religion, those will be the ones that fall with all the rest of the world. They'll just go worship this new figure, and they may believe that it's Jesus. He may call himself Jesus. It would be perfect for him to call himself Jesus, because that's how you get the Christians. You get everyone else too, and that wasn't his real name. You know, so he won't call himself Yeshua or Yehoshua. Like, he'll call himself Jesus if it's any of them. But
Yeah, there's actually this commercial that UNICEF made where it's like it has this kid who basically looks like an alien. He has green skin, like weird eyes and stuff like that. And like he goes to this school, right? And then it starts out with all the kids hating him. Then he starts doing all these miracles and telekinesis and stuff. And all of a sudden the kids love him and he becomes their leader. And I think it'll be like that, like something related to the devil or fallen angels will be here, and like they'll perform miracles. The Antichrist, he'll rain fire from the sky or something like that, and he will. People will follow him because he'll do all these miracles. They'll see and be able to believe, and it'll shatter their materialistic, nihilistic paradigms that they've had up to that point. That's really all it takes for most people.
Yeah,
Oh, dude, I just
that's why they
saw a movie.
sold that.
I just saw a movie like not that long ago. I think it's still in theaters, but I saw it bootlegged on Solar Movie. I forgot what it's fucking called, but literally it's about that, dude. It's about like the witch. There's like this witch from the 1800s, and they burn her at the stake, and they even like fucking nail the face of the Mary. Like they get like a mask of Mary, you know, like Mary, the mother of Jesus, and they fucking nail it to her face, and they burn her at the stake. And they like put her, like, it's a movie, dude, so don't take it serious. But like, I find it interesting what they talked about. They put the soul, like, I guess they put the soul of that fucking witch in a doll, and they put like an impossible date on the doll. That's like, in those times, I guess an impossible date meant like, don't fuck with this, it's bad luck, you know, don't open it, whatever. Well, someone fucking broke the charm on it, so like the fucking ghost or the fucking soul came out, and the witch started talking to a girl that was deaf, and she was able to talk after like she went into this like this deaf girl, right? And this deaf girl started doing miracles, and she thought it was and she identified the soul, or the ghost identified herself as the Virgin Mary. So this girl started like bringing the church involved. They started like bringing the Roman Catholic Church involved. They were gonna label this location where the girl was like a fucking miracle place, because like she was healing people, she was letting them walk. But it turned out that it was a fucking demon at the end, dude. Like, it's just interesting that you're talking about this, you know? Yeah, because it's like, I just saw a movie like that.
It even says, but just because they do miracles, don't be fooled. You know, like that they can. So that tells you that they can, like, that miracles can be done. Also, one of the texts that were removed, it says that the Antichrist takes credit for moving the sun, like the movement of the sun changing, like moving the sun. And then, yeah, in the scripture it says he'll bring fire down. So, like, if you're nihilistic, you know, and you're like, there is no God, I'd have to see him to believe him. When they start to see stuff like this, like, they're going to automatically believe it, right? Because they're emptied out. I think that's why they emptied everyone out.
What they'll be even more willing to accept is the idea that they can also do the exact same things as the Antichrist, because they'll believe that they can be God, because it feels great to believe that.
I like how you said that. What's it that they emptied us out or people out? Because if you think about it, it's easier to fill up an empty cup than a full cup, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it
So
is.
doesn't it say the Antichrist is going to be given the ability to do like miracles in the sky or signs in the heavens?
Yeah. Yep. And dude, and if you look at that thing that predicted the 3 world wars, the third one is Zionism and Islam effectively, and they get the Zionist Christians to support it, and it's an epic war of all wars. And then after that, atheism and Christianity is done away with, and Luciferianism will be brought out into the open. Well, Christianity, the literal term, it's from the Roman Catholic Church, of course, Catholic meaning universal. But so like technically Christianity is actually created by the Romans. And so they'll do away with atheism and Christianity. They consider them both to be very dumb ideologies within Freemasonry. Like you can't be an atheist and be a Mason, you know. But they sent those out so they could disintegrate them because the Christians were like, oh, the Bible can't be real because Israel got destroyed, even though the scriptures actually say that it will. But that's the doctrine of Christianity. And then atheists will no longer believe that because they'll see these metaphysical things when the Luciferianism is brought out. So it's interesting how they look at it. Like Christianity and atheism will be done away with, and Luciferianism will be brought out to replace it. So when you start to piece it all together, it's like, wow, it makes perfect sense, like that the war happens and then this thing comes and does wonders, and they believe that it's the deity. So I don't know. It's really wild. I mean, they predicted the first 2 wars to a T, and this is actually in a Britain museum. So like, when people act like that letter's just a conspiracy theory, okay, bro, like it's in a British museum.
Yeah, it's the letter, Albert Pike's letter. Is that his name?
I can't remember if he's who wrote it. Yeah, I think so. That guy's a psycho.
Like when you think about it, atheism is just an initiation into Luciferianism through, humanistic beliefs. Atheism is kind of Luciferianism. Do as thou wilt.
Effectively, in a way. Yeah, exactly. Do as thou wilt, like you're a god. It just doesn't have as much metaphysical power as Luciferianism because they acknowledge that there's a spirit. And atheism, there's no such thing as a real atheist, though, because like no one would ever claim they know for a fact that there's no creator. So they're just agnostic. But just like indifference and nihilism and apathy is very easy to. That's why they gave slaves like fluoride. They were docile. They were easier to control. Like when you just walk around like empty zombie nihilist, when they bring you some metaphysical truth, they can fill you up, bro. Like they just emptied everyone out. And most of the quote unquote Christians today are empty too. They just go to the building for looks and wear a suit. So they think they're really. I mean, you got to give it to them though. They're pretty smart. I mean, they're psychos, but they are planning this out pretty detailed in advance. Like they really guided the behavior of people pretty well.
Yeah, but you can't give them too much credit because their window is short, very short. And it's even going to be possible for some of us to survive. So they don't have ultimate authority. They don't control everything.
Oh yeah, some of us survive and even like bring damage to them, and we start to see that's the whole thing. Like we have the Seal of Yah, and we start getting some of these metaphysical powers to defend women and children against them, fight them off, whatever he wants us to do, particularly calls us to do. So these other people will fall for the metaphysical trick from these entities, but really it'll be a trap to get them. And then we'll start to grow in metaphysical abilities just for survivability. The scriptures tells a crazy story as to what happens, and we're watching it happen. And so if we're literally watching it happen, we should see what else it says happens, and it gets crazy. It gets really crazy. But yeah, if you're right with Yah, then you're good. And if they do get you, it's because there's a purpose for it, and you actually get a crown. You get like a crown for it. So that's what it comes down to. Can you take your crown, bro? Like, are you willing to lose your head for a crown in a life after this, That's just too heavy for some people, but once you realize how real it is and you start to grow with the Father, it's not that crazy at all. It's like an honor. I'll stop preaching. Like people were tripping them out in front of Washington D.C. flat smacking. I'm like, dude, they can't touch me, bro. You know.
I heard the sun's
Dude,
gonna go out for 3 days.
Dude, when I was watching you on the live stream, man, I was just like, I was itching for some like NASA freak to like try to debate you. I was itching for it. I was like, come on, man, there's got to be one of the motherfuckers in DC, you know? But nope, nobody fucking really stood up. If anything, you got that girl. The last live stream I saw of you was like a girl stood there for a while asking some decent questions, man, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that happens more than anyone challenging for sure. Because people, it's different than on Discord. You know, it's like
You want my
they're
advice?
there in real life.
If you want to be challenged, take my advice. Look, don't preach everything about the globe like you did, because that scares people. Like you're already spouting out shit that they don't know. So you just go on there with go like fucking newbie flat earth guy. Oh, the earth is flat. Anybody want to discuss it? Just like keep it so fucking like low key that you know shit, just to get people enticed. Because I'm telling you, bro, like if you want people to engage you, that's the way you have to do it. Because dude, the way you were hitting that shit, like nobody's gonna want to talk to you, bro. You're fucking spouting shit that they don't even know.
Yeah,
Like
you gotta
that's
play dumb a
intimidating.
little bit.
That's true. But like, I guess in that scenario, like what you see is people walking by so much, or just coming, taking a picture, and leaving. But you're right. Like I should start it like that, and then try and keep where there's always at least some engagement. I think it's way better, more interactive, and then people feel more comfortable once one person comes up to me and asks a question. Then a bunch of people gather around and ask questions. So they just need someone else to do it. So that's not a bad idea at all. I just get like taken over. I see someone walking away laughing, and I'm like, "Are you about to get this work?" And you can enjoy your walk with your whole worldview shattered. You know, but yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. Like when people hear me talk about the second law, they don't want to come up and debate me on a mic.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're doing it wrong, dude. Like I think you're doing it great. I'm just saying like there's different approaches, you know, for different things. Like your approach was great. Like you got people to come in and talk to you because I saw that girl was asking you questions. You know, I'm not digging on you for the way you're doing it at all. I'm just saying like if you want people to engage like in a debate way, you got to kind of like play the dumb flat earther at first. Keep it straight up. You know?
Hustle them.
You reel them in, you lower your power level, and they think they can beat you. If you come off with it like balls out, they're going to be like, "Oh shit," you know what I mean? Act like you don't know as much.
Yeah, you got to be like on Dragon Ball Z, bro. When Trunks fucks up Frieza, like all the people at the scouters, like, oh, level 5.
Yeah, exactly. I feel you.
Yeah, don't show up power 9,000. Don't do that.
6 million, power 6 million. So when are you getting married, Jose?
Around October, probably, maybe November. We're not for sure on the date because, dude, right now COVID has everything fucked up for us, like especially in California. I'm trying to have my wedding somewhere in the Mojave Desert because that's where my whole family is. That's where her family is. So I'm up here in Sacramento, right? But I don't want my family to travel out here 5 hours for a wedding. So I'm gonna probably have it out there, you know, in the Mojave Desert somewhere. And I've been calling like hotels for reservations for like the room or like just places to get a place to rent. Dude, everyone's like, nope, it's closed or it's booked or it's just hard to get it. So I'm probably just gonna have like something smaller and just have it at my parents' house, man. But if it works out like that, I could pretty much plan it whenever I want, which will probably be end of October, early November. That's what we're going for.
That shit is over. I mean, I see it winding down. I don't see. Are they going to try and pull round 3 or round 4? Like
it is, dude.
What?
Dude, it's right. Look, where I live 30 minutes 30 minutes east of Sacramento, like towards Yuba City. That Sacramento's about 30 minutes away from me. Dude, where I live right now, like I walk outside, it's like 60% people no mask, 40% still wear masks. Every place I go to out here to buy anything, they don't even ask for a mask. So that means those 40% of people are just wearing it because they're just scared, probably still, or they're just following, you know.
Believe.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna go too deep in the conversation of the CV, but what I'm getting at is like I'm not lying to you. 60% of people out here, nobody's wearing fucking masks where I live. But I go down to where my parents live in the Mojave Desert out there in Palmdale, California. Dude, everyone is still wearing masks. Everybody has to wear a mask wherever you're at. It's fucking strict out there because it's LA County. It's fucking stupid.
You got a red pill.
Wait. Let me ask you, Jose. Is this a mask wedding? It's not a flat Earth wedding.
Hell yeah, dude! I'm gonna get a fucking big ass flat Earth cake.
How flat is the Mojave Desert? Is it flat as, you know what I mean? Is it flat as a salt flat?
Dude, Mojave's it's pretty it's not okay, it's weird. Like it's flat for a long time, but there's a lot of mountains. Like in the Mojave Desert where my parents live, like you look to the back, there's mountains, you look to the front, there's mountains. Like I noticed something really interesting. I'm only 5 hours away from them. So the time of light shouldn't be that much of a difference from my location to my parents. I've done like the timeanddate.com.
Have you measured the speed of light, Jose?
No. I'm talking about like how long the sun's supposed to be out in the day, right? So sunset and where my parents live should only differ for about 30 minutes from where I live now. But when I'm in Palmdale, like I literally went to visit there like not that long ago. It's the sunsets there around like 7:30, and where I live at like 8:45 or 9 o'clock, it's barely going down where you still see the sun, dude. Over here, like I've never been in a location where the sun stays out so long.
Is it
It's
west from where you are? Okay, yeah,
It's
same thing happens here in Texas. So
Uh-huh.
if you're out further west, you're in the same technically time zone, but instead of you being like near the east side where it gets dark early, you're at the west side where it gets dark a little later, even though you're still in the same time zone. Same thing with
Yeah.
East Texas and West Texas.
Yeah, it's such a trip though. But like what makes it worse in Mojave, where my parents live, is that they have mountains. The sun sets so fast because, dude, I'm not lying to you. The sun always hits a mountain that's right in front of our house, and like it gets dark super early. So like it's still bright out there, but it's like the sun's not directly. You're like in the shade of the mountain. So like and over here where I live right now, it's like no mountains, dude. Like you see.
Okay, I
the sun go
misunderstood.
all the
It's
way
the
to the
opposite here.
horizon.
It's
Yeah.
the opposite here because there's no mountains.
You know, up here, it's good. Like during this time of year, the solstice through the 4th of July, you get this almost midnight sun. If they didn't mess with the clocks, people would be like, dude, it's still light out and it's midnight. You know what I mean? Because I think that's what daylight savings time is about, to confuse us of what time of day it really is. When on the summer solstice, I was checking. I wanted to see if the sun was at high noon was directly south, and it wasn't. It was off by like 2 hours. The clock was reading noon, but it was off by 2 hours. I'm like, what? They're not giving us the right time of the day according to where the position of the sun is. It was off. You know what I mean? That seems weird, and I never thought to check it before. I only did it kind of by accident. Like, wait a minute, why is the sun not lined up directly south at high noon? It's off. And that was on the solstice. I don't know if they're purposely jacking with the hours, keep us off, to keep us a little bit off.
I don't know why they do it. It definitely doesn't add any time to the harvest time, right? Because you still got the same amount of time. It's just the clock is in a different place now, and the sundial's still in the same place.
And people use like John Deere harvesters and shit, right? They don't care. I mean, they're gonna, if there's daylight, even if they got to turn the headlights on, they're gonna harvest that corn no matter what. They're not gonna let that stop them.
Hey, that doesn't only happen in the northern hemisphere.
What's that?
Harvesting.
No. But I'm saying we get more hours of daylight. The further you go north, you would not think a place like Michigan, if you're seeing like a little bit of twilight at midnight, you're like, hey, that's
Hold the phone though. I mean, if you go into South America, where do you think we get a lot of fruit and vegetables and stuff from South America? So they have harvest times too. I mean, and it's based on the path of the sun.
You're talking about daylight savings? I was talking about
I'm not. Okay.
I was talking about the sun.
I'm talking about the sun as well.
Well, no, like the twilight hour. You get a long twilight this time of year. And Jose is saying it gets dark really abrupt. It gets dark abruptly down in Australia. Like as soon as the sun goes away, boom, it's dark.
But Central America, man, it takes forever for the sun to go down here in the summertime.
But you know what's funny, Helio? I told you this before, but my friend that lives in Florida, the sun set an hour before it set for me, and we're in the same time zone. I'm just further north than him. But I had
but you're also landlocked like me. You know, I mean, you're in Detroit. I'm in friggin' Fayetteville. So it's like, now when I watch the sunset here, it travels northwest, but shit, I mean, this time of year, it takes forever for that damn sun to just finally just disappear.
Well, let's
I mean,
compare.
it's like friggin' almost 9 o'clock at this time of year. It's almost 9 o'clock before that sun.
Oh, it goes beyond that.
Yeah,
It goes beyond that.
it's like
Even
it
with
just
the,
it just slowly dissipates. So
I think actually the 4th of July is a little bit longer twilight hour than the solstice. It's pretty close, but it seems it goes a little longer. It just depends. I think they're chemtrailing us too because
dude, we had some storms today. I mean, thunder, like boom, bushing rainstorms or whatever. I was like, holy shit, it's raining like crazy. And I looked outside and the sun was still shining. I was like, holy shit. We have
do you get a lot of
thunderstorm. We have
tornadoes?
thunderstorms with the sun still shining.
Hey, Leo, do you get a lot of tornadoes through that area, through Arkansas?
Yeah. Are you serious? You don't know that Arkansas gets a lot of tornadoes?
Not so much as Kansas, because you got like hills and shit.
No. Yeah, Arkansas gets a shitload of tornadoes.
Well, it depends what part. There's like the part by Texas, the
Well,
Arco-Tex.
yeah,
and then there's the part.
northwest where I live, there's not a lot of tornadoes. I used to live in central Arkansas.
Yeah, where
and
they got mountains.
holy shit. That is Tornado Valley.
Isn't the more mountainous part? They don't really get tornadoes where they
No,
got
not where I live. No, not in Fayetteville right now where I live.
So you're by
but I grew up. I
Texarkana.
grew up in Tornado Valley, and yeah, I've seen some crazy shit.
I've been through there. I was through Broken Bow, Oklahoma, and it's right by Arkansas and Texas. And
yeah, parts of Tennessee, Alabama, northeastern Louisiana, up through central Arkansas. That's Tornado Valley. And yeah, and that's where I lived, in central Arkansas. That's where I grew up. And so, yes, there is shitloads of tornadoes through there. I mean, it's like, it's insane. It's like, hold the phone. I think I'm about to die. That's the kind of.
There's something about a tornado that's similar to the Hutchinson effect. They're saying like, you know how things get like a piece of straw will go through a tree. They're saying that how John Hutchinson.
Sure, yeah, I've seen some weird stuff with tornadoes here. Yeah,
right, and it's like it's something different than just the wind speed that's putting the straw through the tree. It's like the Hutchinson effect where you'd find a piece of wood embedded in a type of like a solid block.
Well, it's like I lived in a trailer, right, and we had a tornado come. I actually left my house because I knew this tornado was coming. So we left our house, me and my family, went to Walmart, and actually hid out in the freezer at Walmart, whatever. When we got back home, the tornado had stripped all of the, what do they call it? The shit under your trailer. The shit under your trailer. Yeah, the skirting from the trailer. It was laying all over the yard. This one street over, it had taken a tree up and smashed it into another places, and that killed somebody. And then right down the street from there, it just took that whole freaking. Yeah, it was crazy, man. So yeah, I've experienced tornadoes. So as a matter of fact, I was like, the reason we left the house is my wife was like, we need to get the fuck out of here because tornado's coming. I was like, Because I've lived in Central Arkansas so long, I was like, it might hit us, might not. She's like, no, I just have a bad feeling, that it's gonna be. Because she grew up here too, so I was like, all right, fuck it, let's go. And
You need
so
a
we
storm
left.
cellar.
Dude,
Like a
I'm
storm cellar?
I'm talking about 100 fucking yards behind me. And that was one tornado. Another tornado freaking took down this huge pin oak that was in our yard too. So it's like, yeah. So tornadoes they don't fuck around, man. So yeah, I lived in Tornado Valley.
You know what doesn't fuck around no more is Facebook, bro. Before, like, you would talk about like a certain product and they like advertise it within a couple days. Those fuckers ain't fucking around. I was just talking about getting married. I already got like 5 advertisements for wedding rings.
Oh, don't buy a diamond though. Skip the diamonds.
Wait, are you shopping online for diamond rings?
No, but the
Yeah, I'm getting all
diamonds
these ads on Facebook right now about diamond rings. I was like, what the fuck? I literally just mentioned it like a couple minutes ago.
Anything but a diamond, Jose. The small hats own the diamond industry. You don't want to give them any money.
Oh yeah. Facebook don't fuck. Oh my goodness, that's funny. But yeah. I wouldn't even know where to shop for a diamond ring, but I don't think.
See, but who do you think put that
Dude,
to us, dude? You gotta buy a diamond, Goyam, and they own the fucking diamond industry.
Well, I mean, they say here's what they say: if you're going to
I love
ask
that
a woman
movie.
to marry you, you have to have at least you're going to buy a diamond ring that's at least a third of your annual salary, right? This is what they say.
What's that movie with fucking Leonardo DiCaprio? Blood Diamond. Have you guys seen that shit?
Oh
No.
yeah, I've seen it.
Dude, that's a
You
good
haven't
ass
seen
movie,
it?
man.
Oh yeah, it's a good movie.
Blood Diamond. It's pretty good, man.
They're all blood diamonds, dude.
Yeah,
The synagogue of Satan runs the diamond in. They
Dude,
all have
yeah.
blood on them.
If you really see, they just stock these diamonds up, and it's the same way with gold. And anyway, all currency or anything that's valuable, these fuckers just hoard them and just make fucking
It's the same with cell phones, bro. Not just diamonds. Cell phones have certain parts, certain metals that are mined in Africa or these like third world countries where they got all these fucking slaves practically. Not slaves, but I would consider them slaves. They're working for
Sure.
nothing.
I mean,
to, like, mine them.
do you think these cell phones are worth $800 a piece? I mean, come on, man. Do
Well,
you
the
think there would be
diamonds-
so many if there were
It's a
$800?
It's a cornered market. It's a monopoly for the diamond industry. There's only one. There's no competition. It's not like you have two groups competing. It's one monopoly.
Sure. Yes, of course. But I won't mention where it comes from because that's you might have to start talking
What,
about
diamonds?
De
They
Beers.
come from Africa?
De Beers.
Yeah, well, De Beers is the diamonds, but yeah, I'll say De Beers. De Beers.
Yeah.
I was
De Beers.
talking about the cell
I like to
phone.
say the vodkas.
See,
I didn't
now
say
if
it.
everybody tried to normalize not buying a diamond for their wedding, guess who it would hurt? The people that
Do you know?
fuck
You know
us
what?
over.
Wedding marriage is a legal contract. So
Well, the engagement ring. The engagement ring is
I
diamond.
promised to God I will never enter into that legal contract ever again in my life. I promise to God. So, and all you hot women out there, if you want to hook up with me, we ain't getting married. We're just
Oh, I got some.
never
What if
entering
she's rich?
into that legal
What if she's rich,
contract.
Hilo? What if she's rich?
Well, if she's, we can sign. We can actually sign a legal contract. like with her lawyer, and she's like, "Hey, I want you to be with me, and I'm going to give you all my money, and we can sign a legal contract, but it won't be marriage. It'll be like an agreement." And I'll be like, "Fuck yeah."
Fuck that. She can keep her money too.
Yeah, sure. Well, she can't keep her monies when she's dead, you know. But if we
Yeah,
can have
you
a
better
good
not
time,
you better not get married, Helio, because then I don't want to lose 24/7 live stream because of a divorce.
no, I'm never getting married, so don't worry about that.
He's married to the live
Smart
stream.
man.
Well, I'm married to the truth. So, you know, I figured out that if it would benefit me to get married again, maybe I might. I don't like the idea of marriage anymore. I've been married twice, and I just really don't think I should ever do
Well,
it again.
picture this, Helio. You come home, your dinner's made. She gets you a lunch. When you get ready to go to work, you got your lunch ready. It's like,
I don't make enough money for that. There ain't no bitch ain't gonna do that shit for me. I don't make enough money.
well, maybe she'll have her own income.
That's what I'm saying. We don't have to get married.
True.
Like
yeah.
I'll be a
It's-
freaking whatever.
I
It
wouldn't
doesn't-
advise getting married because then you got a divorce problem.
Yeah,
You know
I'm
what I
not
mean?
gonna
So
do it. I'm not gonna do it ever again. I've done it twice. I'm not gonna do it ever
twice? Okay, yeah.
I
That's
learned
enough.
my lesson.
Good for you. Yes. I've done it 0 times and I'm still nervous. I would be like, oh man.
I mean, if you really think that you met the love of your life and you're never going to, you know, whatever, fine, you have your children, whatever, and you leave all that shit, you know, your history of your relationship and all that kind of shit, all of that could work out for you, but that's not my case. I'm just saying.
I hope it's not your first girlfriend either.
Well, that's another story. We're not. I mean, then you're going to be like, if you didn't get married, you're still going to be paying child support if you don't want to be with her. You know what I mean? So you're a man that didn't marry this woman that you knocked up, and you got child support, but you might have a great kid, right? So it's kind of, you know, well, it's like me with my first marriage. I have a great kid. He's fucking awesome. And we had you know, problems when he was a teenager and everything, you know, because I got another relationship, whatever. There was all kinds of fucked up shit. But now me and him, as far as I know, we're cool. He might resent some of the shit that I pulled when he was a teenager or whatever, all that kind of shit. But for the most part, I mean, I can message him, he messages me back, whatever, and he's doing pretty well. Yeah, I have a really cool son from my first marriage.
That's good,
And
man.
I don't ever
yesterday?
talk to his mother, but I talk to him. So.
Well, that's
The wedding
good.
I did yesterday, where the couple was together since 8th grade.
That's a good thing if you could last that long.
Dude, there was a portion of time where I thought I lost my relationship with my son, and that shit broke my heart, man. And we worked that shit out. And so yeah, I'm really glad.
That's like my brother. My brother had my nephew. You know, my nephew's mom to work, right? And she can't get along with anybody, right? But my nephew's great, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, you get that out of something that's really messed up situation.
Dude, I was so there were so many. I'm not even going to describe it. Never mind. Me and my son are good now.
Is he the drummer? You just have one son, right?
Yeah, he's my only child.
You know what? You should come and rock in the band. Helio on vocals, your son on the drums. Like you could play guitar and vocals, and have your son be like the drummer. You sing better than that one kid. That kid, his lyrics. I'm like, are you? I mean, your son was probably the best one in the band. His drums were good. Guitar was
He's
okay.
fucking dude. Last time I actually was playing it with him one night, playing guitar, and I'm not the greatest guitar player, but then I was watching him and I was like, what the hell are you doing? and then like a year later, I'm watching him play and I'm like, oh, you figured it out, you know? Because I've been playing in bands for a long time. And so when you have a good drummer, you know, like if you're a guitarist or a bass player or whatever, you know, a rhythmist or whatever, I've been playing in bands for a long time. This kid, man, first time I ever played with him, I was trying to play with him on guitar, and I was like, "Nah, you're not hitting it, man. You're not hitting it." But that was really kind of it was really when
he's throwing you
first
off.
got started. I was like, I've been playing, you know, and I'd been playing for like 10 years. And I was like, no, yeah, you did it. Dude, when I saw him 2 years later doing this shit that I sent you, I was like, oh, I get it. Yeah. It was like, you don't, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, people listen to me or whatever. Or it was like, he wasn't trying to play drums. He was trying to be the drums, you know? And so, yeah. He's a badass as far as that goes. And so I didn't really understand what he was trying to do the first time I tried to play with him. I don't think it would really work out if I actually tried to play music with him.
What are you saying? His style? He's got a different style.
Yeah, he's got a different style. Maybe we could, if you know, but
Can't he do
I think he
covers?
connects. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, no, he doesn't cover. What he does, he connects with his friends. So they're writers, and so they connect together. And this is what happens, you know, when you watch that. That's how they connect. And that was kind of the same way it worked for me when I was writing music when I was his age, and you know, even into my 20s and stuff. So
Almost every startup band does a few cover songs they like because that's why they got into music. They like the stuff they're listening to. So
well,
they'll do
it's like you kind of want to say, I have my own spirit, my own thing, but of course you're inspired by your favorite. Like shit, I was inspired by Metallica and freaking Soundgarden.
That's what
You
I'm
know,
saying. So
yeah.
you would try and replicate, like, let me see if I could play that Metallica song. I think I could play it.
Well, I mean, now I can replicate some of their songs, but as far as like original music, you're going to when you're young, you're going to want to, you're inspired by them, so you want to create a song that is, I don't know if you think you want it to be similar. It's just you're inspired, so you're just like, oh, this is badass, and this is what I'm inspired by. You know, Pantera, This is what I was, with
It's
Pantera,
like Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, all that kind of shit.
He took Albert King style. If you hear Albert King play and you hear Stevie Ray Vaughan, they have a very similar style.
Yeah, sure, of course. Hey, did you listen to my I don't think you have, Ron. Check this
What
out.
that kid? I heard you. I did listen to you go on his Twitch.
No, that was my son. I know you watched my son play drums.
Oh yeah, I did. I
All right,
wasn't
cool.
impressed with the kid with the vocals. I didn't think he. I don't think they have.
I saw that. That's cool. Yeah, of course he's like. Anyway, I'm, screamo is fucking, whatever it is. But hey,
I think because Helio has the professional voice. That kid's just a kid screaming in the mic. There's no like reason he should be the lead singer. I mean, it's
let me ask you this: have you heard? Hold on. Fuck it. I'm so slow right now because I'm tired. I'm supposed to work in about 6 hours. Hey, by the way, it's just me and Ron talking. Is anyone pissed off because I'm talking right now? Okay, I'm going to take that as a no.
Asleep, dude. It's like 2:30. Helio, it's 2:30 in the morning. I think they might have fallen asleep.
Well, it's 2:30 for you. It's 1:30 for me. Anyway, so
that's still pretty damn late, dude.
Yeah, but I usually only sleep. I only
sleep
sleep about 4 hours at a time anyway, so I'm good.
But I've been getting up early, like 6 o'clock, so I don't normally stay up so late.
Really,
Yeah, I've been getting up early for the last 6 months.
Cool. So, shit. Now I can't even remember what I was sure. Hold on. Is it? I have several karaoke's that I've done online.
Let's go in another chat, Helio, and then these guys could have the chat. They could do the live stream. That way,
Do you think anyone's gonna talk besides me?
I don't even know. Is anybody still awake?
I don't give a shit if they do either.
I think they fell asleep. I've done it. I've done it before. I've just
I actually want to play this on the live stream.
Is it music? You got your guitar?
No, I want to play the YouTube video.
You know who's really good on the guitar is Yoshi. Remember Yoshi, Dr. One Up? He can jam out on a guitar. He's really talented.
No, it's vocals, man. It's me singing.
Oh, you're singing vocals. I heard your song. I heard your songs you did.
Which one? Which one?
The one about Flat Earth. You did 2 about Flat Earth. Like
I made 3 about.
Well, I heard 2 of them. I don't know the third. What was the third one?
Which one are you talking
about? Do you believe what the one?
You don't even know any of them. Check it out. Hold on. Let me.
It's 2:30 in the morning, and I can't recall. Like it was like a song.
It's like both of us are tired. Hold on. Let me play one.
Yeah.
And we'll let it go, and then I'm gonna go sleep.
I remember hearing it, but I can't recall what it was. A cover. It was like a cover of another song that you changed the lyrics.
Yeah, that's called a parody. Have you ever heard of a parody, Ron?
Yeah, you did your Weird Al, like Weird Al Yankovic does parodies. I know.
Ron, I fucking love you, man. That's why I fucking love you, because you're so fucking sick. Hold on, let me. Oh my.
So the first one, I can't think of the I can't think of it. But obviously, you know, I heard it.
I know. Well, I have several. Hold on. God.
It's like you were singing in a falsetto, like a soprano. You're it wasn't your normal voice. You were like tiptoeing through the song. I can't think of the friggin' song though.
Hold on. Here we go.
It was like a bubblegum song from the
Which
60s.
one? Do you want to hear like the parody of Queensryche, Ozzy Osbourne? How's the other guy's name? We'll be taking your glow from you. What the fuck is that guy?
You did like a 60s bubblegum song. It was like
Well,
a
I did that one, yeah, but I don't want to play that one.
That one was
Anyway.
gay. I'll be honest, that was kind of gay.
Well, dude, are you fucking serious? I did that on purpose.
You did it on purpose.
It's for a purpose.
Oh, you mean like the cheesy bubblegum song?
Yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, do you think that I wouldn't put something out on purpose? Anyway, let's do this one.
I just thought you could put lyrics to it and you liked the way the lyrics were, so you just ran with the melody.
No, you think it was just like, oh, this was easy to put lyrics over.
No, I thought you probably heard the song and you started putting lyrics to it and said, aha,
no,
I'll go with this.
Because actually, before I actually created that, I actually thought about it for a very long time, and it took me a while to write the lyrics. But anyway, you're talking about "I'm a Believer." I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried.
Yes.
Yeah, that was very purposeful, and so if you think
Now I saw the glow.
did that, if you think I did that willy nilly,
no, bullshit. I think you put the lyrics. You had the lyric, and you said, "Aha." You that's kind of like me when it's okay to
I
be
thought
good.
flat Earth was only true in fairy tales. See,
that was part of the lyric was something about fairy tales.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Yes. I didn't just come up with that shit willy nilly.
No, but you used half of their lyrics, is what I'm saying. You still kept half of their shit.
What do you think a parody is?
I know. I'm just
All
saying.
Right, cool. Are you ready to listen to a parody?
Like I heard the Eye of the Tiger, and I'm like, the Eye of the Goyim.
My bad. Hold on.
I started doing my own parody to Eye of the Tiger. Dun, 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 dun. And I started changing up the lyrics. I'm like,
I didn't write the lyrics to this one, but I did write the lyrics to that Monkeys cover, but I didn't write the lyrics to this one, but
the Monkeys is like a 60s bubblegum band. That's what I meant. It's a cheesy song.
I know that. That's why it's so good, right? I mean, come on, man. Give me a little credit.
The lyrics are good. I like it. It was creative.
I wrote the lyrics to that one, but I didn't write the lyrics to this one.
And you know what? It's catchy too. It's a catchy tune, so it'll stick in your head. You won't get it out of your head. You'll be hearing that song all day. What are those things? Do you ever walk through the weeds and you get those picker things in you?
Hopefully everything's working. If not, let me know so in the chat. I'm gonna play some
Holy
music.
Shit, that's the wrong.
To let everyone know.
Give time
for people to kind of fill up the room.
Hopefully everything's working. If not, let me
if you can go ahead and share.
Play some music.
Share the stream because we're about to.
Jesus.
Everyone. Give time for people to kind of fill up the room.
Hey, I apologize, everyone.
If you can, go ahead and share
share the stream because we're about to make it happen.
This sounds like Miggy. No, not Miggy. This sounds.
No, that was our show. I mean,
Oh yeah.
but I had the. Stop! It's over. Hold on.
I meant to say MIDI, like MIDI THC, like his song that he did.
Yeah, that he made the intro to our
Whatever
former
happened to
show.
him? MIDI THC.
Dude, I guarantee when we get our show back up again, he'll show back up.
Maybe he's locked down with the COVID stuff. New York.
I mean, he's in Brooklyn. He's in Brooklyn after all.
He's in the beast, man. He's in the belly of the beast. I feel bad, man. I feel bad. He's got to live in that crazy city.
No, I'm not saying that the reason we haven't heard from him is what the entire fuck is going on.
Mayor de Blasio.
Fuck. I have so many windows open. I just have no idea where this audio.
Can't find the right window.
It's gonna be a new stream, guys. It's a new concept, new idea that I'm coming up with.
Damn, I don't know what we could do a show about. There's like a lot of random shit that we have to catch up.
Pull up. Let's see. Freaking window.
I know one way I can fix it. Fix that.
I haven't seen Bong in a while. I don't know if he's been MIA or whatever. I seen him maybe 3 weeks ago. He was in here. Some of the people from the old server, I don't see them so much. They kind of everybody's gone their own way.
Bong.
Bong. Yeah, Bong used to be on almost every night. Remember, he'd be on late, and he came on the show like when you fell asleep. He came on because he's from Australia. He's in a way different time zone. You fell asleep,
right?
And I was still on Russian vids. I'm like, and then when Russian vids kicked off, I stayed on for like another bit, maybe a half hour with Bong, and we talked about this.
Shit, that bit we had with Russian vids, shit went for like 7-8 hours.
I know,
I was
dude.
like way gone. I was like, "Hey, Ron, can you take over?" You're like, "Okay, yeah, I'll talk to Russian vids for 2 hours." And then Bong's in Australia, and he's like, "Okay, I'll talk."
I'm surprised you don't like. I thought you'd be up forever. Like you never sleep.
What the fuck? Do you think I'm fucking Magic Man or something?
Kind of,
I
yeah.
do have to sleep. I do have to sleep sometimes.
I'll come back in the morning and you're still on. I'm like, wait, he's still on? He didn't sleep? What?
It's usually on the weekend, though.
Right. But it's like you go like 24 hours, man.
Well, that's like, I'm supposed to be at work at 7 a.m. Today.
I know, dude. You got to get some sleep, man. Me too. It's like, it's almost, it's 2:40 right now.
But hey, check this out. I found the link that I was looking for. Hey,
Okay.
Ron, have you heard this before? Hold on. You probably have. Maybe you haven't. Link. Yeah. So many freaking links. I have so many windows open. Let's see. Wouldn't be that. So we have this. Oh, which is the link. Okay, cool. Hit this, hit copy here. And this is the video I was trying to play a few minutes ago. Oh my god, this doesn't play. Not playing, is it? Oh, wait. Try it again. Oh, I have. Oh, my bad. A caps lock. All right, check it out. I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax viewed of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears, no motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world, promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies, as I explain to you the lies that you do not see.
If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to the truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be had, lost in the illusion, using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
That took a lot of talent to put that together, like the vocals on there. You should do a song like a duet with Amber Plaster. You know that song she did that I just posted? She sounds like Adele. Like, I think your voice, your style would complement Amber Plaster. If you could find a song that you could both like work it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
She's got an amazing voice. Like, I would put hers like, I mean, your voice is good, but hers is like
No, mine's better. I'm just saying.
Dude, I'd say like her voice. I think she sings better than Adele, dude. Like, not that I like Adele, but I'm like, damn, this girl's got a voice.
Oh yeah, Amber Plaster's great. Yeah. But yeah, I mean that was just me doing
you did
you know
good, man. You got
a
good
rendition of a I'm a huge fan of Jeff Tate, so
I thought you did a great job, man. It's not easy to do that. Anyone who thinks it's easy, go try it. You'll say, and you're gonna listen and say, "Oh shit!" Like when you sing in the shower, you think you're a
shit.
fucking
Well, when
superstar.
I listen back to it now, even though I like to listen to it, I think it's good, but it's like I'm trying to think of what listening, if Jeff Tate listened to it, I'd be like, what the fuck do you think Jeff Tate's gonna think of it?
Like, I think I could have sang that part a little bit cleaner. Or I could have kicked it up.
Oh, sure. I mean, I still do that, with that, and with them, and I could do it better, also, in different parts, but for the most part, I think it turned out pretty good.
You did a good cut, man. You did that all in one take.
I think it was maybe a couple takes. Yeah. For
Well, I
the
mean,
most
it's not
part, it was right. Yeah, I mean, I cut it and mixed it, but yeah, it really didn't take me very long to actually mix that up. It's really easy to grab a karaoke track and sing over it. For me, it is. I'm not saying it's easy for everyone, but for me, it is.
It's not as easy as people think. That's what I'm saying.
Because most people aren't singers.
Right.
I am a singer. I always have been. So it's just like, hey, grab a karaoke track, sing over it, throw it up on YouTube, and there you go. I can sing. I mean, it's just like I can just sing. I mean, it's it's always been my thing. I can sing. So whatever. It's not. And I exploit it in the way that I can, but at the same time, I don't I don't exploit it to make. I don't fucking know. I mean, if I was, I guess if I was that good at it, I would already be a fucking rock star or whatever.
You could if you just sell out. You got to sell your soul.
Nah, you gotta sell your soul to the
There's
devil and
people
all
with
that
half
shit.
your talent.
Sell your soul for rock and roll.
They'll come to you, Helio. We'll give you all the good beer you can drink. Don't drink that swill. We're gonna give you that. We're gonna give you no more swill. We're gonna give you a brand new house, brand new car. All you got to do is sell your soul.
No, sure. I mean, but at the end of the day, I mean, it really comes down to. I mean, I've written original music, and you guys can go listen to whatever. Why are we talking about me now? Whatever.
No, we're just talking about music. That's all.
No, but that song. I mean, I love Jeff Tate. I love his. That song is so freaking awesome. But Aramiston wrote the lyrics. You know, the parody lyrics to that one.
Who
the
did?
Lies, Aramiston. The lies that we do not see.
I'm good at writing lyrics. I just don't know what to say.
Yeah, write some parodies, man. Freaking send them to me, man. I'll fucking do it.
I make them up in my head. If
I mean, you're in fucking Detroit. I mean, write some Kiss parodies. I'll freaking sing some freaking
Detroit Rock City.
Hell yeah! I'll sing some fucking Kiss parodies,
Detroit,
man.
Flat City. Everybody's gonna lose their mind.
Anyway, yeah, that one came from Queensrÿche. They're from Seattle.
Dude, I will. I think I could write a parody of Detroit Rock City and make it a Flat Earth song. I could do that.
Yeah, man, send me some lyrics. I'm not sure what happened with Aramiston. He actually wrote those lyrics for that song and a couple of others that I've done. Wait, have you heard this one? Holy shit, Ron. I'm not sure if you've. This is really funny. You're gonna if you haven't heard this yet.
And at nighttime, I'm not real creative. My brain's like asleep. But in the morning, when I'm half asleep, I come up with good ideas.
Well, I know you heard the "I'm a Believer" thing, right? But
yeah,
there's another one. There's another one that that Aramiston wrote. Oh, here it is.
You got to hear Building the Realm freestyles, and he can make some shit up right off the top of his head. He'll just hear the track and start rapping.
You're gonna love this one, man. Check this out. I know you're already laughing.
Oh, no, this is gay, dude. This is the
I know, but check it out. It's so fucking hilarious.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever slow birth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
Oh, I just came up with a parody. That line, I just something popped in my head.
What do you think about that, Ron? I mean, I want to hear you.
I thought you did. I thought
Fucking
you put some
hilarious.
good lyrics were good. I thought it was good. I was
Well,
gonna.
that's what wasn't my lyrics. That was a Rama stunt.
No, well, your
Rama
vocals were
stunt.
good. I was gonna
That's
suggest that song, "Never Gonna Give You Up," make a parody because that song's
dude.
a classic troll song. You know how you Rick roll someone, you could do a clickbait video and you could
On
heal
that point, there was this freaking Facebook. It wasn't Facebook. It was like an app that just came out, and I have a Rick roll. You can put your face on people.
I seen that. You were Ivan Drago. I seen that.
Yeah, did you see it? Well, I have
seen
one. I have one for a Rickroll too. Well, I already put the
That's who that
Rickroll in
was.
it in the
Okay.
admin mods. Yeah, that's my face. That's a Rickroll.
I would like the
fucking
helio
hilarious.
roll. You could helio roll somebody.
Let me see if I get the Rickroll. Let me see if I
Can you
get
do
the
that
helio
falsetto?
roll.
He's got a high voice.
Dude, I've actually been in bars, done. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Nobody gonna run around and desert you.
Yeah.
Man, you think I can't motherfucking
You sound like
Rickroll
the Las
somebody?
Vegas version, yeah. And
Well,
now,
what? I mean, wait. Hold the phone, Ron. Do you think that I sound not like?
No. I think Rick has a falsetto and you have a helio alto.
Yeah,
alto.
no doubt. Yeah, Rick's voice sounds different than mine. Yeah, I love that song. I ain't gonna lie. I like.
You love the Rick Roll song?
No, I just love. But it's just like, who the fuck else besides him can sing that song? You know, it's like,
I think
never
you
gonna
can.
give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna love around and I mean, he wrote that shit. I mean, it's just like no, everyone remembers that shit, and it'd be like, oh, you're a punk. No, you ain't. Everybody
Wait a
loves
minute.
that fucking song.
Did he have
Don't
any?
be a punk ass bitch. I don't care if
Is
you
he?
like metal or pop, whatever. You love that song.
Is he a one-hit wonder? Because I don't know that he has another song.
I don't think so. You're no stranger to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
But that's the same song.
I know. I don't know if any of us.
He is a one-hit. You just proved my point. He is a one-hit wonder.
It was a good song though, man. Fucking A.
Might as well be a big one. If you're gonna be a one-hit wonder, make it a big one.
Fuck it, make it a good one.
He's got 100 million views on it, almost.
Dude, I saw a video from him the other day. He was playing guitar and singing, but it was oh shit, I can't remember what I was watching. It was him like playing guitar and singing some other song, but
Wait a minute.
Fucking remember,
dude.
what
He's
it
got
was.
he's got 961 million.
Dude, he's still playing music, but I mean, that is his
Almost
one-hit
a billion.
wonder.
He's got almost a billion views. My bad. I didn't think he had that many. 961
Rick
million.
Astley's freaking hot shit.
It's 11 years old. That video's been. It's older than that.
Yeah, Rick Astley's
But the
hot
video's
shit,
11
bro.
years.
Hey man,
That must have been there.
I mean, as much even back then we used to give him shit, but we all loved the song. So it's just like, how the fuck can you make a song that we all hate and love at the same time?
He did it.
So anyway, props to Rick Astley, man. That was a good song.
Yeah, I think I'll try and make something to that, but I don't know if I can because it's just too iconic to change the lyrics.
Nah, fuck it. Yeah, just leave it. Never gonna give you up.
I don't know if it can be made into something like a parody of Flat Earth.
I'm wondering if anybody can dance like that motherfucker either. You know what I'm saying? He's like got his own dance too. You know, he's got this little. Smooth.
Yeah, I won't comment on the dancing because it's a little bit.
It's like, he's got his own fucking style from lyrics to music to dancing. Well, he's got his own freaking style from front to back, man. Yeah, Rick Astley, shout out, bro.
961 million views. Could you imagine if you could get that many clicks on like a Flat Smack song? You get almost a billion views. You've covered the world. Means everybody's heard it. Just about everyone's heard it.
Yeah, man. But the video I'm talking about on his, I think it was on his YouTube channel or on his Facebook page. He just put a brand new video out where he was playing guitar, singing. What was the song he was singing? I think it was like Dio or something like that.
Oh, Mick Jagger. He put out a song with Flat Earth in it. Him and Dave Grohl. Remember that? They just put it out.
No, that was Mick Jagger and Dave
Mick
Grohl.
Jagger and Dave Grohl.
Yeah,
right.
no, but it wasn't Rick Astley.
No. I didn't say it was. I said Mick Jagger and Dave Grohl.
I saw that, but that's they weren't. Yeah.
He said
that was taking the piss out of Flat Earth.
Yeah, but still,
that's why I didn't promote it.
Let them keep pissing on and putting out truth. He said Bill Gates is in my bloodstream. It's mind control. The earth is flat and cold.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, "Hey, that's pretty cool to talk about Flat Earth." And then I really saw the whole video and shit. I was like,
he might be mocking us, but at least it's getting out there. Let him mock. He won't be laughing for long.
Sure, but I'm not going to promote it, So
no, don't promote his crap. We'll make our own. We'll make our own crap. I think the two most famous flat earthers, I think Amber Plaster and Helio, you guys should do a duet. I just don't know what song. She's
Famous
good.
flat earth. I'm not famous. I think
No,
the
you
most famous flat earther, let me think. It's either Kyrie Irving or Eddie Bravo.
no, well like
What
in the
about B.O.B.?
And B.O.B. Yeah, B.O.B. But it's just like none of those guys actually just say, hey, but they have. So, I mean, they've never rejected it, but they've never like fully promoted it like we do.
But I mean somebody in a song, like she specifically made a flat earth song. That's what I meant. Not a person who sings who's also a flat earther, but like if B.O.B. did a flat, well, ODD does his flat earth
B.O.B. actually, like last year, did a whole freaking. He does podcasts all the time. He did a whole freaking podcast on flat Earth. I mean, and
Nice.
you know, so I mean, B.O.B. hasn't rejected it yet, and now Kyrie did a commercial where he's like spinning a disc and all that kind of. Just like, but anyway, and Eddie Bravo has never said, "Hey, the Earth ain't flat." He'll go on people's podcasts all the time talking about flat Earth. I've never seen Eddie Bravo not talk about flat Earth. Well, I've seen him not talk about flat Earth if the podcast is about something else. But if it's about flat Earth, he doesn't back down, man. So, yeah, man,
He's a truther,
that's the
man.
three. That's the three top, most famous people that I can think of: Eddie Bravo, Kyrie
I'm saying like
Irving.
people that specifically make flat earth songs. You got the flat earth guy, conspiracy music guru. He's good. So I would say you're in the top 3. You, conspiracy music guru, Amber Plaster, and Helio, the people that make specific
As
flat
far
earth
as
songs.
music goes,
Yeah, as far as music goes, like you would be in the top 3 most famous
don't
music.
put me up there.
If B.O.B. comes out and does like a flat earth song and he makes it, well, ODD does his too. But I think like Eric Dubé is not so good at singing. He's good at making videos, but his rap
B.O.B.
style.
already did a flat earth song.
He did? What's it called?
Somebody help me out here.
Did he just drop one line? Like, because Mick Jagger, you could say he did a flat earth line song because he dropped one line.
Yeah, but I just told you that they were taking the piss out of flat earth.
Right. Okay, but say what if B.O.B. just says one fucking line? It's not a flat earth song. He didn't beginning to end talk about flat earth. Like
flat line. That's it. That was B.O.B.'s song, right?
Oh, that ain't shit. You could say songs like I could see for miles and miles. That was a flat earth song without mention. a lot of songs like that, it's done subtly. If you don't know what they're talking about, you just think it's nonsense. Like the wheel in the sky.
Okay, so wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
Yeah, I thought that was the stupidest shit I ever heard. I'm like, what the fuck?
All
The
right,
wheel in the
cool.
sky. How
So is that a
stupid
flat earth song?
I didn't know like what is the wheel in the sky? That's a stupid concept. What is he like? Now I know the sky turns like now I know it. I'm like, that's pretty
No
cool now.
particular bloodline. Come on, man.
I thought it was stupid as shit when I heard the song. I'm like, it makes no sense. It's a stupid ass song. But now
Ron,
that
do you want? All right, so Ron, I'm going to tell you, as a singer, as an artist, a music writer, if you want to be creative and write songs, are you looking for someone to just say flat, flatty, flappity, flat, GCD, friggin' chords and shit, flat, Earth is flat. I can do it right now
I'm
on
saying
GCD chords. I can just go, Earth
Amber
is flat,
Plaster.
flat. Your mama told you Earth was flat. I don't know.
And
What
I
are you
think
looking for, Ron?
Plaster, like Amber Plaster did with that song, or someone like Someone like
Amber
ODB.
Plaster is doing a parody like I did with the other songs.
I think it was perfect. It had so much good shit in it. And it's like it's not just flat. It was a bunch of little it's a bunch of factoids. Little factoids.
Sure. I'm giving you shit because I have to. That's my job. I mean, you already know.
It's flat because it has to
be. Because it has to be. So, yeah, I mean, any criticism of artists that are trying to put truth out there, it may be openly blatant, like some of my parody songs and Amber's and other people's
Mick
parody
Jagger.
songs.
Mick Jagger trying to put a little truth. You're gonna piss on him?
Mick Jagger is a sold out punk as far as I'm concerned, but he's not a
I'm not saying
we're not even gonna talk about Hollywood sellouts.
I think he's a sellout as well, but I'm just saying, even someone as famous as him putting that lyric in a song.
Yeah, it's really interesting that they would actually throw that out there, at this point, right? So
also the Bill Gates is in my bloodstream. It's mind control.
Yeah.
Like all that shit.
So even like with my recent parodies or whatever, and Amber's and other people's recent parodies or originals, whatever, putting them out there.
It helps, yes.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we're building on something, right? So we're moving
man. I'm not putting it down. I didn't put anyone down. I like it all.
Hey, we need to save this for our next show, Ron.
What's that? I'll come up with the song.
What we're saying right now, we need to save this.
I'm just speaking off the top of my head, man.
No, me too. That's why we need to. This is what we do. This is why we just connect, bro. I mean, it's just a way that we have about it. This is why people like to watch us talk.
Do they? I don't know.
I don't. Well, dude,
I don't know.
They do. So anyway, let's do this another time.
I'm gonna come up with a song parody and then see if you like it and you
I'm
change
not
it.
asking you for. I want you to come up with some articles, shit that you want to talk about on Wednesday.
I'll think. I don't need. I'll find something. If I don't, I'll just speak off the top of my head. I'll always have something. But,
we always do. But in between now and then, if you can find at least a couple things that you want to freaking talk shit about, we'll do that on Wednesday.
I'll write it down. I'm gonna write down.
Nobody knows about this now except for me and you. Nobody knows that.
Whoever's watching on live stream or in this chat right now.
No. Even if they're listening on live stream, they don't know about what we're gonna do on Wednesday. So
neither do we. It hasn't happened, right?
That's my favorite. That's my favorite part about it, because it's Sunday and I have 3 days to set this shit up. So
wait, yeah, it is Sunday. So Wednesday.
Yeah.
Actually, it's Monday morning already. Shit.
Oh shit! It's Monday.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You got to be at work in 4 hours. You better get some sleep.
What? How the fuck do you know when I have to be at work?
Because you already told me already this morning.
I'm just playing. Doesn't matter. But yeah, man, Wednesday night. More than likely there ain't gonna be any. I was off work Friday because there wasn't any work there anyway. So, I mean, do you think there was any work to do now between Friday and Sunday? No, we'll see.
You know what? Could you do a cabinet building tutorial if we get you a GoPro camera and you set it down and you do a time lapse video of you cutting up wood and building the cabinet, and the time lapse like bip 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 zip zip zip. You know who does that?
I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those.
Nah. All right.
But I'm gonna tell you something. I'm fucking good at what I do when it comes to cutting up wood and making cabinets for
You want to
rich
know
people.
who does that? Helio, this guy, Mental Boost, the guy that does the directed energy videos. He has a wood shop, like a channel that he does wood shop videos.
Hey, dude, if somebody wants to make videos of me doing my job, fucking, pay me a part of what you want to do time-lapse videos of me making badass cabinets like I do, fucking take slow motion videos, all that kind of shit. Have at
That
it.
would be monetized video. They wouldn't demonetize it. Like, okay, Mental
Well,
Boost.
they're gonna have to give me a portion of the money. So
No, YouTube would pay you. They would pay you because
yeah, of course they would, because I wouldn't let them record me if. And as a matter of fact, I work for someone, so they're gonna have to pay those motherfuckers too.
Well, the reason I found it, the guy that the Mental Boost, he had all the directed energy videos, right? He also had a channel where he, like I said, he does wood shop videos. He shows you he builds things out of wood, and he's got a good shop, but he also sells like little things on eBay. He sells like little butcher block, like cutting boards and shit, like homemade cutting boards and whatever. But that's what he does for a living.
But I don't really care about that. I mean, it's like, hey, man, I'm a woodsman. Meme is a concrete man. Whatever. We do what the fuck we do.
Yeah, we're all skilled labor.
It's like, ooh, it's like, to be honest, if I could have a cameraman, this would be really interesting. Check this out. I'll be honest. I mean, I do this shit all day long. So I would love to see someone, if I had a cameraman, like do some slow-mo imaging of me.
No, you set up the camera. You set
yeah, cutting and building a mantle or something.
You set the GoPro on a table, right? Set it on the table.
This seems really fucking silly to me because I've done it for so very long. It's just like, holy entire
I've seen
shit.
like people say you aim the GoPro at the table saw and you chop your shit up and then you go, okay, I'm gonna go
No
nail
shit. I mean, it's fucking easy. I just cut a piece of plywood. Ooh, how fucking hard is that?
Not just that, but laying it out. Lay out your form, make your measurements, then make your cuts, and then you see how everything's fitted together.
Oh fuck! I shot a nail, two, 3 nails, and I was building a box.
People
Holy
like
fucking shit! How
process.
hard is that?
Maybe not a cabinet's kind of generic, but people like seeing a project, like how you turn a stack of wood into a table or something, or a chair.
Okay, well, I don't want people to learn from me. To be honest, I mean, like every time that someone is like, "Hey, we have someone new starting today," you're gonna have to teach them how we do what we do. I fucking hate that shit. I don't like to teach people. I'm not a teacher. To be honest, I don't. It's like, unless they know at least a little bit about this. Now, if they say yes, I understand what a quarter of an inch it is. I'll be like, at the very least, I'm like, fuck yeah, I know he knows what a quarter of an inch is. I'll be like, thank God. I mean, it's just I'm about to have to teach this person how to build cabinets or mantles, and he's like, I know what a quarter of an inch is. I'm like, whew.
People,
Thank
for whatever
God.
reason, they like watching things being built, whether there's these guys that build houses out of mud. My nephew was watching these two guys from like some Asian guys digging with pots. They had just their bare hands in these little pots and a stick, and they would dig out the earth, dig out dirt, and they would make
quite
boards.
familiar with that shit, Ron. Yes,
It's called, what's it called? Antique something? I don't know. Not antique. Ancient. What the primitive building tech or some shit like that. Let me see if I. You probably seen
Ron,
it.
I'm a woodworker. I mean, it doesn't matter if you work with wood or dirt or whatever. All of this shit kind of works similar, but I don't know. I guess we're on a different page. I'm not gonna argue with you about this, but
I think we need to get some sleep, dude. We have up at 3:30 over here.
I told you I needed to go to sleep.
All right, guys. Adios. Good night, guys.
Wait,
Later.
did you mean we need to get to sleep?
I need
or
some sleep.
You?
I need some because it's too fucking early in the
All right,
morning. I should have been
both
asleep.
of us. It's both of us.
And I'm half asleep right now. I'm just mumbling
Hey,
bullshit.
hit me up Tuesday night so we can set this shit up for Wednesday.
All right.
All right, cool.
Later.
Later, bro.
Live kan dia. Ngobrolin apa ya?
Hello.